Dedicated to my grandchildren. Alessio Benjamin Bar Conti, Annalise Estelle Currey Conti, and Mara Cheyenne Tak. And to my advisor, Lieutenant General Vin Hoc, ARVN. My translator, Le Hong Lam. And my bright and morning star they helped. Vietnam. Annam. Provinces of Annam. Tonkin. Provinces of Tonkin. French border posts. Day River. Hoa Binh. The situation in 1953. Dien Bien Phu. Typical VC underground group shelter. NVA supply routes. U.S. military operations in South Vietnam. Cochin China. A single general's reputation is made out often 1,000 corpses. Tizao Sung, c. 870-920. The outcome of a battle depends upon the united hearts of those who fight. Attributed to Kusunaki Masa Shij, 1294-1336. A great people may be killed, but they cannot be intimidated. Napoleon, Political Aphorisms, 1848. Without a people's army, the people have nothing. Mao Zedong, on Coalition Government, 1945. Once on the tiger's back, we cannot be sure of picking the place to dismount. George Ball, White House Memo, October 1964. Gulf of Thailand. J.C.W. Bixlef. As someone who has studied and written extensively about warfare, I find Victory at Any Cost an impressive and important book. At last, we have a readable biography that explores and explains the military qualities of North Vietnam Senior General Vuong Nguyen. The author, Cecil B. Currey, helps us to understand why Jup may be ranked as one of the great captains of the 20th century. Victory at Any Cost documents Jup's life and achievements from birth to his current tranquil retirement in Hanoi. It also provides the most thorough and intimate look into Jup's personal life. The author, a respected military historian, brings to this book his military experience and the knowledge gained in writing two earlier Vietnam books, a biography of General Lansdale, the famous counter-guerrilla warrior, and a controversial description of the U.S. Army's self-destruction in Vietnam. In this third book of his trilogy, Currey's analysis of Jup's military leadership flows out of a thorough 5-year search through Jup's voluminous speeches and writings, of Vietnamese and U.S. literature and official records, and of extensive personal interviews and correspondence with General Jup, his family and colleagues, and his American military opponents. Currey paints a portrait of an extraordinary military leader whose genius lay in his organizational skills, his patience and persistence, an indomitable will, a capacity to learn, and an ability to persuade millions of his fellow Vietnamese to bear the price of victory at any cost. During 3 decades, Jup first helped the French drive the Japanese 16/forward out of Indochina and then defeated the powerful forces of France and, finally, of America. In the late 1970s, the army Jup had created also rejected a large Chinese force that was foolish enough to invade Vietnamese territory. These extraordinary victories were achieved with an army Jup had created from scratch. After he and Ho Chi Minh had committed themselves to rid Vietnam of foreign rule, Jup started his army with a few recruits and no military equipment or supplies. Jup had little military training, but studied military matters by immersing himself in the literature. He paid particular attention to Napoleon and his campaigns. These studies may have helped Jup devise his Eastern strategy, which used geography, time, and the avoidance of sustained engagements to defeat superior Western forces that relied upon quick reaction, modern technology, and massive amounts of supplies. In some ways Jup may be said to have adapted the Russian strategy which was so effective in defeating Napoleon. Napoleon was a military leader and military genius of enormous stature. But he eventually lost the Napoleonic Wars and left France exhausted and defeated. Cecil Currey's book is honest in pointing out the military mistakes made by Jup, sometimes through decisions taken against his advice by the North Vietnamese political leadership. The book also effectively supports Currey's evaluation that North Vietnam Senior General Nguyen is one of the great generals of history. As Currey notes succinctly, Jip 1. It is finally clear that a major reason the United States could not win its Vietnam War was because Jip would never let that happen. John Keegan. Victory at Any Cost is the last of a trilogy on Vietnam I began over 15 years ago. The first book, Self-Destruction, set forth the proposition that the United States lost dramatically in its efforts to maintain the Southern Republic of Vietnam as an independent, non-communist nation. Much of the responsibility for that defeat came about because of attitudes and practices within the United States Army. It failed to know its enemy and thus could not adopt tactics specific to the particular foe it faced. Its military policies were shamefully shallow and palpably wrong. It relied too heavily on technology and the lavish use of firepower. It continued to function as if it were pursuing enemy units of the Warsaw Pact nations across the plains of Central Europe. It ignored calls for change that came from within. U.S. military leaders, then and later, refused to acknowledge mistakes they committed in Southeast Asia. An explanation often heard for the failure in Vietnam was a renewal of the old Dolchstoss legend used by the German army following its defeat in the Great War of 1914-18. The old refrain that the army failed because of political interference and social unrest at home became their theme song. The fact was simpler: military disaster in Vietnam grew out of ineptitude at the highest ranks of the American army. It became a brittle instrument of war. While I was writing about the United States Army's failed military intervention in Vietnam, it became clear that more remained to be said. During my research for Self-Destruction, I had repeatedly encountered traces of the activities in Southeast Asia of a shadowy, mysterious individual, Edward Geary Lansdale, whose suggestions for alternative approaches in Vietnam carried the ring of both power and significant insight. Often he seemed only a lone witness to the possibilities for victory if the United States would follow another. 18/Preface. More appropriate strategy in the Orient. I was fascinated and wanted to learn more. What could we have done differently in Vietnam that might have carried America's policy there to success? Perhaps Lansdale could tell me. My efforts culminated in the publication of Edward Lansdale, The Unquiet American. Lansdale passionately advocated openness and trust in dealing with third world peoples whose countries he helped defend against communist insurgency. He taught that the United States' paramount object was to win over a nation's people. It was not enough for a nation threatened by revolution to rely on military operations. By themselves, they were insufficient to defeat a dedicated, internal enemy. Lansdale was one of the few Americans of his era to understand the nature of his country's foe. The CIA sent him to Vietnam in 1954, confident of his ability to relate to Asians. There he tried to apply his notions. He befriended and advised Ngo Dinh Diem from 1954 to 1956, guiding his faltering footsteps toward creation of a continuing, non-communist government in the South. He came within an eyelash of fashioning a stable government there. Lansdale stands as an original operational giant of modern conflict. It was impossible to study Lansdale's career without encountering the notions of the great northern Vietnamese leader Nguyen, whose tactics and strategy successfully countered the best traditional military forces both France and the United States could send against his army and his nation. Thus was laid the foundation for this final work of the trilogy. Jip was a military genius. Throughout the long decades of his career, he devised tactics and strategies that eventually brought his nation victory over powerful enemies. The circumstances of his life that helped him develop this rare talent are the subjects of this book. Readers will not find here a full-blown history of Vietnam, or the U.S. side of the war, or any analysis of the American home front. Those who want more details about such topics may consult many available books, some of which are listed in the bibliography at the end of this book. Nothing meaningful has yet been published that does justice to Jip's extraordinary military accomplishments, and much that has been published is written with factual errors. The task here is to correct the record and to provide a Vietnamese perspective on the conflict in Southeast Asia and the role Jip played in defeating the French and Americans. Only with such an understanding can we ever fully understand the outcome there and the form of warfare used so effectively by Jip. That self-taught Asian military leader learned the craft of war by fighting. In the course of a long career, Jip faced soldiers of France, Japan, the United States, the Republic of Vietnam, Cambodia, and China. Perhaps no other general has contended with so many different enemies with such success, yet he remained relatively obscure in the West. Preface/19. Anyone studying Jip quickly discovers that he has been nearly ignored in the United States despite the fact that for many years he was America's archenemy. Almost nothing has been written about the crucial 20 years of his life from 1944 to 1964 when he was creating an armed force, destabilizing French authority over Indochina, launching and winning the attack on Dien Bien Phu, utilizing guerrillas to attack the American-sponsored government south of the 17th parallel, and preparing to face the armed might of the United States. Even less has been said about his earlier life. Making matters worse, mistaken assertions have marred much of what has been written about Jip. This book is presented to provide a correct and fuller appraisal of this extraordinary man. It was difficult to ferret out details of Jip's life, sometimes even talking to those who knew him was not fruitful. As a cultural trait, Vietnamese often have an excessive taste for secrecy. They keep details of their inner and private lives reserved and shy away from revealing information to unfamiliar and curious visitors. Perhaps they remember too well long years of Gallic domination and continuing efforts by agents of the THIRD Bureau, French Surete Generate, to gather information on anyone who might prove to be a threat to their rule. Communist paranoia exacerbates that difficulty. Everything in Hanoi now is secret, and all questions are suspect. Yet a host of information was available, ranging from Vietnamese materials translated into English, to other writings translated for me by helpful friends, to government documents, to secondary studies that either proved helpful in themselves or pointed me toward other usable sources, to Vietnamese who had known Jip and were willing to talk to me about their recollections, to Americans I interviewed who were formerly involved in U.S. intelligence or covert activities, to the government agencies where files of those earlier days have been squirreled away for half a century, to scholars in the field who kindly shared their knowledge with me. And perhaps most helpful was that for whatever reason, Jip himself saw fit to cooperate with me in a limited way in the creation of this biography. He sat with me during December 1988 for a personal interview. After I returned home I decided to write this book. I went back to Hanoi a year later, in December 1989, my third trip there, ready to conduct frequent and extended interviews with Jip. It was not to be. Despite my statement on my visa application that I desired to visit Hanoi for the sole purpose of interviewing Jip, Deo Hui Ngoc, acting head of the Foreign Ministry's Institute for International Relations, told me upon my arrival that unnamed senior decision-makers believed it would be politically incorrect to allow Jip to cooperate with me. After my meeting with Ngoc, it became difficult even to meet with friends I had made on earlier visits. They were forced to slip into my hotel, creep up to my third-floor landing, and whisper to me outside my room in the protective shadows of the dark hall. XX/preface. Way. Or I hired a cyclo and rode through the streets of Hanoi to search them out at their homes, all the while avoiding being followed by police agents. After a few frustrating weeks I returned home. I wrote General Jip on several occasions. My letters were unanswered. I had no way of knowing whether that was because of the faulty Vietnamese postal system or because he had been given orders to ignore my correspondence. I later learned my letters had been intercepted by his government. It was keeping Jip under house watch out of fear he might lead a military coup against it. I finally got word to him of my efforts. He remembered me from our earlier meeting and expressed his pleasure, for, he said, he wanted any book written about him in the West to be done with the honesty and the seriousness of a good historian. He responded to written questions I submitted to him surreptitiously, and even sent photographs of himself, his wife, and his children. Page after page of the material I received from him discussed his ancestors, his parents, his home village, his school days, his early fascination with communism, his prison sentence, his work as a newspaperman, his first wife and their daughter, his teaching in a private Hanoi lycée, his growing hatred of the French, his determination to work toward the independence of Vietnam, his escape into China at the outbreak of World War II, his life in the Northern Hills during the war. He told of the early formation of his first army, the Armed Propaganda and Liberation Brigade, of the OSS men who dropped from the sky to work in the last days of the war with Jap's Viet Minh soldiers, of his second wife and their children, her own village and parents, on and on. He responded in human terms rather than as a zealous ideological parrot. He gave a humorous response when kidded about an early nickname. He spoke of his grandchildren. Then, despite his earlier expressed willingness to do so, Jap refused to respond to additional questions. He inevitably had an excuse to postpone action. He was traveling, or attending numerous ceremonies, or celebrating historic anniversaries, or in mourning after the death of a brother. Jap finally gave only the terse explanation that he had already given me enough material and, in any case, the new questions had been inspired by non-serious, even false, and reactionary documents. He did, however, receive, date, and sign his signature to a manuscript copy of this text. An appendix of this book, Jap's Nation, is included as a help for those who may be unfamiliar with the history of Vietnam. A minimal grasp of that nation's past is required in order to understand the milieu in which Jap eventually operated. Those who want to learn more about Vietnam, its history, geography, sociology, anthropology, and culture may wish to turn to those pages before reading the book itself. It may help them to understand better what happened in Vietnam and in Jap's life. The appendix is there to be read or skipped. Readers may choose. Preface/XXI. *******. Despite his limited willingness to help, I offer my deep gratitude to Senior General Nguyen Jap. He was, of course, but one among many who participated in the creation of this biography. The University of South Florida's Division of Sponsored Research and Dr. Julia Davis, former Dean of the Late College of Social and Behavioral Sciences, provided research assistance in 1990. The Indochina Archive, Berkeley, California, made its files on Jap available. Françoise Jean and Pascual Lavender checked my translations of certain documents. Virginia Gift answered queries, investigated archives, and discovered a way for me to send questions to Jap. Many Vietnamese, both in Vietnam and in the United States, helped me complete this project, including Ho Thi Quang, Madame Kim Dung Tran Ngoc, the sisters Ha Shuyan and Ha Mai, Trin Chien Lang, Nguyen Dang Quang, Tran Minh Dung, Du Tin Enem, Nguyen Dang Thuyen, Pham Binh, Chow Phang, Bui Tin, General Cao Pha, General Tran Kong Man, Din Minh, Nguyen Tan Long, Nguyen Quoc Hai and his wife, Ho Thi Xian Hong, and my interpreter, traveling companion down the length of Vietnam, friend and young son, Le Hong Lam, who labored mightily to make my first and second visits to his homeland so memorable. In both Thailand and Vietnam, I received help from willing Thais, Mr. Perdorn Ucharatna, Mr. Yothan Pirafate Napong, and Vuddy Lenberry. Helpful ideas and stimulating discussion came from T. Edward Henley, Tigard, Oregon, Mr. Will Brownell, Director, Vietnam Bibliography Project at Columbia University, and Colonel John K. Breyer, USA, Executive Director of the Tampa Bay Council for International Visitors. Colonel Breyer performed yeoman service when he put me in contact with Lieutenant General Vin Loc, ARVN. Working at his California home, General Vin Loc consulted with friends and with members of the Quang Binh Association, drove significant distances to meet with acquaintances, and drew from his own vast knowledge to help me write a better book. He spent hours putting reminiscences on paper for me, life in early 20th century Vietnam, customs and traditions of the imperial court, the May Day riots of 1930, French police methods, attitudes of Vietnamese nationals toward French colons before World War II, primary education in Vietnam 7 decades ago, the physical plant and curriculum of the Quoc Hoc School in Hue, which Jip attended, the appearance of Jip's home village of an XA, his own early memories of Jip, and much more. His help was far more than any author has a right to expect, and I am deeply in his debt. Sheila Simondaru Ald gave cheerful, regular, and professional service as my bibliographical assistant. My cartographer, Jennifer Bexley, created maps that will more easily enable readers to understand the study of Jip's life. And there were my manuscript readers, Carl Heyman, Allison Kent Thomas, Earl. XXII/Preface. H. Tilford, Jr., Dr. Libby Allison West, and Lieutenant General Philip B. Davidson. David G. Marr also read and commented on portions of the text. They kept a restraining hand on me throughout the writing of this book. Their bold, professional challenges to my ideas often forced me to rethink many issues and some entire topics and saved me from many pitfalls. If all they desired me to say has not made its way into this text, it is not because their words were not valued or respected, but because, in the end, we found we had honest differences in some of our views. I also thank Joshua Bilmes, J. Aberwaki Literary Agency, for his efforts on my behalf, and Franklin D. Margiotta, my editor and the president and publisher of Brassies, Inc., for the time and effort he has spent on readying this book for market. After the help of all these people, any mistakes that remain in this text are most certainly my own. Finally, I recall fondly and with appreciation the efforts of my wife, Laura Jean Currey, to provide an encouraging and loving home environment during the years of work on this biography when I was often distracted from the world around me and focused almost entirely on research, on monumental piles of notes, on the sometimes erratic behavior of my word processor, and on deadlines. She has helped me when she could, and has left me alone when she could not. I have sometimes cast many of my cares on her, for I knew she cared for me. And I her. Cecil B. Currey, Lutz, Florida, October 1995. Part 1. All/IL. 1911-40. The Making of a Revolutionary. The elderly retired man sat in the rear seat of the Russian-made chauffeur-driven automobile and stared out the windows as his driver slowly steered around the worst ruts and potholes in the ruined road. As the car made its tortuous way northward, the unlined face of the old warrior gave no hint of his thoughts, but his mind was lost in memories. Senior General Nguyen Wenjip was returning to Pac Bo in the far north of Vietnam, just a few kilometers from its border with China, the place of his martial beginnings. One there he and Ho Chi Minh first worked together back when their country had yet to gain its freedom from the dominion of the French Empire. The memories, he later wrote, have not faded. 2. After the long trip from his spacious Hanoi villa, Jip had rested the previous night at the tiny community of Cao Bang. I wish the day longer and the road better, he later lamented, so that I could revisit more easily, but that is something that I could not have. That morning, as he left to continue his journey, winter fog still covered the mountains, not lifting until they passed the hamlet of Hoan. Seeming like pyramids, mountains around him thrust into the air above the low-hanging ground mist. The old man's eyes lingered on scenes around him. I know almost every mountain, stream, and town in this region, Jip wrote. On the left side of the road is Phaya But, the tallest mountain. It has a lake on one of its peaks. According to legend, many years ago a fairy came down to bathe in it. Unfortunately, she was seen by people and could not return to paradise. Every year, during the rainy season, when water spills from the mountain's heights, people claim they can see her, a beautiful lady riding a horse, carrying a fan in one hand. The automobile neared the community of Phi Cot, where Jip's soldiers once fought their first battle against the French. It had not changed much. In 1944 it boasted a dozen houses, now its size was perhaps doubled. Many people living in the area had learned that Jip would make this trip, that once again he would return to his place of beginnings. Friends from several hamlets Nguyen Bin, Minh Tarn, Hoang Hoa Tam, and Tran Hung Dai now gathered in the community to see him once again. In the past, many people thought Phi Cot was just another battle of the war, the general later mused. For me, it is much more. In 1941, the French occupied this place and turned Comrade Lac's newly built home into their headquarters. Lac's house then and now was the largest in the community. Because of this occupation, I decided that this place would be the objective of our first battle. Someone had erected a sign in front of the house, Phi Cot, the start of the revolution. 24-12-44. Jip smiled and waved through a car window at those who had come to see him, many dressed in colorful holiday clothing. His driver steered carefully through the community, to stop finally in front of the office of the local People's Committee. As Jip slowly emerged from the rear seat, two women came up to present him with flower bouquets. "It seems like a festive day," he said with a smile to those standing nearby. Scanning the crowd, the general looked at the faces of older people, hoping to recognize some of his former comrades in arms. He saw Dong Phuong Quy from the Dao Truyen region, once leader of Group 3. There was Thursday Sun, leader of Group 1, who led his forces in the Battle of Phi Phat. Nearby stood Tien Luc and Le Loi, the latter a namesake of a former emperor and warrior. All were in their 60s or 70s, now retired and enjoying their final years. When we met, Jip later remembered, I could not restrain my emotions and cried with joy. They reminisced about the past and the heady years of revolutionary sacrifice. "Over there," the general said to them as he pointed at a buffalo pen standing adjacent to Lac's home, "this is the spot where we killed the French commander." After some time, Jip returned to his automobile and the driver resumed their journey to Pak Bo. Without this trip, Jip reflected, I doubt if I would ever have seen those old comrades again. As Jip neared Pak Bo, the car in which he rode rumbled past the construction site of a national museum. Upon completion, it would become a national shrine dedicated to the memory of Ho Chi Minh. This would be the third time since the 1975 Day of Liberation that he had returned to Pak Bo Cave. On that first trip, in April 1975, Jip had planted a tree as a memorial to the decades of national effort at independence and unification. Soon now he would plant a second, for tenderly packed away in the trunk of the car was a small tree he had taken from the garden surrounding Ho Chi Minh's carefully preserved home in Hanoi. The driver finally pulled to a stop. They had arrived. The old general gazed around him, the familiarity of the scene gladdened his heart. Dominating the area was the vivid green of Mac Mountain, and nearby chattered the blue water of the Lenin Stream. The golden sun seemed to occupy the whole world, and its blazing morning light shone across a waterfall, exposing the Pak Bo Spring, the source of the stream. The water was so clear, the light so bright, Jip noticed, that he could see fish swimming among the rocks of its depths. A small contingent of soldiers stationed at Pak Bo met the general's car and escorted him toward the cave that decades before had served as a headquarters and place of sanctuary for Ho, Jip, and their comrades. As always, looking at the cave entrance, Jip thought how it resembled the ear of a cat. Nearer the cave, Jip thought again of Ho and remarked later how the years of his leader's life could be configured by decades. At age 20, using the pseudonym Nguyen Tat Ton, Ho had left Narong port in Saigon to serve as dishwasher and cook aboard a French merchant vessel. At 30 years of age, as Nguyen Ai Quoc, he joined the French Communist Party and worked hard to promote the end of French colonial rule over Vietnam. Aged 40, he started the Indo-Chinese Communist Party. At 50, he entered Vietnam from China, where he had been living, to lead the resistance against the French. It was then that he met Jip. Now, walking in the warm sunlight, Jip was reminded of Ho wherever he looked. The general passed the tree he had planted in 1975, now healthy and beautiful. He recalled Ho's advice, when you plant a tree, you have to nourish it. Jip looked across the stream to a bush beside which Ho used to sit while fishing. The fish rarely bit, and when they did, Ho threw them back into the water. Jip crossed a wooden bridge spanning the Lenin stream and walked up to the entrance of the old cave. We chose this cave because it was isolated and well hidden, Jip recalled. Although the opening had collapsed in 1979, Jip could still see a date 8-2-1941 scratched into the surface of a nearby rock. On that day Ho had arrived here at the end of a long, dangerous trip from China. Jip spoke of his own impatience in those early years and how he wanted to begin immediately to carry the revolutionary struggle to the French. He thought of a cold night, of Ho sitting with him next to a campfire, and of the others present, Chi Qian, Vi Yuan, and Pham Van Dong. Dressed like an old mountain man, Ho spoke to them about the future. Jip recalled his words. In about 5 years, Ho said, the revolution will be victorious and we will have a bright future. I only want to create one thing, to completely free our country and provide everyone with the necessities of life. Speaking in simple words, Ho made the difficult and complex prospects of revolution easy to understand. One of those present that night Jip was unsure who it had been asked Ho, how can we have a revolution without arms, and where are we going to find guns? Bac Ho replied, we must rely on our own force with some outside help. 3. When our people absorb this beautiful idea of revolution, they will create the strongest of forces. Everything because of the people, everything for the people. People first, guns last. If we have the people on our side, then we will have guns. If we have the people, we will have everything. It was a theme that Ho, and later Jip, would always emphasize, if we can rely on the people, no one can defeat us. Now once again at Pakbo, Jip still remembered Ho's words. It's a simple idea, he commented, but not easy to follow. As he stood at Pakbo for the final time, Jip luxuriated in the accomplishments of his lifetime. Following Ho's road, he later wrote, we have defeated all invaders and gained independence and unification. Following his road, we will have civilization, happiness, a stronger country, and the creation of a society where the development of one person's freedom is the development of everyone's freedom. The stream of Pakbo will continue to flow. In the Christian scriptures, the physician Luke wrote, your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. 4. Senior General Nguyen Jip had lived long enough to do both. As a youth, glimpses of Vietnam's potential inspired him. He had been part of that vision. At Pakbo, as an old man, he now dreamed of the glory years long since passed away. Without his efforts, much that occurred might never have come to pass. Through long years stretching from 1944 to 1980 he fought and ordered other men into battle against the Japanese, the French, the Americans, against other Vietnamese of the Southern Republic, the Kampucheans, and the Chinese. He pitted his ideas about warfare and how to conduct it against 2 foreign powers who successively stood on Vietnamese soil, and twice he emerged unbeaten. Yet he had no prior military schooling or training to ready him for this task. Only an intense study of military history and his own experiences guided him in the part he played in the great events of recent world and Vietnamese history. The changes that came about in Vietnam because of Nguyen Jip began quietly enough. In the 20th century, of Tonkin, Annam, and Cochin China, Annam nearest geographically to the remnants of the imperial court at Hue was the most troublesome to the French, and some provinces there were more difficult than others. One of the most bothersome was Quang Binh province, with its long history of stubbornness and resistance to the French. While the colonial power believed it could remain in control of these people forever, the Viets observed the fate that had befallen them and their beloved land and waited. In central Annam, just north of the 17th parallel, in that troublesome province of Quang Binh, canton of Dai Phong, district of Quang Ninh, district of Le Thuy, lay the tiny village of an Xa. On August 25, 1911 a townswoman of an Xa, Nguyen Thi Kien, finished her birthing labors and presented her husband, Vio Quang Hiem, with a lusty red-faced baby boy. They gave him the name Nguyen Jip. 5. As with all Vietnamese, he would always be known by his given name. Jip was not the first child born to Nguyen T and Vio Quang Him. He was sixth in birth order. Their first child died as a small boy. Then Kien again gave birth to a boy who also died in infancy. Kien's third child, a girl, lived for a time before dying of amoebic dysentery. Him and Kien must often have wondered why they were so cursed, why they seemed destined to have no children to enrich their lives and carry on their line. A family without children in Vietnam was pitiful, pathetic, the object of both sympathy and derision to townspeople, who gathered at the marketplace to gossip endlessly. Then Kien was again pregnant. Fear often racked her heart as her delivery time approached. But this time Kien and Him could rejoice. Their fourth child, a daughter, was a healthy baby, whom they named Votdm. She was followed by another daughter, Vot Lin. Then in 1911 Jip was born, the first male child to live, and, according to a CIA report, even he reportedly had health problems throughout his life. He was followed by Vio Thuan No, a brother, and another sister, Vot Lai. 6. Vio Quang Him named Jip well. There are few family names in the land, perhaps 50 in all, and so many people who bear the same name may not be related. Jip's middle name, Nguyen, is one of them, but, as in his case, is not always a family name. Perhaps he bore this name to remind him of some distant lineage with the Nguyen rulers of the land. The family name, Vio, means force, Jip means shield or armor. They were bellicose names for a tiny infant, but they presaged the course of Jip's life. Quang Binh, in which he was born, and the two provinces immediately to its north, Ha Tin and Nayan, formed the major portion of the thinnest part of the nation and traditionally were among the most impoverished sections of the country. Most inhabitants of the tranquil hamlet of An Xa were poor peasants. There were only 3 or 4 important landlords, others held only tiny holdings or rented their land. The hamlet was surrounded by poor, sandy soil on which grew rice and sweet potatoes. Local folk might barely eke out their living, but they were proud of Quang Binh's special landscape. There were the rivers the Nguyen, the Nhatle, and the Kien Giang. Lake Bao Tro, 2 miles north of Dong Hoi, had the shape, so people said, of a Chinese ink pot. Then there was the large natural lake of Hac Hai, about 1.5 miles across, with a similar shape. From these waters, rivers, and lakes alike, generations of Vietnamese caught fish for their daily meals. Around the shores of Lake Hac Hai grew a variety of watermelon, so special that selected samples were offered to the emperor each year in July. Nearby was the peak of Dau Mao, where children played in the caves and grottos which dotted its slopes. People not only were proud of their rice fields and nearby jungles and the hazy horizon of mountains, but also took pleasure in knowing that from their stock were many who had risen to national prominence, esteemed scholars and writers, military advisors to emperors, poets and philosophers, tutors for royal prince-sealings. 7. The people of An Xa and of all Quang Binh province were a rural, poor, proud, nationalistic folk, restive under French rule. They were not easy to control and had little respect for their rulers, whether Chinese, French, or Vietnamese. They rebelled against the Chinese, and against the French in the 1880s. They would later resist North Vietnam's land reform program of 1956. And when Jip was a child, the adventures of local partisans were still fresh in their memories. In An Xa, except for some few houses topped with red-tiled roofs, most family homes were of mud, straw, and bamboo. Each had a small patch of land in the rear and a tiny yard in front used for drying harvests of rice and sweet potatoes. Vio Quang Him, Jip's father, was one of the fortunate few to have a tiled roof on his modest one-story home, comfortable enough by local standards. The house was easily recognizable, for in Him's yard grew a large wild tea tree, which he kept pruned in topiary fashion, trimmed skillfully until it looked like a giant tiger. During the day, to passing boys and girls, it looked like a shaped tree. After dusk and at night the beast became real and alive, and children hurried their steps as they passed by or swung in wide circles to avoid it entirely. 8. Inside the main room of the house, Vio Quang Him kept his family altar, for he was a Confucian and very attached to ancestral tradition. On it stood pictures of maternal and paternal ancestors. Nearby was a large bowl on which their names were engraved in Chinese characters. Flowers decorated both sides of the altar, on which also sat a copper basin. Him daily lit joss sticks, kept in a nearby ceramic bowl, and stuck them into sand in the bottom of the basin. Their perfume wafted on the currents of the thick, heavy air. The house also included a cooking area and sleeping rooms. Vio Quang Him, his given name meant the serious one, was a member of the tiny middle-class population of an Xa, a rice farmer who tilled his own land and rented another small parcel, but for a number of years still found time to serve as a practitioner of traditional Asian medicine. After unsuccessfully treating his daughter who died of dysentery, Him withdrew from the healing profession and turned to teaching local children to read. In his classes they learned to recognize both Sino-Vietnamese characters, in which much of Vietnamese literature and history was written, and the newer Quoc Ngu, or Romanized alphabet, devised by Alexander de Rhodes and favored by French rulers. By training, Him was steeped in the Confucian classics. The people of an Xa respected him and considered him to be a man of distinction, for he was a lettre, a scholar, and that was always a matter of importance in traditional Vietnam. His fellow townspeople addressed him as Ong Kyung Him, Mr. Him, of the low Mandarin rank of 9th grade, Civil Corps. He served as a clerk of the administrative office for the province of Quang Binh and consequently spent much time at Dong Hoi, provincial capital of Quang Binh. He served as Tong Tho Van, dispatcher for all official correspondence, and this lowly post gave him much distinction within his home community. 9. Kyung Him was also a proud patriot, old enough to remember the days when northern Annam and Tonkin had been free from French control. Him's father fought in the Great Can Vuong uprising against the French that began in July 1885 when Emperor Hamgi fled their control and called for his people to save the monarchy from foreign oppression. The movement, however, lacked weapons and a coherent strategy and collapsed in 1896. Kyung Him still remembered that revolt and was glad his family had been involved in the first organized resistance movement against French rule over Vietnam. 10. Him's civil duties meant that Nguyen Thi Kien sometimes cared for the family farm in addition to her other duties as housewife. Devoted to her plants and to the land, Kien found her greatest happiness in working with her hands in the soil. A daughter of a member of the Can Vuong movement who had been a rebel commander of an entire province, she remembered that struggle against the French as well as her husband did, and delighted in telling her children, and later her grandchildren, how her father had fought against the French colonialists. Passionately interested in Vietnam's past, Nguyen Thi Kien had a retentive memory and, although illiterate, was able to recite by heart Vietnamese poems and sophisticated texts such as Kim Van Kieu, Nhi Du Mai, Tong Tran, Kieu Hoa, and others. Years later, Jip recalled, memories of the resistance against the occupation were still very fresh. In the evening, in the light of the oil lamp, my mother would often tell me of the grueling trials she underwent during the Can Vuong campaign, in which my grandfather had participated. Jip later told how I can still recall my earliest childhood deeply bathed with feelings of love for our country. On some evenings, before bedtime, Jip's father also recited poems, one of which, The Fall of Hue, told of the French sack of the imperial capital in 1833. L1 In this way his home was filled with nationalistic fervor, an emotion that would never leave him. Kyung Him taught Jip to read their language as it was written in pre-French days, when Sino-Vietnamese characters were used, during the year between his 4th and 5th birthdays. Even as a small boy, Jip liked to study, and his father encouraged him in this by keeping a glass jar near at hand, filled with the boy's favorite sweets and delicacies, to reward him for good performance. His first book in the Romanized alphabet was O Hoc Tan Thursday, a volume filled with patriotic images of Vietnam's past. It had only recently been published by authority of Emperor Du Tan, deposed by the French for efforts to incite an insurrection among Vietnamese troops used by France in the trenches of World War I. In that book, Gipp later recalled, exaggerating its influence upon a small boy, I discovered our forebears, our martyrs, our duty to expunge the disgrace of past humiliations. He learned that although his country might, as Caesar had once written, be divided into 3 parts, his ancestors were not Gauls. 12. With other village urchins, young Gipp spent many hours in play. Running barefoot through the hamlet, they spun tops wound by pieces of string, shot games of marbles, fought loud battles of war, trailed after wandering ducks and geese, and threw stones. Although some older boys played soccer, the most popular game was Nguyen, which demanded both skill and patience. Many coins then had a small, square hole in their centers. Boys thrust a twist of paper or feathers or banana leaves through the hole to make a shuttlecock. The object of the game was to keep the coin spinning in the air as long as possible by kicking it with feet, knees, or ankles. When the shuttlecock fell to the ground, another player took his turn. Alternatively, 2 boys could play at the same time by batting a shuttlecock back and forth. Deka was a game similar to soccer, but the number of players was not fixed. It could be played by many or a few, depending upon how many were free from chores. Boys used a variety of makeshift balls. In season they relied on a kind of fruit that looks much like a green grapefruit but much larger. Or they could make a ball with rags or old clothes, tied tightly with thread to kick back and forth. Small boys spent endless hours and pleasant days in such fashion. 13. As they grew older, boys of the hamlet fell heir to traditional jobs for those of their age. Dressed in short cotton jackets and pants, they took part in family chores, as Gipp did. He herded ducks and watched after the family water buffalo, sitting on its rump for hours on end as it wandered grazing. He also pounded rice and, typical of the custom in Quang Binh province, sang the Ho Gia Gao, rhythmic work songs, that helped keep workers moving in harmony as they threshed rice. 14. From the time Gipp was 5 until he was 8, he attended school in an XA. Even as an old man his voice softened when he recalled the first day he left home for the village's kindergarten. My mama and I were separating for the first time, he said, and we both wept. His school clothes consisted of a long robe that hung below his knees, in summer white, in autumn and winter black. Beneath his robe, winter and summer, he wore white trousers and black slippers, his head topped by a black turban. Morning sessions at school began at 7:30 and ran to 11:30, resumed at 2:20 and lasted until 5. At noon, Gipp went home, ate lunch with his parents, and, as a young boy, took a nap before returning to his classes. If he faltered in his lessons, his teachers beat him with a long, thin bamboo stick, held at the ready for use on unworthy pupils. As he grew older, he engaged more in play with friends after the school day ended. His primary school, although supervised by the French, who established its curriculum, was taught by Vietnamese. A large part of his studies consisted of instruction in the Vietnamese language, and beginning in his 3rd year, he was introduced to the French language for a few hours each week. For centuries, Vietnamese society had been influenced by the teachings of Confucius. The basis for much of Gipp's education was thus a Confucian respect for mandarins, ancestors, relatives, and parents. Many of Gipp's lessons focused on how to behave in one's family and in society, younger brother to elder brother, elder son to father, family to village, village to emperor, and emperor to heaven. In the Vietnamese world, individuals and society blended into a harmonious whole. As well, he studied arithmetic, history, geography, literature, and natural science. Geography lessons initially emphasized the land of Vietnam, but as the school years rolled by, Gipp also learned of the world beyond its borders. In history, Gipp absorbed stories of past heroes, Le Loi, who wrestled independence from Chinese occupation in 1428, Tran Hoang Dao, who fought the Mongols in 1283 and 1287, Phan Dinh Phung, of the Can Vuong movement, Le Thuong Kiet, who commanded a successful invasion of Kampa in 1069 and then directed a war against the Sung dynasty of China, Nguyen Hu, who fought against a Chinese occupation of the north and then declared himself to be Emperor Quangjung, and others. From primary school through all the remaining years of his studies, Jip gloried in committing to memory stories of the past. He learned of emperors who resorted to total war when faced with invaders. He read how they appealed to their people to rise up and smite those who desecrated the soil of Vietnam. He learned those lessons well. Jip's days of schooling in an XA ended when he was 8. Him enrolled him in the Canton School at the nearby market town of Dai Phong, equivalent to the 4th and 5th grade classes of a modern public school. At 9, he attended district school, and then at 11 he went to the province school. 15. In 1923, the 12-year-old Jip received his official certificate for having completed his elementary studies. It was not easy for Vietnamese youth to achieve even this level of education, for French rulers limited the number of schools and encouraged illiteracy. An ignorant population was more easily controlled. The following year Jip took the entrance examination to qualify for additional schooling in Hue and failed. He spent the next months in an intensive round of study and preparation, desperately hoping to pass on his next attempt. When he took the examination again, in 1925, he finished second among all those tested that year. 16. Him enlisted the support of one of his friends, the Roman Catholic priest René Moreno, a man widely respected in the area. Father Moreno willingly recommended young Jip for further schooling in Hue. Him and Nguyen were happy to send their eldest living son to study at the Quoc Hoc, or Lycée National, in Hue, a French-language school and a seedbed of revolution. Jip already showed signs of leadership. He would fit in well at his new school. He quickly showed his intelligence and was an excellent student, particularly in literature and history. Officials of the school posted student academic rankings at the end of each month. During his 2 years at the Quoc Hoc, Jip ranked first each time the grades went up except for 1 month when he ranked second. 17. Annam had only 3 such schools, in Hue, Vinh, and Qui En Han. Ngo Dinh Ca, a high court official and father of the later Southern President Ngo Dinh Diem, founded the Lycée Quoc Hoc in 1909. 18. He wanted a school to provide students with an exceptional course of study in both traditional and modern education, as free from French influence as possible. It accepted students from primary schools who had received their diplomas and who were able to pass the entrance examination. Ngo Dinh Ca put together a good faculty. Many teachers at Quoc Hoc were nationally famous. Ung Qua, professor of French literature, served as tutor to Crown Prince Bao Long. Pham Dinh Ai, who taught physics and chemistry, became ammunition technician for Jip during the years of the Viet Minh War with France, serving from 1948 to 1954. He later moved south and was elected a senator there during the Second Republic. Nguyen Duong Dan, math and geometry teacher, became Minister of National Education in the government of Ngo Dinh Diem, leader of Lai southern half of the country from 1954 to 1963. Nguyen Huy Bao, who taught philosophy, became Dean of the Faculty of Arts at the University of Saigon. Mai Chung Thursday, teacher of drawing, was a famous artist whose paintings were exhibited many times in Paris during the 1930s. Nguyen Theo Lao, professor of history and geography, was author of several historical research publications. Another history teacher, Nguyen Lan, edited a dictionary of Vietnamese classics. 19. This competent faculty turned out exceptional students. Some of those who attended Lycée Quoc Hoc later became important figures in Vietnamese history, including Ho Chi Minh, Vuong Nguyen Giap, Pham Van Dong, and Ngo Dinh Diem. 20. The curriculum at Quoc Hoc was similar to that at other French-run schools and nearly identical to what was required in France for a baccalaureate degree there. All instruction was given in French save for study of other languages. Vietnamese was a required first foreign language, English was the second. Pupils studied French literature from the 16th to the 20th century, the history of France to the end of World War I, the geography of all departments of France and its possessions, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. It was a rigid and rugged curriculum. After 4 years of study, students received the Diplôme d'études primaires supérieures indochinoises. Those who completed 7 years obtained a baccalaureate degree. Although the school was open to both boys and girls, girls were outnumbered 6 to 1. Most girls admitted as students were graduates of the neighboring school of Dongkan and participated in only 3 of the classes offered at the Quoc Hoc. By the time JIP enrolled in 1925, the size of the student body was about 1,200. 21. After reaching Hue, JIP rented a room in a private boarding house that was also home to 4 or 5 other boys enrolled at the lycée. He was eager to begin his coursework. At the lycée, he found that most of his teachers were Vietnamese, although there were a few French males assigned as instructors. One of JIP's classmates, Lesi Nguyen, remembers him and the school well. He was a nice boy, very bright, very smart, very good in school. We were in every class together. He was an excellent student. For a time we lived in the same small boarding house. 22. Nguyen, an aged man who now lives with his son in McLean, Virginia, recalled that we were taught in French, except for one class. We studied French history, but very little Vietnamese history. During my time, when we graduated, we knew more about French history than our own Vietnamese past. 23. It might not have been taught in school, but there were other ways for those boys to know the stories and legends of their country. Shortly after arriving at the Lycée Quoc Hoc, JIP came under the influence of a famous revolutionary nationalist, Phan Boi Chau, who lived under house arrest in Hue, not far from the school. JIP was not alone in this, for many of the boys looked at Chau as their hero. JIP himself recalls that serious and hard-working students at Quoc Hoc were very interested in politics. 24. Lesi Nguyen, JIP's roommate at the boarding house, was thrilled to have an opportunity to listen to such a great man. Chau came to Quoc Hoc after his release by the French and made a speech. He attacked the French colonial system, so we were politically influenced by him. When you live under a French regime, you hate it. You hate it? Vietnam was like a puppet, a marionette, with the French holding the strings. Everybody knew it. You resent it? JIP listened to him. JIP decided to do something about it. 25. Only recently arrived in Hue, Chau was a subject of interest wherever people stopped to talk, for he was one of the great leaders in the anti-colonial movement. Seemingly destined as a youth for a bureaucratic career in one of those minor posts allowed by the French, he was led by his keen patriotism to follow a different path. He formed a nationalist group, the Restoration Society, in 1903. 2 years later he fled to Japan, a popular Vietnamese refuge, where he wrote patriotic calls to anti-French feelings, asking his countrymen to join in creating a modern state in the homeland by substituting a Western, scientific education for the traditional Confucianist system in place there. Ordered to leave Japan in 1908, Chau moved to China, where, in 1912, he organized the Vietnamese Restoration Society, modeled after the Great Sun Yat-sen's party. Imprisoned by the Chinese for a time, he was released in 1917. In Shanghai, Chau met Ho Chi Minh, then operating under the alias Li Tui. As heads of rival nationalist, revolutionary groups, they immediately distrusted each other, but in their quarrels Ho struck the first blow. In June 1925, for 100,000 piastres, he betrayed Chau to agents of the Dxim Bureau, Surat General du Gouvernement General pour l'Indochine, the French police, and he was seized while passing through Shanghai's international settlement. Li Tui later rationalized that his was a good act. It stirred up resentment in Vietnam against the French, which was necessary for the revolution, and the money helped Ho finance his work in Canton. 26. Taken under guard to Hanoi, Chow was tried by French colonial courts, convicted of treason, and sentenced to life imprisonment at hard labor. His prison term was commuted a few months later to permanent house arrest in Hue by the newly arrived French Governor-General, Alexander Varron. Chow lived under this arrangement for the last 14 years of his life, dying October 29, 1940, one of the most respected Vietnamese of modern times. 27. For whatever reason, the French allowed Chow to receive visits, and over the years many schoolboys like Jip came to his home to listen to his fiery visions. Sundays were a favorite time for Jip to visit the old revolutionary. Often he told us about world events. On the walls of his house were portraits of Sun Yat-sen, Lenin, and Sakyamuni. We were of those youths so eagerly searching for the truth. 28. Whether he was speaking at Lycée Quoc Hoc or to individuals and small groups at his home, Chow's message was the same: love for country, inspiration for what it could become, resolute resistance to the French, and the need for action. Time and again he spoke with Jip about democracy, the problems of Vietnam, and abuses by the French colonial government. The cock is crowing. Arise, he once told Jip, arise and prepare for action. One day Chow declaimed that the oppressed people will rise up one day and fight for their independence. And on that day, woe to the French. 29. Thus from the time of his enrollment at the Lycée in 1925, Jip's political awareness began to grow. Soon he invited other students to his boarding house room, where initially they discussed their classes at school. As their trust in one another grew, they talked, sometimes in whispers, of world problems and French colonialism in Vietnam. Those who gathered respected Jip for his excellent scholarship and his taste for revolution. In moments of repose, free from studies and talking politics with his friends, Jip sometimes crossed Hugh's Perfume River to the citadel, where he stretched out on top of the bore of a French cannon standing in the shade near the gates of the old imperial palace. There he continued to ponder the things he was learning and the shape his life might take in years to come. 30 perhaps, he thought, he might become a teacher in order to instill in the young feelings of patriotism and love of the freedom being trampled underfoot by the foreign colonialists. 31. The Quoc Hoc of Hue, Jip has said, was indeed the cradle of the student patriotic movement of Annam. His Quoc Ngo teacher, for one, emphatically shared his own anti-colonial views with students. Excited by hearing such opinions from teachers and from Chow, Jip and his friends became ever more convinced that one day France must release Vietnam from its bondage. They passed patriotic poems and essays around among themselves and gloried in the sentiments they read. Jip discovered nationalist newspapers such as L'Eperia and Vietnam Han and carefully read them. 32. Then in 1926, during Jip's second year in school, Hai Triu, one of his friends, lent him a small book that would change his life. Disguised with a false cover and title embossed in Arabic letters, the pamphlet was actually an essay written by Ho Chi Minh, then using the pen name Nguyen Ai Quoc. Entitled Le Procès de la Colonisation Française, it inflamed Jip's imagination. He went out into a field and climbed a tree so as to read it without interruption. The essay, he recalled, inspired us with so much hatred, and thrilled us. 33. It was the first strand of the cable that would eventually bind his fortunes with those of Ho Chi Minh and the revolutionary cause in Vietnam. Enraptured by the ideas of worldly revolutionaries elsewhere, Jip avidly read French-language texts of other writings by Nguyen Ai Quoc and studied the works of Marx and Lenin. Feelings among Quoc Hoc boys grew ever more tense as they talked and studied about their land's problems under the rule of France. There came a time when talk was no longer enough. They called for actions that might demonstrate their anti-French sentiments and patriotism. We blew up whenever chance provided an occasion, Jip recalls, and there was an abundance of opportunity. They demonstrated when the French turned down a request from Phan Boi Chow that he be freed from house arrest. Their ire rose again when Phan Chu Trinh died. Trinh, an Annamite and a leading reformer, had been imprisoned in 1908 for his part in supporting a peasant demonstration in Annam. After a time at the prison island of Peloponnese, he was sent into exile to France. In 1925 the French allowed him to return to Vietnam, where he died the following year. 34. His funeral caused a widespread explosion of patriotic feelings. At Lycée Quoc Hoc, in memory of Trin, the boys dressed themselves in white mourning clothes. According to Jup, this act enraged the French headmaster, who, with his supervisors, was in any case hard and inquisitorial with the students. At about that time Jup also took it upon himself to collect money to help those held in French prisons. The breaking point for Jup in his relations with the school administration came in 192-7. The headmaster, whom Jup had nicknamed the Tyrant of Quoc Hoc, charged another student, Nguyen, with cheating during an examination. Duo, well known for his anti-colonialist opinions, was one of Jup's close friends. Jup was certain there had been no cheating, he knew his friend too well. He believed the headmaster had made up the accusation simply as a way of ridding the school of a troublemaker. It was an injustice Jup could not overlook. Jup and Duo talked with their closest friends and classmates, who, in turn, talked to other students. They participated in a protest, a quit school movement. Both boys were surprised at the extent to which others took up this cause. It spread quickly throughout the lycée, then next door to Dongcon, the girls' high school, then even into area parochial secondary schools run by the Roman Catholic Church, and across the face of Central Annam. 36. Although the quit school movement quickly collapsed, lycée authorities solemnly and righteously expelled Jup from the Quoc Hoc. Jup was not surprised he had acted in full knowledge of the probable consequences, yet his expulsion still left him raging with anger. To vent his feelings, Jup wrote out an article in French down with the Tyrant of Quoc Hoc, which he submitted to Phan Van Truong, publisher of El Annam, a French-language newspaper in Saigon. It was then the only newspaper openly criticizing French colonial policies and was widely read as far north as Hue. Truong published the piece. It was Jup's first venture into journalism. 37. He was 16 years old. Remaining in Hue after leaving the Quoc Hoc, Jup organized an underground reading library. Most of the documents he collected were supplied by French communist organizations. For a time he and Nguyen pondered the possibility of fleeing Vietnam. Perhaps they should go abroad to join others in exile there. Difficulties prevented us, he said later. However, we continued to hope and wait for a favorable occasion. 38. In those unsettled days following the end of his schooling, Jup sometimes traveled back to an XA to see his father, Him, and his mother, Kien. He was filled with turmoil, and the peace of his home village gave him an occasional sense of calm. During one of those home visits, his schoolmate Nguyen visited him there and told of a newly organized group, the Tan Viet Cach Men Dang, known as Tan Viet. The secret group advocated political and social reform. Duo was already a member. Perhaps Jup might be interested as well. 39. We did not know how to fight. While an angry young Vion Nguyen Jup considered whether to join the Tan Viet, great changes were sweeping the world that would soon engulf him and mold decades of his life. The era of colonialism was coming to an end. European nations long controlled immense expanses of Asia and Africa. Now, in the second decade of the 20th century, that rigid structure was weakening. Millions of Japanese, intent on building a modern society, gloried in their recent defeat of Tsarist Russia at the naval battle of Tsushima Straits during the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-5, and the Russian Empire shuddered and drew back. Revolution soon destroyed the Tsarist regime and installed a new government under Vladimir Ulyanov, known to his fellows as Nikolai Lenin. Revolution came also to China in 1911 when Sun Yat-sen brought his ideas home from his Hawaiian exile. The Great War drastically weakened the countries of Europe both financially and socially and redrew the continent's political map. Peoples of Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, the Baltic states, and Finland found themselves independent, some for the first time in centuries. Many who lived under European colonial rule in Asia and Africa wondered, why them and not us? Perhaps for the first time they began to realize that their masters were not wholly invincible, and they dreamed. Threats to colonial systems became potentially graver in 1919 when Lenin ordered the creation of the Communist International. Despite the 19. fact that Russia was in chaos and the success of his own revolution had not yet been assured, Lenin dedicated himself to the worldwide overthrow of capitalism and its nation-state supporters. By the last years of the 1920s, his Comintern agents worked quietly and clandestinely to develop and heighten native discontent in many colonial territories around the world. When those people asked for relief and improvement in their conditions, the Dutch, English, and French reacted in shocked horror, tightening the strands by which they governed their colonists into steel bands. In Annam, 43-year-old Emperor Khai Dinh met an untimely death in November 1925, the same year in which Nguyen Nguyen entered the Lycée Quoc Hoc. Many Vietnamese raised their voices to call not for independence but for economic improvements and for a return to political conditions agreed on under the terms of the Harman Treaty of 1883. The French seized this moment to strengthen their control. They insisted that Khai Dinh must be succeeded by the Crown Prince, Bao Dai, only 12 years old and a schoolboy in Paris. Until he came of age they would rule in his name. In the interim, the French resident Superior at Hue arrogantly assumed for himself most of the last remaining remnants of imperial power, while his government arranged for Bao Dai to continue his studies in Paris for another 7 years. These actions intensified anti-French sentiments among the Vietnamese. Then came the Great Depression of 1929, which caused a disastrous plunge in the price of rice. Hardship and famine increased. Annamese nationalists and communists, hearing of the actions of Sun Yat-sen and Mao Zedong in China and faced with the problems of the worldwide depression, began to organize themselves. Nationalists formed several small societies of disenchanted intellectuals who debated endlessly. Communists operated with more discipline and built upon a wider base, reaching down to include the great mass of those who labored endlessly and without surcease in rice paddies, among the trees of rubber plantations, and in the deadly mines. Conditions on rubber plantations illustrate the neglect and savagery under which millions of Vietnamese toiled, watched by their French colonial masters. Workers labored to exhaustion from before dawn until after sunset, working in groves where the air steamed with liquid heat. Lunch consisted of a ball of sticky rice. Their drinking and cooking water came from brackish, mosquito-infested streams. At any time of the day or night they might be beaten at the whim of the CAI, fellow Annamese overseers, many of them brutish sadists who served the French as labor foremen, police, and jailers. One device used by CAI consisted of beating laborers on the soles of their feet with bamboo rods and then forcing those hapless victims to run hobbling until they dropped. Replacements for workers were cheap, and so they could be beaten like animals and even killed. On every plantation was an isolation cell in which native troublemakers and the intemperate were thrown. Barracks of ragged thatch, through which water streamed from daily rains, housed laborers sometimes packed so tight many were forced to sleep seated, more than a few of them shaking with the chills of malarial fever. Wearing ragged clothes, their emaciated bodies covered with sores, these yellows, these workers, endured agonizing days and listened receptively to whispers about a new secret organization, the Vietnam Quoc Dan Dang, composed of nationalists and patriots working to free them from the French. The VNQDD, or Vietnamese Nationalist Party, was founded in 1927 by Nguyen Thai Hoc, modeled after the political party of Sun Yat-sen in China. Born in the Red River Delta, Hoc was at first a moderate reformer, but became ever more inflamed when the French repeatedly ignored even mild requests for change. So Ho's VNQDD dedicated itself to violent overthrow of the colonial regime and restoration of Vietnam's independence. The VNQDD's lower-class origins made it, in many ways, closer to the laboring poor than were the communists, many of whom as Nguyen Nguyen would be were disenchanted and radicalized students from established middle-class families. The VNQDD also held, rightly enough, that communists, and Nguyen Ai Quoc in particular, were responsible for the arrest in China of Phan Boi Chau. To have treated a national hero in this way was, they said, shameful and unforgivable. In the years between 1927 and 1929, VNQDD agents organized an extensive following among radical young intellectuals, among workers, and even among soldier members of the French-run militia forces. In the summer of 1929, Hoc devised plans for an insurrection in 1930, to begin with attacks on French military posts in the Red River Delta. Lacking military experience or guidance, leaders of the insurrection made grave mistakes in coordination and control that ultimately doomed their efforts. A competing group was composed of Indo-Chinese communist dissidents who worked hard to counter the appeal of the VNQDD. Lacking funds, they sometimes robbed wealthy Vietnamese, and thus many looked upon them as no more than brigands. In the political flux of those days, the Vietnam Thanh Nguyen Cach Minh Dong Chi Hoi, or Thanh Nguyen, established by Nguyen Ai Quoc in 1925, split into two factions. One formed the Duong Duong Kong San Dang in 1929, and the remnant became the An Nam Kong San Dang. All too often these groups spent time and effort fighting each other instead of the French. Those years between 1927 and 1929 were the same ones during which ex-schoolboy Vuong Nguyen Giap joined his first secret society. Giap already knew of numerous secret societies and clandestine political parties competing with one another, all supposedly having the aim of securing Vietnamese independence. They were also, he knew, ineffective, for they spent their time in endless discussions, in pointless meetings, in debating resolutions never carried out. Now Giap's friend Nguyen Chi Dieu offered him the opportunity to join the Tan Viet, and he did so enthusiastically in 1927. Although the Tan Viet was a non-communist organization, its political rhetoric sounded very Marxist. Its expressed goal was to carry out first a national revolution and then a world revolution. The party hierarchy ordered Giap to remain in Hue, working on their programs. Within a year, the Tan Viet began to split into factions, and Giap allied himself with the communist-oriented one. Indeed, he has taken credit for organizing it, having written that Nguyen Chi Dieu and Giap laid the foundations of the first communist cell within the Tan Vietnam. Tired of debates, Giap was more and more drawn by the organization, efficiency, and discipline of the Communist Party. 2. Enthused by his new responsibilities and as a cover for his Tan Viet activities, Giap found a job working for Win Tuk Kang, publisher of the Shan Dan newspaper in Hue. It was the most important of the reform-minded newspapers in Annam, and although the 2D Bureau watched Kang and his employees carefully and read with care the pages he printed, for a time the police allowed it to continue in operation. Giap threw himself into his new work and soon became familiar with every aspect of operating a newspaper and all the problems of journalism. He read everything possible, from commentaries on the world's situation to social analysis. He wrote his articles with meticulous care, seeking the precise word needed to convey his exact meaning. One story Giap wrote in which he investigated French capitalist exploitation of Vietnam was entitled Trading Firms with Capital Over 1 Million of Dong. French authorities severely censured him for writing it. Authorship of the article and the subsequent censure caused Giap to adopt a tactic he followed for the rest of his life. Giap knew he was constantly spied on by the 2D Bureau and was aware that at any moment the French could put an end both to his work at the newspaper and his duties for Tan Viet. As cover for his activities, Giap therefore began signing his articles under different aliases. He later recalled two he used while at Shan Dan, Van Dinh and Hai Tan. 3. As he sought to continue his work and avoid difficulties with the police, Giap listened to every rumor that told of the growing tension within Vietnam between his people and the French authorities. And he held his breath, knowing that soon blood would flow. The time for Nguyen Thi Ho's planned VNQDD uprising in 1930 came ever closer. Although Hoc ordered attacks on major French garrisons at Hung Hoa, Lam Thao, and Ha Noi, the opening blow was to be mounted against a French hill fort, just outside the town of Yen Bay, on a curve of the Red River some 60 miles from Hanoi. It was one of 3 built on jungled uplands of northern Tonkin as a first line of defense in case of a Chinese invasion. The poorly armed VNOD rebels hoped to persuade Vietnamese troops serving under the French to surrender their weapons or, better yet, to join the attack and turn their guns against French officers and NCOs. Disaster struck even before the attack could be mounted. When some carefully hoarded bombs accidentally exploded, French authorities realized they faced a crisis and moved swiftly to arrest VNOD leaders. Afraid that the French would break the back of his group and all would be lost if they waited until the agreed-upon day of attack, Hoc sent word to waiting patriots for the uprising to begin on February 9, 1930. Then Hoc changed his mind and postponed the date to February 15. VNOD members gathering around Yen Bei did not receive these new orders. They struck out, expecting to be a part of a widespread rebellion, but they moved alone while others waited for the 15th. VNOD rebels gathered outside Yen Bei in the quiet hours of darkness during the night of 8/9 February 1930. Around their foreheads they wore bands of red and gold silk, red for the revolution, gold representing the people of Vietnam. On their sleeves they wore red armbands stenciled with the words Vietnamese Revolutionary Forces. They attacked early on February 9 while those within the fort still slept. Lack of coordination, unwillingness on the part of many Vietnamese soldiers within the fort to join in the fray, and staunch resistance by the French all contributed to the rout of the rebels. French units came up the Red River Valley by train to cut off their retreat, although some few escaped downriver to safety among the faceless population of Hanoi. The raid brought terrible retribution down upon the VNOD and anyone even suspected of sympathizing with its aims. When, a few days later, Hoc launched another raid in the lower delta against a French post there, his group became victims of the first air attack ever mounted in Indochina. The pilots were not particular who fell prey to their weapons. Flying 5 wood and fabric Potez 35 biplanes, they dropped 60 22-pound bombs and then strafed the ground with Lewis guns swivel mounted in their cockpits. By the time they flew off, 200 men, women, and children lay dead. Hoc himself was soon captured while trying to escape into China. Along with dozens of other members of the VNOD, he was taken in mid-June to Yen Bei and guillotined. French reprisals decimated the party, and survivors fled into exile in southern China, where the VNOD continued to exist as a shadow organization until an attempted return to Vietnam during 1945-46. Vietnamese testing of French rule did not end with the collapse of the Yen Bei risings. Communist agents, impressed by the sympathy, admiration, and increased patriotism sweeping the nation in the wake of the VNOD attacks, de 23. Decided it was time for action of their own to exploit the opportunity. The party hoped to destroy local governmental machinery and replace it with ex-Soviet communist-run peasant associations. Their members spread a call for a rising, followed by factory strikes and riots on rubber plantations. A great surge of peasant support developed. To them, nothing seemingly could be worse than the famine already scourging a third of the population. On May 1, 1930, May Day, communist-led Yellows raised the hammer and sickle flag in northern Annam in the provinces of Nguyen, Ha Tinh, and Quang Ngai. These protests quickly developed into riots. The movement spread into some rich provinces of Cochin China, Ben Tre, Tra Vinh, Vinh Long, and Kiên Giang. Violence on both sides spread like a flame. The French called this period the Red Terror, while Vietnamese nationalists and communists knew it as the White Terror. Peasants carrying spears and knives protested against high taxes and Mandarin corruption. They burned district government offices, slew landlords, and pro-French officials. Many who served the French fled for safety to Nha An's provincial capital of Vinh. Near anarchy hovered over the jungles, paddies, and groves of Annam. During the summer and fall of 1930, angry Vietnamese gained control in hundreds of Annamese villages and set up a local ex-Soviet in each that lowered taxes and rents. They seized land and redistributed it. They hunted down and punished greedy landlords who had not fled to safety. Peasants who refused to join the communist cause were often tortured, their teeth pulled, their noses and ears cut off, and their thin beards set afire, before they were hanged or strangled or drowned. In September, communist leaders planned a great unarmed march of peasants into Vinh to publicize their plight and demand help from the French resident there. Planes from El Army de l'Air caught them on a long stretch of narrow road hemmed by trees and flooded paddies and bombed them, then strafed the bloodied and mutilated survivors. Over 200 fell victim to French air power. In a day when authorities had no fear of reporters sowing stories of repression before the court of world opinion, the French moved swiftly to destroy this threat. They systematically destroyed villages that had materially or financially supported the rebels. Troops then entered the shattered communities and systematically killed all cattle and poultry and then burned rice stalks. Bamboo hedges sheltering the villages were cut off at ground level. 4. One man recalled those days. As a young elementary school student in 1931, still remember seeing many posters along the streets with illustrations representing insurgents as murderers and rapists burning houses in hamlets, cutting heads off children and raping women in the middle of marketplaces. 5. Even distant relatives of captured rebels were condemned as criminals and refused access to jobs or prohibited from further schooling. The colonial administration imprisoned or exiled some 70,000 nationalist and communist Vietnamese and executed another 700 without even the show of a trial. This operation had not been without costs to the French. 2 had died during that time of trouble. In a matter of months, the power and hopes of both Vinod nationalists and the communists had been destroyed. The party leadership had been gutted. Many were executed, imprisoned, or exiled. Local organizations were almost totally destroyed, and those who remained alive were forced underground until the emergence of the Popular Front government in France in 1936. Yet a lesson was there for those willing to see it. The potential military and political power of rural peasants was available to those willing to cultivate their needs and interests and use them. The communists learned and applied this knowledge during and after World War II. The nationalists did not. Nguyen continued to live a double life. There was no choice for him as the white terror of French rage coursed through the land. While openly working long hours at the Shandan newspaper, Giap was also deeply involved in clandestine activities for the Thanh Viet Party. It was an arduous and dangerous life for a young man of only 19 years. Giap needed to keep a close watch on his surroundings, aware of those in crowds around him on the street, looking to discover any who followed him. He knew he was the subject of careful investigation by agents of the 2D Bureau, who kept detailed notes of their observations and entered them into waiting files, the gist of which was regularly forwarded to HANOI headquarters. It was about this time that a curious figure came like a shadow into Giap's life for a season, eventually bringing him undreamed rewards. This man was Louis Marty, Directeur d'Affaires Politiques de Sureté Générale du Gouvernement Général pour l'Indochine, Vietnam's top French cop. An old Asia hand fluent in both Chinese and Vietnamese, Marty had come to the area in the early years of the 20th century and served successive governors general as head of intelligence and security operations. Although ruthless enough when he felt it to be necessary, Marty hoped that the French administration in Indochina could defuse radical Vietnamese anti-Gallic attitudes by encouraging colonization by means of books, so he encouraged publication of books and journals printed in Quoc Ngo rather than the traditional Chinese ideographs. One such publication was Nam Phuong, edited for a time by Pham Nguyen, and Marty believed all such efforts provided Vietnamese intellectuals, especially young ones, with a grand alternative to political activities that might threaten the stability of the colon's regime. This policy would be a conquête morale de habitants après la conquête matérielle du pays. In his HANOI office, located in the vicinity of the Botanical Garden near Trelai. 13. Giap soon found a job, on Marichal Foch Street, as an accountant. He also offered private tutoring in mathematics and French. It did not take Giap long to learn that Mr. Bin's family home was not far from Professor Mai's dwelling, and Quang Tai became one of his students. As he spent ever more time with her in their tutoring sessions, Giap's feelings for her deepened. 14. Giap already knew Quang Tai's sister, Minh Khai, only a year older than he. Although both daughters of Mr. Binh were militant in their desire to see the end of French rule over Vietnam, Minh Khai was more revolutionary. She began her anti-French activities while still a student at the College of Cao Chien Du in Vinh. In March 1926, when she was only 16, Khai joined other participants in public ceremonies mourning the death of the patriot Phan Chu Trinh, who had long called for national independence. While she demonstrated in Vinh, Giap did so also as a student at Lycée Quoc Hoc in Hue. Both Giap and Minh Khai joined the Ten Viet in 1927, and both were drawn to its more militant wing. Recognizing her leadership abilities, fellow members elected her to the provincial committee of the party. Political activity absorbed all Minh Khai's energy. During the summer of 1930, just a few weeks before Giap's arrest and probably just in time to save herself from the French police dragnet, Minh Khai took a boat to Hong Kong, where she worked in the Asian office of the Communist International. She returned to Vinh only SPO/27. Radically, and then in great secrecy. She could rarely remain at home more than a few days or a week before she had to flee again back to Hong Kong. An extraordinarily emancipated woman for her time, Minh Khai enjoyed sports, including competition swimming, an activity unusual for Vietnamese women. British police in Hong Kong arrested her on April 29, 1931 for political activities, and she remained imprisoned until 1932. Authorities there then turned her over to Chinese authorities in Canton, who imprisoned her until 1934. Following a brief visit to Vinh, Minh Khai returned for a time to Hong Kong, where she met the man she would later marry, Le Hong Fong. Soon she was in Moscow for a course of political training at the Oriental School there. In July 1935, Minh Khai went to Moscow as part of the Vietnamese delegation to the 7th Congress of the Communist International. She finally returned to Vietnam in 1937, and for a time she worked closely on party matters in Saigon with Le Hong Fong and there became his wife. Minh Khai also served as chief liaison between the Communist Party in Vinh and the Central Committee of the party in Hanoi. In September 1939, with the French police closing in on her, she once again disappeared into the clandestine underground. Despite her fugitive ways, politics caused both Minh Khai and Giap to encounter one another with some frequency from 1937 until he fled into China in May 1940. 5. Younger sister Quang Thai felt drawn toward the activism displayed by Minh Khai. She was sufficiently militant to have caused the 2D Bureau to start a dossier on her before she was 15. Already she boasted a prison record for patriotism. Tutored by Giap, she could only deepen her devotion to free Vietnam from French control. And then her teacher left Vinh. When Professor Dang Thai Mai accepted a new position on the faculty of the private Lycée Thang Long in Hanoi in 1933, Giap chose to move north with him and his family, leaving Quang Thai behind in Vinh. Before leaving he promised not to forget her. Later, in the capital city of Tonkin, Giap continued to live with Professor Mai and his family. 16. Louis Marty, Director of Political Affairs, whose agents had watched Giap for so long, now took a more personal interest in him, making it possible for him to complete his education. At this juncture the details may never be known. Giap himself refused to comment on Marty, asserting that all such questions were inspired by non-serious, even false, and reactionary documents. 17. It seemed to be a callous attitude toward one who provided a way for him to complete his schooling. Whenever and however it happened, Marty came to know of the brilliant, angry young Annamese militant. Little exists to explain the reason for the humane treatment Marty was about to offer Giap. Perhaps it was enough that he believed it was easier to administer a colony inhabited by friendly junior partners than to rule over sullen foreigners. Perhaps he realized that it was better not to let such a gifted person, with the possibility of a good career, a man who might become a faithful servant of France, become lost in the seething underclass of Vietnam. To Marty, Giap seemed to have learned his lesson, and it was time to tame and neutralize the young man. Jip may somehow have placated the terrible suspicions the French government held toward all who might threaten its hold on Indochina. He would not have been the first enemies to be rehabilitated. But Marty committed the worst mistake of his career when he reached out to Jip, for by this act he contributed to the eventual demise of French rule in Vietnam. 18. Marty encouraged Jip, during meetings in 1933, to study independently and then apply to take the first part of the baccalaureate examination. That would secure for him a high school diploma, the equivalent of an American Associate of Arts degree. If he passed, Marty said, he would sponsor Jip's entrance to the famous Hanoi school Lycée Albert Sarraut, named after one of Indochina's most progressive former governors. All intellectuals in Vietnam went to Hanoi to study. It was the center of intellectual activity. The Lycée Albert Sarraut was simply the best. 19. What Marty proposed was to be no easy task for two reasons. Perhaps one of the gravest prohibitions imposed on the people of Vietnam came through French regulations barring most youth from entrance to higher education and from competitive examinations for government positions. These limitations were necessary, the French claimed, to avoid overcrowding the schools and to prevent troublemakers from causing problems for the colonial administration. It was considered a very special favor when even Francophile families occasionally received a special passport allowing a son to go abroad to France or elsewhere to continue his studies. In all of Tonkin, only one center existed where students could take the final examination for their baccalaureate degree in Hanoi. In all of Annam, after about 1937, the same condition obtained in Hue. And of those who took such tests, the great majority failed. In Hue in 1943, for example, 3,000 students took the examination and only 61 received a passing grade. The second reason posed an even graver difficulty. Under French colonial authority, young Vietnamese troublemakers never got a second chance. If they were expelled from school, their education ended. There was no recourse from this rigidity. 20. If Jip was to receive further schooling, he would need all the help he could get. Marty was ready to offer it. 21. While he immersed himself in his books, Jip also found it necessary to obtain different small jobs to earn enough money to survive. For a time he worked as a research assistant for Pierre Gora, the major French geographer of Indochina, author of such books as Peasants of the Tonkin Delta and The Agriculture of French Indochina. 22. When free of other duties, Jip focused on his studies, and when the next examination was held, he passed without undue difficulty. We did not know how to fight. 29. Then applied to enter Lycée Albert Sarraut in Hanoi and, with Marty's sponsorship, was accepted. Was there a quid pro quo for Marty? There may well have been. A curious undated, unattributed typescript in the Indochina archive lists certain salient facts about Jip's life, including the statement that from 1936 to 1939 he acted as intermediary between the Indochinese Communist Party, in Hanoi when making contacts with Marty, Director of Political Affairs of the French Security Police in Indochina. No indication is given as to what those contacts consisted of nor why they were necessary. 23. What might Marty have gotten from such an arrangement? Perhaps information on plans, policies, and memberships of other political parties in competition with the Communists of Vietnam. What might Jip have gained? Not only his education. A Vietnamese scholar suggests that Jip, both intelligent and astute, double-crossed the old fox Marty by applying the tactic of tuong ke tuyuk, making Marty believe he had been trapped in order better to trap, in turn, his adversary, to use his sponsor so that when the time came he would be better able to achieve his own goals. 24. Whatever the reason, Jip seemed to lead a charmed life during the late 1930s, a time when others were in real danger. A great many things broke in his favor while all around him party members and comrades were arrested, exiled, imprisoned for lengthy terms at places like Pulo Condor, the prison island, and even guillotined. Jip emerged unscathed. His relationship with Marty seems to have ended in 1939 with the outbreak of World War II. In September 1932, the same year in which Giap was released from prison, the French had finally allowed Crown Prince Bao Dai to return from Paris to Vietnam, where he was crowned emperor. He was 18, a cosmopolitan, and out of place among his court of mandarins and the ancient etiquette that mandated all actions. Tyrannized by his mother, dubbed by French colons the Tigress, he began to take long, solitary hunts in the forest and to suffer from nervous breakdowns. Yet he was determined to restore some vestige of self-government and to instigate needed internal reforms. During the time Giap was studying to pass the baccalaureate and hoping to enter Lycée Albert Sarraut, Emperor Bao Dai was taking his first steps toward reform. Powerless, lonely, and frustrated, Bao Dai revealed an independence of mind which surprised the French. They thought they had trained all such traits out of him before his return. 25. Bao Dai certainly was no militant. He hoped to promote a loyal alliance between France and Vietnam based upon their own Treaty of 2 August 5, 1883, but ultimately could convince neither the French nor his own people. In internal affairs at Tai Hoa Palace, he halted the practice of mandarins prostrating themselves in his presence. By tradition, emperors had little direct contact with their people. Most saw him only in his pictures. Bao Dai, a shy man, wanted to simplify traditionally hallowed practices and bring himself closer to his people, so he forbade mandarins to prostrate themselves in his presence, abolished the official harem, and selected a new cabinet that included, for the first time, a man who was not a mandarin. 26. Bao Dai was incensed at the disparity between salaries received by Vietnamese in high office and those paid to French colons. A governor of a large province, like the brother of Ngo Dinh Diem, governor of Quang Nam province, earned less than a simple French policeman on duty in Hanoi, he wrote. 27. This was common practice. Colons military and civilian alike were so well treated, even coddled with excessive allowances for service in Indochina, that a saying appeared in France, Il faut être fils d'archevêque pour pouvoir être préfet en Indochine. 28. The case of Huang Xianhan serves as an example. A graduate from the École Polytechnique in France and later Minister of National Education in Vietnam, Han served during the 1930s as Professor of Sciences at Lycée Albert Sarraut in Hanoi. Despite his education and the difficulty of the classes he taught, his salary there was but half that of the French janitor at the same school, a man who had finished only junior high school. 29. It was no wonder that Bao Dai wanted such unequal treatment ended. After just 18 months of facing French stubbornness, Bao Dai felt hopeless. All has been in vain, he wrote. I now believe the nationalist insurgents were right. And I am not the only one to think so. Even in France many people share this opinion. Recently, he continued, I read this sentence from André Malraux, it is hard to conceive of a courageous Vietnamese who is not a revolutionary. Bao Dai recalled how Pham Nguyen, his Minister of Education, had written a decade earlier that Vietnamese are like foreigners in their own country. That sentiment burned in his heart as well. I also feel that way, he insisted. During a recent trip to Tonkin I was a sovereign stranger. The French have put me in this situation. I live inside my own country as a foreign sovereign in exile like my predecessors but in exile in my own country, amidst my own people, themselves also in exile. 30. As Emperor Bao Dai struggled to exert even some small level of influence on French colonial policy, Nguyen prepared himself to apply for admission to Lycée Albert Sarraut in Hanoi, encouraged to do so by his sponsor, Marty. Giap obtained the first part of the French baccalaureate in 193 by passing the required examination. Now it was time to enter the school itself. Although most vacancies for the freshman class were reserved for the sons and daughters of French colons, Indochinese youth could qualify by passing a competitive examination, and that is what Giap did. When administrators at Albert Sarraut announced the opening of vacancies for freelance candidates, Giap applied and, on the recommendation of Marty, was accepted. He was also helped by a longtime member of the French Communist Party and professor of philosophy at the University of Hanoi, Marcelna, who intervened to have admission fees dropped for Jip. Na apologized to the authorities on behalf of Jip for his involvement in protest movements, explaining that the misguided boy had believed they were based on the ideal of the 1789 French Revolution, the study of which was a part of the instruction for all schools in Vietnam. 31. Jip fit well into a student body chafing under French rule. He was as determined as any of his fellows to struggle for Vietnamese freedom, but membership in the Ten Viet, his earlier problems with the 2D Bureau, and his prison term had all taught him well. He knew how to discipline himself, how to hide his emotions, and how to stay away from trouble. There is no indication during his months at Lycée Albert Sarraut that the 2D Bureau paid him any special attention. To all appearances, he had learned his lesson and would be, in the years ahead, a compliant subject of French rule in Indochina. Working with dedication and speed in regular classes, Jip soon stood ranked first in philosophy. A former student at the school, Nguyen too, recalls what life there was like. Admission was the first hurdle. We had to write an essay in French, graded both on content and spelling. Then we had to reason out the answers for mathematic problems. Lastly, we had to sing a French song. I knew only one. I asked a boy who already attended the lycée to teach it to me. Mr. Tu laughed at the memory of his simple ploy. One day was devoted to the written examination, another for oral questions. The examination was given by the French. 32. Mr. Tu, a man in his 80s, could remember only 2 Vietnamese on the faculty. There were, he recalled, about 1,000 students at the school when he attended it in the early 1930s. From 7:30 until 11:30 a.m. and again from 2:30 to 5:30 p.m. we attended classes. Students studied very hard, but there was time to walk the streets of Hanoi, to sit on the banks of the Hon Kim, to organize teams and play soccer against one another. There was also time to think about his country. I was always thinking of liberating our nation from French rule. Others who shared my view, we got together, even students from other lycées, and we discussed how to fight them and to set our country free. Our own idea was how to be patriotic. We talked outside the grounds of the lycée. But we talked about that in our own way. We were not mature. Some of us were arrested because we were still very naive. We did not know how to fight. 33. Those last words formed a lament that explained the continuing plight of all militant Vietnamese. They did not yet know how to fight. By the end of 1934, Jip had completed the second part of the baccalaureate. 34. Now that he was armed with his degree, it did not take him long to find work as a teacher at Lycée Thang Long, a private school in Hanoi, where he taught history and the French language for 3 hours daily. Operated by Nguyen Tu Cang, Thang Long was a center of revolutionary sentiment and activity. Jip relished the atmosphere. Glad to have work and an income, Jip still wanted to continue his education. Increasingly disappointed by the lack of discipline and fervor he found within the Ten Viet Party and ever more interested in a pure communism, Jip wanted to know more about political economy and so applied for and was granted admission to the School of Law at the University of Hanoi. 35. As if teaching a heavy load at Thang Long while also attending graduate school at the university were not a sufficient burden, Jip soon decided also to publish his own newspaper. Before long, he was going to be busier than he had believed possible. 3. They set their hopes on the same cause. As a teacher at Thang Long and a graduate student at the university, Nguyen Jip continued to board at Professor Mai's home. At work his students held him in high esteem, and his principal, Ton That Ben, also initially approved of him. He fit right in with the mood at the school, which one man described as seething with anti-colonial feeling and socialist debate about Vietnam's future. 2. His students ranged in age from 14 to 18, and the school itself maintained a curriculum roughly equivalent to that of a combination American senior high school and junior college. Jip used history to further his political goals. He believed that teaching it helped him to imbue my students with patriotism. 3. In later years, former students recall Jip's days in the classroom. Jip was really respected, Nguyen too recalled. He was a very dedicated and strong patriot. Always he spoke of how to oust the French. Of course he did not speak of communism, only nationalism. So at the time all of us saw him as a patriot and did not think of him as a communist. Jip, a dedicated communist, turned many classroom lectures in history into political harangues. 4. One student who later fled the communist north in 1954 recalled that Jip was renowned among the student body as an excellent lecturer on historical topics, particularly military history. Many remembered him as a fanatic fighter who never smiled and never let interlocutors convince him in anything. He remembered how Jip could step to a blackboard and draw in the most minute detail every battle plan of Napoleon. 5. Another student was 13-year-old Nguyen, who remembered Jip as a man already possessed by the demons of revolution and battle. Jip's history course was to cover France from 1789 to the middle of the 19th century. From the very beginning, Jip made it plain that he would treat material in his own way. As he stood before his students on the term's opening day, Jip looked at them and then said, "There are a lot of books about this stuff. If you want to know about it, you can look it up. I'm only going to tell you about two things, the French Revolution and Napoleon." 6. Half a century later, Nguyen still clearly remembered Jip's teaching style, his detailed descriptions of Marie Antoinette's luxury and decadence that left us with no doubts about the justice of her fate, the rousing accounts of the Committee for Public Safety, the Paris Commune, and the lives and deaths of Danton and Robespierre. Fascinated by the French Revolution and its leading figures, Jip spoke, Nguyen recalled, not as a mere historian but as a passionate advocate. 7. Nervously prowling back and forth at the front of the room, Jip described every action that demonstrated the development of Napoleon's tactics and strategy, separate battles where Napoleon flung his soldiers at the armies of Europe and even individual skirmishes between small units. All of it Jip had memorized. He wanted his students to know why this squadron of dragoons had been positioned here or why the Imperial Guard had charged at this particular moment. His classes sat silently, infected by his contagious excitement, enthralled by his stories, as they listened to the details of Napoleon's career Jip laid before them. 8. Despite the attention he gave to this subject, Jip later claimed that his interest in Napoleon simply grew out of his responsibility to teach his students the history of the French Revolution. 9. So Jip studied Napoleon's tactics and strategy until he knew them well. 10. It was not long before his students gave him two nicknames, the General and Napoleon. 11. So rumor has it, Jip walked and even talked in the Napoleonic manner, in short sentences, with his head hanging and his thumb stuck into his jacket. Colleagues described him as a cold fish, with a poker face, subject to sudden anger between moments of stony silence. One day another teacher allegedly asked him, "Aren't you playing Napoleon?" To which Jip replied, "I'm going to be Napoleon." He may well have thought of himself in this way, for in later days when he granted interviews, Jip regularly managed to work references to Napoleon into his monologues with reporters. 12. Jip worked with students both in and out of class. They occasionally stopped at his home after classes to talk, and Jip regularly tried to influence their political views. Nguyen remembers that he had a French-language copy. They sei their hopes on we same cause/35. Of Karl Marx's Das Kapital in his bookshelf. Jip urged him to read Marx and other socialist books. The Marxist model that Jip proposed, Nguyen said, left me cold and unconvinced. 13. Jip expected only the best from his pupils. Just as he had worked hard at Lycée Quoc Hoc in Hue, so now he insisted upon the same devotion to study from students at Lycée Thang Long. As he demanded from them, so also did he give to his own professors at the university, and thus he made a lasting impression on them. He was pleased with what he learned in his classes in law and political economy. They were subjects that had interested him since age 18 when he began his journalistic work at the Shangdan newspaper. 14. In 1947, Professor Marcel Na, Jip's communist teacher at the University of Hanoi, remembered him as a sentimental and passionate man, deeply attached both to his country and to communism. 15. Another instructor recalled that Jip was the most brilliant student at the university at that time, a young man eager to learn but introverted. 16. Another of Jip's instructors was also a Frenchman, Professor Grégoire Currey, who in later years returned to Paris. In April 1945, when the Japanese took control of Hanoi away from the French, officials of their secret police, the Kempeitai, ordered faculty members to be interned. Currey, who was then head of the political economy department at the university, received permission from one of the Japanese officers to go to his office and collect his papers. He retrieved only one pupil's dossier that belonging to Jip, perhaps in an attempt to protect him. "He was my favorite pupil," said Currey. "He was brilliant and very brave." When interviewed by a newsman in 1972, Currey still had Jip's file, which included a paper he had written titled "The Balance of Payments in Indochina." The essay, noted Currey, was an excellent expose on a difficult subject. It had clarity, method, and also personality. Currey's most intriguing memory, however, concerned the end of Jip's university career, when he was offered the opportunity to leave Vietnam to study in France. Jip had passed out top in political economy in 1938, Currey noted. "Every year we had a senior economist from Paris to pass the students," he explained. That year it was Nguyen Pirot. He was director of the cabinet of Paul Doumer, the prime minister. He told me he was very impressed by Jip's work and asked me about him. I said he had been in trouble with the authorities, that he was a hothead. Pirot then said, "We must take him out of the colonial environment. Bring him to Paris. He can study anything. We'll provide for him." Currey relayed the substance of his conversation with Pirot to Jip, who asked for some time to think about the offer. The second day he came back and said he could not abandon his comrades and act like an egoist. The scholarship was given to another student, Vu Van Hine. 17. Jip thus turned down this unusual offer to accept a scholarship to France, where he might study anything he liked. His fervor made him impervious to such French efforts to co-opt bright young Vietnamese for re-education in France, where they could be influenced to follow pathways safe to the empire. With the aid of Professor Currey, who prepared him for his examinations, Jip received in 1937 his licence en droit, equivalent to a Bachelor of Law degree, with a poor grade in public law but high marks in political economy. Later asked how he felt on that occasion, he answered with a droll and simple phrase, "Trace content." He chose not to obtain a certificate of administrative law, which would have allowed him to become an attorney. Over 50 years later, when asked why he had not become a lawyer, his answer was straightforward: "I never wished to be a lawyer." 18. Jip continued at the University of Hanoi during 1938, now studying at the graduate level, concentrating on his assignments in political economy, in hopes of one day receiving a doctor's degree. A voracious reader, he used the library's facilities extensively, systematically working his way through its holdings on history and communism. Other interests, however, took an increasing toll on his time, and his grades suffered accordingly. Finally, unable to keep up with his assignments and ever busier with other, more pressing interests, Jip left school forever, never receiving a doctorate in law or political science, as many Western writers have claimed. 19. The reason for the end of Jip's days as a student began 2 years earlier. Daily on his way to and from work at Lycée Thang Long, he walked down Trang Tien Street. It was his custom to stop at one intersection and read news accounts posted there on a bulletin board. One afternoon in May 1936, as he walked toward home, he saw on the bulletin board a notice of a momentous recent occurrence in France. The Front Populaire there, composed of several political parties, prominent among them communists and socialists, had won a general election. Gyp was elated as he read the news. He knew the forthcoming government would change at least some of the colonial restrictions governing Vietnam. There was no time to waste. It was a propitious moment to begin publishing a newspaper which could be filled with column after column of anti-colonial views. 20. Gyp spoke to a small group of friends, fellow teachers at Thang Long, and persuaded them to join him in his enterprise. Gyp knew of an existing weekly newspaper, struggling against bankruptcy, that the owner might be willing to sell. Pooling their savings, these teachers succeeded in purchasing publishing rights to this paper, Han Tre. Inasmuch as its owner already possessed the necessary licenses required by the colonial administration for a Vietnamese language newspaper, Gyp and his friends had no need to contend with the endless red tape required for a new application to publish. 21. On June 4, 1936, the socialist Léon Blum took his oath of office in Paris as France's new prime minister. 2 days later, aided by a small group of friends, they set their hopes on the same cause/37. Gyp published the first issue of the journal Han Tre Tap Moi. It was the first Vietnamese language publication to call for democracy and for amnesty for political prisoners, and to signify approval of the new French Popular Front government. It was a huge success. Gyp and the others could not print sufficient copies to satisfy reader demand. After only the 5th issue, however, French authorities closed down the newspaper. 22. Undismayed, Gyp decided to circumvent the colonial demands. He had been told he could not publish a Vietnamese language newspaper, but no one had forbidden him to print a newspaper in French. So Han Tre Tap Moi shut down, and on September 16, 1936 Le Travail put out its first issue, with Gyp serving as editor-in-chief. A few weeks later, one of Gyp's friends came to the paper's offices. The man was Dang Xianku, who, impressed with Mao's activities in China, used the alias Truong Chin, Long March. Just released from Sun La prison, where he had been held since 1930 for anti-French activities, this man would later become one of the leading party functionaries and a Politburo member. He made his way to Hanoi, posing as a journalist named Nguyen. Gyp welcomed him and put him to work on the newspaper. 23. The size of the editorial staff increased again early in 1937 when Pham Van Dong, later his country's prime minister for over 30 years, walked into the offices of Le Travail. Dong, like Gyp, had attended Lycée Quoc Hoc in Hue. French police arrested him in 1931, and he spent the years until 1937 at Pulo Condori. Now Pham Van Dong, Truong Chin, and Vion Nguyen Gyp would work together at Le Travail. 2 *. Gyp was intrigued by stories told him by Truong Chin and Pham Van Dong. They had been communists for several years, and their tales of devotion and sacrifice, of discipline and order, of goals and methods, sounded ever more tempting. As he listened, Gyp became ever more dissatisfied with the Ten Viet Party to which he belonged. Even its communist wing he had earlier helped organize now became simply an irrelevancy to him. Gyp wanted to work actively against the French, and now Truong Chin and Pham Van Dong held out to him the opportunity to do so by joining the Indochinese Communist Party. Founded in February 1930 as the Vietnamese Communist Party, it had changed its name on instructions from the Comintern in Moscow because Soviet leaders believed Vietnamese revolutionaries were too weak to defeat the French colonial regime on their own. They should join with communists in Laos and Cambodia to form a joint party representing all Indochina. Severely repressed, nearly destroyed by French authorities following the Natin Soviet revolt in 1930-31, survivors re-established their organization during the Popular Front years, 1936-39, and again became the primary political organization opposed to French rule in Vietnam. In 1937 it seemed the choice to make, and Jip gladly entered the ranks of that party. 25. He had hopes for the future based on the past. Under Pierre Gora he had studied the conditions and attitudes of Vietnamese peasants. First as a student and then as a teacher he had drunk deeply of the history of his own nation. Surely thoughts of the Tay Son Rebellion of 1771 and the later uprising of the Vinod at Yen Bay went far to convince him of what could be accomplished when a mass political base was combined with the tactics of surprise, flexibility, and strategic momentum. 26. Now with his political vision focused, Jip took his newspaper work even more seriously. On one occasion, he rode his bicycle from Hanoi to Cam Pha, north of Haiphong, and back in order to report on a miners' strike. 27. Together with Truong Chin, Jip organized several other newspapers that he published in French or in Vietnamese. Because of the new Popular Front government in France, which brought ripples of change even as far away as Indochina, limited political activity was permitted, including publication of nationalist newspapers. Jip spent more and more time writing articles. Who knew how long it would be possible to publish freely? At least 11 additional weekly journals Jip and Truong Chin initiated quickly appeared and disappeared as authorities became provoked and tracked down their locations. As well, Jip wrote articles for at least 3 other journals and sat on the editorial boards of still 2 more. In his spare time in 1937, Jip went as a delegate to the Congress of Newspapers of Central Vietnam and served as chairman for the first Congress of Newspapers of Tonkin. It is little wonder that he felt overwhelmed at times. 28. In the 7 months of its existence, Jip issued 30 issues of Le Travail. By now he knew every facet of newspaper work, he wrote leading articles and stories of current events, composed listings for the news in brief comments, investigated and reported on a variety of subjects dealing with colonialism, worked with type fonts on makeup and composition, inked rollers, operated the printing press, and very often even personally delivered copies of the newspaper. Responsibility for those duties would have been enough to wear a man down. The party demanded still more of Jip. When its leaders sent Truong Chin and Pham Van Dong on extraordinary missions that called them away from Hanoi, Jip remained at the newspaper offices alone. He was at his desk from 6 at night to 6 in the morning, writing and composing entire issues of the weekly newspaper, which sometimes ran to 48 pages. He went without sleep and had time only to swallow his breakfast before rushing headlong to his daily teaching duties at the lycée, where he continued to propagate his Marxist-Leninist ideas among his students and fellow teachers. Here was a driven man indeed. Sometimes this routine went on for days, sapping Jip of virtually all his energy. 29/39. Then, on April 16, 1937, authorities closed down the newspaper. Jip might have been more resentful had he not been so tired and in need of rest and recuperation. Working at a slower pace with Truong Chin during 1938, the pair embarked on another major venture, co-authoring a 2-volume study of agrarian problems in Vietnam that they published under the title The Peasant Problem, 1937 to 1938. Both authors used pseudonyms. Jip wrote as Van Dinh and Truong Chin used Quan In, the alias he had claimed since arriving in Hanoi. They argued that a communist revolution could be both peasant and proletarian based. The author Wilfred Burchett, a later apologist for all things communist, described the book as a masterly analysis and a profound study that ultimately formed the basis for the Communist Party and later Viet Minh policies toward the peasantry. 30. By 1939, Jip had gone far within Vietnam's new communist organization. He was in a position to share with only a few others the leadership of the colony's most potent political force. Other parties were in disarray, their membership scattered, their leaders arrested and imprisoned or executed. Because of training establishments in the USSR and China, the Communists could replace their leaders more easily than other groups who did not have this outside assistance. Apart from Ho Chi Minh, masquerading as Nguyen Ai Quoc somewhere in the Soviet Union, only 2 other leaders could claim high place within the party hierarchy. Pham Van Dong was one. He was immediately above Jip in party ranking and was 6 years older. The other was Truong Chin, veteran of one prison sentence and destined for another close on the heels of the August 1939 Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact and on the resultant wave of French repression in Vietnam. Unless Jip fell prey to French authorities, he had a very bright future. Jip's rise came about through a combination of hard work and luck. He was the right age and thus got his education through the cracks at a time when Vietnam was beset neither by uprisings nor Japanese occupation nor French repressions. He was able both to belong to the party and to continue his schooling. He supported himself by his party writings, thus endearing himself to the hierarchy. Other parties were not as shrewd in their analysis of Vietnam's needs. They acted as if peasants on the land were irrelevant to any political program. Communists learned better during the Nha Tinh rebellions of the early 1930s. They realized they would need all the backing possible in coming days and counted on organizing the nation's masses. So while he and the party worked to prepare for the future, Jip continued to gain respect within the party. 31. He had put aside any personal life long enough, unremitting labor had slackened and now there was time. In 1939, 28 years of age, via Nguyen Jip traveled to Vinh and asked Quang Thai to marry him. In many ways theirs had been more a political than a romantic courtship. Jip described it well: actuated by the same faith, they set their hopes on the same cause. Jip's good friend and benefactor Professor Dang Tai Mai heartily approved the union. Sometime before April 1939, Jip and Quang Thai were joined in marriage. A tiny woman, Quang Thai made a beautiful bride. She dressed for the ceremony in an embroidered Chinese red ao dye over white trousers, her hair worn long in traditional fashion and her head crowned by a tiara covered in rings of golden metallic thread. 32. Jip never publicly discussed his life with Quang Thai, then or later. In this he was typical of his people, for they are often reserved about their private lives. Still, friends observed in after years that he was never happier in his life, before or after, than during the months which followed his wedding. Apart from pleasant days at Lycée Thang Long, however, he was as wedded to the party as he was to Quang Thai. Their home, located near the Lycée, became a center of party activity. Jip and Quang Thai frequently acted as hosts to many leaders of the Indochinese Communist Party. 33. Political conditions had been changing. Since the coming of Léon Blum's Popular Front government in France in 1936, Vietnamese anti-colonialists of all varieties had more opportunity to operate freely. Jules Previer, appointed by Blum as Governor-General of Indochina, granted amnesties to political prisoners, liberalized press laws, and permitted nationalist parties to function in a legal or at least quasi-legal fashion. As 1939 opened, many who opposed French control hoped the year would bring still other opportunities to advance their cause. They were to be disappointed. Blum's government fell in the summer of 1939, succeeded by the Daladier ministry, and Georges Catroux, a career military officer, replaced Previer in Indochina that August. Germany invaded Poland on September 1, 1939, and the days of uneasy peace in Europe dissolved into a war that would last 6 years and spread around the globe. 25 days later, on September 26, French authorities banned the Communist Party both in France and in her overseas territories and issued arrest warrants for most of its top leaders. In Vietnam, the Surete rounded up over 1,000 party members. 34. Jip, Quang Thai, Pham Van Dong, and all the others watched carefully and waited with apprehension, wondering if they too would be pulled in by the police dragnet. They tried to do nothing that would catch the Surete's attention. Very movement of mine was closely watched by secret agents, Jip said, just as they had done previously when we openly carried out journalistic activities for the party in Hanoi. The newlyweds may even, for a time, have left Hanoi and returned to central Annam as a way of avoiding police. 35. German armies rapidly changed the face of Europe. The Nazi invasion of Poland soon ended in victory. In less than 3 weeks the Warsaw government, 41. Succumbed. Then, for some months, the Blitzkrieg, or lightning warfare of the Germans resolved itself into a phony war or Sitzkrieg siege of the Western democracies, as military action was confined mainly to submarine warfare, air raids on navy bases and occasional battles between naval ships. In the spring of 1940, Germany struck hard once again. Successive blows hammered Norway, Denmark, Belgium, the Netherlands, and France into submission. France asked for an armistice, and Germany agreed to leave a portion of that nation unoccupied. Marshal Henry Philippe Pétain, the nation's great hero of World War I, established at Vichy a puppet government loyal to the Germans. Nor was Germany's Pacific ally, Japan, idle during those months. By November 1939, the Meiji Empire so successfully battered the reeling nation of China that Chiang Kai-shek was left with only two outlets through which he could receive vital foreign military assistance, the Burma Road and the Ha-Noi Kunming Railway. After the collapse of France and the establishment of the Vichy government, its Indochinese Governor-General, Georges Catroux, tried to maintain some semblance of control there. Pressured by the Japanese to grant military privileges to their troops in Indochina, Catroux tried to interest the United States in sending an armed force to intervene. Franklin D. Roosevelt refused even to consider the notion. Again in late September, the Japanese demanded the right to move their troops through Tonkin in order to launch assaults on southern China. Catroux dallied and then capitulated to Japanese demands, since by then he had little choice. For this he was somehow criticized by the new Vichy government, which had done its own share of capitulating, and recalled. He left in July 1940, replaced by Admiral Jean Decoux, commander of the French naval fleet in the Pacific, who served from 1940 to 1945. Now the foreign ministry of the Vichy government ordered Decoux to cooperate with the Japanese. On September 24, 1940, he granted the Japanese the right to establish 3 air bases and garrison 6,000 troops in Vietnam. That same day, despite his signed agreement, the Japanese launched an attack on 2 Tonkinese cities, the French fortress of Lang Son, and Dong Dang. Lang Son surrendered 2 days later, and the following day all French resistance to the Japanese crumbled. The Meiji Empire then moved 35,000 soldiers into Indochina. The Japanese maintained the polite fiction that they were but guests in Indochina and, despite the numbers of their soldiers located there, allowed French colons to continue governing under their watchful supervision. For the remaining years of the war, French authorities in Indochina collaborated with the Japanese. They supplied Japan with vast quantities of rice, coal, rubber, and other raw materials. Decoux endeavored to maintain the illusion that France remained in control, but those over whom he ruled were quick to point out that an Asian nation had humiliated France. That fact completely destroyed the myth of white European colonial invincibility that had endured in Vietnam for nearly a century. A growing pro-Japanese sentiment appeared in the south of Vietnam, while many in the north were attracted to nationalist or communist groups. As time went on, even in the south, the bulk of the nation refused to side with the Japanese. No one wanted to become a victim of Allied air attacks, which later increased in intensity day after day. 36. Jap and Quang Thai kept their heads down and tried to maintain a reasonably normal life. In May 1939, 4 months before the German war machine exploded across the fields of Poland, Jap and Quang Thai conceived a child. As her term drew closer, in the fall of 1939, they talked of the child and what its future would be. On January 4, 1940, Quang Thai gave birth to a baby girl. Jap gave his daughter the beautiful name Hong An, Red Queen of Flowers. They were happy as only new parents can be. 37. Those quiet days lasted only a few months. In November 1939, the Indochinese Communist Party Central Committee decided to form a united anti-imperialist front and to make national liberation for Vietnam its first priority. Nguyen Ai Quoc, soon to become Ho Chi Minh, now lived in southern China and was in contact with the Central Committee. Although under the nominal control of Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists, South China was in a state of near anarchy, a no-man's land that attracted revolutionaries and warlords of many kinds, and so Nguyen Ai Quoc felt reasonably safe there. On his advice, the committee decided in April 1940 to send Vio Nguyen Giap and Pham Van Dong to China. The Secretary-General of the Tonkin Committee, Hoang Van Thursday, personally met with Giap to give him his marching orders. Among other things, they spoke about the future possibility of launching a guerrilla movement within Vietnam. 38. When Giap told Quang Thai of his plans, she was immediately enthusiastic and wanted to go with him. To do so would cause problems, Giap said. The trip had to be made in secret, and two could travel more safely than four, one of them a babe in arms. Hong An might be in danger on such a trip. What if she got sick? The party resolved matters for them. It ordered Quang Thai and her sister Minh Khai to remain in Vietnam to act as couriers and liaison officers. Giap and Pham Van Dong would go by themselves. To complicate matters, however, Dong was ill, and Giap knew how hard it was for him to move about freely without the knowledge of the Shurud. They prepared for their departure carefully and in complete secrecy. They hoped that before long, Quang Thai would find a safe place to leave Hong An and could then devote herself fully to underground activities. 39. Giap and Quang Thai said their goodbyes on the bank of West Lake one Friday afternoon, May 3, 1940. 40. By leaving after his classes ended at Thang Long for the week, he would have all of Saturday and Sunday to work his way north. Only when he failed to show up for classes on Monday morning would anyone begin to raise questions about his absence, and even then several more hours would pass before police could be notified and an alarm raised. By that time he would be well on his way. Giap walked away from the grounds of the lycée just as if going for a walk or for normal activity. Comrade Thai, with little Hong An in her arms, was waiting for me on the Koenga road. With the baby in their arms, Giap and Quang Thai walked along the lake bank among others strolling nearby. Giap wore dark glasses so he would not be recognized by any of his students they might accidentally encounter. They tried to appear as just one more young, contented, loving couple among many. It was harder for Quang Thai than for Giap. Find someone to give the baby to so you also can go underground, Giap told his wife, stressing party needs. Quang Thai, torn by her emotions and loyalty, was crying. While she would miss her husband and wanted to go with him, she also very much wanted to work against the French. First, however, she had to find someone to care for Hong An. Being a mother and a revolutionary too was a very great responsibility for a young woman in love. They slowly walked back from the lake down Koenga Road. At last they broke apart, Giap to begin the great adventure of his life, Quang Thai to return home so she might begin looking for a safe haven for Hong An. They would never see each other again. 41. Giap and Quang Thai paid in blood for their devotion to the anti-colonial cause. After Giap's departure, Quang Thai and her sister Minh Khai fled Ha Noi for their home village of Vinh. Hounded by the French, Minh Khai was arrested in July 1940. Jailed and held prisoner, she was savagely tortured to force her to reveal information about the Communist Party and its activities. Despite her pain, she refused to disclose anything to her interrogators. Jailers blindfolded and shot her at Hoc Mon, near Saigon, on 2 April 5, 1941. Her last words, screamed in hate, were "Long live the Communist Party of Indochina! Long live the victorious Vietnamese Revolution!" 42. Quang Thai escaped capture until May 1941, when she also was arrested by the Shurud in her hometown of Vinh. She had delayed placing Hong An in anyone else's hands. Moments before her arrest, she entrusted her year-and-a-half-old daughter to a younger sister, who managed to take Hong An to the home of Giap's parents in an XA and leave the girl in their care. For the most part in the years thereafter they were her surrogate parents. 43. The French took Quang Thai back to Hanoi and jailed her at Hao Lo prison. Years later, American flyers would know it as the Hanoi Hilton. She was tried before a military court for conspiracy against the security of France and sentenced to life imprisonment at hard labor. As they had done to her sister, now also they did to this courageous young mother. Tortured to the edge of sanity and perhaps beyond, unable to endure the pain any longer, she allegedly killed herself while in her cell by swallowing her J-rut, a kind of soft belt material. United States intelligence reports claim she died another way. The French hung her by the thumbs and beat her to death. Whatever the manner, Quang Thai died in 1941 within weeks of the shooting of her sister Min Kai. 44. For years Gyp's family continued to suffer from French depredations. His daughter Hong An recalled the death of her grandfather Q Him. During 194/ at a time when French troops were reoccupying her home province of Quang Binh, many within the population fled elsewhere in a torrent of refugees. Grandfather, she wrote, didn't want to leave. He said he risked nothing at all for he was an old man who had done nothing illegal or compromising. He also said he had many, many things to do. Hong An tells also of her own flight to safety. We children were transported like luggage in Cai Thung spherical half-baskets of woven bamboo, hung at each end of a pole that rested on the shoulders of those who carried them, the age-old method used by Asians to transport burdens. She remembered how the baskets swung to the rhythm of the carrier's steps. I never saw my grandfather again, she recalled. Although Hong An did not again see him, his son Gyp attempted to do so. In 1946, Gyp traveled to an XA for a reunion. A dedicated nationalist all his life, Q Him was also a scholarly Confucian, very attached to ancestral tradition. He refused to see his son, saying that the communism Gyp served was a betrayal of the moral ideals of the nation. Even before Gyp's arrival home, Him had earlier scolded his son for placing himself in the employ of a foreign ideology which had for sole purpose the destruction of nationalism, the family, tradition, and the nation's religious philosophy. Despite his repudiation of Gyp's beliefs and activities, sometime after August 1947, the old man was arrested by the French during their campaign to regain control of all Annam following their capture of Hue. He was detained in the jail of Thu Tien province at Hue, located not far from Lycée Quoc Hoc. His jailers demanded that he publicly denounce his son. This Him would not do, Hong An added. He was tortured. One cruelty consisted of fastening grandfather to the bumper of a car with a long rope and then dragging him. Him was held in solitary confinement, and his torture continued until he agreed to broadcast appeals on the radio to his son to lay down his arms. Finally worn out by such treatment, Him died in November 1947. Gyp had no way to help his father, Hong An recollected, my father was with the Maquis in the Viet Bac. For a time, Him's body was interred in the jail's common cemetery, its location not known to his family. Thanks to the goodwill of nice people we were able to find his remains, a long while later. At present he reposes in the cemetery for those who died in service to our country, located at our home village. 45 If anything was still needed to cement Gyp's hatred of the French, this was certainly sufficient. 46. French treatment of Gyp's family was not uncommon or unusual. There. 45. Police and Vietnamese jailers were willing to use any method to persuade prisoners to talk, including forced ingestion of water, electrical shocks, pulling fingernails, and other brutal measures. With female captives they occasionally used a variety of electric shock methods that drove many women literally mad. Jailers used eels, nasty, hard-biting creatures known for their strength and tenacity, and inserted them into the throat or vagina of women. Placed in those soft, wet areas, the eels tried to swim and bite their way to freedom. The torturers watched as their victims were bitten and electrically shocked by the sea creatures. After a time they removed the eel and continued their questioning. Resistance was sometimes magnificent. One dying woman wanted to be sure she did not speak, and allegedly bit off her tongue and spat it at her interrogator. 47. In 1982, Will Brownell, head of the Vietnam Bibliographical Project at Columbia University, interviewed General Raoul Salin, formerly one of the commanders of the French Expeditionary Corps in Indochina. Brownell writes, "The torture of wife was confirmed to me in a conversation with General Raoul Salin. He did not love Gyp, nor did he admire him enough, but he did concede that great crimes had been done against him. The torture was conceded, though Salin tried to shirk it a bit by noting that it was carried out by Vietnamese auxiliaries and not done by Frenchmen. General Massa conceded the same to me in an interview in June 1974. 48. Gyp's family suffered greatly for their aspiration that Vietnam might be independent. In the beginning, when the French arrested his wife and sister-in-law, Gyp was unaware of the dangers they faced. He was on his way to China, having just fled from his job and home in Hanoi at the order of the Communist Party, to begin the great mission of his life. He did not know of the death of Quang Thai and Minh Khai until much later. Nor did he know of the plight of Hong An, his baby daughter. These sorrows were compounded by the later death of his father at the hands of the French. Those who have known him in the past believe he became the Gyp of later years not just because of nationalism or his fervent belief in communism, but to avenge his family. As Hong An says, he carries in his soul wounds that even time cannot heal. 49. Part 2. Hanat. 1941-46. Neither sun nor warm. When Monday morning came and students assembled for their classes at Lycée Thang Long, Gyp's boys were bewildered not to find him waiting for them. In the hallways excited groups whispered rumors about his sudden disappearance. Some boys passed along the tale that he had been picked up by a Russian airplane. Others told how he was now in charge of building some new and terrible weapon. A few believed he had left to take charge of a new Chinese army on the Sino-Vietnamese frontier. One of the favorite explanations was that he had fled to the mountains along the Vietnam-China border to avoid arrest by the 2D Bureau. Safely hidden in that vast wilderness, they said, Gyp was now going to organize guerrilla activities against the hated French. It was a good explanation, but it was premature. 1. After parting from Quang Thai and Hong An on the road to Co Ngu, Gyp walked rapidly away. As he strode along, a rickshaw pulled by Min, a trusted friend, moved alongside him. Gyp slipped into the seat, and Min pulled him by devious routes through the streets of Hanoi to Kem in the suburbs, a safe location for the night. There Gyp joined Pham Van Dong and a comrade who was making the travel arrangements for them. They were to travel separately and without luggage. On the following day, Gyp and Dong went to the end of the bridge station and bought a train ticket for Lao Cai, a border town on the route leading to Kunming in China and to Nguyen Ai Quoc. 2. Danger from possible Japanese air attacks on the narrow-gauge railway, built at the insistence of Paul Doumer, Governor-General of French Indochina from 1897 to 1902. The steel rails followed the straight course of the Red River Valley as it knifed its way through the high mountains of northern Tonkin, some of which soared to 10,000 feet. It was the rainy season, and rivers were swollen. Many tributaries dumped their flooded waters into the Red River, and these swirling waters sucked at the railroad's rickety trestle bridges. Police regularly boarded the train to search for fugitives. Consequently, Pham Van Dong and Gyp had to jump off the train and hide on 2 different occasions to avoid those who walked the aisles peering into each passenger's face, watching with suspicious eyes for traces of fear or panic. Gyp and his companion left the train 1 station before Lao Cai and made the rest of the trip to the border on foot. Finally reaching Lao Cai, they crossed the Nam Ti River on a bamboo raft in an isolated area. Finally they were in China, but the last part of their journey was as dangerous as the first. Rejoining the railroad, they once again took the train for Kunming. Gyp remembered that each time they caught sight of railway employees and policemen boarding the train to search, they hid. At last they reached Kunming. 3/51. Someone from the party met them outside the train station and drove them to the house of a Vietnamese militant living in exile there. All Gyp's haste was now over. He had only to wait in Kunming for the arrival of someone identified simply as Comrade Vuong, who wished to see him. Jip was certain he knew who Vuong really was and looked forward to the meeting. Among the many Vietnamese refugees in Kunming, Jip could melt out of sight. He was but one face among many. Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang forces were then too busy with the Japanese invasion to concern themselves with searching for communists hidden among the thousands of Vietnamese in the southern border area. Some of Mao's communist soldiers were also in the area and could provide limited assistance from time to time. Nor were the Japanese particularly troublesome, their presence centered mainly on the towns and front lines, and their own rear was a chaotic area in which Chinese warlords operated with near impunity. 4. But spring turned into summer and still Vuong did not arrive. He was busy, as he had been since the end of 1939, crisscrossing the south of China, talking with contacts and building his communist organization, readying it for its return to Vietnam. In the interim, Jip busied himself around his quarters, books and writing materials were at his disposal, and there were always duties of one sort or another. Life was always busy, Jip claimed. We had to do the marketing and cooking. When my turn came, I cooked so badly that from that day on I was only entrusted with cleaning the dishes. In his spare hours, he set himself to the task of learning Chinese. He always had to act secretively when away from his housing to avoid the watchful eyes of the Kuomintang clique lest they should assassinate us. 5. Then one day in early June, a party apparatchik took Jip and Dong to the banks of the Tsuihu River. Comrade Vuong sat in a boat drawn up on the shore, waiting for them. Jip immediately recognized him as Nguyen Ai Kwok. Vuong greeted them in a kidding manner. Dong is not really getting old, he said with a smile. Turning to Jip, he laughed. Jip is still beautiful like a girl, he said. 6. In the days that followed, the three men turned to more serious matters and discussed Vietnam's future. Vuong gave his new name to them, henceforth, he was to be known as Ho Chi Minh, the Enlightened One. Jip found in Ho a simplicity of manner and lucidity of character that was greatly appealing. Right at that first meeting, Jip realized, I found him very close to me as if we were old acquaintances. 7. Ho met with Jip frequently and, as he got to know the younger man better, learned to appreciate Jip's potential. Here was a man capable of doing great things for communism and for Vietnam. Probably no one will ever be able to determine in which order Ho put those two priorities. Before many days passed, Ho gave Jip his orders. You will go to Yan'an, he said. There you'll enter 52/HOT-ISI-0IJ941-46. The party school to study politics. Strive to study military technique as well. Elsewhere, Jip describes this meeting as one where Ho told him to learn his party lessons quickly so he would have time later for an internship in military training. 8. After that conversation, Ho left Kunming to visit the Vietnamese communities located along the railroad tracks of Yunnan. Jip packed his few belongings and in company with Pham Van Dong and another party caterman, Cao Hong Lan, left Kunming for Quay Yang. The journey took 3 long hot days. The 3 men traveled aboard a Kuomintang Red Cross truck driven by a Chinese communist. They rode in back, jammed in among the cargo and covered with a tarpaulin, in sweltering heat on a potholed and rutted road. Under the tarp, they were spared the sight of the driver careening around switchbacks and hairpin curves above high sheer drop-offs on narrow roads without guard rails. Even so, it was a ride Jip would never forget. 9. The driver left them at the headquarters of the 8th Route Army, a former unit of the Red Chinese Army, now integrated into the Kuomintang military forces. They waited at Quay Yang for a bus to take them onward. We had to wait quite a long time, Jip recalled. Wait they did, weeks passed. Jip stayed with members of the 8th Army and was pleased that everyone, from the man in charge of the office to those who did the cooking, knew Ho Kwong very well. 10. Since both funds and food were scarce, Jip learned gardening. We had to grow our own vegetables, he observed. While waiting for his bok choy and radishes to mature, Jip spent much time in study, often using the party hall of the local committee. It was named Vietnam Jai Phong Dong Minh, or League for the Liberation of Vietnam. He pored over his books, performed propaganda work, and visited with various units of the Chinese Communist Army. The days may have been long and the food frugal, but the group were content with the idea that soon they would return to Vietnam to begin a revolution against the French. Over and again they greeted one another with the phrase Toi Co De Den. 11. Jip learned as much as he could about tactics, strategy, equipment, training, and recruitment. In 1941, according to one source, he had opportunity to visit Mao in northern China and was impressed by what he saw and heard. The exploits of Mao and his army were on the lips of many in those days. 12. Jip was already self-tutored in the tactics and strategies of another people's army, poorly armed and badly equipped, officered by obscure young men and stablibois and unknown provincial intellectuals, yet able to confront and destroy the power of the greatest nations of its era, the units of the French sans-culottes of Napoleon's first campaigns. Now he drank in information about Mao and his revolutionary army. He /53 was fascinated by an essay written by Mao in 1938, The Strategic Problems of the Anti-Japanese War. Jip saw that many of Mao's problems paralleled those of the Vietnamese. He also read Mao's Struggle of the Qinganshan Mountains, published in 1928, which offered solutions to the problem of raising guerrilla forces. Jip digested another of Mao's books, Guerrilla Warfare, written in 1937. Mao's early experiences had to influence Jip. It was only common sense to build on what the Chinese Communist revolutionary had learned and to apply those lessons to Vietnam. 13. In this way Jip acquired two views of people's wars, to which he would add his own observations and insights. In the end he created a form of peasant guerrilla warfare that slowly but inevitably spread across the countryside of Vietnam, instituting needed reforms without putting them off until the day of some final victory. His view was not, he said, the same as the theories of Mao, who insisted that it was impossible to start an insurrection in urban areas controlled by the enemy. It was considered that the political struggle was predominant in the urban areas, while the armed struggle took precedence in the rural areas. We combined the military, political, and diplomatic efforts in what we called 3 points of the spear. He incorporated the Napoleonic art of engaging an enemy on several fronts at once, keeping him divided and separately defeating scattered enemy forces with sudden lightning maneuvers. He concentrated his men and equipment on the enemy's point of gravity. And he won. 14. Growing Japanese power in Indochina made it obvious to communists and nationalists alike that France remained in control of Vietnam in name only. Jip believed that the main enemy was not the Japanese occupation army. He was convinced that ultimately Allied forces would crush the Axis powers. Then the French would come back after the war to reimpose their political control. Nobody has ever seen wolves leave a fold full of sheep until they had sated their hunger or until they were driven off with gunfire was a proverb he recalled in those dark days of exile and preparation in China. 15. Ho Chi Minh realized that the defeat of the French army both in France and in Indochina created an opportunity for action against the colons. Thus in October, following the Japanese attack on Lang Son and Dong Dang in Tonkin, he sent word to Jip and Pham Van Dong that they were to meet him again, this time in the Chinese city of Quilin, for a continuation of their earlier talks and to plan for the future. When the three gathered there to talk, they took elementary precautions against spies and assassins. Disguised as leisurely strollers, they walked through the outskirts of Quilin or sat in some grassy spot in the shade of a tree. Jip later wrote, "Uncle listened to our reports and gave his opinions and suggestions. At one of those meetings Ho told the two men, in the face of the new situation, national unity becomes all the more important. We must think of organizing a broad national united front, with appropriate form and name. I think we had better call it Vietnam Doc Lop Dong Minh Hoi. But that is too long for a name, so we will shorten it and call it Viet Minh. People will easily keep it in memory. 16. Ho discussed with them other preparations they must make for the tasks that faced them. Since he had Jip in mind for military work, it was essential for the diminutive history teacher, no matter how well grounded he might believe himself to be in theoretical knowledge, to gain practical experience in the art of war. Ho assigned Jip to work with a group of young Vietnamese from Cao Bang who had recently crossed into China for safety. Currently 2 Vietnamese officers serving in the Kuomintang, Truong Boi Kong and Ho Ngoc Lam, were trying to organize them as a small force that could act against the Japanese. "We shall organize a training course for them," Ho ordered. "When they return to Cao Bang, they will consolidate and develop the movement further and organize communication links." 17. In this rather casual way, Ho decided that Cao Bang would become the base for the Viet Minh Revolution against the French. Or perhaps it was not so casual. Cao Bang's revolutionary traditions went back to 1929, and it had been a strong center of resistance in the years since. Situated close to the border, it would serve both as a sanctuary and to maintain close relations with supporters in China. Accepting his orders and traveling to Xingxi, Jip contacted the men from Vietnam, told them of the opportunity ahead to fight for their country, and persuaded about 40 of them to join him in his first army. As a base camp area, Jip chose the small village of Ca Ma, just inside China and a little north of the Vietnamese village of Cao Bang. Jip seems never to have considered any other approach to his goal of weakening the French/Japanese hold on Indochina. From the beginning, he organized his training course for the refugees into a survey of minor tactics and guerrilla operations. While Jip tried to forge these men into some semblance of a military force, Ho sent another comrade, V. Yuan, south into Tonkin to locate a base camp there somewhere near Cao Bang. On found a suitable cave on the mountain slopes in the area of Pokpo, 20 miles to the northeast of the provincial capital of Cao Bang and 10 miles south of the Chinese village of Ca Ma. Ho closely supervised Jip's training program. He paid great attention to the political content as well as to the lucidity, conciseness, and intelligibility of the material, Jip realized. Since the first time I worked with him, I was deeply impressed by his methods, concrete and cautious to the end. This style of work in that small training course had a great effect on me and guided me in my military work all through the resistance war. 18. When the course ended, Jip's refugees returned to Cao Bang to begin the great mission against the French. Often through the remaining days of 1940, Jip made trips between China and Vietnam in order to accomplish tasks set for him by Ho Chi Minh. Once again he adopted a pseudonym. He called himself Van and was normally addressed by his followers as Un Van. One of those duties was to determine whether or not these avid revolutionaries could count on receiving support from ethnic tribes in the northern Tonkin Mountains. Perhaps as a result of his growing military knowledge, perhaps instinctively, Jip realized there was little possibility of fomenting uprisings in the lowland areas. Therefore he would establish alliances with as many highland tribes as possible, the Nung, Tho, Man, and others. 19. These peoples lived in isolation from lowland Vietnamese and were autonomous in cultural, economic, and political life. There were nearly 1 million of them, and, in Jip's words, they had never been in contact with revolutionary propaganda, they had always lived within the orbit of colonial domination. They spoke distinct languages, dialects differed from one group to another, even sometimes within the same ethnic group. Most women did not even speak Vietnamese, and Jip was obliged to learn local dialects and resort to crude drawings in order to communicate with his new allies. Eventually, Jip learned to speak a limited amount of Thai, Dao, Hmong, Tho, Man, Trang, and Man Tien, learning from students in his self-defense training courses who were members of those tribes. Not only did such knowledge aid him in his work, his efforts allowed him to follow Ho's instructions to be in harmony with the masses in your way of living and social contacts. 20. One author has left a record of Jip's work in those days. In certain remote valleys Van opened the path, operating himself according to a standard technique. He would arrive alone in a hamlet, destitute like an outlaw offering to work in the fields. In return he received his food. The days passed. First tolerated, then accepted and listened to, he assured himself of some solid support. At this moment he had won the game. The village provided intelligence and supplies for the commandos, and then furnished guerrillas. The opposition remained silent or was eliminated. 21. Impressed with Gyp's willingness to work alone and to learn tribal languages, Ho assigned him the task of translating the philosophy and ideas of the Viet Minh into French, Dao, and Hmong languages. Carried away with his efforts, Gyp even wrote a poetic saga in ethnic dialect which contained the gist of Viet Minh propaganda in easily memorized and remembered form. His work, Viet Minh Ngo Tu Kin, he writes, had a rhyming pattern that made it particularly appropriate as a teaching device for illiterate hill people. He wrote later that as he traveled across the northern country, he could sometimes hear women singing his poem, the Song of the Viet Minh. It cheered Gyp to enter a newly organized hamlet to hold a meeting only to find women and children reciting those Viet Minh verses by heart while they ginned cotton or pounded rice. 22. In December 1940, Gyp sought out and recruited a Nung tribesman, Chu Van Tan, to the Viet Minh cause. Born in 1909 to a large poverty-ridden peasant family in Thanh Nguyen province, Tan became a youthful revolutionary. He joined the Indo-Chinese Communist Party in 1934 after its recruiters came into his home village. Gyp and Tan each judged the other to be a man of substance, found they liked each other, and worked well together. Tan soon became a leader in the first armed resistance organization, the Army for National Salvation, which eventually merged in 1944 with Gyp's new military force. Tan became a reserve 3-star general in Vietnam's People's Liberation Army and served as the first Viet Minh Minister of Defense after the September 2, 1945 Declaration of Independence. Gyp became the strategist and Tan served as one of his best field commanders. 23. Together this pair of 30-year-olds worked at their cause. They taught mountain peasants to integrate both political and military action, as had been done repeatedly in the history of Vietnam, as an essential step in the creation of armies of resistance. They chose the first group of Viet Minh cadre to be trained within Vietnam, 40 young men of the Nung tribe. At the bottom of a quiet valley, outside a little Nung village close to the Chi. Neither soft nor warm/57. Nessa border, these young men, full of enthusiasm and courage, spent 10 days in accelerated training. Their staple food was maize, and they slept under the stars. They began each day by picking up firewood for nearby village people. This task of helping was a fundamental aspect of their political training and it earned them the sympathy of the local population. That was not all. In addition, Gyp wrote, we all would carry rice and maize to our quarters, husk rice, grind maize. 24. These young men learned that to survive meant total reliance on clandestine ways of living. Their activities had to be done in secretive ways. Therefore, around population centers and in certain other situations they had to observe 4 rules: no movement during daylight, no wearing of shoes, because they could leave prints in the dirt, no using walking sticks or canes while climbing mountain paths, because they left marks on stones and moss, no sleeping in villages, because such acts opened them to ambushes and endangered the lives of local people. The end of their training was celebrated in front of a red flag emblazoned with a 5-pointed yellow star. Then graduates went back to their home villages to begin converting their families, friends, and neighbors to the new cause of revolution. 25. Gyp was pleased with the success of his group. It was not large, only 10 men or so, but the members learned their lessons well and were committed. In this way Gyp's recruits began to enlarge the existing clandestine area of northern Tonkin by organizing all along the frontier Hon Ton villages, or total villages, wholly converted to the Viet Minh cause. The Viet Minh movement grew from total villages to total cantons to total districts. A few months later, Gyp could boast that out of 9 districts in the Cao Bang, 3 were totally converted to his cause. By the end of 1941, Jip reported to Ho Chi Minh that there were in Cao Bang province many bases for self-defense armed units. 26. As their influence grew, so did their power. Before long, Viet Minh cadres exercised administrative power in villages, then over entire districts. The French colons could do nothing about their rivals. In the grip of the Japanese and caught up in other problems, the colonial administration could only fret as it saw its strength wane in the border area. Jip believed that one important element in this growth was his use of journalism to publicize the Viet Minh cause. He pointed to the lithographed clandestine newspaper he edited, Viet Lap, an abbreviation for Vietnam Doc Lap, which Ho ordered to be launched. Articles, he said, should run from 50 to 100 words. Of course it was not easy to achieve this, Jip said. More than once I was at a loss. Although it had only a restricted circulation, it worked well, Jip believed, because thanks to its appearance, style, and the way it was written clear and concise, it enabled us to bring the message to all levels of the population. The paper became quite influential and, Jip claimed, was soon read in every village, in every Salvation group. Its influence was due to the simple and short articles and to its correct political content which suited the level of the masses, thereby raising their consciousness and leading them forward. While early copies of Viet Lap were only 2 pages, Jip soon expanded it to 4 pages and published it twice weekly. Jip's stories focused on self-defense work, on women's work, and on crimes committed against the Vietnamese by the French and Japanese. 27. Jip's view of his journalistic abilities was not shared by Ho Chi Minh. Still in China, Ho received copies of Jip's newspaper forwarded to him and later chided Jip for his stiff prose. "We have received your articles," Ho told him with a smile, "but I didn't read them, nor did the other comrades. Usually they were long and unintelligible." 28. At another time, Pham Van Dong and Jip, who had been writing newspaper articles since 1930, showed Ho a scrapbook of their press clippings. Ho commented that what they had written could only be understood by their own party members, not by the masses. Jip tried desperately to improve his style, but even at its best, at least to Western eyes and ears, his writing was not very appealing. Douglas Pike, who has probably read as many of Jip's writing as any Westerner, characterizes his compositions as the most turgid in the communist world, a distinction similar to being the tallest mountain in the Himalayas. 29. On February 8, 1941, feeling the time was finally right, Ho Chi Minh slipped into Vietnam and settled in at the cave of Pac Bo. The cave was well suited as a clandestine headquarters. Located in Ha Quang district of Cao Bang province, the vast and deep cavern was less than a mile from the Chinese border. It sat in a high region about 3 kilometers wide and 6 kilometers long. In front of the cave was a thick cover of reeds and rank growth, almost completely hiding the entrance, so it could not be spotted even at a short distance. At the foot of the rugged and rocky hill, honeycombed with caves, meandered a pleasant stream, swelling in places into large, near lake-sized ponds. Uncle called it the Lenin Stream, Jip wrote. 30. The elevation high, the temperature cold in the thin mountain air, life at Pac Bo was hard, and Jip and his fellows had only bare necessities. Every day they rose early for physical exercises, bathed in the Lenin Stream, and then set to work. Their days were filled with meetings, with visiting nearby ethnic hill people who supported their cause, with organizing and conducting political training courses, and with teaching local children to read and write. Jip and other cadres stopped their day's work only long enough for simple and frugal meals, often consisting of little more than rice with a slice of salted meat or fish caught in the stream. At night they slept on beds made of branches, their heads resting on wooden pillows. Those cots were, Jip recalled, neither soft nor warm. Nights sometimes grew so cold they could not sleep, and so they rose from their beds and built fires, huddling around the flames for warmth until daybreak. 31. The Nung ethnics who inhabited the region were, in Jip's words, very sympathetic, good-natured people. They lived scattered along the valley and hillsides in hamlets of 2 or 3 families. The biggest hamlet comprised at most 10 families. Ho knew that many who lived in Pak Bo's valley and elsewhere throughout the mountain provinces were illiterate, and so he ordered his cadre to teach them to read the Vietnamese language. In council meetings with his catermen, Ho listened receptively to the ideas of others. Jip recalled that he never raised his voice, and he was always willing to prove himself by doing some unpleasant task first. It was his way to incorporate into his own speech the ideas, dreams, and hopes of others. For this he was appreciated, and Jip's respect for Ho constantly increased. 32. There was also danger. Remote as the area might be, it was still visited by French patrols operating out of their posts in Socjang village. They arrested an occasional bootlegger and made periodic searches for revolutionaries. Despite the sense of accomplishment Jip and other cadre felt about their progress, both Japanese and French authorities regarded them as bandits and terrorists rather than as a serious and organized threat to their authority. It may have been unflattering, but had they been taken more seriously, they might well have been wiped out. At this point, Jip and the Viet Minh were hardly yet in a position to withstand an all-out pursuit should such a mission be mounted against them by either the French or the Japanese. The revolutionaries' safety was primarily a result of this casual disregard, which allowed them the opportunity to move about more or less freely, to spread their doctrines undisturbed, and to train recruits in the doctrines of revolution. Since none of the armed might of the 2 occupying powers came to bear on this newly formed organization, conflicts came only suddenly, sometimes accidentally, often surprising both sides. It might happen while a French patrol searched the countryside to capture or kill bandits. Such groups arbitrarily arrested any who were believed to be communists or sympathizers. In their rounds the French might be ambushed, 1 or 2 of their number slain. It caused them to proceed with caution and to be merciless in their reaction, and their entry upon the scene regularly forced Jip and his fellows into hiding. Whenever we found ourselves no longer secure, Jip recalled, we shifted to another place, sometimes even to a place situated in the middle of a waterfall to which access was very difficult. To get there they had to ford the Lenin stream and climb up the hill's rocky surface until they finally pulled themselves to the top of a particularly steep rock by means of a rope ladder. 33. In rocky clefts on hillsides, deep within vast and thick forests, and in other caves, Ho, Jip, and their fellow Viet Minh cadre built hideouts for themselves, dark and humid, often hidden under canopies of broad-leaved rattan plants. Jip. 60/HA-NOJJ 941-46. Describe those escape holes. Sometimes feeling that the enemy was on our trail, we had to work and live separately in different caves. Once I returned there from work in another region, and as rain had been pouring heavily, I saw snakes and insects creeping into our cave. 34. Life was hard under such circumstances, and in times of peril it was desperate. Jip later described how even getting enough to eat was not easy. We drank water from the streams. Food supply was very difficult. We ate maize or maize gruel. Sometimes maize and wild banana trunks were our only food for a whole month. 35. As they hid they spent long hours talking about their country's future. Jip recalled Ho insisting, in about 5 years the revolution will be victorious and we will have a bright future. I only want to create one thing to completely free our country and provide everyone with the necessities of life. All of them knew the prospects of revolution were difficult and complex, and sometimes Jip and other cadre became confused over the problems they faced. Then Ho explained the future in simple ways that all present could understand. One day a perplexed cadre asked Ho, how can we have a revolution without arms and where are we going to find guns? Bac Ho replied, we must rely on our own force with some outside help. When the people absorb this beautiful idea of revolution, they will create the strongest offerees. Everything because of the people, everything for the people. People first, guns last. If we have the people on our side, then we will have guns. If we have the people, we will have everything. It was a lesson Jip never forgot. 36. In 1941, Jip was involved in more than military training measures. In May at Pak Bo he participated in the historic meeting of the 8th Enlarged Session of the Central Committee of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party. It was at this meeting that Ho finally gained control of the movement by convincing other delegates that the Leninist view of revolution, based on industrial workers, must be discarded. Change in Vietnam, Ho contended, would come using its rural population as the base to sustain the revolution. He also gathered the support necessary to establish national liberation for Vietnam as the main thrust of party policy. Under his guidance, party members voted that national liberation was to be the central and immediate task, and that preparations for an armed uprising should be made. 37. Delegates ratified Ho's choice of name for the liberation movement Viet Minh Doc Lap Dong Minh Hoi that he had earlier discussed with Jip. The Viet Minh invited all patriots to join its movement, with no distinctions of wealth, age, sex, religion, or political outlook. In that way they could best work together to liberate their country. For Ho, it would have the added advantage of gathering many parties under his own umbrella. One group that answered this call was the Dang Dai Viet, or simply Dai Viet, a nationalist political party formed shortly before World War II by patriotic elements among the urban middle class in Tonkin. One of its aims was to work with the Japanese occupation authorities to obtain independence from French rule. Another group that heeded Ho's summons was the remnant of the Vietnam Quoc Dan Dang, or Vietnamese Nationalist Party, sympathetic to Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang in China and nearly destroyed in the aftermath of the Yen Bay uprisings in February 1930. One organization that spurned Ho's idea of a united front was the Vietnam Kach Men Dong Minh Hoi, or Vietnam Revolutionary League, usually known as Dong Minh Hoi, another nationalist organization founded at Luqiao in South China in late 1942 under Chinese sponsorship to keep an eye on Japanese activities in Indochina and perhaps, after the war, to serve as the basis for a pro-Chinese government in Vietnam. This group included the Vietnam Phuc Quoc Dong Minh Hoi, or League for the National Restoration of Vietnam faction, formed by Prince Quang Duc at the beginning of World War II. Often simply called Phuc Quoc, this was a pro-Japanese political party composed of anti-French nationalist groups living in exile in southern China and may well have been a restoration of Phan Boi Chau's League for the Restoration of Vietnam, which he had formed in 1912. Also part of the Dong Minh Hoi were members of a previous front organization, the Vietnam Giải Phóng Dong Minh Hoi, or Vietnamese Liberation League, led by an elderly nationalist, Nguyen Hai Then, a former disciple of Phan Boi Chau. He had lived so long in China his speech had been influenced and he sounded more Chinese than Vietnamese. Yet with Kuomintang backing, for a time then headed the Dong Minh Hoi. The Dong Minh Hoi refused to cooperate with the Indo-Chinese Communist Party and the Viet Minh, competing for power with them throughout the war. There were other parties and factions in wartime Vietnam, but this suggests the complexity of the task faced by Ho and the Viet Minh in May 1941 as they sought to build a united front. 38. Delegates to the 8th session meeting at Pak Bo considered further the matter of an armed uprising and chose Phung Chi Kien to head up a new army for national salvation. Trained at the Chinese Whampoa Military Academy, he later served as a unit commander in Mao's army from 1927 to 1934. To all appearances he was an appropriate man for the job. Eager to get on with his work, Kien organized his forces in the hills of northern Vietnam and launched them against the French. He soon found half his strength destroyed and the rest of his forces slipping into hiding. His was the wrong approach. 39. The delegates at Pak Bo also selected a new party general secretary, Truong Chin, to replace Nguyen Van Cu, arrested by the French in June 1940 and shot in Saigon on May 25, 1941. 40. Delegates further determined to build new guerrilla bases south of Pak Bo. For it now seemed to be an inadequate location for controlling growing Viet Minh activities, and after a few months, headquarters was relocated to Lam Son, 30 miles closer to the center of Cao Bang province. This posed security problems, however, because the French patrolled that region with great frequency. Additional bases would speed development of revolutionary sentiment in the three crucial provinces of Cao Bang, Lang Son, and Bac Can, which could then serve as centers for preparing the armed uprising in the Viet Bac. The term Vion Wenjip and other Khadr used for the provinces of Bac Tai, Cao Bang, Ha Giang, Lang Son, and Tu Yen Quang. The Pak Bo Cave and Cao Bang province had been a good beginning, and now it was time to grow. In the best Leninist tradition, using their existing hub and maintaining tight liaison between centers, the Viet Minh would spread their movement southward. It was a historic moment. Nam Tien, or the March to the South, had been a part of Vietnamese culture since the restoration of their independence in the 10th century and brought on clashes with the Kingdom of Kampa and with Cambodia. Once again there would be a march to the south, this time against the French. Hardly had the 8th session ended when, in June 1941, Hitler shredded his 2-year-old neutrality treaty with the Soviets and invaded their country in another of his blitzkrieg attacks. Strangely, this proved to be a pivotal point for Vietnam's communists, because suddenly, along with the Russians, they became allies of the Western powers in their fight against the Axis nations of Germany, Italy, and Japan. As 1941 ended, the Japanese increasingly used Indochina to prepare for their massive land and sea attacks launched in early December against Malaya and Singapore, Hong Kong, the Dutch East Indies, Guam, the Philippines, and other areas. While Japanese naval aircraft carriers steamed toward Hawaii during the night of December 6, Japanese army units, as a precaution, closed in on all French military garrisons in Vietnam to nip in the bud any action they might take. No French soldiers offered resistance to this gratuitous warning. Shortly after lunch on Monday, December 8, 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt addressed a joint session of Congress. The day before, he declared, had been a day of infamy. The Japanese had bombed Pearl Harbor and other American installations in the Hawaiian Islands. He asked for a declaration of war. Now America too would soon become involved with Ho, Jip, and the Viet Minh. Each man was a soldier. During the summer and fall of 1941, Vion Wenjip continued his trips between China and northern Vietnam at Ho's direction while still directing training courses for Khadr recruits and serving as head of the March to the South. That movement would inevitably cause armed conflict with the Japanese and the French, but such potential dangers did not stop Jip's Khadr. Near the end of 1941, upon a return from China, Jip found that his fellows had crisscrossed Cao Bang province, consolidating the Viet Minh hold there and establishing within its confines a number of bases for self-defense armed units. The first team established, Jip recalled proudly, was a section, or about a squad often. Men. At the end of the year, Jip and other Khadr returned to the little Nung village near the cave of Pak Bo. They spent Tet of 1942 there preparing themselves for new efforts in the coming months. Jip told how everyone paid New Year visits to families in the village. As they already had sympathy for the Vietnamese Revolution, and we correctly observed the rule governing relations with the masses, they esteemed us all the more when we lived close to them. 2. Pleased though he might be with the results of the work thus far, Jip was not complacent. He had learned from Ho the notion not to be complacent in periods of the high tide of the movement and not to show pessimism when the movement receded. 3. Jip urgently promoted establishment of a safe communication route between Cao Bang and the Red River Delta to facilitate travel both for teaching Khadr and for armed guerrillas. These intelligence/communication lines spread out among the mountain tribal areas. In this way, Viet Minh Khadr could maintain liaison during times of enemy repression and guerrilla groups could move favorably in periods of armed activities. Jip's agents in Cao Bang who wished to contact members of other cells on the lowland plains and in the Red River Delta had to pass through localities inhabited by Tho and Man Tien people, through innumerable passes, over mountains, through fields, a march of some 20 days from beginning to end. The Tho were already Viet Minh allies, now the Man Tien watched them at their work. They were so taken by the dedication of these young Vietnamese that soon Man Tien volunteers appeared, asking to join the national effort. Man-Tien probationary trainees developed their own oath to pledge prior to admission into clandestine activities. During nighttime fire-lit ceremonies in their hamlets, they solemnly promised to unite against the French and Japanese to save the nation and their village and to achieve the Viet Minh program, and not to leave another in difficulty or to betray anyone. Giap was impressed with their ritual. The one who took the oath, he said, would plunge the burning incense stick he kept in hand into water to extinguish it, or he would chop off a chicken's head with one stroke. 4. The earliest of the Man ethnic recruits was named Hon, who became a useful caterman. According to Giap, Hon worked ardently both in training and in the field thereafter, which won him high praise among his tribe. His sacrificial work within the communist Viet Minh promoted its growth. Then he was captured by the French, tortured 11 separate times, and finally shot. He died without revealing any information. Before he was shot, his jailers allowed him a brief visit with his wife, to whom he handed a small packet of a drug concocted from tiger bone. "Keep it," Hon told her, "and pass it on to Giap. Tell that I send him my best wishes and want him to take this drug to preserve his health to be able to work." She did so. Hon's mother told Giap that although her son was dead and despite a bad harvest, "I spare a small quantity of glutinous rice for the guerrilla fighters. You, my sons, should kill the last French and Japanese to enable us, the Man people, to live." 5. As the Viet Minh movement spread to additional mountain districts, Giap ordered the creation of associations for national salvation in every possible village. He oversaw establishment of party cells. Before long he could boast that there were whole villages, whole cantons, and whole districts in the mountain region where every person belonged to a national salvation cell. 6. In effect, the Viet Minh now governed a growing portion of northern Tonkin, replacing the withered colonial arm of the French and dealing with a range of public and governmental affairs from settling land disputes to issuing marriage licenses. 7. Converting a village to the revolutionary cause began with a visit by specially trained political commissars who explained to the inhabitants what they expected. Giap later recalled that his cadres spent little time talking about communism. "We talked about the solid organization of their strength to save the nation and the village, to implement the Viet Minh program, not to leave comrades in arms in trouble, nor yet to betray them in the face of possible enemy repression." 8. Giap's cadre offered help in local projects. For a time they might choose to live near the village, working in it by day, sleeping elsewhere by night. Giap carefully schooled his men to be scrupulous in their behavior toward these mountain people. They must not enter a house without the owner's permission. They must sweep and clean the place where they stayed. They should not even share villagers' food if doing so would cause a shortage for a community's inhabitants. 9. Giap insisted that his men be so carefully correct around the women that they came to believe Viet Minh males had been made without cocks. 10. These visiting catermen carefully avoided threatening anyone who opposed them because their object, after all, was not to win everyone but only to secure the allegiance of a majority. When that was accomplished, Viet Minh catermen asked villagers to indicate who might be a traitor or French agent among them. Under the influence of their new teachers, townsfolk often pointed out village chiefs or those who collaborated with the French, rich landlords, or money lenders. Although those charged opposed allegations made against them, often peasants supported the new way of doing things with wholehearted enthusiasm. Locally selected village assassination committees carried out executions of those charged as anti-revolutionary. After eliminating such opponents, the Viet Minh continued to cultivate its relations with the villagers and soon was able to recruit guerrillas from its population. The village now became an additional communist base, capable of rendering effective aid on a regular basis. The cadre then moved on to convert another community. 11. The growth of Viet Minh influence gratified Giap. Each man was a soldier, he declaimed, each village and hamlet a fortress and each resistance committee a staff. 12 such efforts paid handsome dividends. Recruits showed up at base camps in ever greater numbers, from mountain tribesmen to townsfolk. Hundreds of young men and women left their families and volunteered to take part in the southward march. Jip found it necessary to run his training courses once each month with about 50 students in every class. When even this proved insufficient to handle those who came, Jip launched mobile instruction teams who traveled the region, holding classes in various locations. 13. Viet Minh expansion southward continued steadily, and Jip did not direct this movement from afar. He believed in close supervision, and he traveled regularly among villages and hamlets, visiting his cadre and urging them to greater effort. Often he had to spread palm leaves on the ground to serve as a bed for the night, and he slept in the open air of the jungle. 14. Under Jip's supervision, it was never too late for a student to confess inadequacy or too early to declare dedication. According to a perhaps apocryphal story related by Jip, during one graduation ceremony, a student who had done well in his training came to Jip and asked to be dropped from the roster of those who were about to be congratulated for completing their course. A little bewildered, Jip asked the young man, "Why do you ask to withdraw?" "There is too much to remember," the student responded. He would be unable to remember it all, and this might cause him to make mistakes. "I am afraid that I am not able to fulfill my task," he ended sorrowfully. This forthrightness greatly impressed Jip, and he used this man's confession to spur other trainees into self-examination. 15. Jip and his tribal friend Chu Van Tan simultaneously organized a clandestine network of agents throughout northern Tonkin. Jip and Tan sent intelligence collected by their people, usually about Japanese activities, to Chinese nationalists in exchange for financial and military assistance. Jip then used this aid to support his communist organizing work in the north. 16. Some of the funds so raised helped Jip, at Ho's orders, to establish a new location in 1942 which the Viet Minh called their Party Interprovincial Committee headquarters. It was located in the Lam Son region, a mountainous area where decomposing rocks formed red, porous deposits containing large amounts of aluminum and ferric hydroxides. Jip called the area their Red Blockhouse region. 17. They moved into Lam Son just as their popular movement, the March to the South, was developing strongly. The new camp was located in a dense forest on the border between Ho An and Nguyen Binh districts. Cotter lived in a pole house erected on a mountain slope, eventually also constructing a lecture hall, dining rooms, a dormitory, and a training ground large enough to be used simultaneously by hundreds of Cotter going through Jip's training course. Conditions seemed much better at the Red Blockhouse than they had been at Pak Bo 18. Ho Chi Minh left Tonkin early in 1942 for a trip into China because he needed to strengthen his ties with other groups that might be able to provide possible assistance. He was almost immediately arrested by the Chinese nationalists, who were well aware of Viet Minh's successes in organizing the northern portion of Tonkin. Inasmuch as the Chinese government had its own plans for that region, it knew that sidelining this revolutionary in some steaming, stinking jail would be an advantage. If nothing else, it would allow the nationalist government to use pressure to force Ho to include politicians from other, Chinese-sponsored, nationalist groups in his upper cadre echelons. While making his supervisory rounds of the countryside, Jip learned of the news when he received an urgent letter from Pham Van Dong asking him /67 to return immediately to Cao Bang. Upon his arrival, Dong told him how Ho had been arrested by troops of Chiang Kai-shek. That was bad enough. Then came even worse information, based on reports Dong had heard. Ho had died in prison. It was all too much for Jip. "I fainted," he later wrote. 19. All the Viet Minh cadre were crestfallen. Ho was their inspiration. He provided the best ideas and acted as moderator for their differences. Everyone wondered how the goals of the revolution could be achieved without him. After a few days at Cao Bang, unable to contain his sorrow and restlessness, Jip left for the Non Son district. To avoid French patrols and Japanese soldiers he traveled only at night, walking stealthily over desolate hills overgrown with wild reeds or struggling through deserted tiger grass-covered mountains. The landscape seemed to mirror his own devastation. During his journey's hours, darkness lay not only upon the land but within Gyp's soul. In the chilly cold, under a star-spotted sky, Gyp could not contain his sadness. Through bleak eyes streaming with tears, he looked up at the stars, wallowing in his loneliness, his misery. 20. Some days after, as he worked in Nan Son district, a Viet Minh courier brought Gyp a newspaper from China. Perusing the stories, Gyp's eyes fell upon a handwritten note in the margin, unmistakably the penmanship of Ho. I wish my brothers at home good health and good work. I am all right here, the words said. Then followed a poem. How could Ho be dead and yet these words of his appear on a recent issue of a newspaper? Gyp scanned the publication date curiously. It had been printed after the supposed death of Ho. New hope crept tentatively into Gyp's heart. Back in Cao Bang, when opportunity presented itself, Gyp queried the man who had first brought news of Ho's death from China. Gyp recounted seeing the note and the poem. What does all this mean? What do you think of this? He asked. The comrade replied, I don't know. When I was in China the Kuomintang Mandarin actually told me that Uncle Ho was dead. Gyp asked the man to recall exactly what he had been told. His face narrowed in concentration. The man remembered how the Mandarin had told him Sile, which meant already dead. Gyp seized on a sudden idea. Could it be, he asked, that the phrase was not Sile, but Shiele, which meant only yes, yes? Yes, the other man replied shamefacedly, that was possible. We were overjoyed, Gyp cried. Yet as a result of a simple misunderstanding we had been tormented for months by pain and sorrow. 21. Gyp returned from his travels to Cao Bang on the day of the Lunar New Year in 1943 to celebrate the organizational accomplishments of past months. With the close of the past year, Gyp and his Viet Minh cadre had succeeded in forming many additional self-defense teams. 3 northern provinces Cao Bang, Bac Ken, and Lang Son were now so solidly controlled by the Viet Minh that Gyp and his fellows simply called them Cao Bac Lang. Gyp and others within the Viet Minh Central Committee, joined by workers from Cao Bac Lang, met with many new recruits during that Tet holiday, presenting them with flags emblazoned with the slogan Successful Shock Work. Gyp had a right to be pleased with the success of his March to the South movement, because membership in associations for national salvation in 1941 had been but 1,053, and by 1943 it was 3,096. Political and military training courses increased from 11 to 26, and every month another class of cadre trained in military tactics graduated from a jungle-covered school. 10 schools taught literacy to area inhabitants. In some hamlets, people volunteered additional labor after their regular daily work ended. Women grew vegetables and bred silkworms, men baked charcoal to raise funds for the Viet Minh. In turn, the party spent that windfall to support underground cadre activity. They built food reserves and dug hideouts deep in forests with baked-inside walls, paved with timber and bamboo and covered over with timber and earth. These strongholds could be hidden so well that searching French patrols rarely found them. Other cadre crisscrossed from China to Vietnam on a constant lookout for weapons to purchase. 22. Gyp even set up his own armory. He knew that daggers, spears, and antiquated flintlock rifles were not enough to displace French authority. Refusing to be daunted by overwhelming odds, he moved blacksmiths into a deep valley behind a wall of several mountains in the red blockhouse area so as to hide hammering noises from curious outsiders. People donated iron pots, copper trays, and brass basins. After many hard months of dangerous experimentation at the secret smithy, his men succeeded in producing their first land mine. It was smart of those at the smithy to forge mines rather than trying to make rifles. The mine is a wonderful weapon for a disadvantaged guerrilla force. It is easy to make, simple, and cost-effective. It can be deployed by 1 or 2 people with a minimum of risk. Its potential destructiveness far outweighs the risk a truckload of troops, a barracks, a railway line blown at precisely the right moment to derail a train. Mines strike terror into enemies, who then become afraid to move either on or off the roads. Wounds from mines far outnumber deaths, and they tend to rip off arms and legs, further preying on the mind of an enemy. Jip and other visitors came for the field test. Spectators sat on an elevation behind huge rocks so they could watch the test without risk of being hit during the explosion by errant pig iron shell fragments. Below them, in a rocky hole, the smiths placed their prize, attaching to it a 100-meter rope. Jip waited anxiously. Comrade Cap, head of the project, shouted for one of his smiths to pull the rope. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the hole wherein the landmine lay. Nothing happened. Then Comrade Cap yanked on the rope. Smoke came boiling out, and that was all. No explosion, no hurtling fragments of metal. Each man was a soldier/69. We waited for a long moment, Jip recalled. Then the silence was broken by a though tribal warrior who burst into hooting laughter. "It doesn't want to move," he cackled. A little red-faced, Jip announced that the test was a failure but that efforts would continue. Comrade Cap and his smiths returned to their work, persisted in their efforts, and eventually succeeded. That workshop continued production until the August Revolution of 1945, when it was enlarged into the Lamson Arsenal. It produced a major part of the ammunition Jip's army later used. The smithy in the Red Block House, Jip told others, could be considered the Viet Minh's first arsenal. 23. There was more than a smithy hidden in the Red Block House region. During 1943, under Jip's direction, coolie laborers swarmed to construct a military training camp deep within the forest. Workers built camouflaged pole houses roofed with leaves for use as barracks. Buildings clung to the sides of steep slopes, the gradient requiring entries on several levels. Jip's minions quickly and quietly went on to erect a conference building, a mess hall, an armory. There was even a stadium next to the main building to be used for graduation ceremonies and training exercises. 24. During 1943 the French at last began to realize that in the Viet Minh they had a troublesome faction that might one day become a rival for power, so patrols increased and made more intensive searches of the back country. At Cao Bang, as a result, Viet Minh Committee headquarters came under siege. Its Viet Lap printing shop was shelled. Leaders of local Khadr groups were ambushed and killed. French troops hung proclamations warning the populace not to help the Viet Minh or to cooperate in its activities. Families whose sons or daughters had joined the Viet Minh should contact them and order them home or face consequent action. 25. French units unearthed and destroyed secret weapons reserves and food caches. They razed whole villages thought to be sympathetic to the revolutionary cause. They relocated remote hamlets with fewer than 20 houses into larger groupings, and countless villages throughout the Cao Lang region sat deserted, their houses dismantled and tumbled down. Over the new settlements, the colonial administration placed curfews from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. They held daily roll calls and tried to prevent inhabitants from taking a single grain of rice out of a village. The French knew how valuable rice was to the Viet Minh. It served as currency for the revolution. Without it the Viet Minh would be both physically and economically devastated. 26. During searches, if French soldiers found someone in possession of Viet Minh documents he was shot on the spot. Heads and amputated arms and legs of Khadr or sympathizers were prominently displayed in town markets. Devastation and desolation prowled the high mountains and sat heavily upon the aspirations of the Viet Minh. For a time Jip carried a hand grenade for protection, or to provide for himself what the French certainly would not, a quick death. He later discovered it was a dud. However, he said, carried constantly for good effect on morale. 27. Sometimes the Viet Minh achieved small victories, and stories of these accomplishments circulated widely, told and retold, as Khadr tried to salve their fears and strengthen their hopes. In one case, a French patrol probed carefully through the high jungle of what must have been a Hansel and Gretel forest looking for Viet Minh prey. Hidden all alone in nearby brush lay a young caterman from JIP's headquarters, who, seized with sudden inspiration, leaped from the bushes and shouted, "Charge!" at the top of his lungs. The French soldiers, their nerves already frazzled from constant fear of ambush, took to their heels in a mad rush for safety. 28. French pressure increased. JIP complained about the arrest of many families whose members had secretly joined the movement. One wonders how secret their membership was. Quite likely there were French infiltrators within the Viet Minh movement itself, providing the government with information either freely or for a price. Rewards were high. The colonial government promised thousands of piastres and generous rewards of salt, a precious commodity, to those who could bring in a revolutionary cotter's head. 29. While this most recent white terror blossomed across the land, Nguyen JIP and a comrade, Thiet Hung, were conducting a training course for new recruits. French searches often required them to relocate. They marched at night to new campsites. Heavy rains poured down on them, drenching instructor and student alike. When possible, they dried their clothes by the heat of a campfire and slept on piles of leaves. Rations consisted of maize or unpounded rice, mixed occasionally with bulbs of wild banana trees, boiled in salt water. Such food irritated their stomachs and weakened them at a time when strength might save their lives. 30. Word caught up with JIP that he should return to headquarters. It was too risky to leave him at the mercy of wandering French patrols, and he was too important to the cause. JIP asked to remain where he was, fearing that if he left, local organizations would crumble and disband. That very day a French search party appeared in the area and began a careful probe. 2 local volunteers tried to lead JIP and Thiet Hung out of harm's way. That entire night, in heavy showers and pitch darkness, JIP stumbled after his guides across steep slopes and through deep ravines. Even at dawn a dense mist prevented the small group from being able to see anything. Late in the morning, as the mist cleared, JIP realized he was hiding in plain sight on a bare hill with no nearby cover. His group was not far from the village they had fled the night before, and enemy soldiers were searching at the foot of the hill on which they stood. JIP and the others quickly dropped to all fours. 71. And crawled for several kilometers until they reached the margin of a forest. They continued to walk, but by noon were so exhausted they had no strength to continue. The 2 guides pulled JIP and Thiet Hung onward, dragging them by the arms when necessary. At about sunset they finally reached the hideout they sought. In following days, perhaps as a result of the tribulations suffered during his narrow escape from the French, JIP fell gravely ill with malaria, and he had an almost constant fever for 2.5 months. He had no quinine, and a local herbal doctor brought him decoctions of nuao root, thought to be helpful under such conditions. Women comrades worried about JIP's failing health and took his tunic to a nearby soothsayer, who said prayers for his recovery. Finally, when the French withdrew from the region for a time, JIP's comrade Cap came from central headquarters with a supply of quinine pills. Soon JIP was back on his feet. 31. The French campaign against the Viet Minh continued throughout the remainder of 1943 and as late as June 1944. Yet still the Viet Minh movement grew. By the end of 1943, in some regions JIP's cadre felt bold enough to hold military reviews and to conduct sham battles involving up to 50 men in open fields during broad daylight. On some rare occasions, mock combat exercises of nearly 1,000 men spread out over wide areas. Such activities could not possibly stay unnoticed indefinitely, and bloody French forays into the hills intensified right after the September rice harvest. Both sides needed the rice. Mortal combat could wait until this staple vital to all was safely gathered. 32. JIP was determined to hold onto and safeguard his carefully built-up Viet Minh infrastructure. Already enough of it was in place in the Caobac Lang region to launch an effective war and resistance zone. In the face of the French White Terror he had to maintain his organization, sustain the confidence of the local mountain people, and deepen their sympathy for and support of his cause. To accomplish these ends he applied the time-honored communist organizational technique of the individual cell. Each cell would be small, composed of secret members who were willing to leave their families behind to live hidden in the forest. Save for its leader, members of one cell would not know those in any other cell. Neither spies nor turncoat members would be able to uncover more than one cell. Those in each cell had to establish one contact point. It could be a cave or even a little tree-covered hut built on a mountainside or a camouflaged shanty deep within the forest. Here they would meet. Messages could be left by one for another or by leader for all. They could gather for planning sessions or hide when French units came too close. Gyp required them to gather enough provisions and store them at the contact point to last 6 months, the time necessary between rice and maize harvest. They were to live by very strict orders, adhering to a draconian schedule, dividing their activities of teaching local populations from those reserved for study, for planning, for self-criticism sessions. According to pre-arranged signals, members of those secret cells left their work or homes to walk 3 or 4 kilometers across mountains and through forest, arriving at twilight at their contact point. When they gathered, they unearthed rare and hard-won weapons, opened their food caches and drew rations, talked among themselves to bolster their spirits, and set forth on missions. Supporters in local villages they passed, ignoring the menace of the French police and military, brought them provisions and supplied them with information. The Viet Minh operated in a land where spirits, phantoms, and shadows are not only a part of lore but also a part of the way every peasant views life. They, too, were shadows, ghosts, and phantom fighters, rarely seen, but shades who inevitably left behind evidence of their passing, a dead soldier stripped of his weapons, a spy with a blackened face dangling by the neck from a braided rope, an avaricious landlord more willing to cooperate with the French than lose his land murdered in his bed. Their mission accomplished, those fighters made their way back to the contact point, sometimes sleeping alongside a river or at the edge of a rice paddy during sunlit hours. If they were lucky they could return to their hideout before the morning fog disappeared. Because of such clandestine cells, organized by Gyp and others, their popular movement was able to resist the savage persecution inflicted by the French colons. Yet the winter of 1943-44 was a harsh one for Gyp and his men. French repression forced them to exist on strict rations, satisfied with a bag of dry cereal grain and a tube of roasted salt. On one occasion Gyp and 2 of his men were entrapped for 3 days on a mountain near the Ru. They cooked their rice in handmade bamboo tubes in water squeezed from forest vines. At other times Gyp fed himself with wild tubers or roots of banana trees. And it was not only the lack of food. These ghost fighters also faced danger from exploding artillery rounds and even from forest fires lit by their enemies during the dry season to force them out of hiding. 33. Morale might have been higher had not Ho Chi Minh still languished in prison, unable to provide needed guidance and direction to his Viet Minh followers. Then after months of stubborn resistance, at last he agreed to the proposal put to him by his Chinese jailers and promised that his Viet Minh would cooperate with Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist Chinese Kuomintang government. With that, he was set free in Liu Chau in late 1943, although the Chinese insisted he remain under parole within the city. Consequently, it was not until late 1944 that he was able to return to Vietnam. Yet Ho still had reason to celebrate. Not only was he free from prison, but Gyp managed to send him messages with the information that Viet Minh teams now controlled most of the provinces of Cao Bang, Bac Can, and Lang Son. In late 1943 the Viet organization joined together those 3 provinces by converting the tiny hamlet of Nha Ta, near Cho Dan. Gyp's march to the south campaign was a success. Now a caterman could walk for nearly 3 weeks through mountains and forests from Cao Bang to Tai Nguyen without ever leaving Viet Minh territory. Ever afterward the little town of Nha Ta was known as Victory Village, and at the Tet Festival celebrating the New Year of 1944, the Viet Minh organized a great feast in honor of their successes. 34. Quartet in early 1944, as the year of the goat made way for the year of the monkey, Giap returned to Cao Bang. When high-ranking members of the party gathered with him to salute the holidays, Giap ceremoniously presented a new flag representing the labor and laborers of the past. The ensign was embroidered with the slogan Sung Phong Thang Lot, victory to the volunteers. The Viet Minh movement, Giap said, forged ahead despite French repression that had bloodied their ranks since 1941. 35. The French anti-terrorist campaign continued to rage. Giap complained that by June 1944 the savage white repression carried out by the French fascists reached unprecedented heights. They were so successful that the Viet Minh began to suffer a hemorrhage of supporters. Giap confessed that the movement declined for some time and that revolutionary bases in certain regions became smaller. 36. About the only positive item Giap now forwarded to Ho in the dispatches he regularly sent to Liu Chao was the statement that people's fighting spirit against terror ran high and secret groups, in every locality took more feverishly to training themselves militarily and to raising their political understanding. It was not quite hot air, but it was close. The Viet Minh suffered badly during those months from September 1943 to June 1944. 37. Giap's cadre struck back as best they could. Now, in addition to propaganda work, local armed platoons ambushed an occasional enemy patrol and, to use Giap's words, executed the most reactionary elements within the Viet Minh stronghold. 38 non-communist nationalists, landlords and money lenders, members of political factions unaligned with the Viet Minh, turncoats and spies, French sympathizers, and stubborn native Roman Catholic priests and nuns who lived at the head of the Red River Delta were all fair game for Viet Minh cadre as Giap struck out in every direction to ensure the survival of his revolutionary cause. And despite the best efforts of the colonial administration, he was successful. The movement continued to grow throughout Tonkin, and Giap sent cadre as far away as the Ca Mau Peninsula in the far south of the nation to create new communist cells. In March 1944, the Chinese nationalist Kuomintang sponsored a conference of various Vietnamese factions and parties at Liu Chau, where Ho Chi Minh still lingered under parole. For the Viet Minh it was almost a command per fur. 74/HA.NOI.1941-46. Mans, if they ever wanted to see Ho given his freedom, they must attend. The Kuomintang insisted that those present create a united front. All Vietnamese were to fight under a single banner, that of the Dong Minh Hoi. In this new organization, the Vietnamese were given only one leadership position. This could well have spelled the end for the Viet Minh, except that following the close of the conference, those from other parties remained in Liu Chau awaiting the coming of the Allies and the end of the war. The Viet Minh party delegation returned to the high country of Tonkin. This allowed them to claim to all patriots everywhere that the Viet Minh was nothing more than a representative of the Dong Minh Hoi and the national government in exile. It was a powerful recruiting pitch. In this way they gathered support from a great many non-communist patriots who previously had shunned them. Then world events gave the French colonial administration something other than the Viet Minh to think about. The Axis powers in Europe were suffering grievous reverses on the battlefield. Remnants of German armies retreated from Stalingrad after absorbing horrendous casualties there from the summer of 1942 to February 1943. Reinvigorated Soviet armies launched repeated offensives against their Nazi enemies. Then came the D-Day invasion of Normandy on France's northern coastline. American, Canadian, and British troops attacked Normandy and established a beachhead on the Cotentin Peninsula, from which they slowly pushed inland. In July 1944, Pétain's Vichy government collapsed and all of France not then held by the Allies was occupied by the German army. The Allies liberated Paris, and de Gaulle's Free French government in exile declared itself the rightful authority for all France. Giap and his companions found solace in such news. They knew these changing world conditions would soon make a difference in Vietnam. Boundless was our joy. Through the long months of World War II, great military leaders of many nations achieved renown and glory on sanguinary battlefields. Erwin Rommel and his Afrika Korps fought with the troops of Britain's General Bernard Law Montgomery in the arid, dusty deserts of North Africa. Germany's General Friedrich Paulus faced the stubborn Russian General Georgy Zhukov in biting winds and over snow-scarred wastelands at Stalingrad. Britain's General Ord Wingate fought the Chindit War against the Japanese in the steaming jungles of Burma along the Irrawaddy River. American General Douglas MacArthur brooded in his Australian headquarters as he planned his brilliant island-hopping attacks across the southwest Pacific to outflank and outmaneuver Japanese forces. General Mark Clark's soldiers struggled northward along the Italian peninsula in the face of dogged German resistance from the troops of Albert Kesselring. In England, General Dwight Eisenhower planned the massive invasion of the European continent, to be carried out by dozens of subordinate generals whose names were Legion, Bradley, Patton, Hodges, Collins, Patch, Jarrow, Simpson, Sutherland, Cota. These men thought in terms of tens of thousands of soldiers assigned to divisions and corps, army groups, and theater armies. They used jeeps by Willis Overland and half-tracks built by Chevrolet, tanks by Chrysler and trucks by Ford, rifles by Springfield and Singer. Industry massed behind the war effort in a way unparalleled in all history. Cargo planes, freshly christened naval vessels. Great railway trains, deuce-and-a-half trucks, gliders, and parachutes carried troops into battle. The generals' planning staffs had to account for divisions capable of consuming 80 tons of ammunition a minute while in combat. Thirsty vehicles drank millions of gallons of petroleum, oil, and lubricants. Without Pole, the entire war effort would have come literally to a grinding halt as engines turned red-hot and seized up. Troops smoked millions of cigarettes and sent uncounted letters home to children, sweethearts, and parents by way of the Army's V-mail system. They carried chewing gum and toilet paper, K-ration chocolate bars and high-energy, high-calorie food packets. Most ate at least occasional hot meals, brought forward to them by other soldiers assigned to mobile field kitchens. Fighting men encased their feet in heavy boots and exchanged them for new ones when the old wore out. And they threw away what was not immediately essential. Battlefields and the roads leading to them were littered with the detritus of war, casually wasted by those who fought. There was always more, and still more. Not all soldiers luxuriated in the surfeit of war-generated plenty. During those years when Jap's soon-to-be military counterparts moved vast modern armies across the plains of Europe and from island to island in the Pacific, garnering for themselves medals and glory, he scuffed along narrow paths through the jungles and mountain passes of Tonkin wearing sandals made from worn-out truck tires and sometimes dressed in the black pajama-like garb of his people. When he traveled alone, his mind buzzed with calculations as he struggled to solve the problem of logistics for his Viet Minh cadre. Everything depended upon supply and resupply. No army could fight unaided. It needed bullets and mines and rifles, machine guns and mortars and artillery. Its men needed food, clothing, and shelter. Jap's thoughts tumbled as he considered supply details. If one porter can carry 54 pounds of rice 15 miles a day, or 12 miles a night, then how many porters must begin working and when must they begin working to sustain a 400-man combat unit in a 10-day assault on a target 130 miles away? Such thoughts proved worthwhile. He came to conclusions that in the end he used to confound the best Western armies in their efforts inside Vietnam to defeat him in battle as they tried to calm the whirlwind of revolution set in motion by Ho and Jap and their fellows. 1. The collapse of Marshal Henry Philippe Pétain's fascist Vichy government in July 1944 and the subsequent German occupation of the rest of France not already liberated by invading Allied armies gave Jap both pause and hope. The passing of the old government in France and the emergence of a new one, he believed, might be of real help to the Viet Minh. He foresaw an inevitable coup d'état staged by the Japanese in order to destroy any remaining French power in Indochina. That would be the critical moment at which to act. 2. At the end of July 1944, heartened by these developments during Ho's lengthy absence, Jap persuaded the CAOBAC Lang Interprovincial Committee to convene a conference to discuss whether or not the party should now launch an armed insurrection. They met at the cave of Pak Bo amid much ceremony. The meeting ground was well decorated and prepared with a triumphal arch and a display of the red banner emblazoned with the five-pointed gold star fluttering from a nearby flagpole. Inside were rows of conference tables. Dining halls and bedrooms were ready. 3 successive rings of local man warriors mounted guard. Stationed along each entry corridor through the hills and forest, they provided strict security, and these sentries were reinforced at the most sensitive locations by armed detachments of Vietnamese cadre. Boundless was our joy, of all of us, Gipp said, to meet together to discuss a subject which we had so much longed for, after months of arduous struggle against the terrorist campaign. 3. Gipp offered the group a resolution, because of the world and domestic situation and because of the improvement thus far in Viet Minh fortunes, it was time to launch a guerrilla war. 4. He spoke for his own motion and urged his fellows to vote for an immediate uprising against the French and Japanese. His persuasiveness convinced others, and so the conferees agreed to go into action 2 months later, right after the September rice harvest. 5. Gipp was ecstatic and in his euphoria spoke of people lived the pre-insurrection hours in hope and excitement. 6. In Gipp's memory, all those who lived in Caobac Lang were enthusiastic. People screamed with joy, he wrote, when they heard about the resolution on the launching of guerrilla warfare. 7. Preparations began in the utmost secrecy. To watching French eyes, mountain villagers seemed to continue their quiet resignation and silent suffering. Behind this facade was feverish preparation. The remainder of July and August passed as Viet Minh agents purchased and manufactured weapons. Especially sought after were hand grenades. Gipp ordered that each shotgun have 150 shells in reserve. Food was dried to preserve it and stored in hidden caches. Gipp claimed that people contributed even more grain than the quotas the Viet Minh set for them. One elderly woman, Gipp recalled, sold half her belongings to buy guns for her son and daughter. 8. In September, harvest neared its completion and the still excited Gipp exulted. The first shots of the armed action had already been fired in many localities. 9. This was Gipp's first major party decision and the strongest position he had yet taken on any issue, a fact that he quickly came to regret. For when Ho Chi Minh, who was in China, heard of Gipp's decision, he sent a message to Pak Bo telling the Viet Minh to hold fast until he could return. In November he met with Gipp at Pak Bo, and on the 19th, Gipp reported to him. The road to conquer the South is clear. Everybody is ready. All we need is your signal. Once again. 78/HA-NOI.1941-46. Ho countermanded Gipp's decision and the rubber stamp given it by the conference. 10. Today is not the day, Ho said, shaking his head. The masses are not fully developed. They are still divided. Premature actions will only hurt our cause. 11. Ho believed that Gipp's decision was based only on the local situation in Caobac Lang and not on the entire country. Ho further explained to Gipp that the younger man had seen only part and not the whole of the problem. 12. This penchant for premature action would long remain to haunt Gipp. He consistently moved too soon throughout the 2 later Indochina wars. Partly this was because he was a soldier and man of action who would have gladdened the heart of Napoleon. Often ignoring the cautions of Sun Tzu, he sought quick military solutions to vexing problems and in true Jominian fashion wanted to fight, to throw mass on force at the decisive point. Because of his Marxism, he also was inclined to a Clausewitzian approach, melding the political with the military. In addition, his Marxism made of him a true believer. He believed the people would rise to support the cause. He believed his enemies were often craven, lacking in courage, and morally weak. And, as time would show, he was often wrong. There was a sufficiency of problems, Ho told Gipp. There was no sure sanctuary. Any revolutionaries, Ho lectured, would be hunted down and destroyed. How would we deal with the problem of protecting and evacuating the people when the enemy attacked every village, every mountain village, and every locality? How could we organize people's lives once we brought them into the jungle? How could the Viet Minh continue to increase production of weapons in a time of prolonged French terrorism? 13. As Jip looked at him with dismay, Ho continued, "At this time we need to develop new ways to cope with the new situation. The present political movement has suffered much. Our fighters are still inexperienced. We must select our best fighters and organize them into a Doi Quan Jai Fong." He finally convinced a crestfallen Jip that any uprising at that point would be premature and therefore extremely dangerous to the movement. 14. That night, however, Ho threw a sop to Jip when the two men met again for an extended conversation. Jip chafed at the thought of further delay in the rising against French colonial power. Cautioning patience, Ho told his young disciple that the period of peaceful development of the revolution is over, but that of nationwide uprising has not yet begun. We must, therefore, adopt a more appropriate form in order to bring the movement forward. 15. Ho had in mind the formation of a Viet Minh army. Jip's heart surged. This was precisely the goal he desired. A firebrand, he was ready to carry the war to his hated French enemies at the first possible moment. Then Ho passed to him the baton of leadership. "This you should carry out," Ho told him. "Can you do that? We are still weak, the enemy is strong. But we must not let them annihilate us, must we?" 16. "Yes, I'll do it," Jip quickly responded. 17. "I was pleased with my new responsibilities," Jip recalled. "I dreamt of the day when I could put our red flag on top of Mount Paria Uoac. Knowing the difficulty of surviving a guerrilla war, Jip believed he would soon die in some battle. I considered that my life would end in the mountains of Caobac Lang." 18. That very night Jip lay in bed listening to Ho talk until about 3 a.m. Inside the chilly hut, without any light, the men leaned their heads on hard blocks of wood and planned for a guerrilla assault on French power. Ho outlined his ideas for a liberation army, its organization, its motto, its activities. He spoke of the problems of food and ammunition supply. He repeated his concern that if they relied on the people of the land the enemy would not be able to destroy them. 19. Jip set to his task. Calling upon two trusted comrades, V. Yuan and Le Quang Ba, Jip led them to the back of the Pak Bo cave, where they discussed details of organization for the new military force and selection of its leadership. They chose Huang Sam as military leader and Zich Thang as political commissar. The first force would consist of a platoon of 3 squads drawn from armed self-defense teams at Ha Quang, Hoan, and Nguyen Bin. While they talked, Ho entered to listen, and when they turned to him, he agreed with their decisions. He reminded them always to remember that the spirit of the people is greater than armed forces. If we can rely on the people, no one can defeat us. 20. Late that night, Ho and Jip sat together for a long discussion. Past midnight, Ho said to Jip, "In revolution you must put the needs of the people first." 21. As they talked, Ho suggested the new military force might be named the Vietnam Liberation Unit. The next day, however, he called Jip aside once more and ordered that the name should contain a reminder to all its members that revolutionary power grows best when the actions of soldiers are guided by political considerations. It would be called Tu Yen Tru Yen Jai Fong Quan, or the Armed Propaganda and Liberation Unit. Its task would be to use armed struggle to mobilize and arouse the population while bowing to the notion that political activities were always more important than armed assaults, that propaganda was more vital than military attacks. 22. In this way Jip, the former high school history teacher, now found himself at the head of a non-existent army. Much as America's Congress in 1775 named George Washington to head a non-existent Continental Army, so Jip found himself appointed to direct a force that was still to be raised, organized, and trained. In this way, in a dark cave lit by flaming torches, he began his long career as the primary military leader of Vietnam. He was 33 years old. While Ho Chi Minh might have left the details of raising the army to Jip, he chose not to do so. He wrote instructions providing for the formation of Reg. Uller units, and in lengthy meetings with his subordinate, he and Jip reviewed French military might and their own situation. They discussed the strength of their cadres, the logistics of supplying food to troops, the regions where bases should first be established. Over and again Ho insisted that a sudden and successful military venture must occur within a month. Winning that first battle would give the Viet Minh great help in their propaganda work. He warmed to his topic. Be secret, rapid, active, now in the east, now in the west, arriving unexpectedly and leaving unnoticed. Ho was, of course, quoting Sun Tzu. 23. Jip held a meeting of potential platoon leaders at Ha Quang. The sessions were enlivened by the attendance of some Vietnamese military cadets recently returned from China. They met in a dense forest around a large flat stone under an old tree. How might they best open their campaign against the French? Which target to hit? How to win without heavy losses in human life and weaponry? Should they attack a stationary target or ambush a moving column? Weapons were in short supply, but even worse was the ammunition problem. Each man had only about 20 cartridges. At the end of a long day of discussion, the men shared a festive meal of monkey meat, animals shot from trees in the surrounding forest. 24. Jip ultimately chose 34 men to compose the first unit of his regular army. He called them the Tran Hung Dao platoon after an early Vietnamese emperor. They were selected from among section leaders, platoon commanders, or outstanding members of local armed groups in the Dinh Xie Valley. This army possessed 2 revolvers, 17 rifles, 14 flintlocks, and 1 light machine gun. Some of those weapons had last seen service in the Russo-Japanese War of 1905. 25. At 5 p.m., December 22, 1944, Jip conducted a ceremony initiating these men into his army, the forerunner of the later People's Liberation Army. It was deep winter and very cold, but the men were enthusiastic. They assembled for the first time under their gold-starred red flag. Jip made a lengthy speech emphasizing the important and heavy responsibilities they now all bore. The political is more important than the military and propaganda is more important than fighting, he said. Let us set high the spirit of heroic sacrifice. He called on them to pledge their blood and to adhere strictly to discipline and absolutely obey all orders of their superiors. 26. All the men present took a 10-point oath. 1. To sacrifice everything for their fatherland so as to make Vietnam independent. 2. To obey and to carry out orders well and without question. 3. To fight without complaint despite hardships and misery, not to lose heart even in the face of death. Boundless was our Ojave/81. 4. To be alert and worthy fighters able to kill the enemy and save their country. 5. To keep absolute secrecy. 6. Never to betray their fellows even under torture. 7. To love and help their comrades in arms. 8. To safeguard their weapons. 9. To respect 3 great precepts, not to steal from, nor frighten, nor bother people, to adhere to 3 great principles, to respect people, to help them, and to protect them. 10. To use self-criticism for personal improvement. Shouts of "We swear" resounded mightily through the forest after Jip recited each point. 27. Jip later told how those present felt lifted up by the spirit of sacrifice, and filled with inexpressible and unforgettable sentiments. 28. To set an example of austerity, the ritual closed with a frugal meal, rice without vegetables and without salt provided for the event by local people. 29. As darkness came on, they sat around a fire until about midnight, wrapped in fog and whipped by gusts from a cold wind. In the depths of the jungle, swept by cold winds of a chilly winter night, Jip wrote, the army was born. 30. Ho wanted a victory, and Jip did not plan to wait even the month Ho had allowed him before he struck at the French. Only 4 days after receiving his assignment from Ho, on December 24, 1944, Jip and his new army struck at French outposts at Phi Cot and Nha Non, 35 kilometers from one another in the border region amid the neighboring provinces of Cao Bang, Bac Can, and Lang Son. These 2 outposts were ideal. French military men there occupied many homes formerly belonging to Jip's comrades. At Phi Cot, Jip sent in a 12-year-old boy named Huang to serve him as a spy. Each day Huang took bread and wine to the French commander, talked to the troops, observed the food and ammunition warehouse, the mess hall, the sleeping quarters, and watch posts, and noted the schedule for meals, rest, and meetings. At night he slipped out of the village through its bamboo hedge and reported what he had learned to Jip. 31. In case he needed papers to get inside the garrisons, Jip went to the office of Vietnam Doc Lap and used the typewriter there to forge patrol permits. A friend carved an official stamp from a yam tuber and used it to stamp the patrol permits with red ink next to the forged signature. At that time, Jip wrote, typewritten letters of introduction were most valuable. 32. These forts were garrisoned with French officers and non-commissioned officers and Vietnamese soldiers. To confuse the French, Van and his men dressed in clothing similar to that worn by the Mandarin militia. Van wore a conical helmet covered with indigo-dyed cloth, puttees, and a white belt. Jip's men struck first at Phi Cot and then, marching swiftly cross-country, at Nha Non. The men of his unit, Jip reported, were all hardened and extremely devoted to the cause. Be that as it may, there seems to have been some pre-arrangement involved in these two battles. Jip and his men killed all the French defenders without exception and seized a large amount of ammunition, which at the time was of more value even than guns. The Vietnamese troops in service to the French surrendered with no loss of life, and there were no casualties among the attackers. Prearrangement would have brought about these results and would have been an attractive way to introduce the new army to people of the area. An initial victory makes for good feelings. A happy and feisty Jip exclaimed, "What champions we are, 1 meal and 2 battles a day." 33. To throw off pursuers, Jip marched his tiny force north as if to attack Dong Mu, a border community 30 miles northwest of Cao Bang. It was the first of many ruses he would use against the French. When he believed they had figured out his next objective, he halted his men and they withdrew to an already prepared base camp at Tien Thuat, where he celebrated Tet 1945. News of his victories spread rapidly. As Jip and his men marched toward Tien Thuat, local inhabitants even in areas close to enemy posts openly carried torchlights to welcome Jip's force. Others spread festive Tet meals on tables they laid by the roadside and waited beside them for the troops to arrive so they could entertain them. 34. At the Tien Thuat base, Jip expanded his small unit to company size by reinforcements drawn from several localities. Local people showed their support, supplying Jip's forces with buffaloes, oxen, pigs, rice, cakes, and funds for needed equipment. Now, finally, Jip could begin to train his army. The caves of Cao Bang were his initial military headquarters. Working there, Jip, some 40 Viet Minh catermen, and 500 Montagnard guards devoted themselves to learning how to build an army. Jip wrote, thought, planned, and schemed. As resources, Jip had a few Chinese advisors, notes he had made on military matters during his 2 years spent in China, and knowledge derived from his historical study. With this he sought to ground himself in strategy, tactics, recruitment, training, logistics, and materiel procurement. 35. From the beginning Jip understood that a regular army would not be sufficient by itself. Under his main armed force, he directed the creation of 2 subordinate groups, district armed militias and village self-defense forces. District armed militias, organized into 85-man companies and 300-man provincial battalions, supported the Propaganda and Liberation Army and provided Jip with local strike forces. When fully equipped, they could engage French units in sustained combat for very brief periods. They emphasized small unit actions, ambush, sabotage, armed terrorism, and harassing fire. They served to wear down French morale, forcing the colons to protect isolated outposts. 36. Boundless was RORR/83. Village self-defense units, organized into 30-man platoons, were the true foundations of Jip's people's warfare. Operating at the hamlet level, these part-time militia units carried responsibility for guarding villages, harassing French military patrols, and preparing local defenses against attacks, mines, punji stakes, and booby traps. They also served as a manpower pool, offering up replacements when necessary to higher and better armed units. Manpower losses were made up by drawing from militia units, those units drew from self-defense forces, village units conscripted from the masses of the countryside. As time progressed, the newest recruit to a local self-defense team knew that one day he might well be a member of the regular army. In this way, one writer has said, farming ants nourished fighting ants. 37. Most of that nourishment for all the levels of JIP's military organizations came in the form of political indoctrination. From the beginning, JIP was persuaded that his soldiers needed total commitment to the revolutionary cause. Only then would they fight and die in sufficiently determined numbers. Only devotion bordering on the fanatical would drive them through the harsh days of battle yet to come with a foe that was technologically superior in every way. Such an attitude could never be cultivated solely through military training. And so JIP filled over 2/3 of the training schedule with political indoctrination classes. 38. JIP had to bring his expectations quickly down to the level of his men's ability. When he first gave them training in close order drill, he automatically began counting cadence in French, on, do. Many looked at him in bewilderment, so he began over, in Vietnamese, mot, hi. 39. In all their ways JIP trained his men by the numbers until each act became part of a man's nature. When he was promoted, a man was taught a few extra movements and reactions suitable for his new responsibilities, and in these also he was drilled repeatedly until he could act upon them without hesitation, without thought. As the years passed and JIP's men were ordered over and over again into battle with the French, there was continual promotion for those who survived combat, for casualties ran high and dead leaders needed to be replaced. After each engagement, everyone who was not killed was put through a fresh political and military conditioning course. Promising individuals were promoted to greater responsibilities and taught new motions and reflexes. In this way even the simplest man who managed to remain alive continued to improve, and some reached high positions. In later days some colonels who were barely literate but who knew their jobs by rote managed to perform on the battlefield with excellence. JIP allowed no weakness. Everyone had to admit his faults and failings, to accuse himself of lack of dedication or skill, to repent his errors, and to promise to do better. Those who would not or could not do so were punished, sent through repeated re-education courses, or, as a last resort, simply shot. 40. 84/HM01J941-46. JIP coordinated the activities of all three levels of the military and retained unified command over them all in his own hands. For a long time, JIP was primarily concerned with teaching his men the tactics of actual battle assaults, how to move units from one point to another. Then he graduated to strategy, how did the need for a given battle harmonize with political reality. It would still be some time before he could give serious thought to the theories to be inferred from his work, but they would eventually come and would powerfully affect the course of modern wars in many parts of the world. 41. For some time the Viet Minh had been of help to the Allied war effort. Among other things, carefully monitored by Ho, Pham Van Dong, and JIP, Viet Minh Cotter since 1942 had provided helpful information to an Allied intelligence operation, the GBT Group, working within Japanese-occupied Indochina. The initials stood for Gordon Bernard 10, the three members of the unit. Lawrence Gordon was a Canadian oilman with experience in Egypt, China, and Madagascar. When war broke out in 1939, Laurie Gordon, Director of Operations for Caltexico in Haiphong, left Indochina and returned to his California home. The English spymaster Sir William Stevenson contacted him there and recruited him into the British Secret Service, commissioned him a captain, and helped him infiltrate back into Indochina. Acting as a freelance oil agent, he traveled about from Hanoi to Saigon. He was soon joined by Frank Tan, a Chinese-American born in Massachusetts and a graduate of the Boston Latin School, whom he had previously known, and Harry V. Bernard, who had earlier worked for Caltexico in Saigon. GBT established an information network throughout Indochina and sent information both to the Chinese Kuomintang government and to General Claire Chennault's 14th Air Force, based at Kunming. In 1944, GBT forwarded a report to China that a downed American pilot, identified only as Lieutenant Shaw, had parachuted into the Viet Minh-controlled zone. He was rescued and kept safe from harm by one of JIP's guerrilla bands. That report stated that this was done at the orders of an Annamite named Hu Zuming. Shaw was eventually brought to Pak Bo headquarters by Viet Minh Cotter, and, in one of the 4 trips he made into China between late 1944 and early 1945, Ho personally accompanied Shaw to Kunming, where he was turned over to American forces there. 42. Those assigned to the Office of Strategic Services in Kunming, China, to which such reports eventually came, were interested in information about downed American flyers and much more. In the office there was a file dating back to 1940 detailing the activities of the Viet Minh. Included in those papers was the first mention of Ho Chi Minh in American records. On December 31, 1942, Clarence E. Gause, American ambassador to China, reported that the Chinese had, on December 2, arrested and detained at Liuqiao, Guangxi, an Annamite named Ho Chi Chi. OSS reports also indicated that Ho could occasionally be found in Kunming at the headquarters there of the Office of War Information. 43. The first OSS agent in Kunming Ho contacted was Lieutenant Colonel Paul L. E. Helliwelf, head of the Secret Intelligence Branch. As an indication of interest, he gave Ho 6.38 caliber revolvers and 20,000 rounds of ammunition. Intrigued by this small, intense agent, Helliwell reported the contact to his superiors. They authorized additional contacts and increased aid. On one of his forays into Kunming, China, on March 17, 1945, Ho talked with Charles Fenn. In China as a war correspondent and recruited by OSS, Fenn later took Marine training, was commissioned, and returned to China as a lieutenant assigned to OSS. His duties included acting as liaison with the GBT group in Vietnam. In his talk with Ho, Fenn realized that here was a man who should be recruited for the war effort, and so when Ho asked if he could meet briefly with General Claire Chennault, Fenn agreed to help. For better or worse, Fenn is thus the one who recruited Ho's assistance for OSS efforts in Tonkin. Fenn set up the appointment but warned Ho not to ask for anything, neither supplies nor promises of support. Ho agreed. On March 29, 1945, Ho entered Chennault's office and Fenn introduced the two men. Chennault told Ho of his gratitude for Ho's helping to save the pilot Shaw. Ho replied that he was always glad to help Americans and, in particular, Chennault, for whom he had great admiration. For a few moments they talked about Chennault's old Flying Tiger group, a group of American volunteers he put together in the early days of the war to help Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist government combat Japanese air superiority. Chennault was pleased that the old Annamite knew about the famous flying group. Ho promised he would help any other downed pilots if at all possible. Neither man spoke about the French or about politics. Then Ho asked a small favor. Did the general have a picture of himself? Chennault pulled out a folder of 8 by 10 glossy pictures. Ho selected one and asked the general to autograph it. Chennault scrawled "Yours sincerely, Claire L. Chennault" across the bottom, and with the picture in his hand, Ho bade the general a polite farewell. 44. Ho was elated. He held in his hand a treasure, tangible evidence he could use to demonstrate to any skeptic that he had American support behind the Viet Minh. Soon he would have more concrete help. France's General Eugene Mordaunt had commanded the forces of his country in Indochina since 1940. Realigning himself with de Gaulle's Free French in 1942, he found himself under orders to head French resistance in Indochina and to prepare the way for an Allied invasion. Mordaunt was not a discreet man, soon even the Japanese knew of his plans. They kept a watchful eye on his activities. Following the liberation of Paris in August 1944, de Gaulle named Mordaunt his delegate general for Indochina, and Decoux, the governor-general, found himself stripped of all real authority. The Japanese laid plans to hold on to their Indochinese bastion. They replaced garrison troops there with crack soldiers of the tactical 38th Imperial Army, commanded by Lieutenant General Tsuchihashi. As early as December 1944, Tsuchihashi requested permission to act against Mordaunt and French forces in Vietnam. His superiors told him the time was not yet right. In January and February 1945, Mordaunt sent elements of his military from their urban barracks to the northern mountains of Tonkin. He argued that in the event of a Japanese attack, his soldiers would not be trapped in the mountains and could even function as guerrillas there. Mordaunt further enraged the Japanese by refusing to turn over to them 9 downed American pilots held by the French. Mordaunt also laid plans to begin an operation against the Viet Minh guerrillas to begin on March 10. The Japanese did not wait. On March 9 they stripped French officials of all authority and arrested and imprisoned many of them, including General Mordaunt. Known Gaullist sympathizers were rounded up and interned. French officers and military units were forcibly disarmed and interned. The French ironically now found themselves prisoners in their own colony. Some 12,000 French troops located in the mountainous north tried to resist near Lang Son and Dang Dong, communities located near the Chinese border. Outnumbered and low on ammunition, several hundred finally surrendered to their Japanese attackers, who slaughtered them. Survivors began a slow fighting retreat on foot northward to China. 45 This putsch transformed the situation in Vietnam. The 80-year-old empire of the French colonialists collapsed in seconds and ended forever any lingering idea in the minds of the Vietnamese of French omnipotence and invulnerability. Not one to overlook a sudden advantage, Emperor Bao Dai acted swiftly. On March 11, only 2 days after the Japanese coup, he abrogated the 1884 Treaty of Protectorate and proclaimed that his Kingdom of Annam was independent. For years the Japanese had touted their Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere, with its slogan Asia for the Asians. Now Bao Dai also joined this Japanese-sponsored and organized group, promising to cooperate with the Japanese and trust in their goodwill toward Vietnam. Caught by their own motto, the Japanese felt it necessary to allow some sort of Vietnamese participation in running their own country, but their adamant refusal to hand over real independence to Bao Dai or anyone else only served to strengthen the Viet Minh, who now made rapid progress following the putsch. 46 Still, Bao Dai's move came as a surprise to Ho Chi Minh and his cadre, for they wanted no other independent and patriotic rallying force in Vietnam save their own Viet Minh. They laid plans to deal with Bao Dai at the appropriate time. 47. The Communist Party Central Committee's Military Commission scheduled a meeting at Bac from 15 to April 20, 1945. Jip looked forward to going. It would be a chance to see comrades, to exchange news, to refine plans for military activities. Jip walked cross-country toward Bac, dressed in traditional clothing, black silk shirt, white trousers, and woven bamboo conical hat. For the first time in 5 years he was again in the delta of the Red River. He reveled in the sight of flooded rice paddies that increasingly appeared as he neared the delta and then spread out across the land as far as he could see. He enjoyed each hamlet he passed, his eyes taking in their impenetrable bamboo hedges. Rice fields and bamboo made his thoughts turn toward home and times of peace. He wondered about his wife, Quang Tai, and his daughter, Hong An. I thought I would at last have news from my family from whom I had not heard for all these years, he said later. I had written letters but didn't know if they ever arrived, and I was thinking it would not be long until I had news. Upon his arrival at Bac, Jip found his old friend Truong Chin already there. When I met Truong Chin and the other comrades, it was an explosion of joy, he recalled. Terrible news lay in wait for him, however. While Jip listened to others talking about how they had to move about constantly to avoid French police operations, Truong Chin casually turned to him and, as an example of the danger in which they all lived, recalled the case of Jip's wife. Tai was caught because she didn't have time to find someone to care for the baby. She died in prison before we could do anything. Jip felt his blood chill and for a long moment sat still as a stunned oxen. His heart racing, he finally asked, "You say Tai is dead?" "What?" responded Truong Chin. "You didn't know?" He had no idea Jip had not heard from his family in all the years of hiding since they had left Hanoi together. Jip sat quietly, speechless, white as death for long minutes. Then he silently rose and left his fellows, desperate to find a way to accept the idea of the death of his wife. But that was not the time for emotions, he later recalled. It was the time to plan military action. That was what had brought these men together, and when they assembled for business sessions, Jip sat stiffly among them, as his duty demanded. Ice had begun to form on the volcano. 48. Although the Japanese now had control of the land, they had no comparable structure to replace the now discarded French intelligence and security forces. They were unable to occupy or control more than the key towns and communication lines in Vietnam. Rural areas fell to the Viet Minh by default. Its Cotter quickly took advantage of this situation, using the opportunity for recruitment and political/military organizational work. Newly formed Viet Minh units drove south. Jip formed at least 15 to 20 new units of his People's Liberation Army, one after the other. At one recruiting center, 3,000 young men enlisted. Patriots hoisted red flags over increasing numbers of hamlets and villages. The more daring even disarmed French troops. Everywhere it seemed that Viet Minh revolutionary committees now served as a de facto provisional government in their own areas, and the Japanese did not have the military strength to send their few troops into the high mountain areas to attack them even when Jip added Japanese targets to his guerrilla war campaign. Truong Chin chaired a Tonkin Revolutionary Military Conference which met 15 to 20 April 1945. Attended by representatives of various armed elements from across the land, it was a party effort to create a single united front and a single command. By May 1945 a liberated zone existed, consisting of the provinces of Cao Bang, Bac Can, Lang Son, Ha Giang, Thanh Nguyen, Phu Tho, Phu Quien, Yen Bai, and Tu Yen Quang, and part of Bac Giang and Vinh Yen. Then in a meeting presided over by Jip on May 15, the People's Liberation Army was formally proclaimed in ceremonies at the Bien Thuong Buddhist Temple in Cho Chu Village, Thanh Nguyen Province. The Liberation Army spread like oil on water, and the whole northern region between Hanoi and Cao Bang was now essentially a free area. Thus on June 4 the Viet Minh held a meeting at Kim Lung, a small village in Tu Yen Quang Province renamed Tan Tro by the rebels, and formally proclaimed the area a liberated zone. Tan Tro was to be its capital, and administration of this free zone was placed under the responsibility of a 5-man provisional executive committee. For Jip that meeting was important for another reason. He was finally named a member of the Central Committee of the Indochinese Communist Party. 49. The Viet Minh leadership anticipated that a crucial moment for their program would come with the Japanese surrender, and they wanted to be ready. To show their determination, on July 4, 1945, Jip sent his Viet Minh guerrillas against the Japanese in a major attack in the 4,000-foot-high Tarn Dao Mountains in the northwest corner of the Red River Delta. A small Japanese contingent of about 40 men occupied an old French outpost in the mountain resort of Tarn Dao, which was used as a civilian concentration camp. Jip and his men overran the little garrison and freed the civilians from their captors. 50. The March 9 Japanese coup against the French cut off the flow of intelligence from Vietnam to OSS people operating out of Kunming in China. Alarmed by this loss, OSS men in Kunming contacted Ho Chi Minh to work out a new means of gathering information. Frankie Tan of the GBT group, then in Kunming, urged Ho to work with the OSS, a predisposition Ho already felt in any case. After his arrival in Kunming on April 13, 1945, Major Archimedes Paddy asked Ho for permission to send an OSS team to work with his cadre and to gather intelligence on the Japanese and expand existing escape and evasion networks. On June 30, Paddy received a reply from Ho Chi Minh agreeing to receive and work with an OSS team. 51 Shortly thereafter, Charles Fenn arranged a flight for Ho and Tan FRDM Kunming to a southern border town on China's frontier with Vietnam. From there, Tan and Ho, with Ho's bodyguards, walked together to Pak Bo and then on to Tan Tro, the new location of Viet Minh headquarters. Paddy's OSS team was not, however, the first to reach Ho's jungle camp in northern Vietnam. In that spring of 1945, the first American to parachute into the Viet Minh main headquarters camp was sponsored by August. He was Lieutenant Dan Phelan. Met by Frankie Tan, he was taken to the camp and introduced to Ho, Jip, and others. Phelan met with Ho on several occasions. He kept asking me if I could remember the language of our declaration. I was a normal American. I couldn't. I could have wired up to Kunming and had a copy dropped to me, of course, but all he really wanted was the flavor of the thing. The more we discussed it, the more he actually seemed to know about it than I did. 52. It was not until July 16 that Paddy's group, codenamed Deer Team, parachuted into Vietnam near the village of Kim Lung, about 20 miles east of Yen Quang. An advance section arrived first, headed by the team commander, Major Allison Kent Thomas. Thomas had tried since May to walk south out of China into the Viet Minh zone but had been unable to find guides. Now, leaping into the sky from the door of an old Dakota cargo plane, he and his two teammates, Private First Class Henry Prunier, his linguist, and First Sergeant William Zielski, his radio operator, plunged toward the jungled canopy below them. 53. Welcome to our American friends. As Major Allison Kent Thomas, leader of the OSS Deer Team, swung beneath his parachute canopy, he looked down at the jungle rushing up to meet him and pulled his static lines in an effort to drift toward a clear area for his landing. His struggle was unsuccessful. He crashed into a tree and came to a jarring halt 30 to 40 feet above the ground without any idea what to do next. His two teammates fared better, landing without difficulty. Both PFC Prunier and 1/SGT Zielski stood on the ground below looking up at him, but Zielski, his radio operator, was the first to speak. "All you gotta do, Major, is pull your reserve chute." Thomas pulled the D-ring on his chest pack and the backup parachute slithered out of its canvas covering, its silken panels dropping to the ground. Cutting himself free from the entangled main parachute, Thomas fastened the lines of his reserve chute to a tree branch and slid to the ground. It was just after 6 p.m. on July 16, 1945. The American military had landed in Indochina. 1. Quite a crowd had gathered to meet him. Thomas saw Lieutenant Dan Phelan of Air Ground Aid Station China, who had parachuted into Vietnam some weeks earlier, standing among what he estimated to be about 200 guerrilla fighters. Then a man with Asian features walked up to Major Thomas and said in perfect English, "Hi, how are you? We've been expecting you." In this way he met Frankie Tan of the Gordon Bernard Tan Group, the covert British-American intelligence team. Tan had recently accompanied Ho on a walk into Tonkin from China. "Welcome lo our American friends /91. Tan and Phelan conducted Thomas to his new home, located on the side of a forested hill, a bamboo hut with a bamboo floor raised a few feet off the ground and a roof of palm leaves. To reach it they passed under a bamboo archway on which someone had put up a sign reading "Welcome to our American friends." 2. Thomas, Zielski, and Prunier were introduced to Mr. C.M. Hu, and Ho gave them a cordial welcome. Weak from dysentery and malaria, possibly also suffering from dengue fever, Ho had just walked in from China with Frankie Tan. That first night the Deer Team members ate rice, bamboo sprouts, and barbecued steak from a freshly slaughtered cow killed in their honor, and drank Hanoi beer captured from a Japanese convoy. As he settled down for sleep in his bamboo hut, It was all very much like a Boy Scout outing in the woods, but Thomas thought about his mission. He was under orders to set up a guerrilla team of from 50 to 100 men, and so had brought along sufficient containers of small arms and explosives to arm such a group. They would then attack and interdict the railway as it stretched up to China from Hanoi to Lang Son. This was to be done in support of Operation Carbonado, to hinder the movement of Japanese forces in Vietnam, preventing them from reaching southern China in case the United States decided to land an expeditionary force there in preparation for an attack on the Japanese mainland. Thomas's second assignment was to locate Japanese military bases and depots as targets for U.S. bombing planes and to send back to Kunming OSS headquarters whatever intelligence they could gather. 3. The next morning was the first opportunity Thomas had to examine his whereabouts. The Viet Minh camp was located on the side of a hill in a bamboo forest at the end of Kim Lung Gorge, a few yards from the hut of Ho Chi Minh. Immediately to the west was the OSS drop zone, a flat valley of rice paddies surrounded by forested hills, in which sat the hamlet of Kim Lung, now called Tan Tro by the Viet Minh. Everyone with whom Thomas talked spoke with equal fervor against both the Japanese and French fascists. In further conversations with Mr. Hu, Ho Chi Minh told him he could receive any number of special operations teams and, with time, could infiltrate them as far south as Saigon. With Ho, Thomas spoke in English, for the Annamite did not like to use the French language. With Jip, Thomas spoke French. 4. Ho claimed to have 3,000 men under arms, operating in small bands of 15 to 20 men each, but Thomas saw only about 200 guerrillas in the area, armed with French rifles and a few brands, Stens, Tommies, and carbines. 5. Thomas sent off a radio request to his Kunming headquarters for requisitions ranging from toothbrushes to 60mm mortars. Air cargo transports eventually dropped more weapons, 1 automatic machine gun, 2 60mm mortars, 4 bazookas, 8 Bren machine guns, 20. 92/Ha N01J 941-46. Thompson submachine guns, 60 ml carbines, 4 ml rifles, 20 Colt .45 caliber pistols, and a set of binoculars. 6. Aided by such weapons brought in by a total of 3 parachute drops and by small arms crafted by the Viet Minh in their crude jungle weapons factories. Jip's army soon boasted sufficient equipment to impress people of the countryside. To see our new company standing in neat rows and armed with new rifles and shining bayonets, Jip said, filled us with jubilance and confidence. Jip made sure that his newly equipped units were seen by as many as possible. Wherever they went, he wrote, local people cheered and welcomed them. 7. Unfamiliar with the language and with the nuances of Asian politics, Major Thomas also gave his headquarters in China a bit of misinformation about the Viet Minh. Perhaps in part this was because of his linguist, Henry Prunier. Prunier had some training in Vietnamese, but it was so rudimentary that it was useless. He was, according to Thomas, a nice guy and very helpful, but not a linguist. Thomas also had little understanding of either Vietnam or the goals of the Viet Minh movement, and he was assured by both Dan Phelan and Frankie Tan that Ho was not a communist. In Thomas's own words, Phelan wired back to August that Ho deserved full trust and support. Likewise Tan raved over Ho, never hinting that he was a communist. 8. Nevertheless, Thomas had seen a red flag fluttering near headquarters, and so the day after his landing he confronted Ho and asked about his political coloration. With polite indirection Ho responded that the Viet Minh was composed of many political parties. 9. In those first days in camp, as Thomas tried to gain a feel for the situation, he came to know and like many of the Viet Minh cadre. For these reasons he radioed his headquarters that the group was not communist or communist-controlled or communist-led. Rather, in his opinion, they sought freedom and reforms from French harshness. 10. That they sought independence from France is indisputable. That they chose not to emphasize their dedication to communism is an illustration of their willingness to be all things to all people in their effort to further their goals. From 26 to July 30, Accompanied by a small group of Viet Minh, Thomas went on a reconnaissance of the area hoping to locate a usable airstrip on which Piper L-5 light planes could land and take off. He also wanted an opportunity to observe Japanese activities in the area. He was successful in both quests. He not only found his airstrip but also at one point took a leisurely swim less than a kilometer from a Japanese outpost. Wherever he traveled, people gave him a wonderful reception. He noted their kindliness in his diary. Rum in our coffee. Honey in our tea. Bananas, eggs, pineapples, limes, chicken, duck, beef, pork, various kinds of vegetables, bamboo sprouts, greens, a sort of native potato peppers. He also tasted a special Annamite sauce made from fish called nyok mam, making him perhaps the first of uncounted thousands of American soldiers to confront this delightfully noxious concoction. He arrived. /93. Back at camp so late on July 30th that he and his party lit bamboo torches in order to see the pathway. 11. Upon his return, Thomas found the remainder of his dear team waiting. They had parachuted in the previous day. The assistant team leader, 2nd Lieutenant René F. Fourneau, was now on hand. Born in France, he chose to go by the name of Douglas to avoid problems with the Francophobic Viet Minh, but they still suspected him because of his accent. Present also were Staff Sergeant Lawrence Voigt, weapons instructor, Sergeant Aaron Squires, the team's photographer and handyman, and Private First Class Paul Hoagland, a medic. 12. Thomas learned from his men that Hoagland, the medic, had found Ho sick when he arrived, visibly trembling and with a high fever. Having only recently returned to camp, Ho was suffering from general weakness, malnutrition, and malaria. Hoagland reported Ho's condition to de Fourneau, adding that the Viet Minh leader doesn't have long for this world, and the assistant team leader told him to do what he could to help. Hoagland gave Ho quinine, sulfa drugs, and vitamin capsules. 13. Within a few days a remarkably improved Ho was up and about, well on his way back to health. The American team may well have saved his life. The other matter which occupied Thomas upon his return was the opening of the Viet Minh communal house at Kim Lung. A large crowd gathered for the festivities, and Thomas and the other dear team members joined them. They sang party songs and heard speeches on independence and women's suffrage. They saw simple skits on how the Japanese were wrecking the country and how to ambush their patrols. Other skits instructed the audience how to provide aid to American pilots forced to parachute onto the countryside. Thomas learned that many girls and women served in the Viet Minh. He confided to his diary how he had seen at least 2 of them carrying rifles. He was told that one had actually slit the throat of a spy. He marveled at such ruthlessness, for to him many of those women looked to be about the age of our 16-year-old schoolgirls. 14. Working with JIP, Major Thomas began his task of training Viet Minh soldiers. In the first days of August, JIP rounded up 200 of his men, from among whom Thomas was to pick the best half. After Dear Team ran them through their paces, the newly trained men would then be split up to share what they had learned with other of JIP's troops. On August 7, Thomas, his men, and the newly chosen student soldiers moved about 4 kilometers away from the base camp to a new training area, already used as a school by the Viet Minh. The next evening, Major Thomas, Ho Chi Minh, and JIP had their evening meal at the hut of Lieutenant Dan Phelan in honor of Phelan's birthday. Thomas was fascinated by a bottle of anise which he helped dispatch. When diluted with water the liquor turned a milky white. 15. Under JIP's watchful eye, training began the next day, August 9, starting at 5:30 a.m. and continuing until 5 p.m. For the next 6 days, Sergeant Lawrence Voigt, the weapons instructor, and other Dear Team members taught their Viet Minh students how to fire the American ML rifle and ML carbine and how best to use light machine guns, mortars, grenades, bazookas, and Thompson submachine guns. Thomas noted that his students were very young, with little prior weapons training. 16. Wild hilarity broke out among members of the Deer team on August 15 when Sergeant Zielski, the radio operator, picked up a 9:00 news broadcast. The announcer declared that negotiations for the Japanese final surrender were nearly completed. Thomas issued arms to his student soldiers and told them they would all probably leave the training camp the next day. Then he started out of camp accompanied by Jip to locate Ho, but just as they set off, Ho arrived in a sedan chair, bringing the glad news that the Japanese had accepted unconditional surrender at noon. 17. Other news followed. They learned the British would occupy the south of Vietnam and the Chinese would move into the north for the purpose of disarming Japanese soldiers and returning them to their homeland. Thomas quickly discovered how angry that made the Viet Minh leaders he had come to know, for as they told him, the Chinese would do their best to set up their own puppet government in Vietnam. 18. Thomas and Jip ordered their respective troops to get ready to leave the following morning. The Americans spent the remainder of the day breaking camp and packing. That night they shot their trip flares and other pyrotechnics in celebration, and attempted to teach their Vietnamese friends to shout hip, hip, hooray. "We're a bunch of happy boys tonight," Thomas wrote in his diary while remembering the vast quantities of rice liquor they had all consumed. "We'll be in pretty bad shape to leave tomorrow morning." 19. Ready or not, Jip believed it was time to attack. The first real move to battle of his new army began on August 16, 1945. Leaving Tan Tro at about 2:30 p.m., he and his men moved on Thanh Nguyen town. It was difficult going, marching over steep mountain paths, walking in streams, sometimes sloughing through mud. In the evening hours they reached the village of Dong Man and spent the night. They continued traveling on the 17th, 18th, and 19th. Major Thomas wrote that people in all the villages they came to were happy to see them, flocking out onto the paths they walked, waving Viet Minh flags. Much of the way Thomas walked alongside Jip, who disdained the idea of looking like a soldier. Throughout 1945 and perhaps even into 1947, Jip led his soldiers while wearing a light-colored western suit, tie, and felt hat. 20 That walk through the mountains was when I was closest to Jip, he later wrote. At one point Jip told him how both his wife and sister-in-law had died in French prisons. Thomas saw that Jip was well educated and bright, always in control of himself. His troops looked up to him. I liked him. 21. Jip's attack on Thanh Nguyen began when Viet Minh troops moved slowly into position through the darkness between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning on August 20, and the attack lasted until August 25. The first phase went smoothly, with opening shots fired about 6 a.m. Within half an hour the French provincial governor capitulated, and without their having fired a shot, he surrendered 160 troops of his Garde Indigène. Viet Minh soldiers quickly grabbed their rifles and ammunition. 22. The Japanese soldiers in Thanh Nguyen were a different matter. Despite the fact that their homeland had already surrendered, they refused to capitulate to the Viet Minh assault. They fired at Jip's troops whenever they saw a target, and this desultory shooting continued sporadically the remainder of the day and throughout the night. Jip housed the Deer team members out of the way in a safe house on the outskirts of town on the opposite side from the Japanese post. 23. At about 3 p.m. on August 21, the Viet Minh mounted a concentrated assault against the Japanese defenders. For 10 minutes they fired every weapon in their arsenal, captured British, French, and Japanese rifles, captured Japanese machine guns, high-explosive anti-tank and anti-personnel grenades, and M1 rifles and bazookas given them by the Deer team. Despite the volume of fire, Japanese soldiers, well installed in concrete fortifications, suffered little harm. The local townspeople, however, were duly impressed by the noise and cheered their countrymen on to victory. 24. The battle continued until the Japanese finally decided to surrender on August 26. Victorious Viet Minh soldiers paraded through town celebrating their feat of arms. When they tallied the war loot seized in the battle, they found they were richer by some 500 rifles, 250 pairs of shoes, 72 blankets, 8 horses, 4 automobiles, over 3,000 tons of rice, large quantities of sugar, salt, and other miscellaneous items. 25. Jip was not present at Nguyen to accept congratulations for the victory because of a meeting of the Indochinese Communist Party held at Tantro. When Ho Chi Minh learned of the Japanese collapse, he realized he needed to seize control at least of the major population centers. So he sent out a call for a party convention. Sizable numbers responded, coming from all points of the compass, some even from other countries. Delegates began to gather by August 13, and the two-day Congress opened for its initial session on August 16. Ho cleverly showed around his autographed photo of Chenault and paraded some of Jip's soldiers in uniform and carrying new OSS-supplied weapons. It was a shrewd move, because not all of those who attended were Simpa. 96/Hamoy.1941-46. Pathetic to Ho's claims of leadership. Some desired to grasp power for themselves. Others wondered whether Ho really had as much allied support as he claimed. Both groups of contenders were impressed by Ho's display, and he managed to achieve what he wanted. Delegates at Tantro called for a national uprising to seize the country and welcome the arrival of the Allies. It was a critical moment, for the French were then neither equipped nor prepared to withstand a takeover of their former colony. 26. There was no time to waste, and Ho ordered Jip to move on Hanoi. Leaving his lieutenants to carry out the attack on Nguyen, Jip gathered 2 sections of his troops and left for Hanoi. He could not afford to be elsewhere. A long chapter in the history of Vietnam was closing, a new era was opening. 27. Many were drawn to the capital city of Tonkin in those days. One of them was Lucien Nguyen, an infantry officer assigned to OSS and a fluent French speaker. Some weeks earlier, following the Japanese coup against the French, OSS sent Nguyen into Vietnam to contact fleeing French troops who were trying to make their way into China and help them organize for action against pursuing Japanese soldiers. Nguyen and a radio operator parachuted from a B-24 Liberator bomber above the jungles of northern Vietnam. I was a paratrooper, a Fallskirmjäger. 28. The goddamn fools didn't know where to drop me, he recalled, but tried to put me close to where they thought the French might be. He did not like the countryside where he landed. They call the area the 100,000 Peaks and it's awful. God awful. It was harder than hell to go up and down those damn mountains. 29. After making contact with elements of the French military, Nguyen worked with them. The French had World War I equipment instead of WW/II, so we had to get new equipment and teach them demolitions. Some plasticky. We had to completely train them. Then somebody dropped the goddamn bomb, so the war was over. I pulled out. Left them and went into Hanoi. That's where I met Jip. 30. Nguyen had several opportunities during his time in Hanoi to talk with Jip. You didn't really talk to Jip. He talked to you. You'd sit down and go raram, mmm. He talked to me 3 or 4 times. He had piercing eyes and you knew he was sincere, he believed in what he was saying. Jip would give you the history about revolutionary warfare going back to the French Revolution. He was really fantastic and personable. I liked him. 31. Nguyen added that Jip was a very little man. He had a sort of fetish. He considered himself the Napoleon of Asia. That's what he wanted to be known as, and I listened. 32. I was a captain in the United States Army in a place I didn't want to be, said Nguyen. All I wanted to do was get the hell out of there. The war's over. I wanted to go home. Yet Ho and Jip asked me to come and see them. They were very interested in Americans and what Americans thought and what they would do for them. How the hell did I know what they'd do for them? They wanted to hang all colonialists, that sort of thing. 33. Nguyen was already in Hanoi when, on August 30, Major Allison Thomas learned that Paddy and his team had also arrived there on August 22. Thomas wanted to leave Nguyen for the capital immediately, but Paddy ordered him and his men to remain where they were until further notice. 34 Without much else to do, Thomas and his men spent their time sunning and visiting around the city. Chagrined by this enforced inaction, Thomas was not particularly mollified even when Jip sent a courier from Hanoi to him carrying a message in French. "We have made the trip to Hanoi. If the French come, we will fight. Hanoi will not rest until it is the capital of a free country. We have a solid heart. Vietnam will be independent." 35 Then, on September 6, Thomas received a gift from Jip, 2 bottles of champagne and a bottle of Hague and Hague Scotch, sent from Hanoi. Finally word came through, Paddy had finally relented and the dear team members could now leave for the capital city. 36. Impressions crowded upon Major Thomas as he and his men made their way toward Hanoi. The countryside was beautiful, mountains crowned with forests. In each valley people worked the rice paddies, eking out their living. Along the way the group shared food with hamlet inhabitants, a diet of rice supplemented by bamboo sprouts, chickens, pigs, bananas, pineapples, grapefruit. While food was sufficient, it was also deficient in nutrients, and Thomas saw many children with distended bellies among the tribes he visited. 37. Nguyen met Major Al Paddy and his group when they arrived in Hanoi on August 22. As they had done for Nguyen, the Viet Minh assigned Paddy and his men to quarters in the city's fine old French hotel, the Metropole. Nguyen was not impressed with his new superior. "I didn't like Paddy. He was an arrogant guinea. You'd never get the truth out of him." 38. Thomas and his men finally arrived in Hanoi at 10 p.m. on September 9, completing a journey in which they had traveled by foot, sampan, rickshaw, bicycle, car, and boat. Paddy's group authorized quarters for them. Thomas settled in for the night. The next day he went to the residence of the French governor, where he met with Jip and Ho. Later that day he met with Paddy. Why, Thomas asked, had they been ordered to remain at Nguyen? Paddy wanted to maintain strict neutrality, he said, and Thomas had identified himself with the Viet Minh Party. Thomas was more than irritated. "I said all we wanted to do was get home." 39. Major Thomas spent the days from 10 to September 16 as a tourist might, wandering around the city, buying souvenirs and saying goodbye to new friends. On September 11 he had his photograph taken with Ho and Van. He was pleased that Ho was now president of a new provisional government for the country and happy that his friend Van was Minister of the Interior. He saw Viet Minh flags flying from almost every house with their multiplicity of slogans in Vietnamese, English, Chinese, Russian, and Hindi: "Welcome Allies, Welcome Peace Commission, Independence or Death, 2 million people died under French domination, Vietnam for the Vietnamese." He confided to his diary, "The new government appears to be enthusiastically supported by the majority of the population in every province of Indochina." 40. The night before he was to leave Hanoi for Kunming, Thomas met with Ho and Jip for a private dinner party. He was already convinced that the ordinary uneducated peasant who was 100% Viet Minh, had never heard of the word communism or knew what it meant. He had earlier reported to his OSS headquarters that Ho was not a communist. T made no difference as HQ already knew he was, but I had not been briefed about him before the jump. Thomas wanted to clear up the matter. During the meal I asked Ho point blank if he was a communist. In excellent English, Ho replied, "Yes, I am, but we can still be friends, can't we?" The next day Thomas flew out of Hanoi on the beginning leg of a long trip home. 41. Long after Thomas departed, Jip took the time to write him a friendly, gossipy letter in French, dated November 20, 1946, telling of mutual friends and recent events. He spoke of Ho's new government in which I am actually Minister of National Defense. He closed with the words receive, very dear friend, the assurance of my very sincere friendship. VNG/alias Van. 42. From the moment of the Japanese collapse and surrender, agents of Ho Chi Minh began preparing the population of Vietnam for a Viet Minh takeover. One task was to solicit support among students in Hanoi. It was not a difficult duty, for enthusiasm for their cause and resentment against the French ran high. Young people tried hard every occasion possible to have new air to breathe, Vin Loc wrote. That was enough to alarm the French. 43. The French were eager to take up again their mantle of power in Southeast Asia. As early as March 24, 1945, General Charles de Gaulle declared that following the war, France would establish an Indo-Chinese federation from the countries of Cochin China, Annam, Tonkin, Cambodia, and Laos. At the end of the war in Europe, the government in Paris acted swiftly. Even before the Japanese could sign a formal capitulation aboard the battleship Missouri, the French mission in Calcutta dropped agents behind Japanese lines in Vietnam as the first step in re-establishing hegemony. Military officers, colonial administrators, and intelligence agents based in China, Ceylon, and Madagascar received orders to re-enter Indochina by any means possible. Some arrived by sea, while others parachuted in. Unaware of the profound changes that had taken place, they went searching for mandarins or village officials to present their /99 papers. Most of them, including Pierre Mesmer, Commissioner for Tonkin, and Jean Sedile, Commissioner for Cochin China, were apprehended and held, by either the Japanese or the Viet Minnesota 44. Along their route 6F marched toward Hanoi, Jip and his troops passed immense rice fields stretching out toward the horizon, the road down which they walked flanked and guarded by an interminable row of telegraph poles. They encountered massive demonstrations of support whipped up by agents in place. Golden-starred red flags fluttered in villages along the way. When they reached Gia Lam, a village outside the capital, Japanese outposts barred the way. After some excited wrangling, the Japanese agreed to let them go on. Finally they walked along the dikes lining the Red River and into the city, past rows of guava trees. A military band played marches as Jip's units crossed the Long Bien Bridge. His fighters moved in two columns parallel with the sides of the road, carrying loaded rifles at the ready, and in this way they paraded into the capital. 45. The rivers flooded that August and broke through long-neglected dikes. The 6 Delta provinces, the granary of the north, were flooded, and epidemics raged. Unfortunately, the flood was followed by a prolonged drought. Much of the autumn rice crop was ruined, and northern rice fields were left uncultivated. Famine had stalked the land since 1944, and about 2 million people died. Jip was appalled. People lived from day to day. There were not enough garbage carts to carry the corpses of those who had died of starvation to the suburbs to dump them in mass graves. Meanwhile, starving masses of people were still pouring in through the city gates from the countryside. They staggered and wandered like dry leaves falling on a winter evening. Very frequently, just a brush of the arm from a policeman would be enough to make them collapse, never to rise again. 46. OSS agent Luconian watched Jip's soldiers enter the town. He was not as impressed as they themselves were with their martial skills. If I'd had a battalion of troops I could have knocked off the whole goddamn bunch. Not even a battalion, a company of troops. I could have knocked off the whole kit and caboodle. 47. Jip, on the other hand, gave almost mystical power to his soldiers. People's moods changed, he said, when they learned of the Viet Minh occupation of Hanoi. Crime vanished. Even burglaries and theft almost stopped. Beggars vanished. Commerce gave way to revolutionary activity. All this, Jip exulted, and still people had time for songs that resounded from morning till night. Flags with stars became more numerous and more beautiful. 48. At first light on Sunday, August 19, Jip's soldiers moved through Hanoi and all the nearby hamlets, persuading everyone to attend a Viet Minh rally in front of the Opera House. Thousands obeyed and left for the meeting. Many had 100/Hamol 1941-46. A festive attitude, carrying placards and flags hastily made the previous day. Cotter struggled to teach them the words and music of the anthem marching to the front, and to respond at appropriate moments with cheers and slogans. As they arrived in the square, they found so many others that soon the crowd backed up into nearby converging streets, singing and cheering and waving their red banners. 49. Viet Minh soldiers marched to the palatial home of the resident superior of Tonkin until they were stopped by its high iron fence. Excited revolutionaries called on Japanese troops and Vietnamese militia to surrender, and, overwhelmed by the threatening clamor of the crowd, those frightened men did so. Like a wave cresting on a beach, the crowd flowed into the compound and captured it. Men and women of all ages marched into the barracks of the Japanese soldiers and seized their entire stock of weapons, distributing them to frantically reaching hands. Then they moved on to other public buildings, seizing them in much the same way. By early evening, the Viet Minh controlled Hanoi. 50. Between 19 and August 30 the Viet Minh ascended to power from the Red River to the Mekong Delta in the south. Patty, in Hanoi, was pleased with this development. I confirmed in my reports that French colonialism in Indochina had been one of the worst possible examples of peonage, disregard for human rights, and French cupidity, and that for more than 3/4 of a century, the Vietnamese had been cruelly exploited, brutally maltreated, and generally used as French chattel. The socio-economic conditions generated by the French colonial system fostered discontent and rebellion. 51. The French, however, moved steadily ahead to re-establish their hold. On August 16, 1945, at a time when Nguyen was planning his attack on Thanh Nguyen, Charles de Gaulle named General Jacques-Philippe de Hautecloque, who used the name Leclerc as Commander-in-Chief of Far East French forces, and ordered him to deploy several infantry units to Vietnam. Ho ordered Jip to meet Leclerc upon his arrival at the airport outside Hanoi. Incensed at having to welcome such a man, Jip flew into a towering rage, ranting that he would never shake hands with any Frenchman. Ho Chi Minh listened patiently and then calmly laid down the law. "You have 2 hours before his plane arrives," he told Jip. "So why don't you go into the corner and cry your eyes out? But be at the airport." Jip was waiting at Gia Lam airfield when Leclerc deplaned. 52. De Gaulle also named Admiral Georges Thierry d'Argenlot to the post of High Commissioner for Indochina. Jean Saint-Denis, the newly appointed Commissioner for Tonkin and Annam, arrived in Vietnam by parachute on 2 August 7 from the French mission in Kunming, China. He was immediately suspicious of the OSS working relationship with the Viet Minh. Major Patty went with Jip to meet him and presented the two men to each other. It did not help to lessen their suspicions, their differing goals made them natural antagonists. On August 28, Hanoi newspapers announced the membership of the Pro. Welcome to our Amir Iran Friends /101. Visional Government. Jip was to be Minister of the Interior. The Standing Committee also decided that the day on which they presented the new government to the people would be the day to announce officially the independence of the new nation. Before the end of the month, conferring with Truong Chin and Jip, Ho read then a draft of his Declaration of Independence. Cotter worked continually to whip up the population. The streets of Hanoi throbbed with tension and agitation. Loudspeakers broadcast news and commentaries of the provisional government. Streets were filled with placards and banners proclaiming hatred of French imperialism. 53. Jip was formally installed in his new position as Minister of the Interior on August 29, and although his old friend Chu Van Tan held the post of Defense Minister, Jip retained effective power as Chief of the Military. As head of an army, he knew the dynamism of revolutionary power. As Interior Minister he had daily contact with Westerners of all kinds, diplomats and other officials ready to impose by force what the Vietnamese would refuse to negotiate. It was a heavy burden. He had to keep the peace and prepare for war. In those next crucial months, Gip's political understanding matured swiftly. 54. Such a position was in line with Gip's determination never to stray too far away from politics. No matter how challenging it might be to build a revolutionary army, he was aware of the symbiotic relationship between politics and military, and Gip wanted to ensure his political position in order to guarantee that he would continue to head the military. He also knew that military solutions, in and of themselves, were ephemeral. Only the solid foundation of politics could establish permanent revolutionary gain. His was an enviable position. As a member of the inner political circle, he could make certain that his military views were heard. As head of the army, he knew his fellow politicians would listen to his political ideas. On August 30, Emperor Bao Dai abdicated in favor of the new government being established by Ho Chi Minh and became the humble citizen Nguyen Vinh Thuy, a simple citizen of a free country. He agreed to serve as a supreme counselor to the provisional government. Ho knew what he was doing, for the emperor's endorsement of any government would persuade many average people to accept and to support it. 55. He abdicated not because of his lack of interest in power and not because the Viet Minh surprised him with their organization, far stronger than his own, but because all his cabinet ministers were frightened and irresolute, refusing to resist the communists. The Viet Minh communists were at last in control. 56. We shall resort to arms. Despite the Viet Minh's best hopes, none of the wartime allies had any intention of allowing a provisional Vietnamese government to accept the surrender of Japanese troops in Vietnam and thus enrich itself with their weapons. Or perhaps it was more simple than that. It may well have been the case that few of the Allied powers were even aware that the Viet Minh existed, and those few who did know were opposed to native rebellions in Southeast Asia or anywhere else. At the final Allied Great Power meeting of World War II, held at Potsdam outside Berlin from July 17 to August 2, 1945, and attended by the heads of state for the United States, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union, Harry S. Truman agreed that Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang soldiers would disarm the Japanese in Indochina down to the 16th parallel. British troops, crossing from Burma, would do so below that line. The first Kuomintang troops, under the command of General Lu Han, entered Hanoi on August 22. Gip was not impressed with the appearance of those Kuomintang soldiers. Their faces were puffy and jaundiced, and they looked bewildered. Their yellow uniforms, the shade of turmeric, were ragged and filthy. They lugged baskets full of junky items on poles. Some groups even brought along women and children. Many had difficulty dragging themselves along on legs swollen by beriberi. They appeared like filthy stains on the city recently washed of the stench of the colonialists. 1. The army itself was not particularly to be feared, Gip knew, despite the Kuomintang's paper claimed to more than 300 divisions as war came to an end. Of that number only 5 were estimated to be effective military units. Yet the Kuomintang, Gip worried, was ferociously anti-communist, wanting to destroy the Viet Minh Revolution and seize his country. 2. Ho Chi Minh tried to draw the fangs of the Kuomintang serpent. Knowing that it backed such groups as the VNQDD and Dong Minh Hoi, he gave members of those parties positions in his provisional government, in an attempt to minimize Chinese interference in his plans. Ho knew that members of the Deer Team and Al Patti generally approved of his actions. Unfortunately for the Viet Minh, another American did not. Brigadier Philip Gallagher, advisor to the Chinese General Lu Han, wired Washington on September 20 that Ho was an old revolutionist. A product of Moscow, a communist. 3. Although nearly 200,000 Kuomintang troops eventually spread out through Tonkin, from General Lu Han down to the lowliest Chinese private, they were there for gain, not to restore any French presence. Many sold their weapons to the Viet Minh, while others simply looted at will. They took everything not nailed down, plumbing fixtures, roof tiles, furniture. They piled it all on bullock carts or in trucks taken from the Japanese. If no transport was available, they carried away trophies on their backs. Captain Lucien Nguyen of the American OSS described those Chinese soldiers as sweeping across the land like a band of locusts. Those few who remained under orders, however, quickly disarmed and returned Japanese troops to their island homeland. 4. The morning of September 2, 1945 brought great excitement to people in Hanoi. The city itself was exuberantly painted in red. Red flags fluttered from rooftops public and private, from tree branches, from poles set in the soft earth bordering the lakes. Red lamps and lanterns cast their soft glow. Red flowers decorated doorways and tables. Banners were strung across street after street proclaiming slogans in French, English, Chinese, and Russian: support President Ho Chi Minh, welcome to the Allied delegation, independence or death, support the provisional government. Factories, shops, and marketplaces, large and small, closed down as production and commercial activities of the city came to a halt. People poured from their homes, old and young, men and women. In streams, wearing all the colors of the rainbow, they moved toward Ba Din Square. Members of self-defense forces came armed with spears, swords, and machetes. Some had removed scimitars from weapons racks displayed in shrines and mounted them on long poles, and now carried them proudly erect like ancient Roman legionnaires marching to battle under the eagle emblem. Noisy and excited children darted around the legs of their elders, peasant women in yellow scarves and light green belts and workers wearing blue pants and white shirts. On cue, hastily trained Viet Minh supporters blew whistles, beat drums, stamped their feet in simple rhythms, and loudly sang revolutionary songs. Otherworldly Buddhist monks and Catholic priests left their cells to stand gaping open-mouthed at the noise and confusion. A beautiful autumn sun bathed Ba Din Square in golden light. Honor guards solemnly surrounded a hastily constructed speaker's platform. Some have estimated that perhaps as many as 1 million people turned out for the special ceremony scheduled for that day. 5. Nguyen Dinh Tu explained what happened. The chance to win the fight for freedom, he said, now fell to Ho Chi Minh. Viet Minh propaganda persuaded many who saw them struggling to create a Vietnamese government. Communist propagandists talked to ordinary people, convincing them that they were fighting for more justice. Such a simple vision was convincing to the majority that gave them full support. But very, very few people was aware of what was behind, what was under the table. 6. Nguyen, watching the crowds on the streets from the safety of the bar at the Metropole Hotel, decided to remain indoors, later offering a cynical view of the day's proceedings. Hell, I wasn't going to get out there and get my ass knocked off by those people. There were thousands of people. It was fantastic. Everybody was out there. They had orchestra leaders, you know, leading the cheering sections. People didn't know what the hell they were doing. Something exciting was going on and everybody just came out to see what was happening. Somebody was going to make a big speech, but they didn't know who. The orchestra leaders told them when to cheer. 7. The official delegation mounted the steps of the platform accompanied by cheers from the pulsing throng. Ho had the place of honor. An emaciated man with a high forehead, bright eyes, and a sparse beard, he wore an old hat, a khaki tunic with a high collar, and white rubber sandals. A voice at the microphone introduced Ho as the liberator of the nation. While the crowd repeated the chanting of Dak Lap, independence, he stood smiling before them. Then he raised his hands and called for silence. When he spoke his voice still bore traces of the accent of Nay An province, his birthplace. His words were precise and clear, calm and warm as he declaimed the Declaration of Independence for Vietnam which he had earlier written. 8. All men are created equal. The Creator has given us certain inviolable rights, the right to life, the right to be free, and the right to achieve happiness. Then he suddenly stopped reading and asked, "Can you hear what I'm saying?" 1,000,000 voices roared back in a sound that rose and fell like thunder, yes. And so he continued. These immortal words are taken from the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America in 1776. In a larger sense, this means that all the people on earth are born equal, all the people have the right to live, to be happy, to be free. Those are undeniable truths. 9. When Ho finished and sat down to prolonged applause, Jip spoke. Even more than had Ho, Jip traced conflicting forces at work and noted dangers still to be faced. His passionate words about independence were laced with warnings. The revolution had come quickly, and Viet Minh organizational strength was untested. Either political or social division could make the process difficult. So he repeatedly stressed unity and the need to curtail excesses. The French, he said, were already making preparations to return in force to Indochina. And, he warned, if negotiation was fruitless, we shall resort to arms. At one point he told those listening that the United States had helped the Vietnamese cause for independence. It had fought alongside them against fascist Japan, and so the great American Republic is our good ally. 10. The ceremony included an oath. We, the entire Vietnamese nation, swear that with one accord, we will unfalteringly support the Provisional Government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and President Ho Chi Minh. We swear that side by side with the government we will preserve the complete independence of our fatherland and oppose any foreign plots of invasion even to the sacrifice of our lives. If the French invaded, they swore not to serve in the French army, to collaborate with the French administration, to sell food supplies to the French, to act as guides for the French. 1,000,000 people and 1,000,000 voices rose into the air as the crowd intoned, "We swear." 11. That same day, hundreds of miles to the south, the provisional government led by Tran Van Jo organized a Saigon rally to coincide with Ho Chi Minh's announcement in Hanoi. While people flooded the streets, French agents opened fire on them from inside the huge Gothic cathedral, Notre Dame de Saigon, in the center of the city. 47 people died or were wounded. In retaliation, Viet Minh gangs attacked French colons in their homes, assaulting and killing several of them. The First Indochina War had not yet begun, but the killing and fighting were well underway. 12. Members of Ho Chi Minh's provisional government held their first cabinet meeting on the morning of September 3 at the former mansion of the French resident superior in a room stripped completely bare. As Jip waited for Ho to arrive, he thought of Lenin's dictum, "It is difficult to seize power, but it is even more difficult to keep it." 13. Ho was delayed in arriving at the meeting, so Jip pondered recent events in thoughts that were, at times, almost lyrical. The revolution, he noted, had finally come. The newly granted rights of freedom and democracy were like showers falling on fields long parched by drought. Our people welcomed like a thirsty man receiving water and a hungry man receiving food. In previous days, when France ruled, simply. 106/Hot I.1941-46. Picking up a leaflet or shouting a slogan was enough to cause a man to be thrown into jail. Under French occupation, if a dagger was found during a house search, the entire family could be massacred. Now, Jip mused, Viet Minh flags freely hung in front of houses. People walked down streets loudly singing revolutionary songs, heads held high. Militiamen stood guard holding machetes or long spears in their hands. No one was afraid, and the land was theirs. 14. Yet they had not won much. A few buildings, but no experienced bureaucrats. 95% of the people were illiterate, for the French had favored prisons over schools. Unemployment accelerated. There were no rice stocks. Sometimes people had only rice gruel to eat, and many starved. A cholera epidemic broke out. There was no money. The newly formed government was bankrupt. Its treasury consisted of only 1,250,000 piastres, much of it old, disintegrating banknotes and coins. Given a bankrupt treasury and the demands of General Lu Han, Ho had to find a way to raise money and to do so quickly. A little reluctantly, he proclaimed the week of 16 to 22 September to be Tuan Le Vang, Gold Week. Pham Van Dong made a public appeal for people to offer contributions to the new government's treasury, and a pittance dribbled in. It was only when Ho himself appealed to the country that the scheme began to work. Across the northern landscape, people appeared at collecting points with offerings of gold and silver family heirlooms, wedding bands and earrings, gold pendants and chains, valuable watches and precious gems. Vion Wenjip later wrote that in just a few days the Viet Minh collected some 20 million piastres and 370 kilograms of gold. People contributed even their most cherished souvenirs. One 80-year-old woman, Jip said, contributing to the mythology of the nation, brought her life savings, a gold ingot wrapped in red silk. 15. Nguyen Din Tu, a nationalist, viewed those days from a different perspective. The Viet Minh found it very easy to make efficient propaganda. They talked only about social justice, about discrimination between yellow and white people. Many listened and believed. The peasants gave much gold because they were real patriots. Most thought that since independence had come, everybody should contribute. But long afterwards, they who gave realized they had been robbed and shamefully treated. 16. Waves of foreign troops were once again entering the land, and the provisional government was powerless to prevent them from doing so. Before the Viet Minh August Revolution, Jip said, only a Japanese army of 60,000 stood on his people's soil. It did not long remain that way. In the first days of the Viet Minh government, 200,000 Chinese soldiers poured in, 5,000 British and Indian troops joined them, and tens of thousands of French expeditionary forces funneled into the land through major port cities. Other thousands of defeated colonialist soldiers in Indochina were being rearmed, those who had fled to China came back. Never before had there been so many foreign soldiers on the soil of Vietnam, nor had the Vietnamese ever before been so willing to fight against such insuperable odds. 17. When Ho arrived for that first cabinet meeting, he and his fellows quickly got to work. As a result of this and other meetings, the Viet Minh government moved ahead with its program of consolidation and reform. It began a campaign against illiteracy. It sought to increase agricultural production to cope with hovering famine. Everyone was asked to forego one meal every 10 days, rice thus saved was to be distributed to the hungry. It called for landlords to reduce rents by 25%. It abolished generational debts owed by farmers to money lenders. It abolished head, market, and boat taxes. It forbade use of opium. It tried to teach the virtues of hard work, economy, integrity, and honesty. Disbanding the old Mandarin hierarchy, it called for a general election at which a national congress would be elected by universal suffrage to be held in 2 months' time. Both the Vinod and the Dong Minh Hoi violently objected to the idea. Jip righteously insisted that on many occasions the new government told Vinod and DMH leaders that general elections were necessary and absolutely had to be held. 18. British troops began arriving in the south of Vietnam on September 11. Their commander, General Douglas Gracie, flew in 2 days later. Although under orders from Lord Louis Mountbatten to do no more than disarm and repatriate Japanese troops, Gracie strongly supported restoration of French control and determined to impose his own version of law and order upon the troublesome Vietnamese of the South. He banned possession of weapons and announced that anyone violating this order could be shot. He not only used his own troops to enforce martial law but released and rearmed 1,400 French soldiers who had been imprisoned by the Japanese since their coup de force on March 9, 1945. Gracie even called on Japanese soldiers still in place to help undercut the provisional Viet Minh government in an effort to restore French rule. 19. In his northern headquarters, Jip soon learned of these developments, but there was little he could do to help those so far away. His own plate was entirely too full with tasks in Tonkin. And so the southern Viet Minh were left to conduct a lonely struggle against the French. Leclerc boasted that it would take him no more than 10 weeks to pacify the southern countryside. Still, there were some things Gyp could do. He persuaded the Central Committee to send reinforcements. When the members agreed, Gyp organized southward march units. They arrived, Gyp reported, in the nick of time. They were assigned the task of manning front-line positions northeast of Saigon. They fought bravely, Gyp recalled, and pinned down the French for an entire month, inflicting heavy casualties on them. Even when they were pushed out of south-central and southern towns and villages, Gyp's warriors in the south continued to hold most of the countryside. The First Indochina War, which would last until May 1954, had begun. And from the start, American blood was shed. On September 26, 194-5, A. Peter Dewey, the OSS commander in Saigon, was killed at a roadblock, apparently by soldiers of the Viet Minh forces. 20. During the last days of September, in Hanoi, people crowded close to public loudspeakers that blared news items from the war front in the south. Yet they also faced their own struggle, not yet with the French, but with Chinese soldiers occupying Tonkin. Citizens faced daily harassment, if not violence. On one occasion Gyp had to go on a mission toward Hadong. All vehicles were required to carry permits, checked by any Chinese roving patrol or roadblock that wished to do so. Gyp's automobile was stopped at the Ngo-So intersection despite a permit stamped with a huge red seal pasted on its window. Soldiers evicted the occupants and searched the car, turning over the seats in the process. Then they found a pistol on Gyp's bodyguard. They impounded the auto and took the two hapless Vietnamese to a guard station. Asked where he worked, Gyp claimed to be an employee of the China-Vietnam Liaison Office, but even then he was detained for 2 hours before his release. It was not an isolated incident, Gyp claimed. Practically every night we received letters from Jiang's generals and officers, either making demands or threatening. 21. The most dangerous problem faced by the northern Viet Minh during the months of Chinese occupation was the obvious favoritism those sons of the Middle Kingdom showed to both the V-Not and the DMH. These groups, the Chinese felt, would be more amenable to accepting an independent Vietnam as little more than a southern satellite of its giant neighbor to the north. And many Vietnamese supported those two parties. Although the Viet Minh had collaborated with the DMH for a time, collaboration had been primarily agreed to as a way of getting Ho Chi Minh released from his Chinese prison and as a ruse to use with uncommitted people, to persuade them that the Viet Minh did indeed represent a broad-based coalition of anti-French and anti-Japanese groups, parties, and factions. There had never been any intention within the Indochinese Communist Party of sharing power with either the DMH or the long-detested V-Not in an independent post-colonial nation. Its Central Committee knew that power could still slip away if these two parties gained a real foothold among the people. The Viet Minh hold on government thus far was essentially ephemeral, and political reversals might be suffered in an instant. It struck fear in the hearts of Viet Minh leaders to see how, as the Chinese forces moved through the land, they often disarmed local Viet Minh committees and installed in their place members of the DMH and the VNQDD. Those usurpers, Gyp claimed, had lived so long overseas they had lost all contact with political thought in their own country. They claimed to be Vietnamese patriots following the doctrine of nationalism, but in fact, Gyp proclaimed, they were a group of reactionaries plotting to rely on Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang and "We shall resort," and rang the bell at the gate. Ushered into the presence of Bao Dai, Gyp said, "I am just back from my tour." He had come as he promised before leaving on his inspection trip, to brief the former emperor on what he had seen. As it was lunchtime, Bao Dai invited him to stay and eat. He closely observed Gyp as they sat at their meal. Gyp seemed troubled and ate with his head down, looking toward his plate and avoiding Bao Dai's eyes. Normally, Gyp was very self-contained, but on that day he had a gloomy look. Bao Dai let him finish his food without questioning him, but when Gyp laid down his chopsticks, Bao Dai asked, "How is everything?" "We must be realistic," Gyp replied. What do you mean by that? Bao Dai queried. Remembering the raw military power he had seen pitted against his units in the south, Jip said sadly, we must adapt ourselves to the return of the French. We have to go back to the protectorate? Are you kidding? Bao Dai could not believe what he was hearing. Yes, Jip answered. In case of need. Bao Dai could not contain his anger. I no longer understand you, he shouted. I accepted our independence from the Japanese. I abdicated to the Viet Minh. I gave you my place and now you are moving backward. There is no other way, responded Jip. In the south the French have destroyed the structure we set in place with such difficulty. They have total control of everything. Soon they will land here. How can we oppose them? We have some troops but no ammunition at all. Calmer after having said this, Jip related his whole trip. One of his stories amused the emperor. He told of his stop at Vinh, his dead wife Quang Thai's home village, where he visited with members of its revolutionary committee. Jip informed them that he represented not only Ho Chi Minh, President of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, but also Bao Dai. They immediately asked for news of Bao Dai, and Jip told them what he knew of the former emperor's circumstances. The following day he was surprised when someone brought a large parasol and stood behind him, moving along everywhere with him. He asked Bao Dai the meaning of what had happened. That is not surprising, Bao Dai said. The parasol was the emblem of imperial authority. You told them yourself that you represented me, so they had to honor you with all the rights owed to the emperor himself. It was another reminder to Jip, already fearful of French power, of how perilous and tenuous was the Viet Minh hold on government. 1. In the weeks that followed, Jip redoubled his efforts to organize people in the north. By spring of 1946 practically every hamlet, village, street, and factory had a self-defense force that endeavored to be self-supporting and self-sufficient in weapons and supplies. Stronger units had 1 or 2 companies of men, weaker ones at least a platoon. Those in HANOI fared best. Members there procured knives, hunting rifles, bombs, even Japanese machine guns. 2. Assisted by the government with military training under careful party leadership, these self-defense groups even had a training school, the Ho Chi Minh Self-Defense Forces School, at which Jip regularly gave lectures. 3. Jip had accomplished much. At the end of 1945, his military experience was only about that of a major in a Western army. By 1946 he was handling responsibilities similar to those of a 4-star theater commander. For over a few months his army expanded tenfold in size compared to its numbers at the time the revolutionaries seized power in August 1945. 5. Nor did Jip neglect enlisting the support of those unable to serve in his military. He encouraged people everywhere to erect fatherland altars, evoked their patriotic fervor, and impressed on them the sacred nature of their duty toward the land. His idea for these altars was borrowed from the society's traditional ancestor worship, for nearly every family had a special place in the home where they gathered to remind themselves of their obligations to ancestors and to render them honor. Family members could now pledge their loyalty to the nation before fatherland. Altars. Many neighborhoods in HANOI and elsewhere erected these memorials. 6. Chief among Jip's many concerns was procuring more weapons. The government budgeted a large portion of its meager resources to purchase them from Japanese and Kuomintang soldiers. Despite such efforts, Jip could not meet the enormous demand for weapons and equipment for his army, which grew bigger with each passing day. Nor could he require standardized weapons as did most nations. As a result, the small quantity of weapons and ammunition we had were of a wide variety: rifles with exceedingly long barrels produced in Tsarist times and muskets made in primitive metal workshops, over 40 types of weapons firing bullets of different sizes. 7. Jip listed some of the amazing variety used by his forces: Musqueton rifles, Tromlin rifles with grenade launchers, 12-, 16-, and 20-gauge shotguns, Japanese short-barreled cavalry rifles, English 7.7 mm rifles, American 1903 and 1917 model Remingtons, German 9mm and 7.5mm Mausers. 8. It was not what Jip wanted, but it was a start. At least his forces had something with which to defend themselves. Nor was Jip reticent about calling on his army to use them. In an interview with Jean Lacouture, printed in Paris Saigon on February 27, 1946, Jip ruminated on the future. If France is so short-sighted as to unleash a conflict, let it be known that we shall struggle until death, without permitting ourselves to stop for any consideration of persons or any destruction. 9. Pressure on the Viet Minh government increased when, on February 28, 1946, diplomatic delegates signed a Sino-French accord whereby China agreed to leave Indochina between 1 and March 15, by March 31 at the latest. France received Chinese agreement to move a limited number of troops into the north in return for France's surrendering all its claims to former concession territories in China. That would give the French a freer hand in re-establishing control over their former colonies in Indochina. Ho Chi Minh's government, barely functional since its entry into Hanoi in August 1945, now entered upon dangerous shoals as crisis loomed for Jip and all his fellows. Since August 1945, Ho Chi Minh had insisted on intermittent talks with the French as he sought to work out some sort of compromise to keep his government alive and in power. He insisted on 2 points: Tonkin, Annam, and Cochin China must be considered as one political unit, and Vietnam must be independent. The French refused to consider independence, and they insisted that Cochin China, the southernmost part of Vietnam, must have a special relationship with the mother country. Following the Sino-French accord, Ho realized time was running out for him. Jip was exasperated and frustrated. Previously we had tried by every means possible to take advantage of the conflict between the French and Chiang in order to focus our strength on the French, he said. Now our two enemies had compromised with each other. They had joined hands in a common conspiracy against us. He knew that before withdrawing their forces, the Chinese would attempt to install the VNQDD and DMH in power. When some questioned Ho's acquiescence to the return of French troops to Tonkin, he shouted, "You fools! Don't you realize what it means if the Chinese stay? Don't you remember your history? The last time the Chinese came, they stayed 1,000 years. But if the Chinese stay now, they will never leave." 10. Both the VNQDD and DMH were increasingly restive as this new development became apparent. They pretended to be the most zealous revolutionaries, Jip warned. Their plot was to push us to oppose the Sino-French treaty since this would give both the French and Chiang the excuse to ally with each other to destroy the revolution. Jip explained the stance toward the French taken by the Viet Minh. Our position was to obtain independence at all costs and at the same time to ally with the French. 11. Jip complained that those competing parties were increasing their attempts to kidnap Viet Minh leaders. They spent more time sowing discord, he said, than they did in efforts to block return of the French. When they learned Ho was in contact with the French, they accused him of betraying the nation, and they sponsored strident demonstrations in Hanoi calling for Ho to step down in favor of a new government headed by Bao Dai. On February 16, 1946, Ho met for diplomatic discussions with Jean Saint-Denis, de Gaulle's commissioner for the protectorates of Annam and Tonkin. Ho suggested the formation of an independent Vietnam within the French Union. 12. Saint-Denis countered with the proposal that Tonkin and Annam might become self-governing within the Union, but that in Cochin China there would have to be a referendum to determine whether it desired linkage with the two other areas. Saint-Denis forwarded the substance of these conversations to Paris. In an effort to undercut domestic criticism, Ho put together a new government on February 24. In this rearrangement, the Viet Minh held 5 cabinet portfolios, the DMH and VNQDD controlled 6, but Ho remained president. The first Viet Minh National Congress convened on March 2, 1946. It met in the Hanoi Opera House, bright with flags. Jip was pleased with the turnout. Here had never been such a full gathering of representatives from all over the country, including members of reactionary parties and numerous foreign guests. T3 The Congress swiftly moved to ratify Ho's new cabinet. That same day, Nguyen was named chairman of a national resistance committee. The boat of the fatherland was hurtling toward an extremely perilous cataract, he said. Perhaps for that reason, in a cynical move, the communist leadership persuaded the Congress to adjourn that same day at 1 p.m., after only 4 hours of life. 14. Disillusioned nationalist Nguyen marveled at the manipulation. The National Assembly had full legislative powers, but it delegated all those powers to a committee of 15 persons, most of whom were communists. The National Assembly met only twice, once to appoint this committee. 15 Tan sadly watched as communists consolidated their political hold on the land in the absence of effective and organized opposition. Communists set in place machinery enabling them to watch everyone and to note any deviation from the party line. They set up secret committees to observe the actions of locally elected officials in every village, district, province, and region, and to mark those who should be eliminated. Who sat on those communist secret committees? Tan claimed they were the country's riff-raff. Committee officers were usually former convicts sentenced for some civil or political crime, now set free. The longer the former prison sentence, Tan remarked, the higher the new position of those men. Cynical to the core, Tan recalled a time when the Viet Minh Minister for External Affairs paid a visit to a village near his native home. Before the Viet Minh came to power, this village was, he said, notorious for thefts and petty piracy. The visiting minister asked an old man, "How are things going on in the village now?" To which the old man replied, "It is all okay now, sir." The minister then asked, "What happened to the thieves and pirates?" "Sir," the fellow replied, "they are all members of our executive committee." 16. Many looked upon such officials with absolute contempt, but there was little they could do. Viet Minh secret police supervised all communal activities and maintained a nationwide network of local spies. Every official and every man of any social standing was constantly watched by a spy chosen by the police from among his friends, domestic servants, office clerks, or secretaries. Every stranger going in or out of a neighborhood was watched and reported. Some of those reports fell well within the realm of absurdity. Watchdogs noted how one woman had 18 diapers for her child, how one official drank coffee for breakfast while his secretary had chicken for dinner. Fathers mistrusted their sons, mothers their daughters, brothers their sisters. Everyone was cautious, anyone might be a spy. 17. The Viet Minh instituted internal passports, fearing freedom of movement, because individuals might use that opportunity to gather with others and plot against the communists, and so one could not leave a village without permission. To cross the boundary of a military region, even if only for a few miles, one first had to walk to a passport department that might be many miles away and then, after filing an application, wait perhaps 6 months before receiving approval. To avoid such annoyances, people bribed officials and in that way often got their requisite permits, but at the cost of respect for those over them. Petty officials, Tan claimed, used their power to molest women, to persecute men, and to enrich themselves with bribes. To the extent that Tan accurately described what happened in those days, his portrayal of the communist program was one of politics at its most base, power-seeking at its most ruthless level, but for the Viet Minh, it worked. 18. Panic struck members of nationalist parties as Giap's reign of terror swept their ranks, dwarfing the force of previous assassination campaigns that competing political factions had launched against one another. Thousands died. 19. Those purges that began in March 1946 also sent some 25,000 nationalists to labor camps, while another 6,000, driven from their homes, managed to escape into China. 20. By early March 1946, Viet Minh and French negotiations were still deadlocked. As a security measure, Giap ordered his armed forces to be extremely vigilant, ready to fight. All vital organs of government made careful preparations as a precaution against future trouble. A large number of old people and children evacuated the capital. City self-defense forces placed mines in the roots of trees lining boulevards. At a moment's notice those trees could be felled and their trunks used to form barricades. They were also prepared to topple electricity poles and blow tramway lines whenever Jip ordered them into action. 21. That same month, in preparation for the coming conflict that increasing numbers of Khadr believed to be inevitable, the Communist Central Committee named Nguyen as vice-chairman of the Supreme Council of National Defense and promoted him to full general and commander-in-chief of all military forces. 22. Ho and Saint Tenny continued to talk. The French reluctantly agreed to recognize Vietnam as an autonomous state within the French Union with its own government and its own national assembly, army, and finances. On unification of Tonkin and Annam with Cochin China, it even agreed to recognize the results of a future referendum, but the Paris government refused to concede independence. Gallic diplomats shuddered even at the use of the word. 23. It was not enough for Ho and his followers. As Jip explained the matter, thoughts of independence and unification evoked deep emotions. We could not, he said, accept autonomy because in doing so we would surrender in part the liberties we had won at the cost of a great deal of bloodshed, and we would agree to a certain degree to revert to a life of slavery. Warming to his subject, Jip declaimed that Cochin China was part of Vietnamese territory, its blood was Vietnamese blood, its flesh Vietnamese flesh, and we could not allow any enemy to cut it away. Thus talks were deadlocked. 24. To bolster their position, the French sent warships to Tonkin Gulf. Alarmed at this show of power, Ho contacted Saint Tenny on the morning of March 6. Since both sides balked over the word independence, Ho indicated he would agree to recognition of Vietnam as a free state with its own government, national assembly, army, and finances, and allow the issue of Cochin China to be settled later by referendum. He also insisted that no more than 15,000 French soldiers should return to the north to relieve the departing Chinese troops and to complete the disarming and repatriation of any remaining Japanese soldiers. Ho further wanted any French soldiers involved in that task to leave after they completed their job. Their maximum stay was to be limited to 10 months. All other French forces would depart Vietnam within 5 years. Saint Tenny's delegation approved this approach. It was not much different from earlier proposed solutions save that free was substituted for independent. Bao Dai had earlier scolded Jip for yielding to French pressure, for moving backward. Now it actually came to pass. That afternoon of March 6, 1946, at 4 p.m., the two sides met at 38 Li Tai Tu Street to sign a Vietnamese-French accord. Present were representatives of France, commanders of Jiang's General Staff in northern Indochina, and observers from the American Mission and the British Consulate. Jip noted with scorn that those in attendance were large, fat, and elegant men, mostly military officers. They contrasted hugely to Ho, a frail old man who came for the signing wearing faded khaki and indigo blue cloth shoes. That tableau, sneered Jip, summed up the situation: the Democratic Republic of Vietnam surrounded by a thick circle of imperialists. 25. Images of past humiliations flooded Jip's mind. He thought of Jules Harmand, the French consul general and commissaire general for Tonkin and Annam who, decades earlier, backed with a few cannons and a few thousand invading troops, handed the Nguyen dynasty a draft treaty, forcing the emperor and his mandarins to bow their heads and to sign that humiliating agreement of 1883. The Pate Notre Treaty followed a year later, placing the country completely under the domination of French colonialism. From then on, Jip recalled, the nation's independence and liberties, including the right to conduct its own foreign relations, were lost. Jip marveled at the extraordinary changes the August Revolution of 1945 had brought to the land. Shackled and miserable, Vietnamese who had lived in slavery rose up and became free people. The newly born Viet Minh government had stood firm in the raging storm, Jip thought. Now the enemy, supported by a large army and fully supplied with aircraft, warships, and armored cars, had to negotiate with us as equals. He felt a certain triumph in that the first to recognize a free Vietnam were precisely the same people who 63 years earlier had robbed our country of all its liberties. 26. Delegates that day initialed 2 agreements. The first was between Saint Denis, Ho Chi Minh, and the Vnods vu Hong Kong. The second, a military annex, was signed by Saint Denis, General Raoul Salin of France, and Nguyen. Desperate to derive some small satisfaction from the moment, Giap observed that this was the first international treaty that the Democratic Republic of Vietnam had signed with a foreign country. 27. The French felt a more profound pleasure in the agreement. They held on to Cochin China, the heart of their rice lands, rubber plantations, and commerce. Nor were they concerned about the outcome of any future referendum, for that promise simply gave them more time to consolidate their hold on Cochin China, and the Viet Minh had no way to hold French feet to the fire. The French saw the same opportunities in the military annex they signed. Their promise to withdraw within 5 years was only as good as their honneur, and they believed they would have opportunity to freely introduce additional troops into the north if necessary. The Viet Minh would have to do their work for them, to maintain good order in Tonkin while ensuring that popular resentment against the colons did not overflow. If it did, the French could use that provocation as an excuse for military action. They were confident that their civilization superior and their technically proficient army could crush any Viet Minh resistance without difficulty. Ultimately the Viet Minh would have to retreat into the mountains to save themselves, but on that March 6 they still had hopes that they could retain their accomplishments without war. Embittered though he may have been by recent developments, Giap still managed to present a cordial face to his enemies. Ho sent him to Haiphong the following day, March 7, to meet with General Leclerc. In his opening remarks, Giap referred to the Frenchmen, who had fought with the underground Maquis against the Germans during the late war, as the first partisan of France, and described himself as the first partisan of Vietnam, thus equating their records and accomplishments. So far as Giap was concerned, the two were meeting as peers. He went on to speak of Paris as the capital of culture and liberty. Leclerc simply sniffed and said that while he was happy to have Vietnamese cooperation, he would do what was required with or without it. A crestfallen Giap was appalled, as he prepared to return to Hanoi, to see in the harbor area French armored vehicles streaming down the opened ramps of beached LSTs. French power was growing all too rapidly. 28. By the time Giap left the city to return to Hanoi, armed conflict had already begun. At 8:30 that morning, the first of those French landing vessels appeared in the mouth of Haiphong's Qua Cam River. Chinese troops stationed along the banks began firing at them. The French returned fire. Their shells resulted in blowing up a Chinese ammunition depot in the dock area, filled in part with accumulated war booty ready to be taken back to China. The firefight between the French and Chinese lasted about 2 hours before the Kuomintang troops backed off about 11 a.m. Giap observed, with some pleasure, many French soldiers were killed and wounded. 29. Later that same day of March 7, both Ho and Giap spoke in Hanoi to some 100,000 people rounded up by the government for a mass rally. They defended the agreement they had signed the previous day with the French. This was Giap's first important public appearance since his earlier dismissal from the Po. We Musi be realistic /125. Session of Minister of the Interior and was a demonstration of Ho's continued confidence in his abilities. Giap spoke first, even before Ho, at a time when the fate of the nation was hanging by a thread. 30. Giap made the following points. All the great powers had abandoned them. If the Democratic Republic of Vietnam resisted French inroads, it would be forced to fight alone. Even if it resisted, revolutionary forces would be able to hang on to only a few provinces. Such resistance might be heroic, but people would suffer terribly. Desperate scorched earth tactics necessary in such a conflict would make normal life impossible. and so it had been necessary to sign the accord. That agreement, Gipp said, was designed both to protect and reinforce the government's political, military, and economic position at a time when the young revolution was still very weak. Here are terms which satisfy us and others which do not. Those that satisfy us, without filling us with joy, are that France recognizes the Democratic Republic of Vietnam as a free state. Liberty is not autonomy, it is more than autonomy, but it is still not independence. Once liberty is attained, we will proceed toward complete independence. Surely, he insisted, the coming referendum would bring about the reunification of Cochinchina with the rest of Vietnam, and thus it was acceptable to wait. And, Gipp promised, the goal of the revolution was unchanged: complete independence for Vietnam. 31. As Gipp spoke, the mood of the crowd changed. Hostile jeers softened into silence, occasionally interrupted by a smattering of applause. The clapping became louder, the foundation for excited cheers, and, finally, thunderous acclaim orchestrated by Viet Minh Cotter moving within the crowd, spurring people on to respond at the proper moments. Once again the Viet Minh had achieved a respite from the terrible pressures they faced, their fingernails still maintained a tenuous, scraping hold on the heights of power. 32. During following days, Gipp did what he could to gain mileage from the March 6 Accord and its military annex. To no particular avail, he insisted on his right to be consulted about all French troop movements. On March 22 he joined Leclerc in a troop review and a wreath-laying ceremony at the graves of French and Vietnamese dead. On that day Gipp even managed to deliver a speech in praise of the French army. It must have galled him personally, but it was still important for him and the party to reach an accommodation with France. 33. The two sides opened an important conference at Dalat, beginning April 18, 1946. A mountain resort city located in Lam Dong province in the middle of the Central Highlands, Dalat had a relatively cool climate that made it a popular resort for sweltering Europeans. Gipp attended the meeting as chief representative for his government and found opportunity there to demonstrate his political toughness. It was at Dalat that the French nicknamed him the snow-covered volcano. Their choice was apt, for it revealed that beneath Gipp's usually calm demeanor were mercurial moods and a burning hatred for the French colons. 34. One observer of Gipp's moods in those days described him as calm, smooth, but energetic, keeping both jaws always tightened and never smiling. His large eyes brilliant but melancholy and glum. 35. Despite his inner feelings, Gipp tried to maintain a cordial atmosphere between the opposing delegations. He was reasonably successful, at least both sides referred to one another using the French familiar pronoun tu. At one point, however, Gipp could not control the bitterness he felt. When Gipp indicated that the conference should address matters dealing with Cochinchina, French delegates immediately asserted they had no authority to discuss any questions relating to the South. In any case, they said, it had already been pacified save for occasional police operations. To say that, Gipp thundered, is a defiance of truth. In fact, attacks continue everywhere. We shall never give up our arms. We want peace, yes, but peace in liberty and fairness, a peace which conforms to the spirit of the March 6 Convention, and not peace in resignation, dishonor, and servitude. He went on to insist that the Viet Minh position was clear. We demand that hostilities cease against our troops in the South, for this tragic ignominy must cease. Suddenly calm, Gipp bent forward, with an inscrutable smile on his face, and told of his youth, how his wife had been imprisoned and killed, how his life had been destroyed. Momentarily reflecting on what he had revealed, he then said he was still able to wipe it all away, swallow his suffering, and hold out his hand in friendship. He would reserve his hatred for those responsible for such tragedies. A French delegate, Pierre-Auguste Joseph Mesmer, later to become Minister of the Armed Forces and Premier, responded to Gipp. He recalled an earlier forced odyssey through Tonkin, following his arrest by the Viet Minh in 1945, and his later harsh imprisonment. As he walked endless miles through the Red River Delta as a prisoner in bonds, he was speeded on by the force of kicks in the behind. His friend, a Captain Brancourt, had been murdered by their guards, and he himself, he said, escaped that fate only through a miracle. Gyp's perpetual smile slipped a little and became strained. It became even more fixed when Mesmer continued his story. If I remember well, Gyp, you were then the Interior Minister. Gyp inclined his head in agreement. Then Mesmer made his point. He too was without hate. He too held out his hand, and all in all, they were more or less even. Mesmer sat back triumphantly, enjoying his riposte. An observer noted that as Gyp listened, the glass he held in his hand trembled. He was not at all sure the two were even, and certainly that was not the case for Vietnam and France. Redress would not come until all the hated French were long gone from Gyp's country. Gyp left Dalat convinced war was unavoidable. When he returned to Hanoi, he began to prepare for it, knowing that the revolution's success would be long in coming. 36. We must be realistic /125. Shortly after the Dalat conference closed, perhaps to forestall further protests, the French announced the formation of their so-called Republic of Cochin China, with its capital in Saigon. This move was the idea of D'Argen Nguyen Sedil, despite the fact that it violated the French pledge of March 6 to adhere to the results of a referendum to solve the status of the Vietnamese South. 37. By the time this government was announced, Ho Chi Minh was no longer in Vietnam. On May 31, 1946, Ho and a negotiating delegation led by Pham Van Dong left for Paris. They took part in what came to be known as the Fontainebleau Conference. It began on July 6 and lasted until negotiations broke down in August, at which point the other Vietnamese members of the group returned home. Ho stayed on in France, hoping to salvage at least something from his efforts on behalf of his country. It was during Ho's 4-month absence at Fontainebleau that Gyp showed his mettle, while he served as acting president of the Viet Minh Nation. He used the time to rid the country of rival political groups. He insisted that all parties gather themselves under the Lean Viet, or Popular National Front. Most refused, knowing that the Viet Minh held all key posts within that front organization. When they did so, however, Gyp branded them as traitors and reactionaries. One way or another, in good Marxist-Leninist fashion, Gyp was determined that only the Viet Minh would control power. The presence of Chinese troops had so far guaranteed survival of the VNOT and DMH, but they had no coherent program to offer in competition to the windy slogans of the Viet Minh, nor was their leadership of the same quality as that offered by Ho, Gyp, and other top Viet Minh leaders. When the last Kuomintang soldier left on June 15, 1946, Gyp acted swiftly. Targets were everywhere: the Chinese nationalist-backed Dong Minh Hoi, the long-lived nationalist VNOD, the Dai Viets, a pro-Japanese nationalist group, Trotskyists, of whom there were many scattered throughout Vietnam, Francophobic nationalists, and militant Roman Catholics. He used his armed units to round up their members and to suppress their newspapers, and he ordered the deaths of literally hundreds of his political opponents. 38. In this activity, Gyp had the help not only of his regular Viet Minh cadres but of another special unit as well. In 1945, Gyp had enlisted 1,500 fanatically anti-white Japanese military personnel who offered their services to him following Japan's surrender to the Allies. For them it was more attractive than the idea of returning to a defeated and occupied homeland. These soldiers were led by 230 non-commissioned officers and 47 gendarmes of the once dreaded Japanese Kempeitai, all of whom were wanted for questioning by the Allies on charges of suspected war crimes. The entire group was commanded by Colonel Makayama from the General Staff of the 38th Imperial Army. Gyp arranged for them all to receive Vietnamese citizenship and false identification papers. Makayama became one of Gyp's firm supporters and willingly served. 126/Hamoy, 1941-46. Him when called upon, as he was in this instance, to attack opponents of the Viet Minh regime. 39 In these endeavors, strangely enough, Giap was supported by the French, who for whatever reason preferred to deal with the Viet Minh rather than with the multiplicity of available rivals. So it was that on June 19, 1946, the Viet Minh newspaper in Hanoi, Q Quoc, printed a vehement editorial attacking reactionary saboteurs of the March 6 Vietnamese-French Accord. Giap thus began his campaign, aided by his police and army and with the cooperation of French authorities. When the French took control of DMH territory in the Hong Ai mining district, for example, they first released Viet Minh leaders from jail and then turned administration of the area over to them, as well as providing them with artillery pieces to use against a nearby position held by supporters of the Dai Viet Party. Giap ordered his agents to murder hundreds of nationalists. From 11 to July 13, he directed a countrywide hunt for nationalist leaders, and his Viet Minh police seized the headquarters and other facilities of opposition parties. Hundreds of nationalists who might in the future provide guidance for a rival anti-French resistance movement were executed during this campaign. One method favored by Giap's hoodlums was to tie victims together in batches, like cordwood, and throw them to their deaths in the Red and other rivers. They drowned while floating out to sea, a method Giap referred to as crab fishing. 40 The last opposition newspaper, Vietnam, was shut down in early July. When it reopened a week later, on July 18, its position had suddenly and miraculously become one of total agreement with the Communist Party line. 41. Nor was Giap loath to blame the sudden rash of deaths around the country on his opponents. Historian Philippe de Villers, writing in 1952, claimed that in April and May 1946 the Viet Minh seized several villas used earlier by the DMH and found there real slaughterhouses wherein the DMH had tortured and killed a number of kidnapped French and Viet Minh prisoners. Although that party was entirely capable of having done so and in all probability actually did murder some of its opponents, such stories as were told by de Villers were later found to be fabricated by the Viet Minh. The affair on Newhouse Street sheds light on Giap's methods. After ordering his men to seize the main headquarters of the VNQDD on Newhouse Street in Hanoi, Giap ordered those agents to construct a chamber of horrors there. They exhumed dead bodies from graves and laid them out inside the building. Then Giap announced that they had found in the backyard a mass grave composed of corpses of their opponents killed brutally by the VNQDD. In reality, many of the unidentified bodies were themselves VNQDD activists killed by Giap's security forces. Yet they told those who came to view the macabre scene that the dead had been slain by nationalists. "Look," they said, "this is the atrocious deed of the nationalists." When news of the real story began to spread, we musi be realize /127. The on Newhouse Street affair opened many eyes of people who didn't then believe the red color of the Viet Minh. 42. An era passed in French efforts to regain control of Indochina when Forces Commander General Leclerc was replaced on July 18, 1946 by Lieutenant General Jean-Étienne Valou. Valou would be the first of several French generals charged specifically with the difficult task of defeating Giap and his Viet Minh troops. He was competent enough, 46 years old and a highly decorated officer who had joined the army as a private in 1917 at the age of 18. A year later, following service in the trenches, he was appointed to Saint-Cyr, the nation's military academy, from which he graduated in 1918. He quickly found himself back in the front-line trenches, where he was wounded and decorated with the Croix de Guerre for valor. Following the war, Valou remained in the military and held several staff and command jobs, usually commanding Senegalese or Moroccan colonial auxiliary forces. A major by 1939 and the operations officer of XXI Corps, he was taken prisoner by the Germans in 1940 and released to the custody of the Vichy government in 1941. By 1944 he was a brigadier general, serving as chief of staff for General Jean de Lattre de Tassigny. In early 1946 he served as commander of French troops returning to Tonkin. On February 20, 1947 he received promotion to lieutenant general and was assigned as commander-in-chief of French forces in Indochina. He would be the first to fall in defeat to Jup. Jup did not think much of Valu. He had met him several times and worked with him during military discussions. Despite his appearance as a nice, open-minded, courteous officer, Jup suspected he was an insidious man. On June 21, 1946, Jup's secretary interrupted him at his work to inform him that Valu waited outside, desiring to speak with him. As Valu entered, he offered Jup a salute and said, "I am a soldier having the task of carrying out orders from my superiors. I am here to bring a message to the Vietnamese government." "Give me the message," Jup responded. Valu handed Jup a letter and stood, waiting. Jup opened the envelope and scanned the brief message addressed to him as acting president of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. "The French High Commissioner in Indochina, Admiral d'Argent Le, has given orders to the French army to occupy the highlands of the Moi tribe as he told President Ho Chi Minh earlier in Hanoi." 43. The Moi tribe lived in Thanh Nguyen province on land considered almost sacred by the Viet Minh, for it had formerly been part of their liberated zone in northern Vietnam during the dark days of World War II. Now d'Argent Le in 128/Han 0U941-46. Tended to establish a puppet mountain republic there, a Thai Ky republic separate from the Viet Minh regime in Hanoi, thus further diluting their influence. This action was, Jup later remarked, a new aggressive step taken by that malicious priest who had broken his vow. This was Jup's customary way of referring to d'Argent Le, who in his early years had been a Carmelite monk and had risen to high position in that order. As World War II approached, d'Argent Le left the Carmelites and resumed his naval career, joining Free French forces under de Gaulle. He was named High Commissioner for Indochina in August 1945. Jup looked up at his visitor and dismissed him. "If you are here only to fulfill the task given by your superiors, then your job is done." Valu left. 44. Jup furiously waited for news. It was not long in coming. That evening reports filtered into Jup's headquarters. Low-flying French aircraft had carried out bombings on Viet Minh positions. Troops were sent against them. Encountering strong Viet Minh resistance, the French withdrew. The following day they attacked again and once more were forced to withdraw. On June 23, French troops launched a surprise attack on Viet Minh soldiers on the road leading from Pleiku to Cambodia. Military activities were spreading. Jup ordered his military units to thwart every aggressive act the French army. The French were told in unmistakable words that Ho had never agreed to any occupation of the Thanh Nguyen area. Such French actions convinced Jup if he needed any additional proof that the only solution would be a military one. He also knew that any such conflict would be a long one. Indeed, only a protracted war would provide necessary conditions for a Viet Minh victory. Neither side would be able to end a struggle with a preemptive blow. Thus he worked even harder to provide backcountry resistance centers with ammunition depots and armories capable of crafting small arms, all to be located in caves around Thanh Nguyen and Hoa Binh. 45. Provocations mounted. French soldiers repeatedly caused incidents along the Hanoi Lang Son Road. A major incident in Bac Ninh province lasted 4.5 hours with deaths on both sides. On June 5, French troops seized the former Governor-General's mansion in Hanoi that the Viet Minh had been using since August 1945. Jup protested this action to Valu, who passed it off as a mistake, saying that those inside were only a small group coming to do some maintenance work. On June 7, in retaliation, the Viet Minh government called on people to close all markets in Hanoi, Haiphong, and wherever there were French troops. 46. Jup was convinced that behind these troubles lay the determination of French reactionaries to create incidents strong enough to undermine Ho's diplomatic negotiations at the Fontainebleau Conference. His only recourse was to hold firm in the face of French provocations. Not all of life was dark for a harassed Jup in those weeks of late spring and summer 1946. After his return to Hanoi in August 1945, he had gone to an XA to visit his daughter, Nguyen, but had decided to leave her in care of his mother until he was able to establish a home of his own. He had also been in contact with his old Frank mentor and benefactor Professor Dang Thai Mai. The Viet Minh appointed Professor Mai as Minister of National Education in early 1946, and although their duties varied greatly, service in government occasionally brought both Jip and Mai together. As in older days, the professor invited Jip to his home for friendly meals when time permitted. 47. Jip was surprised on his first visit to Professor Mai's home to see the changes wrought by the passage of years. When he lived in the professor's home in Vinh in 1932, he had enjoyed playing with one of the man's daughters, Dang Bich Ha, 18 years younger than he, then a girl of 4 who enjoyed calling him Chu. That small child was now 17, beautiful and gracious, impressed with this national hero who frequently visited her home. Jip was 35, more than twice as old as she, but he was also lonely and work-brittle. And so, in 1946, he asked Professor Dang Thai Mai for permission to marry Dang Bich Ha, and her father gladly nodded his approval. 48. After their marriage, Ha went on with her education and trained herself in the field of history, including study later in Moscow. As the years passed, Nguyen came to live with her father and stepmother. When asked about the years of her life with Jip, Ha replied, "He has a great sense of sacrifice. It is the dominant trait of his character." And Nguyen sounded an echo. "Father is very affectionate with us, but it is only at rare times that we have been able to profit from his presence." In 1951, Jip and Ha became the parents of a daughter, Vio Hoa Bin. The next year, Ha gave birth to a second daughter, Vio Han Phuc. In 1954, Jip became the father of a son, whom he named after his great victory of that year, Vio Dien Bien, and in 1956, Jip and Ha celebrated the birth of their last child, another son, Vio Hoi Nam, named after Jip's determination to create a Red South. 49. Although he loved his daughter and new wife, family would never be the center of Jip's life, and even as he began his years of marriage with Dang Bich Ha, he could hear in his imagination the sound of war trumpets calling him to return to his duties and to an inevitable confrontation with the French. Phi Wo the last drop of blood. Throughout late summer of 1946 along the frontier line separating Vietnam from China, incidents between Viet Minh and French soldiers multiplied. Men fell bloodied to the earth on both sides on August 3, on August 10, on 13 August with no end in sight. On August 6 the French envoy, Jean-Albert Émile Crépin, a future General d'Armée who had arrived in Indochina in 1945 and who later replaced Saint-Denis, arrived at the offices of Nguyen Jip to complain about those events. "If you let such courses of action continue," Crépin said, "there certainly will be war." Hearing that threat, Jip leaned across his desk and replied to Crépin in slow, measured tones. Recalling the shootings and aware of Admiral d'Argenlou's recent efforts to split the land of the Viet Minh into fragments by establishing separate northern autonomous governments, the so-called Nun Thai and Thai Ky republics, Jip's words were venomous. "You know very well the reason behind these shootings. Those who must bear the responsibility are your troops. We have repeatedly expressed our goodwill. If you want peace, there will be peace. If you want war, there will be war." 1. A nervous government in Paris now ordered a new French military man, Major General Louis Constant Morliera, onto the scene in hopes that he could find a way to bring back Gallic control. Jip met Morliera at the airport and claimed that the French officer was moved by the presence of a representative of the Vietnamese government. He told Jip he sympathized with the liberation of Vietnam and expressed hopes for the success of the Fontainebleau talks. Jip had to smile when Morliera introduced himself as a man with great affection for the people of Vietnam. In one conversation with Jip, he again praised the Vietnamese. When Jip prodded him to prove his point, the hapless general could think only of one illustration. He remembered one of his servants who had great cooking skill and honesty. Giap was unmoved by such protestations, and came to refer to Morliera as the general of ultimatums. 2. The Viet Minh government scheduled a show of pageantry for September 2, 1946. Its nation was exactly 1 year old. Everywhere people displayed flags, pictures of Ho Chi Minh, lanterns, strings of flowers, and triumphal arches. At 7 o'clock on that morning, sirens sounded across the city of Hanoi and people stopped and faced south for a moment of silence to honor their compatriots fighting the French in Lower Annam and in Cochin China. The military parade, with much pomp, circled Hon Kim Lake. Representatives from several nations sat in the reviewing stands: Britain, the United States, China, and France. They watched as one of Giap's regiments passed in review, fully equipped, dressed in green uniforms with yellow starred caps and leather shoes, with rifles correctly aligned on their shoulders. 3. Then came a powerful sight: 500,000 people marched past the reviewing stands in a column over 5 kilometers long. Interspersed among them were floats that, while not the quality of Rose Parade standards, were nevertheless impressive. One was a giant red flag with its yellow star, another a model of the platform from which a year earlier Ho had announced the nation's Declaration of Independence, still another a yellow bird with great spread wings, and another a model of the earth symbolizing the working classes. In the evening the city was bathed in bright pink light created by tens of thousands of lanterns hung in front of people's houses. All in all, it was quite a day. 4. Only a few days later, on September 18, the French gunboat Dumont d'Urville left the port of Toulon bound for Indochina. One passenger was Ho Chi Minh. He was coming home. Giap's days as head of the Viet Minh government were nearly over. He had, however, achieved a signal success. He had shown Ho during the president's visit to France that he was utterly reliable and politically capable. As a result, Giap was firmly settled in the number 3 place within the Communist Party hierarchy, immediately behind Ho and Pham Van Dong. The requirements of politics, as Giap understood them, had, however, been such that he would forever after be marked as what he actually was, an extremist. Soon he would relinquish rule to Ho. The Dumont d'Urville sailed through the Suez Canal into the Red Sea and, exactly a month after it set sail, entered the waters of Cam Ranh Bay. A few days later, Ho rejoined his comrades in Hanoi. 5. At about the time Ho returned, an October election selected members of a new National Assembly. These men soon approved a new constitution, which went into effect on November 8, establishing the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. The Assembly also elected a permanent committee to conduct affairs in its name and in its absence. The committee could vote approval of government bills, declare war, and even summon the Assembly to reconvene. Having enacted these provisions, the Assembly dissolved on November 14, 1946, not to be called back into session until December 1953. From now on, government would be solely within the hands of Ho Chi Minh and his inner circle. Ho rearranged government portfolios. Now that the Dai Viet, DMH, and V-Not had been eliminated as rivals, he felt strong enough to name more of his avowed supporters to crucial government positions. He shut out any real opponents and gave 5 often cabinet positions to fellow communists. Remaining portfolios went to representatives of parties that were either under the control of the Viet Minh or had allied themselves with it. Giap gained the important job of Minister of National Defense. No thought was given to reassigning him to his former position of Minister of the Interior. Military planning was obviously soon going to be of more importance than internal political security. That was readily apparent throughout the fall and early winter of 1946. The major coastal port city of Haiphong was the flashpoint that enlarged Vietnamese-French conflict into the First Indochina War. Both the Viet Minh and France used it as a port of entry for their supplies. Giap used it to bring in weapons from China. The French moored vessels at its docks while vehicles and troops from home came ashore to bolster their forces. As they enlarged their troop garrison, the French began efforts to replace Viet Minh control of Haiphong's local institutions with their own. As expected, the Viet Minh resisted every step of the way, although not always successfully. French officials, irritated that the Viet Minh controlled the collection of customs duties at the port, gave orders that the situation must end. According to JEP, on the evening of August 29, French tanks, armored vehicles, and troops encircled the post office, the police station, and the customs office and expelled Viet Minh personnel from them. While they were seizing merchandise inbound through the port, Viet Minh troops arrived. The opposing sides exchanged gunfire, but the Viet Minh were unable to recapture the three facilities. The French did not withdraw for nearly 2 weeks. 6. Only the personal intervention of General Morliera and JEP prevented an escalation of the initial gunfight into a more serious armed confrontation. French officials issued an ultimatum: the Viet Minh must turn over total control of customs activities at Haiphong by October 15. The Viet Minh foreign minister complained to Paris, to no avail. 7. Tension in the port city increased as the deadline passed while the Viet Minh stood firm in their refusal to comply with the French order. Then, on November 20, French officials seized a Chinese junk they suspected of carrying arms. To JEP's forces. In retaliation, the Viet Minh seized 3 French soldiers and barricaded themselves within their enclave in Haiphong's suburbs. The city itself was by now mostly in the hands of their enemies. French troop units marched to the area and tore down the hastily erected Viet Minh abattis, and heavy fighting ensued. 8. JEP and Morliera conferred in Hanoi and agreed to proclaim a ceasefire to go into effect the following day at 5 p.m. The French High Command, signaling from its headquarters in Saigon, did not want a ceasefire, and, in a move backed by both Governor-General d'Argenleu and French Prime Minister Georges Bidault, ordered the Viet Minh to vacate Haiphong by 23 November, only a few hours away. When they refused, the French brought fire to bear on the city from tanks, airplanes, artillery, and naval ships in the harbor. The Viet Minh later calculated that this bit of callousness caused 20,000 fatalities, mostly among civilian non-combatants. The French claimed that only 6,000 died. Then the French issued a second ultimatum. They demanded complete control over Hanoi and the road between that city and Haiphong. JEP knew it was now time for war. At his orders, people across the land began to mobilize. Students, farmers, workers, intellectuals, old and young, male and female alike, enrolled in patriotic organizations and received assignments to attend indoctrination classes, to guard streets and bridges, to watch for French infiltrators arriving by airdrop or coastal landing parties, to serve as voluntary nurses, to collect rice for the army. Everyone had a job. Party members collected gold and jewels to be sent to the Hanoi government to help it buy necessary weaponry. 9. Abbott Lowe Moffat, Chief of the Division of Southeast Asian Affairs, United States Department of State, was in Vietnam in early December 1946. His cables home did nothing to heighten sympathy for the Viet Minh cause. For the United States, Vietnam was an unnoticed backwater in world affairs in any case. Its attention was tightly focused on Europe, where recent Soviet intransigence caused many Americans to rethink the wartime alliance with Uncle Joe Stalin and to see Russian expansionism in a more realistic light. With Soviet soldiers already garrisoned across the face of Central and Eastern Europe, U.S. diplomats wooed France as an ally, hoping to make its soil part of the Western bastion opposing communism. President Harry S. Truman's thoughts were occupied by troubles in Europe. There is little evidence that he ever saw the several letters sent to him by Ho Chi Minh, asking for support in his struggle with France. At one point, Ho even suggested his willingness to accept a relationship with the United States modeled on the one it maintained with the Philippines. His letters went unanswered. The United States had to choose between an insignificant new nation in Southeast Asia and France, which was to become the cornerstone of a new defensive alliance. The choice was easily made. Support for France within America's State Department never wavered, and post-war diplomats frowned upon the relationship with the enemies communists forged during the late conflict by members of the OSS. Ultimately, the American government declared that it planned to respect French control of Indochina, and in October 1945 it recalled its mission from Hanoi. Now, a year later, Abbot Lo Moffat visited the Viet Minh capital and observed the fluctuating political scene. He was so confused in his understanding of Vietnamese politics that, although he met Giap many times, at first he believed Giap was a waiter. Moffat wrote that for 10 days Morliera and Giap had been calling each other names in the press. French officials described Giap to Moffat as the leader of the Vietnamese extremists, and when Moffat met Giap informally, he remarked later, "Personally, I did not take to him, although the French who know him both admire his very great intelligence and like him personally a great deal. Giap had a deadpan face which always disconcerts me. He is, of course, an avowed communist." Giap seemed to Moffat to be exactly what one imagines the ideal intelligent Communist Party leader should be. Moffat thought the French description of Giap as fanatical but very able to be an accurate one. In conversation with Moffat, Giap insisted that the Viet Minh would never agree to vacate Hanoi as the French demanded. He informed the American that even with their tanks and planes and guns, the French could be beaten. Then, after considering his remarks, Giap modified them slightly. He Vietnamese might not win, but in any event the French would not win. And then they parted. Moffat was the last American who would see Giap for many years, the last who might have been able to sway the United States to a different course of action that might have changed the course of years, prevented the deaths of uncounted thousands, allowed immense treasure to remain unspent on war, saved the soil of Vietnam from despoliation, and allowed the society of the United States to remain free from the ruptures of later years. Critics might well scoff at such an assertion. Moffat was not that important. He was not Secretary of State, he was only a minor underling in charge of a then unimportant division. What, they might ask, could he have accomplished even if persuaded to action? We will never know. 10. Knowing that the French wanted to goad him into using his forces to strike at their army, Giap deliberately adopted a policy of moderation and restraint. He would not provoke the French. He sent the main part of his units out of Hanoi and thus out of reach of the French into the northern provinces of Bac Can, Nguyen Quang, and Thanh Nguyen, the southern part of the old liberated zone where the Viet Minh had been so strong in the waning days of World War II. Giap's neighborhood self-defense forces handled local security in Hanoi, raising barricades and preparing themselves to face the professional soldiers of France. Minor skirmishes resulted, and French units took reprisals against N. Phile Lo Highway 2 went around the west side of Giap's sanctuary through to Yen Quang to Haijiang, close to the border with Yunnan. Highway 3 extended from Thanh Nguyen through Bac Can to Cao Bang, most of it little more than a path for oxen and their carts. Nor did its stretches look inviting to French planners, for it passed through terrain inviting ambushes from above. The last road was Highway 4, which ran along the northeastern edge of the Viet Bac enclave linking Lang Son, That Qui, Dong Qui, and Cao Bang. Giap's responsibilities were plain. Protect these roads and his base area would be safe, giving him time to form military zones and to begin fighting back. Much had to be done before Giap could strike at the French. He watched with approval as, hidden by granite walls and shaded by bamboo and palm forests, his people poured into the safety zone. Working with unflagging energy, they erected factories and markets, military training fields and barracks, armories and smelters, scientific institutes and schools. In one school, Professor Dang Bich Ha, the general's second wife, taught students the history of their land. Giap located his own headquarters in a straw hut. 15. In this precarious time, Giap knew the value of good relations with local populations. Without them, he once wrote, we shall have no information. We shall be able rather to preserve secrecy, nor carry out rapid movements. The people suggest stratagems and act as guides. It finds liaison officers, hides us, protects our activities, feeds us and tends our wounded. 16. Even more aware than Giap of the importance of civilian support, Ho strengthened the Viet Minh movement in its Viet Bac fastness by including non-communist nationalists in his government. He could be persuasive only by acting less dogmatic. At this juncture even Bao Dai was once again sympathetic to Ho's revolutionary struggle against the French. So in July 1947, Ho formed a new cabinet which allowed nationalists more representation but no more power. Neither Giap nor Pham Van Dong held a portfolio, but Giap still remained undisputed head of the Viet Minh military effort. Stymied by spring rains and by lack of an effective operational plan, General Valu chose not to carry the fight to Giap immediately. Giap's forces thus had a respite until late fall to ready themselves for the inevitable French attack. Both Giap and Valu kept one eye focused on China. The Kuomintang nationalist government of Chiang Kai-shek was collapsing. If Mao's revolutionary communist forces succeeded in taking over the country, both knew it would give the Viet Minh a rear base sanctuary in which to stockpile weapons and supplies and to train Giap's fighters. By early fall 1947, General Valu felt it was time to move against the Viet Minh. A recent revolt on the island of Madagascar meant that 15,000 of his troops might be withdrawn from his command and sent there, and he could ill afford their loss. In Paris, the Chamber of Deputies was becoming increasingly querulous about voting funds necessary to fund war in Indochina. A quick victory was important for Gallic prestige, and so, in September, Valu and his staff began to plan an assault, codenamed Operation Lee. Valu knew that if he could kill or capture the Viet Minh leadership, rank-and-file members would no longer be much of a problem. Yet how to get into the Viet Bac to do so? There were only a few avenues of approach: Route Colorado Nile 2, Route Coloniale 3, Route Coloniale 4, and the Clear River Songam water Ach's Sway. The Viet Minh had only to watch those few entryways in order to stymie French military excursions. Even in the countryside held by the French they often found themselves thwarted by Viet Minh efforts. The French could successfully send out patrols, they could occupy towns and roads and bridges and railways and forts. But all the land between them belonged to the Viet Minh. They could not hold such crucial properties and simultaneously search for and destroy Giap's forces. A French military unit was safe during the day in a village, at night it might well be destroyed by a sudden mortar attack out of the darkness. The French were frustrated. If they could control less than half the country during daylight, and less than a quarter of it during the hours of darkness, how could they successfully invade the Viet Bac redoubt itself and eliminate Viet Minh leaders there? Valu's intelligence information provided him with the location of Viet Minh headquarters in the Viet Bac. It was sited at the wretched little village of Bac Can astride Route Coloniale 3 north of Nguyen. Valu designed Operation Lee as a combined arms thrust, a triumphantly successful pincer movement to close on that village. One claw would move north up the Clear and Songam rivers while the other closed in from Route Coloniale 4, much of which was nothing more than a shallow gash cut in an enormous limestone cliff. At the moment those forces left the line of departure, an airborne force would drop on the area of the enemy headquarters. Those paratroopers would hold the Viet Minh in place until they received reinforcements from the two pincer arms as they closed, destroying the pesky Viet Minh. The northern pincer was to have infantry, armor, and artillery elements each with 3 battalions. This force was to race from Lang Son up Route 4 to Cao Bang 80 miles to the northwest, and then west to Nguyen Binh, and then south 40 miles along Route 3 to Bac Can. If Valu recognized the difficulty of such a move, he nevertheless ordered it to be done. He seemed to have forgotten that armies operate best when they follow a long-held precept, the principle of simplicity. This plan was a clear violation of that approach. Naval landing craft would take the 3 infantry battalions of the southern pincer up the Clear River to the Songam tributary and then up the Songam as far as the boats could go. From that point the infantry would forge ahead along Route 3 on foot. Valu had only a limited number of soldiers available for Operation Lee, 1 engineer battalion to scout ahead, 6 infantry battalions, 2 parachute battalions, 3 battalions of armored vehicles, and the 4th Fighter Group of the French Air Force. Thus some 15,000 men were to be sent into action against 60,000 operating in a 7,500 square mile jungle sanctuary. 17. It appeared as if Valu had been reading his nation's Plan 17, designed prior to 1914 to protect France in case of German attack. The French army with its high morale is undefeatable in the offense. Valu seriously underestimated the difficulties of fighting in the jungles of Southeast Asia, and he was trapped by his earlier promise that he would eliminate all organized resistance within 3 months. 18. Nor did he appreciate the skill of the general facing him. Valu's troops would have to operate on long exterior lines while cordoning off a vast area. Jip, on the other hand, could shift units from one area to another, all in close proximity to their supply bases. And how could armor and artillery and truck-transported infantry move in an area with few roads over which wheeled or tracked traffic could travel and only rick? Fight to the last drop of blood. 139. Eddy bridges spanning some of the many small streams and rivers. It was, at best, a risky plan that could easily go wrong. Operation Lee began October 7, 1947 when 1,137 paratroopers dropped from the skies over Bac Can, Chodon, and Chomoy, an area often by 20 miles. Simultaneously, the northern pincer, with its elements of armor, infantry, and artillery, moved forward with appropriate speed in a desperate rush to link up with the paratroopers and augment their power. Enemy opposition soon slowed this advance, while the southern pincer did not even begin its move up the rivers for 2 days. The reason for its delay is uncertain. Yet the battle went well, at first. Paratroopers closed in on Bac Can and the Viet Minh headquarters so quickly they caught Jip and Ho flat-footed. Jip was unprepared for such an ambitious offensive aimed directly at the leadership. Both men had to flee at a moment's notice. French soldiers captured letters Ho abandoned on his desk. The enemy ring was drawn so tightly that escape was impossible. There was no way Ho and Jip could slip through the cordon. Their only chance was an extremely long one, and Jip led Ho to a hole located nearby in the jungle floor, prepared some time earlier. It was hardly big enough for both, but they covered the opening with leaves and palm fronds and sat huddled against each other. They remained crouched there for some hours with their backs pressed together while French troops walked within yards of their hideaway, tapping the ground and searching in the jungle growth as they looked for just such hidden spider holes. Ho was the soul of the revolution, and Jip was irreplaceable by this time as military leader of the Viet Minh. How history might have changed if the French had been more persistent in their search. Eventually their footsteps faded into the distance, and finally Ho and Jip were able to slip into the cover of the jungle and make their escape. 19. Within a day, with Jip now directing the defense, the course of battle shifted against the French as he deployed his numerically superior forces against the paratroops. As more Viet Minh units closed on them, they soon found their position desperate. Jip then ordered his men to slow down the French columns advancing from the south. French movement en route 4 was slow and difficult. Viet Minh sappers dropped trees across the road, destroyed bridges, and cratered the roadway itself. No broad front movement was possible in the narrow Achis Way, so the French fought their way forward on a squad front. Snipers fired. The soldiers took cover. A tank edged forward to hose the surrounding area with its machine guns. Soldiers shook themselves from their cover and moved forward again, one squad behind the next, past Nham, through Pineapple Pass, across the Song Ky Kong River, through Lung Phai Pass to Dong Ki, on through Tunnel Pass to Cao Bang, then westward to Nguyen Binh and south toward Phu Tong Hoa, through 140 miles of Viet Minh ambushes. Jip ordered his men into an all-out effort to stop his foes at Phu Tong Hoa, 10 miles north of Bac Can. The mechanized Moroccan Colonial Infantry Regiment broke through Jip's blocking force on October 16 and finally reached Valu's paratroopers at Bac Kansas 20. If movement of the northern pincer was slow, that of the southern was glacial. Its men were still nowhere near their objective when on October 19 they met the paratroopers and their rescuers retreating toward them. Joining forces, the soldiers marched out of the Viet Bac. Although Valu did not call off Operation Lee until November 8, the entire effort failed to achieve its goals. It taught the French precious little, but Jip learned much. Never again would he leave a headquarters undefended against attack from the air. Thereafter, against the French and later the United States, he dispersed headquarters elements over a wide area, insisted that his forward operations center be highly mobile and regularly change its location, and protected key headquarters with anti-aircraft fire and, later, missiles. General Valu began his next effort against Jip in late November, an operation he codenamed Sincha. The two most important towns along the southern edge of the Viet Bac to Yen Quang and Thanh Nguyen were under Viet Minh control, and Valu hoped to destroy their main force units located there. Once again he had only about the same number of soldiers as during Operation Lee, but Valu could concentrate them more because the target area was smaller, only 30 by 50 miles. This time Jip avoided a pitched battle and recalled his regiments from the area. Although Valu succeeded in capturing large amounts of supplies, he did no real harm to Jip's units, because they moved back into the area shortly after the French withdrew on December 22, an auspicious date. It was the third anniversary of Jip's founding of the Armed Propaganda and Liberation Brigade. 21. Valu took what comfort he could from his efforts, claiming his forces had killed 9,500 Viet Minh during the actions in late 1947. The number was probably inflated, as such body counts have often been, for at the usually accepted military ratio of 3 wounded for every man killed, Viet Minh casualties would have numbered nearly 30,000 or half Jip's force. It is not likely that Valu's soldiers achieved such a signal accomplishment. Following his efforts in the Viet Bac, Valu ordered his French forces to remain in the delta of the Red River and in the coastal plain which ran from Haiphong to the Chinese border. Others garrisoned a line of French forts along Route 4 from Lang Son to Cao Bang and clung to 2 outposts, one at Bac Ken until August 1948, when its main supply route became too dangerous to use any longer, and the other in the mountain town of Haijiang, 80 miles west of Cao Bang in the Clear River Valley near the Chinese border. The French now controlled less of Vietnam than did the Viet Minh. Unsatisfied with this state of affairs, the French military recalled Valu and replaced him with Lieutenant General Roger C. Blazot. He did little in the coming months. The campaign c/141. Sun had ended, the monsoons had come. No more extensive efforts would be possible, Blazot believed, until the coming fall of 1948. Jip was ecstatic. His foe Valu, trained to do battle in Europe and assigned to fight in Asia, had been unable to defeat him. Jip had shown the French that he and his forces would be no easy victory. He had demonstrated himself to be a general. Jip also knew the months to come would make or break the Viet Minh effort. He and his men would be busy during this interlude or dead later in battle. Part 3. Lai I Tu I Hai. 1946-54. Brandish the banner of national independence. As the months of 1948 slipped away, the Viet Minh remained safe within their 100-mile-wide strip of jungle in the far north of their country, an area of folded hills, fast-running rivers, tangled growth. Small groups armed with light weapons emerged occasionally to launch spoiling attacks on French posts in the Red River Delta, and well-trained cadre from the Viet Bac sanctuary maintained pressure on their own people who lived in French-occupied areas through the use of constant terror and unrelenting propaganda. 1. Safe within his greenhouse, Nguyen Jip used those weeks for reflection and planning. He had done well in his efforts to learn the craft of generalship on the battlefield, although he found it to be a most unforgiving school. Unlike many military leaders, he actually profited from his experiences, studied them, derived lessons to be learned, and applied them to new situations. As he would later say, in war it is less profitable to win many battles and learn little than to win one battle and learn much. 2. Jip felt he had learned a great deal, yet he did not rest content. He spent much of 1948 thinking about the coming struggle and accordingly laying plans to meet that challenge. He accepted the Maoist dictum that Revolutionary War passed through three stages: strategic defense, guerrilla warfare, and the counteroffensive. Although he knew his troops could not yet win pitched battles against the French, he was also aware that the enemy no longer had the capability of ejecting him from the Viet Bac or destroying his forces within it. His fortress was, for all intents and purposes, impregnable. The initiative was his and the party's, for, with his earlier murder of so many nationalists and the consequent destruction of their infrastructure, the Viet Minh was now the only effective rallying point for his countrymen in their struggle against the French. He was ready, and his strategy and tactics confounded a succession of French and American generals and planners, and finally, after 1973, the Army of the Southern Republic of Vietnam. Giap's forces were often outgunned and outmanned. He lost many of his battles. He won his wars. 3. Giap and his Viet Minh did not have to win many battles to achieve victory. They only had to make the French quit. The same could be said for the Americans at a later time. Against the French, his war aims were to gain independence from France and unite Vietnam under a single communist regime. In the Second Indochina War, the Politburo had three goals: to destabilize the Saigon government and replace it with a communist one, to unite North and South Vietnam under a single communist regime, and to compel the United States to withdraw, something Giap could accomplish without achieving military victory. How is it that a man who had been only a high school history teacher and quantum journalist was able to become a successful general, capable of being ranked with some of history's best? No one in the West can be sure of the extent of Giap's military education, and he has never offered any satisfying answer when asked. For some have claimed that he studied at Russian military schools or at China's Whampoa Military Academy, run by Kuomintang nationalists. Still others have suggested he was trained by the Chinese communists, yet there is no real evidence to support any of these views and much that disputes them. His own flip response given on several occasions was a simple one. The only academy I ever attended was the Bush. 5. That is, he learned on the job. The only problem with the Bush as a military academy is that it lacks an adequate library. Clausewitz once said that there were two ways to learn about war: experience and the study of military history. Giap had a PhD in experience and a more than passing knowledge of military history. Perhaps one might as well ask where Julius Caesar received his schooling, or Timur the Lame, or Alexander. From what lofty institute did Hannibal find his way to the Alps? Which military academy did George Washington attend? Did T.E. Lawrence of Arabia receive a lieutenant's commission from Sandhurst? Like Giap, they all were self-made, self-taught, self-motivated in their study of military history, strategy, and tactics. They began with a desire to know, and they practiced their craft in settings that allowed them to learn from their mistakes. Ultimately they demonstrated their superiority over their foes just as Giap did over Leclerc, Vallue, Blazot, Navarre, and Westmoreland. Giap read the great masters. Driven by a sense of destiny, pressed by hatred and guided by pragmatism, he learned from his country's ancient warriors. 147. His classroom was indeed the bush, where learning meant living to fight again, and failure was death for both Giap and the Viet Minh. Giap had to learn, to press forward, and he was not fettered by the Western albatross of trying always to refight the last war. His academy was that of battle, where real leaders are always forged. 6. We have from Giap's own pen, jotted in various places in his meandering publications, many of the sources he considered to be sufficiently important to incorporate into his own thinking and to whom he owed much in his formulation of tactics and strategy. No shrinking violet, Giap claimed that he joined the fray against the French in order to ensure Vietnam's independence and freedom, national cultural and moral values, and a plentiful and happy life for all, and to show the revolutionary cause to other oppressed peoples throughout the world. 7. Giap was proud of the antiquity of Vietnam, born in ancient times out of resistance to Chinese aggression. Consequently its struggles, its uprisings, and its national wars were just ones, Giap believed, establishing in the process a glorious and proud tradition of resistance against foreign invasion. 8. Starting with such a vantage point, he pointed with pride to past leaders of his own nation who performed heroic deeds in the long centuries of struggle against China and the Mongols. This was as it should be. One would expect a history teacher to look to annals of his own country for examples of bravery, leadership, and success. In his Banner of People's War, Jip wrote, "Our party's military line has inherited, developed, and improved to a new level our nation's age-old traditional strategic ability." He also acknowledged his debt to the intelligence and strategic abilities of our ancestors. 9. Perhaps his first debt was simply one of patriotic inspiration drawn from his own country's history. First were Chung Trak and Chung Nhi, the Chung sisters who, in the early years of the first century of the current era, raised an army and overthrew unsuspecting garrisons of their Chinese overlords. Jip also respected Li Bon, who led a major revolt against Chinese occupation of Viet lands in the 6th century while in simultaneous conflict with the state of Kampa to the south. In 542 AD he overthrew the unpopular Chinese administration, and in 544 he established the independent state of Vanxian. Then there was Kuk Thuadu, known as Ngo Nguyen, who restored Viet independence from China in 939 AD when, at the mouth of the Bac Dang River at the entrance to the Gulf of Tonkin, he ordered his men to sink wooden poles into the mud. When the tide fell, an invading Chinese fleet found itself impaled on those stakes and Viet warriors slaughtered their crews. Centuries later came another of Jip's heroes, Tran Quoc Tuan, also known as Tran Hung Dao. In 1283, as commander-in-chief of Viet forces and faced with a Mongol invasion, Dao gave ground, inaugurated guerrilla warfare and scorched earth tactics, and drove the invaders out. In 1287 they struck again. 148/Dien Bien Phu J 946-54. And for a second time Dao defeated them. For Jip, Dao was a truly great military strategist. He had used guerrilla warfare to harass a more powerful enemy. He had emphasized the importance of national unity, with the entire nation fighting as one. Perhaps the greatest of all of Jip's national heroes was Li Loi, who in 1418 initiated a rebellion in Thanh Hoa province against Chinese overlords. Jip claims to have learned the concept of protracted war from Li Loi, writing that our people inherently possess a tradition of persistent resistance, an art of defeating the enemy in protracted wars. 10. Then there was Nguyen Hue, also known as Quang Trung, who, in 1771, with his two brothers, led the Tay Sun Rebellion. Jip considered Nguyen Hue to be a man who demonstrated the importance of the power of the masses, for he relied on the strength of peasants to topple reactionary cliques, to smash two wars of aggression by Siamese and Qing feudalists, to defend national independence, and to achieve national reunification. 11. All those heroes and all those conflicts occurred within the framework of just wars, Jip insisted, just as his own was so. They were the triumph of a great cause over tyranny, humanitarianism over cruelty, limited resources over superior ones, small forces over larger armies, weakness triumphing over strength. 12. Then a few capitalist countries, some with small land areas, all with small populations, but possessed of well-developed industrial bases, succeeded through cruel colonial wars, Jip believed, in conquering nearly all underdeveloped areas of the world. The struggle of various nations, Jip wrote, entered a dark, hopeless period. The problem for native peoples everywhere, Jip said, appeared insoluble. 13. Could war be used to defeat the French colonialists? That was another new problem, Jip said, and he pondered the matter month after month, searching for solutions. 14. Jip learned from heroes of Vietnam's past the necessity of mobilizing all people of the nation in order to win an armed struggle against invaders. This could not be accomplished if his soldiers abused or ignored civilians, and he continued to insist that they treat civilians with dignity and concern in order to win their confidence and affection and achieve a perfect understanding between the people and the army. 15. Our party has always brandished the banner of national independence in order to advance the Vietnamese Revolution, Giap wrote. Thus the party mobilized and inspired the entire country to arise and destroy those who would invade its soil. The struggle became a people's democratic national revolution. 16. The party and Giap could promise that the course of conflict with France would end foreign domination, do away with oppression and class exploitation, liberate workers and peasants, bring about social justice, and build. Brandish the banner or national independence. 149. The society mankind had always longed for, a socialist and communist one. Patriotism, Giap knew, served as a great spiritual force, a priceless ethical heritage, bequeathed to the living by their forefathers. The party linked patriotism with love for socialism and the new social system, showing how the path of socialism was the only road to national liberation. The more he and the party succeeded in linking their program with the cause of the people, the stronger they became. In this way the whole nation would rise to regain and protect the independence and freedom of the fatherland. Thus, Giap said, our political objectives have developed in terms of quality and class substance as compared with earlier uprisings and national warfare. 17. In Giap's eyes, people were the source of the strength that generated fighting will and revolutionary heroism. One had to be aware of their needs, their desires. So within the Viet Bac and in other areas free of French control, the party gradually implemented its agrarian policy by seizing rice fields from landlords and turning them over to peasants. Their age-old dream of land to the tiller came true, Giap claimed, for the first time in his nation's history. Famine, he boasted, was eradicated. Illiteracy was wiped out among millions of people. Production accelerated, and people's living conditions improved. The armed forces developed and their combat performance became more professional. The more they fought, the more powerful they became and the greater were their victories. As a result, Giap said, the people deeply cherished the new regime and fought courageously and sacrificed to defend it. 18. Neither the French nor the later Americans ever mastered one basic requirement as thoroughly as did Nguyen Giap: the struggle was won or lost in the allegiance of those who lived on the land. Troops from those nations came only for brief tours of duty, while Giap's soldiers were there for life. Foreigners' assignments to Vietnam were completed before they managed to see the ultimate importance of this salient truth. Yet no matter how many arguments may have raged in American staff conferences regarding the negative impact of harassing and interdicting artillery fire and air bombardment on the lands and people of the South, little was ever done to change the situation. U.S. efforts at pacification, whether called internal defense and development or internal security or nation building or revolutionary development or neutralization operations or rural construction or stability operations, were always referred to as the other war, or some such phrase. They were secondary endeavors to be acted upon if time could be spared from the major task of finding, fixing, and finishing the enemy wherever he might be, and to do so with ever-increasing firepower. More likely those in charge simply believed that overwhelming firepower was the answer to any military problem, forgetting the biblical adage, some trust in chariots, and some in horses. They are brought down and fallen. 19. 150/Nguyen Bien PDIM 946-54. Giap taught as doctrine the need to be one with the nation's inhabitants, while foreign armies believed firepower to be sufficient to achieve their aims. Consequently, they ignored or abused civilians who might well have ultimately supported them had they been treated differently. In this way France and America snubbed a host of potential Vietnamese allies, for not all of the populace favored the communists. As a result, both nations finally bore the burden of the war all by themselves. French and American generals believed their mission would be accomplished when they controlled the terrain. They came from nations where for generations the military task was always to control the high ground. Giap was not burdened with that tradition. He knew his primary goal was not to take and hold terrain but to gain the allegiance, or at the very least the grudging cooperation, of people of the countryside. When they were won over, along with them came the terrain, the wealth of the land, the whole existence of the nation. Jip knew that if he obtained popular loyalty and support and the French and Americans secured for themselves an overwhelming superiority in tanks, planes, artillery, and numbers of soldiers, the foreigners would still eventually fail. French forays and American raids regularly endangered the lives of great numbers of civilians and made it impossible for them to conduct their livelihoods. As refugees, they were forced from their homes and swarmed into urban areas, a class disenchanted with the government over them, clamoring for relief and fertile ground for communist propaganda. Trampled in combat by Western conventional forces seeking to locate insurgent warriors, civilians endured plain-shirt hell as they tried to go about their daily lives. Fields trampled, dikes ruined, crops wantonly poisoned or burned, harvest stores seized without compensation or replacement, homes burned, wells poisoned, animals slaughtered, wives and daughters raped, sons and husbands tortured and murdered as insurgent suspects. The unavoidable consequence of such an approach was suffering inflicted upon innocent bystanders and a consequent loss even of the possibility of securing their loyalty. 20. It was easy in such circumstances for Jip, for his Viet Minh forces, and for their subsidiary organization in the South, the People's Revolutionary Party and its armed force, the National Liberation Front usually referred to as the Viet Cong, to take the high moral ground. They proclaimed that they were saviors of the nation, protectors of human rights, and there was no rival native voice to compete effectively with them. It was easy for Jip to capitalize on resentments stirred up among countryside peasants when French troops or their African and Vietnamese auxiliaries stole someone's chickens or pigs or personal belongings, sometimes roughing up and having sport with wives or daughters in the process. It was not difficult for him to reach out to urban brandish the banner of Imeanal Independence /151. Dwellers who were imprisoned or tortured for having the temerity to voice contrary opinions or who dared to attend clandestine political meetings. Jip believed that successful combat grew out of correct political views, that warfare without political foundations was just so much banditry, and that military leaders ignorant of political needs were only warlords. When his soldiers were not immediately involved in battle preparations or combat, Jip used them in what that Western master of insurgent doctrine Edward Lansdale later came to call civic action. Soldiers manned shovels at rice paddy dikes, replanted bamboo hedges which warded off the world from tiny hamlets, extended and strengthened irrigation ditches, helped to plant or fertilize or flood or harvest rice crops, and treated civilians injured in combat at military facilities. Successive foreign commanders, needing to turn the situation around quickly, found no help from local citizens. Jip's policies, including his emphasis on civic action, made that impossible. In return, those civilians labored endlessly as coolies to transport for Jip the supplies his soldiers needed. They turned blank faces and mute voices toward interrogators who sought to learn Viet Minh secrets. They resisted those foreign invaders even at the cost of their lives. 21. Jip claimed that, long ago, his nation accepted the concept of people's wars wherein combatants were united both militarily and politically. The present offensive ideology of our party, armed forces, and people, he wrote, is not disassociated from our traditional national military ideology. In our national history, generally speaking, the victorious uprisings and national liberation was led by representing various processes of continuous offensive aimed at toppling the foreign feudal ruling yoke. 22. To Madeleine Rifaudet, a correspondent from El Humanite, who interviewed him in 1968, Jip further developed his belief that the concept of people's wars was ancient. It has existed, he said, since mankind came into being and took shape, since they first became aware of their fundamental rights and rose up against the invader. In our most remote history, our ancestors were already saying, our entire country is rising up against the invader. Jip used a historical example to illustrate his point. He reminded Rifaudet of Nguyen Dinh Chieu, the blind poet of southern Vietnam who wrote of simple inhabitants of the villages who, out of love of the fatherland, have become volunteers. Everyone fought in a people's war, and Jip approvingly quoted Chiu's words about weak and fragile women who, because an enemy stood on the soil of their land, rode horses, waved flags, rowed boats, loaded guns, destroyed citadels, scaled ramparts. 23. For Gyp, another man followed closely on the heels of those past national heroes, his mentor, Ho Chi Minh. It may be rightly said that our army, which stems from the people, has been brought up according to the ideas and way of life of the party and Uncle Ho, Gyp wrote. 24. It was not military theory he learned from Ho, however, but prudence, practicality, persistence, and the need to meld political theory to military effort. 25. Ho taught Gyp that political unity was basic and must be achieved prior to beginning any military action. Ho insisted upon the necessity of safe base area sanctuaries in case of military reverses. And he learned from Ho the need for perseverance. It was, Gyp wrote, a most valuable lesson for us before we went to the battlefront. That lesson was, as often said, determination, determination. With determination one can do everything successfully. 26. So also did Gyp learn from Communist Party theorists, most importantly from Mao Zedong and Lenin. From Lenin, Gyp came to understand that the goal toward which one strives is much more important than the means one uses to achieve it. Both followers and their welfare could be sacrificed without hesitation if by so doing one furthered the revolutionary struggle. So it was that Gyp could willingly send thousands of his soldiers to their death so long as the nation moved closer to freeing itself from French and American soldiers who trampled its soil. 27. Gyp learned the value of the ideas of Karl von Clausewitz, who also insisted on the close relationship between politics and armed struggle. Gyp governed all his later campaigns by Clausewitz's basic thesis that the political object, as the original motive of war, should be the standard for determining the military objectives and the application of force to be used. 28. Gyp also studied carefully the writings of Mao Zedong, then the foremost philosopher of people's wars. Mao believed that all of life was governed by uniform and unchanging laws. To succeed, one had only to learn and understand those laws and to apply them. This was as true for military actions as it was for economic, political, or social endeavors. Gyp could write, revolutionary armed struggle in any country has common fundamental laws, characteristics and laws of its own. 29. From Mao, Gyp absorbed the importance of the individual in the revolutionary process. Mao wrote, the people, and the people alone, are the motive force in the making of world history. It is people, not things, that are decisive. 30. For Gyp, then, constant psychological and political doctrinal reinforcement was essential if the individual parts of the masses were to be kept strong for the fight. In general, says Gyp, there are two fundamental factors in war: people and weapons. Both are important, but the human factor is decisive. We had to build a new doctrine on the efficacy of few troops. We had to solve a fundamental problem of having only a few people and a small army. We were helped in this because of the basic idea that ours was a just war and had its own unique characteristics. Vietnamese military ideas are those of the people. There were other points on which Gyp agreed with Mao: the importance. Brandish the banner of national independence. 153. Of establishing base and rear areas, the value of taking the initiative and the offensive, the uses of personal military experience, the necessity for concentrating a superior force on the battlefield, and the importance of the principle of economy of force. 31. But Gyp was more than a passive vessel ready to receive Mao's revolutionary waters. There were points on which he utterly disagreed with Mao, and at such times he discarded without regret what seemed to him to be errant nonsense. Gyp learned that assaults launched by moving waves of humanity, a tactic favored by Mao, were wasteful of resources, and he soon abandoned their use. Gyp came to realize that the type of combat ordered needed to be based on existing field conditions rather than upon simple-minded adherence to predetermined doctrine. 32. In such ways Gyp was as practical American Samoa Ho. He used what made sense and what was effective. He would not long be bound by someone else's theories when such ideas came into conflict with Gyp's reality. How, Jip asked rhetorically, to gain victory with fewer troops. Victory goes to the most powerful. Yet our country was feudal. France, Japan, and the United States all came to Vietnam. These three foreign nations were capitalistic with high industrial output at a time when Vietnam was only in the handicraft stage of production. So we faced the factors of materiel, weapons, military means, and general logistics. We had to solve those problems. We had to learn how to use inferior means to achieve victory. We had to discover how to make poor logistics work to gain victory over our enemies. For 60 to 70 years, the Vietnamese people failed to resolve those issues. They were courageous, but that wasn't enough. Then we learned the secret method of a people's war. 30 million people provided 30 million soldiers. Thus President Ho Chi Minh said when we began our resistance against the French, who has a gun should use it, who has a knife, use it, who has not, use sticks and stones. That is the essence of a people's war they rose up to fight. Each had its own methods, each squad its own, each regiment had its own. But an entire nation stood up to fight for freedom and independence. 33. Jip also had two other tutors. One was Napoleon. Although he never mentions that great French military leader in his writings, Jip did acknowledge his debt to him in a 1988 interview. 34. There was also Sun Tzu, a Chinese general and philosopher who lived from 400 to 320 BC. A single quotation from Mao will be sufficient to show his own dependence upon Sun Tzu. The enemy advances, we retreat, the enemy camps, we harass, the enemy tires, we attack, the enemy retreats, we pursue. 35. To read a sampling of Sun Tzu's aphorisms immediately causes one to think of the approaches to armed conflict employed by Jip in the early years of his struggle with the French. 36. Although the similarity of Sun Tzu's doctrine to those developed by Jip is plain, when asked if he had been influenced by the aphorisms in the art of war, Jip replied, Sun Tzu has interesting ideas. I once studied him and found that he said that if enemy forces are 10 times larger, then we should not fight. If I had followed him we would still be in the jungle. We would never have gained victory over the French or Americans. Sun Tzu by himself would never be enough to show us how to do what we did. 37. There was another most unlikely teacher. French officers who pitted their brains against Jip attributed his military talent not only to hard work but to constant study of geography and history. Among the works he read were the autobiographical writings of a military hero of World War I fame, T.E. Lawrence, who conducted daring exploits on behalf of Britain in Southwest Asia among the Arabs. A story circulated within the French officer corps that one day in 1946, prior to the Viet Minh expulsion from Hanoi, Jip called on a French military officer and saw a book on the man's desk that interested him. May I borrow the book? The diminutive Vietnamese asked politely. As soon as I have finished reading it myself, the Frenchman replied. The book was by T.E. Lawrence. 38. In 1946, in a conversation with General Raoul Salin of France, Jip reportedly informed him, my fighting gospel is T.E. Lawrence's 7 pillars of wisdom. I am never without it. And Salin himself said that Jip had been strongly influenced by Lawrence. 39. Lawrence learned and Jip learned from him the importance of irregular warfare and how it can confound traditional-minded opponents. Surely such ideas were music to Jip's ears and offered his fertile mind much upon which to ponder. In The Evolution of a Revolt, Lawrence stressed lessons learned from his campaigns that Jip must have appreciated. 40. Actively friendly, but sympathetic to the point of not betraying rebel movements to the enemy. Rebellions can be made by 2% active in a striking force and 98% passively sympathetic. 42. Was Lawrence writing about Arabs or Vietnamese in the midst of their efforts against the French? Lawrence also said, granted mobility, security, time, and doctrine, victory will rest with the insurgents, for the algebraical factors are in the end decisive, and against them perfections of means and spirit struggle quite in vain. 43. Given Jip's belief in the inevitability of history and in the absolute science of the military art, a passage like this would bring his immediate concurrence. 44. Nguyen Jip studied many influential men from the past and drew lessons from some. From them he learned the necessity for molding all his people into an active political base, the importance of political indoctrination of people and soldiers, and the use of protracted war to erode a stronger enemy's will. 45. He learned not only from people, but from events, from battles won or lost. And with each, his skill improved. From the August Revolution of 1945 he came to the concept that the cities and rural areas are equally critical to the Vietnamese Revolution. While rural base areas are important, cities can and must be liberated by a combination of uprising within and attack from without. His dealings with the French in 1945 and 1946 taught him that negotiations separated from military achievement seldom accomplished even minor goals. And in the use of military power he learned that the closest coordination was necessary between political and military action. Properly applied, the first became a general uprising/insurrection, while military action became a general offensive. A combination of the two resulted in massive upheavals capable of destroying an enemy and achieving sought-after goals. 46. But let Jip speak for himself. In late 1988 he stated during an interview, "The origin of my military doctrine was, build on our tradition of fighting and resisting foreign invaders, heighten the power of the people to defeat new enemies through Marxist/Leninist consolidation and the establishment of the Vietnamese Communist Party, study and apply selected experiences of Napoleon and military men in Allied countries Russia and China and in other countries." With a smile, he added, "I even applied some good ideas from US doctrine." 47. Jip became not only a worthy general, but an artist of war. He cleansed his brushes in the solvent of his own nation's history. He took a little paint from L. E. Loy, from Tran Hung Dao, from Sun Tzu, Napoleon, Lawrence, and others. He spread those colors on a canvas prepared with a background of party and people. He mixed primary colors to create brilliant secondary hues and shades of his own devising. The completed painting was entirely his own, a masterpiece of artistry. An extremely hard war. During the combat lull between 1948 and 1950, Jip had opportunity to refine his own military leadership and to develop his fighting forces into something more than guerrilla bands. This timely development came about when, in October 1949, Mao Zedong's communists achieved victory in China's long civil war, forcing Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists to flee to the island of Formosa. Mao immediately allowed the Viet Minh in the Viet Bac to use his southern provinces as a sanctuary. Jip's military units could retreat there for prolonged and advanced training in soldierly skills. In this way Jip managed to transform his amateurish and adventurous troops into modern field units, armed, through Mao's generosity, with up-to-date American weapons abandoned by Jiang's soldiers as they fled helter-skelter toward the safety of their offshore island. Jip's men studied in Chinese schools learning to be effective non-commissioned and commissioned officers, memorizing skills needed to aim and fire artillery pieces, to drive trucks and other vehicles, to link combat communication equipment. Under Chinese tutelage, Jip's soldiers discovered how to operate as companies and battalions. Then he grouped his battalions into regiments composed of 3 or 4 battalions of 600 men each. In late 1949 and early 1950, Jip ordered his regiments to group into 4s, creating divisions of about 12,000 men, and they practiced divisional-sized movements. Satisfied at last with their performance, Jip established 15B. It was an extremely hard war/157. 4 divisional headquarters in the Viet Bac, the 304th, 308th, 312th, and 316th Divisions and 1 in northern Annam, the 320th. They would later be joined by the 351st Heavy Division, patterned after a Soviet artillery division. The 308th, known as the Iron Division, would come to rank as one of the military world's elite fighting forces. Men of those units even had uniforms, although both officers and men wore the same simple dress of thin green cotton without distinguishing badges of rank. JIP continued this practice until 1958. JIP spent much of his time planning the training of new recruits. Many, perhaps most, were illiterate peasants used to fertilizing fields and flooding rice paddies, not handling even simple weapons of war. Inasmuch as French activities in the Red River Delta in 1948 and 1949 caused Viet Minh recruiting to become ever more difficult, JIP called on the Communist Party to institute conscription. This went into effect on November 4, 1949, when both men and women aged 18 and older became subject to the draft. For propaganda purposes, JIP knew the value of having an all-volunteer force, so he did not often resort to conscripted levies, but it was a good club to cudgel the unwilling. In this way he was able to increase the number of his military units from 32 battalions in 1948 to 117 battalions in 1951. 2. The training they achieved in southern China was important. JIP's growing army was composed of shy men, suspicious of authority, focused on the life of their own remote bamboo-hedged hamlets, unused to living or working with strangers. They were unlikely candidates for a national military force. They had grown to maturity believing in the old Vietnamese proverb, "The authority of the emperor stops at the gate to the village." They had little notion of responsibility for or duty to a centralized governmental authority. JIP knew he could not turn country bumpkins into national troops without providing them with enduring devotion and dedication to the revolution. He knew that, lacking a political education, they would melt away in the face of enemies armed with superior weapons. He had to forge their wills as well as their bodies. Profound awareness of the aims of the party, he wrote, boundless loyalty to the cause of the nation and working class, and a spirit of unreserved sacrifice are fundamental questions for the army. Therefore, the political work in its ranks is of first importance. It is the soul of the army. And the final analysis, victory in any war is determined by the willingness of the masses to shed blood on the battlefield. 3. So JIP laid down orders for the political development of his troops. Well-laid plans required recruits to gather in groups and, encouraged by political officers, regale one another with tales of French persecution and the greed of absentee landlords. They recalled stories of Vietnam's past military glories and legendary heroes. They described their own sufferings or those they had heard of from others. They extolled the virtues of being Vietnamese and denigrated outsiders. Traditional Vietnamese xenophobia made this particular task an easy one. They learned simple jokes, slogans, and songs which grew dear with repetition. Superiors promised them a responsible place in the new society to emerge following the withdrawal of a beaten French soldiery. Over and again they heard impassioned cries that victory was certain. Familiar with the other two in these three-man groups, recruits soon transferred loyalty from family to fellows. As they came to know and sometimes to love one another, they realized how similar groups in their unit were all part of a new extended family dedicated to war, to victory, to people of the land, and to the nation. These cells met daily to discuss activities, to praise and criticize performance, to share dark secrets they harbored of ambition or vainglory or desertion or malingering, and to receive the encouragement of their brothers, or, perhaps more realistically, sometimes to be turned into a political commissar for the sin of wrong thinking, allowing the commissar to counsel the reluctant or recalcitrant into more perfect sacrifice and devotion. No single recruit ever knew when one of his buddies might turn him in for anti-revolutionary thoughts or deeds. Conversations among groups of three were regularly enhanced by larger group meetings when all men of a company attended required meetings, there to criticize their own performance and that of their fellows and officers. Perhaps the most valuable result of such sessions was that no one was spared, not even officers, and all came to believe they were valuable and worthwhile members of a unit and part of the decision-making process, from the commander to the lowliest private. Particularly for boys from remote areas, It was a heady experience and made them value their new associations and goals even more highly. Jip's reworking of his men's psychological orientation provided him with soldiers who knew their role within the military, within society, and within the revolution. Consequently, Jip's troops, unlike the ragtag followers of warlords in South China and elsewhere in the Orient, did not treat civilian populations as sources of rapine, pillage, and plunder. The Viet Minh counted themselves as one with their civilian brothers and sisters. Each had a different role, but all were partners in the fight against the French. Jip could hardly have asked for more. 4. During the 1948-50 hiatus with the French, in efforts to establish proper command and control procedures over ever larger units, Jip laid plans to reorganize his general staff. Previously his advisors had focused their attention and planning almost entirely on guerrilla actions. Western armies considered such planning to fall under the heading of operations, and they were the responsibility of the G3 of a military unit. In 1950, Jip set up his own staff on the Western model, GL, G2, G3, and G4. 5. Jip also established military regions called integrated zones or inter zones covering all Vietnam, which enabled him to retain control over his widely dispersed forces. Each interzone was directed by a combined military and political headquarters, and the interzone itself was further divided into interprovinces and intervillages, thus giving Jip vertical control over the entire revolutionary military effort. 6 interzones covered Vietnam, Northwest Tonkin, Northeast Tonkin, the delta of the Red River, Northern Annam, Southern Annam, Cochin China. Jip further divided the country into free zones, occupied zones, and guerrilla zones. Free zones included the Viet Bac, the estuary areas of northern Annam, coastal areas of Annam south of Hue, the plain of reeds, the Ca Mau Peninsula of the far south. Guerrilla zones were the Mekong Delta, the Red River Delta, central Annam's coast, the central plateau of the Annamese Cordillera. Occupied areas were listed: the urban areas of Saigon, Hue, Haiphong, and Ha Noi, Cochin China's extensive rubber plantations, certain areas of the lower Mekong River Delta. Such divisions helped Jip see more clearly the problems he faced and to plan appropriate actions suited to individual areas. 6. Despite such chartings, it was difficult for Jip and those in his headquarters to remain in constant touch with revolutionary forces in Cochin China and other far locations. Land distances were great and travel difficult. The French carefully watched bus and train travel. Even automobile trips had their hazards. Jip often relied on radio traffic to remain in contact with far-flung subordinates, but such efforts ran the risk of triangulation by French listening posts and was unreliable even in the best of times. To these difficulties were added jealousies, petty competitions, and traditional suspicions between the North and South. Mountain boys of the North often described Southerners as fish-eaters, while those from lower latitudes dismissed their Tonkinese compatriots as Northern dogs. It is little wonder that Southern leaders of the revolution, supposedly under the supervision and control of Jip, began to act with a certain autonomy. 7. Now that he had sufficient men to constitute a real army, Jip's primary worry was to discover a way to equip and supply them. Jip's manner of meeting these difficulties showed him to be one of the great logistics generals of all time. He had to build his main force units into a permanent army without losing any of their now well-developed jungle fighting skills. He was thankful that during the evacuation from Hanoi he had ordered every movable piece of machinery capable of being used to produce weapons to be stripped from the doomed city and carried into the Viet Bac. Under the direction of an engineer, Tran Dai Nghia, who had returned from France with Ho, those machines were taken to safe hiding places deep within the greenhouse. There they were reassembled and put back into production, eventually producing some light and medium caliber weapons, including light machine guns, a few 120 mm mortars and mines, grenades, and a great deal of rifle ammunition. 8. While such weapons might keep the French out of the Viet Bac, they were completely insufficient to force battle on the colons or to drive them from their own heavily fortified positions. What Jip needed was heavy weapons, and those he did not get until after Mao's victory over the Kuomintang and his subsequent willingness to help arm the Viet Minh. Even then, aid came slowly. In 1951, Jip's units received fewer than 20 tons per month from Chinese supply depots. By the next year, that pipeline brought him 250 tons per month. In 1953, he received 600 tons every 30 days, and by early 1954, 1,500 tons. By June 1954, Jip's supply lines channeled 4,000 tons per month into Vietnam from China. 9. Receiving supplies was one thing. Distributing them was quite another. Trucks could handily perform that task, and so, by 1954, Jip had received over 1,000 Russian-built Maltova trucks from China, but they were useless in the vast wilderness of the Viet Bac, where there were no roads. Jip consequently directed the construction of new routes within his northern free zone, and he assigned vast multitudes to build them. As long as the French maintained a hold on their border outposts along the Chinese border, however, those new roads in the Viet Bac could not be linked to existing routes in South China. While trucks might one day be of great help, they were not going to solve Jip's immediate distribution problems. He turned to a more practical solution and was grateful that he had been turning this matter over in his mind since the dark days of the early 1940s when Japanese occupation troops held sway in Vietnam. As Jip's military forces of all types approached 300,000 in number, he determined, given the rough state of more modern transportation within the Viet Bac, that his soldiers could only be supplied through the use of porters. He calculated that he would need at least 1 million coolies to do the job properly, but not all of them would have to remain constantly mobilized. Most could remain in their hamlets engaged in their usual civilian activities until such times as they were needed. Only a few 100,000 were needed as permanent laborers for his headquarters and main force units during those times when there was no active fighting going on between French and Viet Minh troops. The entire force would be required only during times of maneuver and combat with the French. On those occasions, in relays, they would pass supplies through their own area to the next, where still other coolies would carry them closer to their destination, a human labor chain, but one which Jip had available in countless numbers. As they moved repeatedly over the same routes, coolies learned the best way to transport the most supplies in the least possible time. Using them, however, had its own set of problems. They had to be recruited, organized, controlled, and fed. And they were voracious, sometimes consuming as much as 90% of the food they carried. 10. 2 was an extremely hard war. 161. Under Jip's leadership, his supply officers calculated optimal loads for coolies to carry. One man could shoulder 55 pounds of rice or 33 to 44 pounds of arms and ammunition. He could carry the load over 15.5 miles of easy country during hours of daylight, or 12.4 miles at night. Another could bear 38 pounds of rice or 22 to 33 pounds of ammunition and carry the load about 9 miles across mountainous country in one day or 7.5 miles by night. Where trails existed, a buffalo cart could be loaded with 770 pounds of material and transport them 7.5 miles each day. Horses were weaker than native water buffaloes but faster. A horse cart could carry 473 pounds up to 12.4 miles per day. In such ways, without modern means, Jip reduced everything to primitive measures, divided his needs into individual parcels moved by human and animal labor, and still supplied the ever-growing appetite of his army. 11. Jip occupied himself with thoughts of strategy and tactics, of logistics and training during 1948 and the first months of 1949. Still the French did nothing decisive to rid themselves of the Viet Minh menace to their hold on Indochina. Then in May 1949, the French government sent General Georges Rivère, chief of the Army General Staff, on an inspection trip to assess the situation in Vietnam and to make recommendations to end difficulties there. Many of his conclusions were obvious ones: evacuate isolated outposts strung along the Chinese border, enlarge and strengthen Vietnamese auxiliary forces, pacify the northern Delta region, ask the United States for more military aid. Revere's last recommendation, however, departed from past approaches used by the French, subordinate military actions to diplomatic negotiations with the Viet Minh. 12. Both politicians at home and French military leaders in Vietnam gave short shrift to Revere's proposals. Those in France saw them as leading to the loss of valuable resources: rice, rubber, and tin. High military officers saw them as an admission that their own policies had not worked, and this they were unwilling to admit. As American leaders would later do also, they had been informing the home government that conditions in Vietnam were improving. To admit now that they had underestimated Giap and his minions would be a public embarrassment, something they were unable and unwilling to accept. 13. Military men were further convinced of their own rectitude during April, May, and June 1949 when Giap's forces launched several attacks on small French outposts along the northern border with China and failed to overrun them. They saw this as an indication of an improving situation, but in fact, Giap had not intended to take control of the area. He was simply keeping his troops in trim and the French on guard. For years the Paris government and the French military failed to recognize 162/1946.1946-54 that their time as overlords of Vietnam was coming to an end. A long succession of French commanders were sent to Vietnam to stem the revolutionary tide there. Between 1945 and 1954, 8 men struggled to salvage French fortunes. General Jacques-Philippe Leclerc served from 1946 to February 20, 1947, when he was replaced by Lieutenant General Jean Valou, who was replaced in 1948 by Lieutenant General Roger Blazot, who was replaced in September 1949 by Lieutenant General Marcel Carpentier, who abdicated his duties while there, to General Marcel Alessandri. Carpentier was replaced in December 1950 by General Jean de Lattre de Tassigny, who became ill with cancer and was replaced on November 20, 1951 by General Raoul Salin, who in turn was replaced in May 1953 by General Henry Eugene Navarre, to whom Giap gave the final coup de grâce. In September 1949 the French government sent Lieutenant General Marcel Maurice Carpentier to Indochina. When promoted to captain in March 1915 during the Great War, he became the youngest man in the French army to hold that rank. Intervening years brought him constant promotions. Now the Home Ministry would for a time lay its hopes on him to win victory over the Viet Minh. 14. Vastly ignorant of affairs in Indochina, Carpentier was wise enough to recognize that fact and sufficiently humble to do something about it. He turned his field command over to Major General Marcel Alessandri, an officer with years of experience in Vietnam. He was the man who, following the March 9, 1945 Japanese coup, had marched some of his French soldiers out of Vietnam to safety in China. Frustrated by previous commanders who had ignored his suggestions and countermanded his orders, Alessandri now found himself working for an officer willing to give him necessary backing to put into effect some of his ideas. He immediately began efforts to pacify the native population of the Tonkinese Delta area. Giap's response was quick. He kept his main force units in reserve in the Viet Bac but ordered guerrillas into action in the delta of the Red River to thwart Alessandri's work. Giap described what happened. Our units operated in small pockets with independent companies penetrating deeply into the enemy-controlled zone to launch guerrilla warfare, establish bases, and protect local people's power. It was an extremely hard war generalized in all domains, military, economic, and political. The enemy mopped up, we fought against mopping up. They organized supplementary local Vietnamese troops and installed puppet authorities. We firmly upheld local people's power, overthrew straw men, eliminated traitors, and carried out active propaganda. 15. Alessandri's clear and hold tactics and his mopping up operations, despite Giap's efforts, worked magnificently. The French general, for all intents and purposes, seized the whole of the Delta area and did it on a shoestring. He had only 20 battalions with which to work. he began taking what was near. Est provinces, rice paddies, people. Section by section, his efforts spread outward, put into effect by from 3 to 5 French battalions at a time. These operations had names Pomone, Diane, Ondine, and others, and in each one the French moved closer to success. Soldiers moved out, sometimes by airdrop, or marching over Larad, or even riding in naval LCTs, operable on deeper rivers. With patience and tenacity, they killed guerrillas when they could find them, built forts, and recruited partisans from the Tonkinese population. This was not as hard for Alessandri as Jup might have hoped. Jup had done his calculated best in 1945, 1946, and 1947 to wipe out all rivals who might prove dangerous to the Viet Minh cause. Those who survived the annihilation of the DMH and VNQDD maintained themselves in secret societies of the Asian kind. They did not spring from the population mass and did not love their fellow Viets as the Viet Minh professed to do, but some were still outstanding men, imbued with the Confucian moral order and Mandarin traditions. Now they gladly accepted French control of the northern delta and hoped to exact revenge upon the Viet Minh, but there were only a handful of them left, not enough for Alessandri's purposes. So the French general turned to Tonkinese Roman Catholics, more than 1 million of them, all fanatical in devotion to their faith. Every village had a church. The local Vietnamese cure was the monorial lord and parishioners his serfs. Peasants on the land were dominated by Asian-born priests and nuns. Within their own fiefdoms they were supreme, yet they knew the rest of the nation despised them for their Western religion. They had rejected old ways and, in the 19th century, allowed the French to enter the land and carry out their conquest. They were chosen by God and rejected by their race. It was an uncomfortable dichotomy. In 1945, in an attempt to heal that division, Roman Catholics eagerly embraced the new revolutionary nationalism and gladly cooperated with Ho Chi Minh and his party. But Ho wanted to establish a national church, separate from Rome, so that no one under his rule could have divided loyalties. This confronted Roman Catholics with a quandary: their faith or their nation. They chose to fix on their beliefs and to become opponents of the new Viet Minh way. Alessandri recruited them in wholesale fashion, gave them money and weapons, and allowed them to control the northern delta countryside. In this way Vietnamese Roman Catholics who in 1945 had sought to rid their country of colonial domination forever now found themselves once again the tools of French interests. Roman Catholics, nearly a fifth of the Tonkinese population, spurred on by Alessandri, came into permanent conflict with the Viet Minh. Throughout 1949 and 1950, nearly every Roman Catholic hamlet formed its own militia and turned its bamboo-hedged settlement into a fortress governed by the local cure. 16. 164/Dien Bien Phu. 1946-54. Alessandri also mounted a rice war against the Viet Minh. Rice was all-important in Jup's plans, for in the absence of normal economic exchange, it became the only Viet Minh currency and the basis for Ho Chi Minh's entire economic system. People paid taxes in rice, exchanged goods and services for rice, received salaries paid in rice, even offered patriotic loans to the Viet Minh government in rice. Government budgets were computed in kilograms of rice, soldiers and civil servants received rice as payment of their salaries. Rice harvests were sacred, for without them the whole revolutionary movement would fail. Thus at harvest time Jup allowed coolies, guerrillas, and main force unit members to go home to labor in fields and on threshing floors. Without such forbearance, famine might stalk the land again, and no revolutionary leader could allow that to happen. By 1950, because of Alessandri's successes, the Viet Minh became extremely apprehensive about its rice supplies. The French had seized vast amounts of that white treasure, mounting guards over the acres that produced it. Jup could maintain full-scale rations only for members of his army, for the rest, 1 bowl a day would have to suffice. 17. Alessandri's efforts failed for 3 reasons. His military superiors ultimately shunted him off again to one side. Mao's willingness to aid the Viet Minh and to supply at least their minimal needs cancelled out successes Alessandri achieved in the Rice War. Finally, even Alessandri made little progress in persuading influential Tonkinese that he had their interests at heart. Davidson has said it best: to the French, the native masses of the Delta were chattel pawns, inanimate objects, prizes to be fought for and used as soldiers, sources of revenue, and always, as rice producers. French made no effort to spread their own values and doctrines to the people and areas they conquered, which is understandable, since they had nothing worth propagating. 18. Gip's political position within the Communist Party was not as unchallenged as his military one. During those days of contest with Alessandri, much of his attention was diverted from military planning to bolstering his place within the hierarchy. According to witnesses of that time, Gip was an able, sincere, articulate, and brilliant man with great strength of character and willpower. He possessed great charm of manner and was a quiet and gracious host, but was also a man of action with a violent temper who could be ruthless when he deemed it necessary. He needed all those attributes to deal successfully with a friend who came to mix ideology and personal rivalry into a blood feud. Truong Chin had been a close friend of Gip's since the early 1930s. During that decade they cooperated to produce their jointly authored book, The Peasant Question. Later they worked closely and harmoniously at the newspaper offices of Le Travail in Hanoi prior to the outbreak of World War II. Truong Chin frequently visited Gip's home near Say Thang Long. 2 was an extremely hard war/165. Yet the two men were very much opposites. Although they physically resembled each other, their intellectual approach to life's problems was vastly different. Gip was a man of extensive culture, gifted with an encyclopedic intelligence, a product of the university. He was the only member of the Politburo with an advanced, essentially Western intellectual background. He did not always concern himself about details. He was enthusiastic, emotional, and dramatic. He was a partisan and advocate of spectacular and imaginative actions, with little regard for resultant consequences or losses. He was usually a direct man and, when angry, prone to say whatever was on his mind. Gip was very sensitive with respect to matters affecting his own prestige, and receptive to compliments and flattery while resentful of criticism. As he gained authority within the Viet Minh movement, and particularly after he became head of the army, Gip resisted all attempts to place any controls upon his command. Truong Chin, on the other hand, was the son of a Mandarin and a scholar of the Sino-Vietnam school. He was devoted to the teachings of Mao Zedong and had a great intellectual and emotional investment in the communist struggle for control of China. His very choice for a pseudonym Long March indicated the deep respect he held for Mao. A cold, doctrinal, deliberate, well-organized, and meticulous individual, he left nothing to chance. He countered his opponents within the party through a system of accumulation, carefully noting errors others committed and holding his cards until the most favorable moment. For him, sentiment did not exist. In one area, however, both Truong Chin and Gip were identical. Both were men of blood, used to liquidating their opponents. They would have numerous encounters over the years. 19. After Gip's return to Vietnam from China in 1940, the two men worked well together in the Viet Bac, driven by their common goal of freeing their land. In the years following the August Revolution of 1945, however, their friendship and alliance waned. While Gip focused on military matters, Truong Chin spent his own energies on political work and built up an important following within the Communist Party. He served as Secretary General. Toward the end of March 1946, when Ho promoted Gip to the rank of general and made him Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Truong Chin sensed that Gip's power might outstrip his own. Claiming that Gip was insufficiently competent for such high posts, Truong Chin succeeded in placing General Nguyen Son as Gip's Chief of Staff. Son was the only Vietnamese communist officer with professional military training, having attended the Moscow Military Academy. He was also a dedicated communist and, like Truong Chin, a Sinophile, having commanded a Chinese communist regiment during Mao's Long March. Jip responded by cultivating the man and making him one of his own disciples. 20. Jip found an opportunity to retaliate against his former friend in 1947 when Truong Chin published a treatise on guerrilla warfare, The Resistance Will Win. Truong Chin had plagiarized this writing almost directly from the works of Mao Zedong, and Jip publicly criticized his former friend. Perhaps as a result, Truong Chin redoubled his own efforts to impose party control upon the army, and because of his large following, Jip was eventually obliged to make important concessions, reluctantly agreeing to allow Truong Chin to place political commissars, under his own sole and direct control, within Jip's army. In 1949, over Jip's objections, he managed to give those military commissars even more power when he placed one of his most reliable men, General Van Tian-dung, at the head of the army's political office. 21. Following Mao's takeover of China, it was natural for Truong Chin to move into the leadership of the extreme pro-Chinese faction of Vietnamese communist politics, and he urged that the Viet Minh ask for Chinese advisors and volunteers to help in the fighting against the French. While Jip was deeply grateful for Mao's help, he did not feel it necessary to emulate Mao's approaches in all matters and indeed was deeply suspicious of Chinese intentions. Jip declared that under no circumstances would they be allowed to fight in Vietnam. China supplied arms, even some specialists and advisors, but its participation remained clandestine. So the two Vietnamese leaders clashed and their diverse positions pulled the party in two directions. And Jip found those around him dying sudden deaths. Colonel Makayama was killed in December 1947 at Cho Chu during a battle with French paratroopers. General Nguyen Sun died from a bullet in the back after organizing the giant Viet Minh ambush of the Cao Bang/Lang Sun garrison that ended in disaster for the French army. So Jip turned to Truong Chin as man, General Van Tian-dung, and made of him a protege of his own. Because of their close contact under battlefield conditions, the two men gradually became friends and close allies. This hardly pleased Truong Chin. 22. In the midst of this estrangement, eager to weaken Jip in any way he could, Chin mounted a major political campaign against him in 1950. He repeatedly accused Jip of breaches of security in choosing those who worked for him, and he pilloried those unreliable subordinates. Later that year, Chin ordered the execution of Jip's chief of logistical services, Tran Chi Chao, for alleged failings in carrying out his responsibilities. Jip was unable to stop this movement or to save his subordinate. He recognized the effort for what it was, an assault on his own power and influence. It took all of Ho Chi Minh's and Pham Van Dong's authority to avoid a major public split in the communist leadership. Jip was able to maintain his place primarily because of Ho Chi Minh's support, despite the jealousies of Truong Chin and his allies. Jip also pledged to himself that a time to exact retribution would one day come, and he was Khan. U was an extremely hard war/167. Tend to wait. Perhaps he was aware of the old Arabic proverb revenge is a dish that tastes best when eaten cold. 23. In 1950, Jip finally decided to risk battle with the French. He believed his forces were ready for him to risk a change from primarily guerrilla activity to main force mobile warfare. It is very difficult, he once said, to say at what date we switched from guerrilla to mobile warfare since there is actually no mechanical demarcation between the two periods. In 1950 we launched our first major campaign involving brigades. The Frontier Liberation Campaign in 1950 may be regarded as a cornerstone marking the growth of mobile warfare. 24. As part of his preparations for this campaign, Jip renamed his old Armed Propaganda and Liberation Brigade, now calling it Brigade 209. With it and a newer Brigade 308, he ordered operations against the French to begin. Jip's opening moves included ordering intensified military activity along Route Coloniale 4 between Cao Bang, a provincial capital near his own base in the Viet Bac, and Lang Sun. French installations along Route 4 Cao Bang, Dong Qui, and That Qui, all at least 300 miles from the French main occupation center, now came under risk, and perhaps needlessly so. For as early as May 1949, General Georges Rivère, chief of the French General Staff, had recommended that these isolated garrisons be evacuated. They were, Rivère concluded, a drain on French resources and could probably not withstand a serious attack. 25. Just as he had done in April, May, and June of 1949, so now also in March and April of 1950 Jup ordered probing attacks made on isolated French garrisons. Some of them were either overrun or so threatened that the French saw fit to abandon them. Our sections became companies, and we became strong enough to attack French garrisons, Jup said. We gave battle only when it was profitable to us. Small units had but two rules: to give no rest to the enemy and to build up their own strength while pitting themselves against the French. Companies became battalions, battalions became regiments, regiments became divisions, and the process reversed itself when necessary. Then Jup broke off his attacks and spent the summer months planning for a fall offensive. He intended it to be a real test of strength. 26. Dong Qui lay a little less than midway between Cao Bang and That Qui along Route Coloniale 4 in the northeast border of the Viet Bac. Jup decided to cut the road by taking and holding Dong Qui, thus severing and isolating Cao Bang from its links with That Qui. In this way, the French, distant from their own reinforcements, would discover that there were too many enemy soldiers and too few of their own to continue holding fortified military posts along route 2 was an extremely hard war. 169. 4 Jup called his plan Operation Le Hong Fong. It would be a test for his newly trained and armed divisions. On October 1, 1950, taking advantage of prevalent ground mists in the late wet season to conceal their advance, Jup ordered his minions to move against Dong Qui. Restricted in lateral movement, unable to call on sufficient support from the south, and isolated by miles of jungle from other French positions, defenders at Dong Qui had little chance. They found themselves the target of Jup's new artillery batteries and fell prey to the first artillery duel of the Indochina War. To the north of Dong Qui, the French commander at Cao Bang had ignored orders received earlier instructing him to destroy all his equipment and force march his troops to Dong Qui. Meanwhile, a colonial Moroccan unit of 3,500 men was fighting its way north from That Qui to Dong Qui, intending to retake it long enough for the Cao Bang force to link up with it. It was October 3 before the garrison commander at Cao Bang decided to follow his orders, and even then he did so half-heartedly. Told to leave his equipment and make the move on foot, the Cao Bang commander instead loaded his personnel into trucks and took with him his artillery pieces as well. In this way 2,600 soldiers and 500 civilians began their move to Dong Qui. Their route to safety stretched out over some 80 miles of mountainous terrain, ideal country for guerrilla ambushes of road-bound convoys. Jup's main force units did not disappoint the grimly determined French party. Decimated on the way by repeated ambushes and assaults, forced to burn their trucks and supplies, finally abandoning even their artillery pieces, foot-weary colonial soldiers of the French Empire pressed south in their effort to link up with the Moroccans at Dong Qui. 3 days of savage fighting passed before they joined forces. Hot on their trail came more of Jup's communist troops. In an effort to salvage the situation, 3 French paratroop battalions jumped into the fray and disappeared as quickly as sparks drifting upward from a fire. Outnumbered 3-1, finally faced with hand-to-hand fighting, all French forces were destroyed near Dong Qui on October 7. When the sound of the last shot faded away, the French had lost more than 6,000 soldiers, 13 artillery pieces, 125 mortars, 3 platoons of tanks, 450 trucks, 940 machine guns, 1,200 submachine guns, and over 8,000 rifles, sufficient booty to equip one of Jup's newly formed divisions. The French might have held on to their key fort at Lang Son, just a little south of That Qui, but they panicked and abandoned it also. It was the greatest single defeat yet suffered by the French in the history of their colonial warfare, worse than the death of Montcalm on the Plains of Abraham during the siege of Quebec in 1759. The shock to French military officials may well have been more severe than it was 4 years later when their fortress at Dien Bien Phu fell to Jip's determined attacks. Things seemed so bad that Carpentier gave orders to evacuate Hanoi, but the French government countermanded him and replaced the bewildered general. 27. By his success, Jip now ruled the northern frontier. He had secure supply lines stretching into China. His engineers could now link roads within the Viet Bac to those in southern Chinese provinces. The war with the French would continue for 3.5 more years, but never again would they have an undoubted advantage. The Viet Minh now held the initiative. General Jean de Lattre de Tassigny assumed command from Carpentier on December 17, 1950, charged with saving Indochina for the French Empire. De Lattre believed he could do so. In an attempt to forestall Jip's forces, nibbling away at his major outposts, the new commander established his famous cincha of forts and blockhouses to defend the triangular wedge of the Hanoi Haiphong Delta. He built no fewer than 900 forts and 2,200 pillboxes, well-fortified concrete bunkers to dominate the high places of the country and control the rebels. Laborers expended enormous effort to construct them. The project tied down 80,000 French troops and huge stockpiles of equipment. They poured 51 million cubic yards of concrete to build encapsulated bunkers normally housing 9 privates and a sergeant, who spent their time peering through machine gun slots, waiting for an attack. Viet Minh fighters maneuvered around such bunkers like water through rocks. 28 These forts still sit on the landscape, empty and pathetic, tragic reminders of false French hopes. De Lattre also mobilized French civilians for guard duty, releasing garrison troops for combat. He refused to evacuate women and children living in Indochina, sending home empty the ship, Le Pasteur, that had come to carry them back to France. As long as the women and children are here, de Lattre said, the men won't dare let go. 29. Pleased with his successes, itching for a fight, a cocky Jip endeavored to take immediate advantage of his victories along Route Coloniale 4. He threw himself into planning a campaign of set-piece battles that would give him control of the Red River Delta. In those campaigns he overstepped his limits and suffered successive reverses. His actions exposed one of his primary faults. He was a quick shooter, convinced that the unaided and unconquerable will of his men could overcome a superior force. Yet since mid-1950 the United States had supplied France with an abundance of high firepower weaponry. Jip should have known better, yet he ordered his troops into the brunt of it. He would do this time and again, during both the French and American phases of the war, in 1951, 1962, 1965, 1968, and 1972. The Bush still had lessons to offer this former history teacher. We had to cross 30 streams. An optimistic Nguyen Jip believed that now, at the start of 1951, the way to Hanoi lay open. He was encouraged in this by his Chinese advisors, who had accompanied the aid given Jip by their government. By late 1950 these advisors, enthusiastic about the success they had achieved in Korea by human wave attacks against their American foes, argued for similar tactics to be used against the French in Vietnam. This strategy had worked on the northern border, where the French were dispersed and had few inner lines of communication or transport. Jip's decision to accept this viewpoint propelled him and his forces into an ill-fated campaign. Jip listened, concurred, exaggerated the strength Chinese aid had given his army, underestimated the mobility and power of opposing French forces, and gave his orders. His soldiers then launched the first of 3 ill-fated campaigns against the paratroopers, foreign legionnaires, Moroccans, and Vietnamese auxiliary soldiers commanded by de Lattre, a strike at the town of Nguyen, located some 30 miles northwest of Hanoi. It would be necessary to drive the French from their fortified positions at Nguyen before Jip's soldiers could push on toward the capital. Fortified by their leader's confidence, many of Jip's troops claimed they would enter Hanoi even before the Lunar New Year of Tet, just weeks away. Preparations for the campaign gave Jip opportunity to practice his logistics skills. in earlier northern border campaigns, to support only 5 regiments operating in ideal terrain. He had spent at least 3 months mobilizing people and stockpiling resources prior to striking out against an isolated enemy. Now, preparing for a multi-divisional assault on the compact and open terrain of the Red River Delta, he failed to mobilize the population into regional support forces. Such guerrilla operations might have kept the French from concentrating either their firepower or their troops. Perhaps Jup believed his army had evolved to the point where it no longer needed support from guerrilla units. Discipline, Chinese-supplied weapons, and courage might be all that was necessary. He did, however, order stockpiles to be set up along his route of march. In an unbelievable effort, Northern coolies laboriously carried into place the arms, ammunition, food, and medical supplies necessary to sustain his main force units as they struck at the French defenders of Nguyen. Jup insisted that his soldiers needed 5,000 tons of rice, ammunition, and other supplies. Moving them into position absorbed 2 million man-days of coolie labor. Jup then ordered his men into position. The bulk of his main force units, 61 battalions of infantry, 12 heavy weapons battalions, and 8 engineer battalions were now about to face the French in combat. 1. At 5 p.m. on January 17, 1951, Jup ordered his 308th and 312th Divisions into battle. Supported by heavy mortars and heavy machine guns, one division made successive ground attacks against 4 hills to the north and east of the town, but to no avail. Despite Chinese aid, Jup's men lacked the firepower, organization, and popular support necessary to overrun their enemies. The French reinforced the Groupement Mobile or Mobile Group defending Nguyen with 2 other such units. These composite units resembled U.S. Army regimental combat teams of World War II. In addition, planes dropped napalm, brought into Haiphong harbor a few days earlier by American shipping, on Jup's troops. The napalm and concentrated artillery fire caused savage casualties among Jup's soldiers. By noon on January 18, unable to punch through French defenses, Jup ordered his troops to withdraw. Despite his best efforts, French defenders had repulsed Jup's divisions and retained control of Nguyen. When the smoke cleared, Jup realized he had suffered a massive setback. Of his 2 divisions, 6,000 were dead, 500 were prisoners of war, and 8,000 were wounded. The majority of his casualties came from French napalm attacks. In 4 years of fighting, this was Jup's first but not his last major reversal. 2. Somehow Jup believed it had all been a mistake. He knew that if he hit the French again he could win through to Hanoi. Unwilling to admit defeat, Jup decided to break through French defenses around the delta of the Red River from another direction. On 2 March 3, 1951, Jup ordered 3 of his infantry divisions. We had to cross 30 streams/173 into action on the eastern edge of the French-controlled delta. They were to drive toward Haiphong and break through the colon's eastern defenses. They got as far as Mauki, 15 miles north-northeast of Haiphong, before a series of French outposts surrounding the town brought them to a halt. After 8 days of fruitless attempts, Jup called off the attack. He had lost another 3,000 men, this time not to air strikes but to the French Navy, whose riverine craft operating on inland waters prevented the Viet Minh from penetrating Mauki. 3. A still optimistic Jup then decided to drive along the western edge of the delta in an effort to force the French out of the Red River area along the southern flank of the delta. Jup's plan was simple. On May 29, 1951 he ordered his army across the Day River, where his 304th Division attacked Phu Li, the 398th assaulted Ninh Binh, and the 320th struck at Phat Diem. As these 3 divisions hit their targets, 2 regiments, which had previously infiltrated the area, attacked from within. Once again Jup demonstrated his mastery of movement and logistics. 2 of those divisions traveled some 150 miles overland without being detected by the waiting French. Supporting logistics efforts required the labor of 100,000 coolies. 174/Dien Bien Phu.1946-54. Jip's choice of location for the battle was, however, unfortunate, for the two armies met in an open region, which allowed the French once again to use napalm air strikes to great advantage. After some initial Viet Minh successes, the French commander swiftly threw 3 groupements mobiles into the battle. In addition, he assigned 4 artillery groups, 1 armored group, and the 7th Bataillon de Parachutistes Coloniaux, or Colonial Parachute Battalion, to the fray. The French also had the advantage of their naval infantry river flotilla, the name recently changed to Divisions Navals d'Assaut, or Naval Assault Divisions. Although the Viet Minh gained several bridgeheads on the east bank of the Day River, the skill of the Dinassauts and the determination of the French defenders, particularly at Ninh Binh, prevented them from making appreciable advances. 4. There was a second disadvantage. Those who lived in the area were neither Viet Minh nor sympathizers of the movement. They were not even ethnic minorities who had helped the Viet Minh so much in other times and places. They were hostile Roman Catholics who lustily cheered the French onward. Further disaster befell Jip's hopes when the French navy cut his supply lines. The French did not even have to commit their reserves. The bodies of Jip's soldiers withered and crackled in napalm flames and fell on the battlefield from superior French weapons. The slaughter continued for 10 days before Jip realized the immensity of the power he faced and called off the conflict. 5. Jip desperately needed to salvage what remained of his forces and regroup them. They had suffered terrible casualties in the attacks so far against the French, 6,000 dead at Nguyen, 3,000 at Mauqui, 10,000 at the Day River. In 1952, in an attack against an isolated but powerful French base he would lose another 9,000 men. Morale among Jip's main force units plummeted. During the summer of 1951 his soldiers deserted at an alarming rate, the highest since he had formed the army in December 1944. Never again would Jip seriously challenge the French in Vietnam's open coastal plains. He had paid the price of well over 20,000 killed and wounded, however, before he admitted to himself that conventional, open warfare against the French was not yet a possibility. Truong Chin did not delay in using these military disasters to condemn his former comrade. He accused Jip of being responsible for useless massacres, which had no other purpose than to promote personal interests. He also denounced Jip's lack of judgment in his selection of responsible personnel. Even Ho Chi Minh was distressed by what he had seen and by the grave battle losses. He called a meeting of the political bureau of the Communist Party to consider what course of action should be taken. During the sessions, to Truong Chin's delight, Ho himself put on the agenda a proposal to relieve Jip of his position as commander-in-chief of the army. The motion was defeated, primarily because of Ho's strong opposition to his own proposal. It had been submitted to that powerful body of men in an effort to allow discussion and criticism and to clear the air of any developing movement to unseat Jip. Jip, however, did not escape unscathed. Before the matter ended, he was forced to submit a written auto-critique, eliminate his closest assistants, now deemed to be incompetent, give vocal agreement to the priority of political commissars over the army, and allow Chinese military advisors to be placed at all echelons. Within Vietnamese governmental circles, Truong Chin's power now far overshadowed Jip's own. 6. With no option available, Jip withdrew to the hills once again and fought the French only in areas which maximized his manpower and mobility while neutralizing French firepower. He had learned from his mistakes. From that time on, his strategy became one of diverting French battalions into remote areas in fruitless chases or tying them down in unproductive static positions, guarding what little still remained to them of their once and former glorious colony. Jip noted that in the future, the countryside was to encircle the towns, the mountains were to dominate the rice lands of the plain. 7. It was a difficult time for the general, and he could find little from which to take comfort. There was only one satisfaction: those who had survived now knew their jobs and were truly an army. 8. On such matters Jip's convictions were unshakable. His role was to defeat French forces and to send them packing from the soil of the homeland. Having admitted to the Politburo that he had been in error, Jup tried again, but this time he would not face de Lattre. Discovering he was suffering from cancer, de Lattre returned to Paris to die, and French hopes perished with him. He was posthumously named a Maréchal de France by a grateful government. Time magazine also honored him early in 1952 in an article about important men of 1951. His successor, General Raoul Salin, dusted off de Lattre's plan to recapture control of Hoa Binh from Viet Minh forces. It was a key town 25 miles southwest of Hanoi and controlled roads leading southward to the delta and west up the banks of key rivers. Salin launched his attack in November 1951, and French troops achieved their objective. Jup patiently resisted this French offensive as he evaluated the strength of his enemy's forces. 4 weeks later, Jup ordered a counterattack, which caused heavy French losses and savaged their morale. By the middle of February 1952, mounting losses and increased Viet Minh activity forced the French to evacuate Hoa Binh and retreat to established defensive positions along the Red River. It took them 11 days to make their way to safety, with casualties nearly as great as they were later destined to suffer at Dien Bien Phu. They inflicted punishment of their own, however, for Jup lost another 9,000 soldiers. French military advisors were surprised at the improvement in Jup's army as they watched Viet Minh main force units maneuvering in divisions, supported by both light and heavy artillery. Jup's force was becoming an army to be reckoned with. And, finally, Jup decided not only to act like a general but to look like one. He now adopted the practice of wearing a uniform, discarding the civilian suit, tie, and felt hat he had worn ever since his days in the jungle during World War II. 10. Perhaps Jup's wastage of his troops' lives came from his having learned the craft of war by trial and error, from the bush. Certainly he came to be philosophical about casualties. He once remarked, "Every minute, hundreds of thou. We had low cross 30 streams /177. Sands of people die all over the world. The life or death of 100, 1,000, or of tens of thousands of human beings, even if they are our own compatriots, represents really very little." 11. Consequently, Western generals and military analysts have too often dismissed Jup and refused to accord him his rightful stature, sniffing at his callous indifference to sanguinary losses. Those who sneer, however, forget that the lessons Jup learned from 1950 to 1953 paid off handsomely at Dien Bien Phu and later. He sometimes faced overwhelming odds, and while creating and directing his army he simultaneously needed to act the role of politician. Few other generals have had to face such an all-encompassing task. His enemies had more might, more money, more machines. He fought most of the war from 1946 to 1949 without a single truck, and when he received some from China he had no roads on which to use them. He did what he could with what he had, and his casualties were high. He had to instill in his troops extraordinary morale to offset the technical superiority of his enemies. Troops with high morale sometimes take heavy casualties. These actions were necessary to let Jup exploit his strength while partially negating the power of his enemies. Yet even his sometimes staggering losses were not appalling ones in the annals of war, certainly no higher than in European conflicts, and not even by American standards. 12. Occasionally Jup needed to play the role of a diplomat. Hardened as he was by continued Chinese aid, he traveled to Beijing in late 1951 to celebrate the 7th anniversary of the founding of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Liu Shaoqi spoke there of the unbreakable friendship between the two nations and expressed his belief in the coming Viet Minh victory over the French. Jup declared his preference for the Chinese military system over that of the Soviets. He noted that Vietnam had learned many things from China, including both a complete system of military thought and a strategy and tactics suitable for use by a colony against a mother country. From the USSR, Jup said, he had learned only the lessons of proletarian internationalism and his tenacious and unshakable loyalty to the people's interests. 13. At a later time he was more honest in his feelings toward China. In a blatant misstatement and dissembling greatly, Jip said in 1982, "Our military science does not owe anything to the Chinese military philosophy. We successfully carried out our revolution in the August General Uprising. Meanwhile, Chinese military philosophy denies the possibility of an uprising in the cities. In Vietnam, the revolutionary struggle grew from the power of the people, for them, power springs from the barrel of a gun." Or again, for decades those in the south of Vietnam struggled and sacrificed in their military and political efforts to liberate and reunify the country, but, Jip snorted, the Chinese would have us keep our forces lying low for a very long time. They told us that Vietnam would be reunified but that it would take maybe 100 years. 14. Back in Vietnam for the new year, Jip began what has come to be known as his Northwest Campaign. On October 11, 1952, Jip ordered 3 of his divisions into an offensive west of the Black River in the area north of the Red River Delta. His intent was to destroy remaining French outposts in the direction of Laos and to provide his units with complete freedom of movement. When possible, he threw full divisions against isolated, battalion-sized French forces. For a time during Jip's offensive, his 149th Independent Regiment occupied a small village near Laos named Dien Bien Phu. Neither side knew how important that area would be 2 years later. When it appeared that Jip's efforts were grinding to a halt, General Raoul Salin launched Operation Lorraine. He sent 30,000 French troops to penetrate Viet Minh base areas and to draw Jip back from his offensive in Laos. Lorraine terminated in November after French troops bogged down. Salin failed in his strategic aim of drawing Jip's divisions back from the country west of the Black River. Jip described Salin's frustrations: "In such a war, where is the front?" He answered himself with a quotation from Pascal, "L'ennemi est partout et nulle part," the enemy is everywhere and nowhere. 15. At about the same time, he granted Joseph R. Staroben, an American communist, permission to visit his camp and speak with him. Staroben found Jip's headquarters a Spartan one, a simple bamboo shed, open on one side with a roof of thatched leaves. Inside was a large table, covered with a green cloth on which lay the general's maps. Other maps from his 1952 campaigns were displayed on 3 walls, along with photos of Ho Chi Minh, Mao, and Joseph Stalin. Under the roof hung the camouflage silk of a French parachute, a trophy from the 1952 fighting. Powered by a nearby generator, an electric light bulb hung on a drop cord. Outside stood a single sentinel, armed with an American Thompson submachine gun. By the time of Staroben's visit, Jip had begun wearing a uniform, simple khaki without decorations. The American later published what Jip told him about logistics and other pressing matters he faced. 16. As a matter of fact, Jip told Staroben, "If we have to, we can put all our supplies on our backs. For short distances, one peasant can carry enough provisions for one soldier." The Northwest Campaign, he said, was conducted in an area of relatively vast distances for a country like ours. 250 kilometers in width, 3 rivers to cross: the Clear, the Red and the Black Rivers. We had to move deep into the valleys to hit the heart of the French positions. We had to cross 30 streams, some of them 250 yards wide, and make our way over very high mountains. Jip explained, "The French officers whom we captured told us later they did not see how we could have done it. They did not comprehend how our forces could appear hundreds of kilometers from our bases." One French officer said it was a surprise to see our peasants carrying supplies for the army, without soldiers guarding them. For the French always have to guard their porters. 17. By the end of 1952, French control of the land was but a shadow of its former extent. Save for some coastal areas around Hue and Touraine, the Viet Minh held much of the country. Jip's maps showed the whole northern part of the nation shaded in red, signifying areas cleared of the French, with orange patches covering the delta of the Red River, showing guerrilla areas. Red patches dotted the Saigon Delta, and the Siamau Peninsula was solid red. Between October and December 1952, the northwest border area with Laos went red as JIP claimed control of 4 valleys previously controlled by 120 fortified French positions. Upper reaches of both the Red and Black rivers fell to JIP's main force units. The French retained only a small area near the Chinese border, and it had to be resupplied by air. "We just left them there," JIP commented. "Let them use up their supplies trying to hold it." 18. JIP's guerrilla forces also continued to threaten the Hanoi-Haiphong Railway and key roads in the Red River Delta necessary to French efforts. JIP was pleased at his enemy's confusion. Either they try to extend their strongpoints once again, with their depleted manpower, he said to Staroben, in which case, they must spread themselves thin, and lay themselves open to new attacks that we can launch in regimental or divisional strength, or else they try to reduce these strongpoints and consolidate them, which frees territory and population to us. JIP was satisfied with the result. Our guerrillas and government take over within gunshot of their strongpoints. In most cases, we are actually besieging them. The minute a soldier pops out of a blockhouse, he faces guerrilla fire. Moreover, JIP continued, they even destroy the dikes without which rice culture is impossible. This tactic, however, rouses the people against them. 19. In JIP's view, France faced 2 main problems: the difficulty of maneuvering in a land without fronts, with only a series of strongpoints amid a hostile population, and the shortage of manpower for its military. In another sense, JIP claimed, there really was no French army. Of the troops facing him, some 40,000 were foreign legionnaires. Another 50,000 consisted of soldiers from Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, from Senegal and French West Africa. In addition, France relied on private armies supplied by the Hoa Hao and Cao Dai religious sects. Another 50,000 were Vietnamese nationals, puppets, the Viet Minh called them, fighting for the French. To these 140,000 troops the French added 90,000 of their own, all volunteers, 37% of all France's non-commissioned officers and 26% of her regular officers. 20. Despite those numbers, 230,000 strong, the French had no idea how to run JIP's main force units to ground. He struck out against them all across the north, in the highlands, in the south, and even in Laos, to draw them out of their garrisons in the Red River Delta. JIP left 2 of his Viet Minh divisions in the northern Delta region to harass, to cut communications lines, and to strike at border posts and interdict Route Coloniale 5 between Hanoi and Haiphong. That tied down a minimum of 5 French battalions. In December 1953, in 5 days, some of JIP**'s units moved from Vinh, on the coast, along mountain paths into Laos, where they attacked the French at Thucate and then turned on Sino, a French airbase, to which they laid siege for 5 days. The French reacted by airlifting 2 more battalions to Sino, one from the Delta and one from Saigon, but JIP simply broke off the siege and moved on to Laos's Bolovens Plateau. No longer was JIP's chief foe General Salin. For on May 8, 1953, General Henry Eugene Navarre arrived and assumed command of all French forces in Indochina. His orders were to assess the military situation in Vietnam and report what he learned to Paris so the government could negotiate an honorable peace there. The Eisenhower administration had also been criticizing the French lack of forward progress against the Viet Minh, demanding a more vigorous prosecution of the war against the Communists. Navarre had no experience in Indochina and desired none, yet he was a good officer who followed orders, and so he came to Southeast Asia. He had joined the French army during World War I and spent over 2 years in the trenches. By World War II he worked in French intelligence, and he fled his homeland in 1940. Joining the resistance in 1942, he commanded an armored regiment later in the war and, much later, became Chief of Staff of NATO Land Forces. Following an agreement signed in 1950, American aid to France had significantly increased, enabling it to continue its Indochina War. The United States supplied weapons and ammunition, aircraft and repair parts, warships, tanks, and motor vehicles, even the uniforms worn by French and auxiliary troops in Indochina. In 1951 the quantity of U.S. aid reaching Vietnam was on average about 6,000 tons a month. By 1953 it reached a new high of over 20,000 tons. That figure was dwarfed when new French demands caused American aid in 1954 to soar to as much as 100,000 tons a month. Now the United States wanted something concrete for the millions of dollars and tons of equipment it had invested. Navarre, who would serve until July 1954, might be the one who could satisfy American demands. Upon Navarre's arrival, however, he was dismayed to realize that over 100,000 of his troops were tied down in static defenses. Navarre further estimated that JIP had over 125,000 full-time regular soldiers disposed in 6 divisions, at least 6 independent regiments, and several independent battalions of his main force. The French had no edge in manpower. Without a change of pace or direction, France would be hard put to accomplish its mission civilisatrice in Indochina. And so Navarre came up with his own approach. He recognized that Indochina divided itself into 2 theaters of war. France would seek to avoid major confrontations with JIP during the 195-3-54 campaign season in the northern theater that included northern Vietnam and northern Laos. During that time, Navarre would build up his forces there. Navarre determined that, simultaneously, he would seek out Viet Minh forces in the southern highlands by means of a new strike, Operation Atlante. In this way he would clean out pockets of Viet Minh control in central Vietnam and upset any plans JIP might have for a major offensive in that region. Then he would mop up in the south. Navarre also hoped to accelerate the training and growth of the Vietnamese National Army, an auxiliary force used by the French. Likewise, he intended to begin a major program of pacification in the Tonkinese Red River Delta area. Then, during the 1954-55 campaign season, Navarre hoped to be able to seek a major set-piece battle with JIP's main battle forces in the north and destroy them. This would then provide France with an opportunity to settle the war honorably. Navarre revealed these plans to his senior commanders at a meeting in Saigon on June 16, 1953. 21. Navarre's Operation Atlante struck at thin air. It was a landing on the southern Annam coast below Quang Tri at Tai Hoa, along the Strait without Joy. French troopers found no enemy to fight, for JIP had removed his regular units and brought them north, leaving only guerrilla units to harass the French. Meanwhile he launched other heavy attacks against the French in the central highlands, taking Kontum and moving on Pleiku, where some of the fiercest fighting of the war occurred. Finally JIP moved his 316th Division into Laos, toward Luang Prabang. Navarre tried to corner him by sending 5 battalions into a blocking position, so JIP redirected his division around them and on toward the little community of Dien Bien Phu. The coming battle there would be, for Navarre, premature. He desired not to face JIP until the 1954-55 campaign season. Occurring 1 year too soon, it would sound the death knell for the French Empire in Southeast Asia and bring to JIP the lasting gratitude of his nation. The sweat and muscle of our soldiers. The time had finally come again for JIP to pit the strength of his main force units against the French. In 1951 that had meant disaster at Nguyen, at Mao Key, and along the Day River. He had learned much in those intervening years and, at the demand of Truong Chin and the Politburo, even publicly confessed his earlier lack of good judgment. As he would later write in his book People's War, People's Army, all the conceptions born of impatience and aimed at obtaining speedy victory could only be gross errors. It was necessary to accumulate thousands of small victories to turn them into a great success. Many small victories now lay behind him. He had built up the strength of his main force units during the actual course of the long contest with the French. Now he faced a new French general who hoped to meet him on the field of battle. JIP was ready. Successful contest with the enemy would break the back of Truong Chin and his pro-Chinese clan and restore to Jip all his lost ground and prestige. If Navarre wanted to contest with him at Dien Bien Phu, let it be so. 1. Yet Jip had misgivings. Speaking in April 1959 to János Radványi, a Hungarian diplomat visiting Hanoi, Jip recalled the desperation of those days. Radványi summed up the general's words to him. The Battle of Dien Bien Phu was the last desperate exertion of the Viet Minh Army. Its forces were on the verge of complete exhaustion. The supply of rice was running out. Apathy had spread among the populace to such an extent that it was difficult to draft new fighters. Years of jungle warfare had sent morale in the fighting units to the depths. 2. As if that were not enough, Jip also faced a new pressure, a deadline. In February 1954, in Berlin, foreign ministers of several nations met and agreed that a conference would be held at Geneva in May to settle outstanding issues in the Far East such as Indochina. This meant negotiation, and Ho Chi Minh was ready. The basis for an armistice, he said to a Swedish journalist, is that the French government really respects Vietnam's independence. 3. If his top general was going to deliver a significant military victory, a great bargaining chip for negotiations, it would have to be soon. Jip was proud of the caliber of his troops and believed they could stand up to pitched combat with the French. This was no longer 1946 nor 1951. His men were well prepared. They observed correct attitudes toward civilians in order to win their confidence and affection and achieve a perfect understanding with one another. His army, Jip claimed, had never done injury to their property, not even a needle or a bit of thread. They were not only grounded thoroughly in doctrine, they knew how to fight, and their tactical and technical proficiency had been carefully raised through repeated training courses. So also did he feel his officers were worthy. Each one, Jip said, knew how to show himself to be resolute, brave, to ensure discipline and internal democracy, to know how to achieve perfect unity among his men. Political work, Jip knew, was the soul of the army. 4. Jip knew his men were well indoctrinated with the party line. They had also done well militarily. By skillfully maneuvering his units in early 1952, Jip robbed the French of the strategic advantage they had gained by the occupation of Hoa Binh on the Black River. In late 1952, Jip launched his forces on a drive through the highlands of northwest Tonkin and on into Laos. By this strategy, he made his enemies fight on ground of his own choosing, forcing them to strengthen isolated garrisons that were much less defensible than those within the Red River Delta. Jip crowed about his achievement in transforming the French rear into his own front line. By successively launching strong offensives on the points had left relatively unprotected, we obliged them to scatter their troops all over the place. He also gained a needed rest for his guerrillas, who had been so active within the Delta region. Finally, he forced the French to choose whether to defend or abandon Laos and be content merely with coastal enclaves in Vietnam and Cambodia. 5. Newly arrived General Navarre, obsessed with defeating the Viet Minh in their own country and keeping them out of Laos as well, considered that he might achieve both goals by establishing a northern mooring point, a center of operations from which French patrols could go out in search of Jip's units. Establishing such a center at Dien Bien Phu would threaten the flank of Jip's. The sweat and muscle or our soldiers /185. Base in northwest Tonkin, force him to scatter his troops between the delta and the mountains, and provide protection for Upper Laos by making it more difficult for Jip to ship supplies through that region or to maneuver his units there. This, in turn, would cut down on Viet Minh revenues from opium sales, which were financing Marla of Jip's weapons purchases. 6. Indeed, Navarre thought, such an action might even end the war, perhaps within 18 months. Navarre and his advisers estimated that the critical situation of the French Expeditionary Corps was due to its extreme dispersal in thousands of posts and garrisons scattered on all fronts to cope with Jip's guerrilla warfare. As a result, he lacked a strong mobile force to seek out Jip's main force units. To that end, Navarre ordered new units to be rushed to Indochina. By the end of 1953, Navarre commanded a total of 84 battalions spread over the whole of Indochina, and he concluded the time had come to launch his occupation of Dien Bien Phu, an action code-named Operation Castor, after Castor and Pollux, twin brothers in Greek mythology. It was put in motion on November 20, 1953, and seemed especially suited to the slogans that Navarre regularly relied on to inspirit his command: always keep the initiative and always on the offensive. 7. For his plan to succeed, Navarre needed to rely heavily on two other officers, Currey and de Castries. Navarre's subordinate commander for Tonkin was Major General René Currey, a graduate of Saint Cyr and a former artillery officer. He and Jup were the two most educated generals in Indochina, for Currey had earned degrees in both political science and law. Currey was captured twice by the Germans during World War II, in 1941, after which he escaped, and then again in 1943. Currey made a spectacular rise through the ranks in the years after the war. Now he was commander of troops in Tonkin, and although he did not favor the Dien Bien Phu plan, neither did he plainly speak out against it. Several days after the initial drop of the French airborne troopers into Dien Bien Phu, Navarre picked Colonel Christian Marie Ferdinand de Lacroix de Castries to command the forces there. A flamboyant officer, de Castries sometimes startled guests at parties by crunching up a glass and chewing on the broken remnants. He prided himself on his athletic ability and was a daring pilot. A talented horseman, in 1933 he won the World High Jump Championship for horseback riding, and in competition again in 1935, won first place in the equestrian long jump. He served for a time in the French cavalry before transferring to armor. He also had been captured by the Germans in 1941, but managed to escape and join Free French forces in 1944. Always happy to live in the moment, de Castries once remarked that La Dolce Vita consisted of a horse to ride, an enemy to kill, and a woman in bed. De Castries would have made a remarkable companion in a cavalry charge. On December 8 he took command of the forces at Dien Bien Phu. 8. 186/Ouen Bien Phu. 1946–1954. The settlement of Dien Bien Phu, a Tai village of 112 houses, had little strategic significance, except that it was only 8 miles from the Laotian border and served as a junction for 3 poor roads, one of which led north into China, another to the northeast, and the third south into Laos. Its name meant the seat of the border county prefecture, perhaps better translated in English as the location of the county government. Its main crops were rice and opium. Positioned in a flat, heart-shaped basin 12 miles long from north to south and 6 miles wide, the settlement was ringed with jungle and surrounded by low but steep hills. Mio tribes lived on the slopes, in the valley. Tai tended paddy fields and lived in a few scattered tiny hamlets, the largest of which was Muangtan. A small river, the Nam Aum, ran through the basin from north to south. The French had earlier built 2 airstrips in the valley. The main one was near the village, the other, smaller one was farther to the south. They could be used to land needed personnel and equipment ferried from Hanoi, 170 air miles away. The area's geography made it an attractive location for Navarre, for he knew the Viet Minh would find it impossible to transport their few small artillery pieces to the site along the few narrow jungle trails through the mountains. 9. American planes flown by French pilots carried thousands of parachute troops to the area. They included the 6th BPC, the Dxim Bataillon, Premier Regiment de Chasseurs Parachutists, and the Premier Bataillon Étranger de Parachutistes, composed, in part, of Germans of the former Nazi Schutzstaffel or SS. Thousands of soldiers and vast quantities of materiel were dropped onto the site or landed at the airstrip. The first unit in was the 17th Airborne Engineer Company. It worked on the site's defenses until December 4, 1953, when it was replaced by the 3D Company, 31st Engineer Battalion. Jup's 148th Independent Regiment, stationed in the hills to watch the area, quietly slipped away, even as French paratroops floated downward, for the Vietnamese knew the French assault was too massive for them to stop. It was time for them to report what they had seen to their chief. 10. Ultimately 10,814 men-at-arms of the French Expeditionary Corps waited at Dien Bien Phu for a Viet Minh attack. Of that number only about 7,000 were combat soldiers, the others were combat support. No one should be deluded that this was a purely Gallic effort. Fully one-third of the garrison was Vietnamese, members of the new National Army, established by the ever-resourceful Emperor Bao Dai, now again cooperating with the French government. Other of Navarre's polyglot soldiers came from Morocco, Lebanon, Syria, Chad, Guadeloupe, and Madagascar. They dug bunkers, extended trenches, emplaced claymore mines, unrolled concertina wire. By the time they finished they had transformed the countryside into an armed camp. 11. De Castries supervised the construction, inevitably wearing his red Spahi képi and a red scarf and carrying his riding crop. A well-known womanizer, de Castries named the artillery strongpoints constructed at outposts after 3 mistresses he was currently supporting, plus other earlier assignations, all of whom he wished to immortalize. He clustered his fortifications mostly near the main airstrip and the village, Huguet to the west, Claudine to the south, Elaine to the east, and Dominique to the northeast. The headquarters command bunker lay in the center. Each was located on low knolls rising up from the plain. De Castries tried to coordinate their firepower so each position could provide interlocking and mutually supporting fire to other strong points. 4 other independent defended areas lay slightly apart from the main fortifications. Beatrice was just a mile away on high ground to the north, blocking one of the roads. Gabrielle, 2 miles to the north, sat just to the east of the road. 188/Dien Bien Phu. 1946 to 1954. To China. Anne-Marie sat perched on a rise about 1½ miles to the northwest from the airstrip. Each of these 3 sites was held by 1 battalion of French defenders. About 4 miles to the south lay Isabelle, near the small airstrip. Although it was the last position to fall to Viet Minh attack, its location was unfortunate. Positioned on that knoll were 3 infantry battalions, a tank platoon, and a 105 mm artillery group. 1/3 of all French troops defended this position, and yet its distance from other sites prevented it from playing an active role later during Viet Minh assaults elsewhere. Unbiased observers, had any been available, might have noted that the main defenses lay uncomfortably close to hills overlooking the north end of the basin. 12. These strongpoints were poorly located. Artillery batteries at the southern strongpoint, Isabelle, were unable to support adequately other outposts of Gabrielle, Beatrice, or Anne-Marie. French fortifications also were inadequately constructed. Telephone field wire stretched along the ground when it should have been buried. Strongpoints lacked connecting trenches, a common belt of barbed wire, and even minefields. There was no overhead cover for the communications trench to the hospital, which itself was incapable of handling heavy casualties. 13. Airborne troops, the first to arrive, were too lightly equipped to build substantial defenses, and during the early days of their occupation they did little to improve their positions. It was only about 30 days prior to the actual battle that they began serious efforts to harden their positions, and by then there was no time left to do what had to be done. Engineers calculated they were lacking at least 30,000 tons of building material. They were able to fortify adequately only the headquarters, command post, signal center, and the X-ray room of the underground hospital. 14. Faced with Navarre's build-up at Dien Bien Phu, Jup reacted swiftly. Within a week of the French arrival in the valley, he ordered 4 divisions to prepare to move to Dien Bien Phu. French Air Force intelligence officers estimated that Jup's forces would be about 49,000 strong, a figure which was within 10% of their actual size. 15 General Navarre chose to disregard this estimate. He maintained that Viet Minh troops moving toward Dien Bien Phu in late November 1953 were only elements of several divisions. 16 Even as the situation became grimmer, Navarre continued to insist that no more than one enemy division was in the region. It might be reinforced, but it would not multiply. 17. French intelligence estimates seemed doomed to inaccuracy. They miscalculated the number of enemy soldiers ringing the site. G2 officers projected the number of Viet Minh artillery pieces as fewer than 60, and those only medium. The sweat and muscle of our soldiers. 189. Howitzers, capable of firing perhaps 5,000 rounds. 18 Those same men counted on their air force to interdict enemy efforts by Gypsporters to carry any sizable number of artillery rounds to battery sites. 19 Artillery and Air Force advisors believed they would be able to locate and knock out any strong concentration of enemy artillery before it could become more than a nuisance. Contemptuous of Gyp's artillery capabilities, the French placed their own in open circular pits with no protective cover. 20. Bernard Fall, the main chronicler of the debacle at Dien Bien Phu, believed that the greatest errors were caused by outrageous French overestimation of their own capabilities. That is, he wrote, a national flaw of which my countrymen seem to be afflicted since before Julius Caesar's campaigns in Gaul, which, incidentally, culminated in a Gallic Dien Bien Phu at a fortress called Alsia. 21 Yet their confidence was supported and strengthened by others. High-level advisors French and American visited the site and pronounced themselves satisfied. Among them were General Paul Ely, chief of the French General Staff, and General John Iron Mike O'Daniel, head of the area's U.S. Military Assistance and Advisory Group. Even novelist Graham Greene made an appearance. No one who came seemed to note the nearby hills or suggest that if the Viet Minh had artillery, the French would find themselves in a hopeless situation. On the contrary, like Navarre, they were elated at the prospects of victory. Their optimism was duly reported at home. U.S. News and World Report informed its readers that victory in Indochina, in short, is within grasp, in the opinion of most American experts. 22 From the beginning, an ecstatic General Navarre had been optimistic when speaking of his coming success. A year ago none of us could see victory. There wasn't a prayer. Now we see it clearly like light at the end of a tunnel. The analogy would be used later by others, again and again. 23. As Navarre looked at his troops and equipment, he believed he was ready for battle. He had 12 battalions of troops, supported by 2 groups of 75 mm and 2 of 105 mm artillery, backed up by 4 155 mm howitzers and a large number of heavy mortars. A helicopter sat on the northern airstrip, waiting to serve as target spotter. 6 fighter bombers also sat on the tarmac, ready to respond to calls for close air support. 10 light tanks, flown in disassembled, were put back together by eager crews. Men from a transport company drove their vehicles among the various positions, distributing reinforcing personnel and ammunition. There was even a bevy of Algerian and Vietnamese horse, organized into bordels mobiles de campagne, mobile field brothels, flown in to service the needs of troops. There were 11 Algerians, from the Ulad Nail tribe, located on Dominique, and 6 Vietnamese billeted on Claudine. Refusing evacuation, they lived through the fight in underground bunkers, working as auxiliary nurses in addition to performing their other duties. 4 Algerian women died during the fighting. The surviving Hors were among the last to surrender the following May, plying their trade until nearly the final moments. The Vietnamese were led away by their captors and never seen again. One of the Algerians, Mimi, married a fellow Algerian while in a prison hospital camp and gave birth to her first child in communist Hanoi. 24. Navarre believed Gyp would need to use 3 divisions to besiege his fortress, thus tying them up in a static role just as the French had so often suffered. It would be sweet retribution. Should they actually decide to attack across the open rice paddies, concentrated French fire would decimate them. The braver they were, the more he could cripple them. He was not in the least worried about Viet Minh artillery, nor was he anxious about his own supply lines, because the airfields, surrounded by defensive positions, could not possibly be in danger. During January 1954, while Viet Minh forces settled themselves in the area, French patrols tried to keep watch over the brooding hills. They frequently came into contact with isolated enemy positions. As the number of Gyp's warriors increased, such patrols found themselves in ever-increasing danger of ambush and attack, and so eventually restricted themselves to close-in observation. Those in charge seemed not to notice that they had made three grave errors in estimating the size of enemy ground forces, relative artillery strengths on both sides, and supply capabilities. Those within the fortress informed Navarre of the existence of 3 Viet Minh divisional command posts nearby, with a fourth on the way. Nor was theirs the first voice raised in criticism. On November 11, 1953, 7 days prior to Navarre's initial airborne drop of troops to the fortress, Colonel Nickett, Navarre's air transport commander, stated to him in writing that available aircraft were not capable of maintaining a heavy continuous flow of supplies to the site. As late as 2 February 5, 1954, General Fay, Chief of Air Staff, after an inspection trip to the site, urged Navarre to evacuate the fortress. Still Navarre maintained his mulish attitude. 25. Gyp knew that the greatest French weakness lay in the limited ability to resupply the fortress. Road-based transport was impossible for the French, leaving only the 2 airstrips. They would have to rely entirely on air transport. From the beginning, Gyp stated, he planned to use our artillery fire to destroy the airstrips and our anti-aircraft guns to cope with the activities of enemy planes. 26. Gyp felt agonies of indecision as he considered available options while planning for the attack on Dien Bien Phu. To attack or not to attack Dien Bien Phu? If attacked, how should the assault be carried out? 2 ways suggested themselves, Gyp said: strike swiftly and win swiftly, or strike surely and advance surely. 27. He chose to strike suddenly, swiftly, without warning, an overall rapid attack aimed at destroying within 3 nights and 2 days. The attack was to be launched the evening of January 25 th. On that very morning, however, at 10 a.m., Gyp held a staff meeting at his forward command post near Tuanzhou. As Gyp called his group to order, he was concerned about his Chinese advisors. Mao had ordered some of his best military people to help Gyp, and faced with Truong China's enmity within the Politburo, Gyp had no option other than to listen to them. Among those who advised him were Luo Gibo, Chu Te, Peng Te Hui, Mei Jiazhing, Wei Kuo Ching, Chen Zhen, and Deng Yufan. These and others worked closely with the Vietnamese High Command, offering their solutions to Gyp's battle plans at Cao Bang, Dong Qui, and Hoa Binh, and in campaigns in northern Laos. Ho Chi Minh wished no diminution in Mao's help. Since July 1950, with the arrival of 70 advisors known as the South China Sea Action Group, Mao had sent both experts and supplies. Because of his interest, Gyp now had at Dien Bien Phu some 200 cannon, 10,000 barrels of gasoline, 3,000 rifles of all types, 2.4 million bullets, 60,000 artillery rounds, and nearly 1.7 million tons of rice. Even a Chinese artillery division was on hand to take part in the battle. It was a bounty that could not be ignored. In preparations for the attack on Dien Bien Phu, Gyp's Chinese advisors urged him to plan a rapid attack using human wave tactics, as they had done in Korea, in order to achieve a quick end. His staff was concerned about the level of available supplies. Gyp put the question to his chief of staff and to other officers gathered around him. Could we be certain of victory in attacking? Our decision had to depend on this consideration alone. Gyp was concerned that his troops lacked experience in attacking fortified and entrenched camps. 28. After a thorough analysis of the most recent information, I came to the conclusion that quick operation might be crowned with success. Victory was not 100% certain. There was, he felt, neither certainty nor unanimity among his staff and advisors. Gyp acted without hesitation. Having spent a sleepless night considering these matters, he concluded it would be suicidal to throw his troops into battle against French artillery, tanks, and aircraft, without more preparation. Suddenly I postponed the operation. My staff was confused, but no matter. I was in command and I demanded absolute obedience sans discussion, sans explication. He resolutely chose, to strike surely and advance surely. 29. In taking this correct decision, Jip wrote, we strictly followed this fundamental principle of the conduct of a revolutionary war: strike to win, strike only when success is certain, if it is not, then don't strike. Jip had certainly become more conservative than in 1951 when he attacked Nguyen, Mauki, and along the Day River without that same degree of certainty. His Chinese advisors were unhappy. Chen Zhen accused Jip and other Vietnamese generals of lacking in Bolshevik spirit and balking at their advisors' criticisms. He also 192/Dien Bien Phu 1946–1954 complained that Jip lacks honesty and frankness vis-a-vis his Chinese comrades. 30. Nevertheless, the Politburo quickly ratified Jip's decision. That afternoon, Jip recalled, after having received approval from his Pathet Lao allies in Laos, he gave the order to launch an offensive toward Luang Prabang. It was, he said, designed as a diversion to draw off the French Air Force while he withdrew his troops from the Dien Bien Phu area. That decision to change our plan was for me one of the most momentous decisions, one of the most difficult decisions in my life as commanding officer. That night he pulled back his infantry and artillery from their positions overlooking the French camp. We strenuously set to work on new preparations, he said, and his forces did not reoccupy their former locations until March. Jip completely changed his plans for conducting the battle, reoriented into a protracted siege designed to ensure success. When it began, it started at 5 p.m. on March 13 with an attack from the east on the outer French fortress known as Beatrice. 31. During the interim, Jip rehearsed his subordinate officers over and again, using centable models of the terrain and of French positions. They went through practice exercises over and again under Jip's watchful, tireless eye. If they made errors, they criticized themselves and then ran the drill once more, until they knew every nuance of their jobs and responsibilities. These officers, in turn, once they had graduated from Jip's tutelage, returned to their own men and walked them through their responsibilities in full-scale practice exercises against life-sized models of French positions. When the time to attack finally came, it would not falter because Jip's soldiers did not know their jobs. What was needed was a transportation network, and Jip's laborers bent their backs to supply him with what he required. By 1954, the Viet Minh received a flow of goods from China and Russia amounting to more than 4,000 tons a day, and even that required an incredible porter system. 32. But it was not enough. Jip gave orders for his laborers to build roads from China capable of handling trucks, to clear trails over which to haul artillery pieces, to build camouflaged firing positions around Dien Bien Phu, and to prepare a trench system around the perimeter of the French defenses. Jip's skill at moving troops and supplies was at its best as he readied for battle. 30,000 of his soldiers on their way to Dien Bien Phu crossed the Black River over underwater bridges that could not be spotted from the air. One regiment pushed itself across 250 miles of mountain trails. Thousands of coolies pushed specially strengthened bicycles loaded with artillery shells along narrow paths hacked out of jungles and cliffsides. 33 artillery pieces were dismantled, their parts slung between bicycles, and pushed into position above Dien Bien Phu. Jip later boasted that during the period of preparation, our army men opened up the supply line from Tuanzhou to Dien Bien Phu, built through mountains and forests roads practicable for trucks to move artillery pieces into position, built artillery emplacements, dug trenches from the mountains to the valley. Overcame enormous obstacles. 34. The French were about to lose a battle because of primitive coolie porters. Their analysts had calculated that Jip would not be able to emplace heavy artillery in the hills, and that his supply lines would dry up after no more than 4 days of combat. 35 They were twice wrong. Several of Jip's supply lines were over 100 kilometers long with insufficient transport facing bad roads, incessantly attacked by the French Air Force. His men coped with those problems and with the menace of heavy rains, collapsing cliff faces, mudslides, flooding all obstacles as big as the French bombing. Jip said, truck convoys valiantly crossed streams, mountains, and forests, drivers sleepless nights, to bring goods and ammunition. He orchestrated thousands of loaded bicycles pushed slowly toward the front, plus hundreds of sampans and thousands of bamboo rafts plying the rivers bringing their loads to pre-arranged portages where they were met by hundreds of thousands of waiting coolies, who carried loads across passes and rivers. Everything, said Jip, from cooking to medical work to transport was carried on despite enemy fire from artillery and airplanes. 36. He enlarged upon the facts when he spoke of medical work. Bernard Fall testifies that Jip had only one full-fledged surgeon, Dr. Tun That Tung, to care for his 50,000 soldiers at Dien Bien Phu. That lone man was supported by 6 assistants, but there was little they could do. With insufficient equipment and few drugs, and working in septic conditions, they must have felt particularly frustrated as they tried to cope with the savage trauma wounds that combat always produces. 37 In any case, Jip observed that never before had so many young Vietnamese traveled so far and become acquainted with so many distant regions of their country as did those who now continued to form around the French fortress. 38 He overspoke. His men were not on a guided tour and he was not a sightseeing director. They were sweating, desperate men under orders to dig hundreds of kilometers of trenches. In Jip's eye they were wonderful trenches that enabled his forces to deploy and move in open country directly under a rain of enemy napalm and artillery shells. Our troops, Jip wrote, cut through mountains and hacked away jungles to build roads and haul our artillery pieces to the approaches of Dien Bien Phu. Where roads could not be built, were moved by nothing but the sweat and muscle of our soldiers. 39. Even as he prepared for his assault at Dien Bien Phu, Jip kept up his pressure on the French elsewhere. As early as December 10, 1953, he went on the offensive in Lai Chau province, where in 10 days and nights of fighting, his 194/Dien Bien Phu 1946 to 1954 troops destroyed 24 companies of French soldiers. 40 In partnership with Pathet Lao communist soldiers, Jip's units continued to confront French soldiers in Laos. 41 In late January and early February, Jip's subordinates launched an offensive against Doc Tu in Con Tern province, both fell to Vietnamese attacks. Jip observed that the French had to remove forces from the Red River Delta to reinforce Middle Laos, then to defend in the Western Highlands. Our offensive in the Western Highlands continued until June 19, 54, and scored resounding victory at An Key where we cut to pieces the mobile regiment No. 100 which had just returned from Korea, thus liberating An Key. Besides inflicting numerous casualties, Viet Minh main forces captured numbers of badly needed vehicles and a large quantity of ammunition. 42. Nor was that all. Jip knew he had to damage the French air resupply potential, so he sent units into the Red River Delta, where they marched into the very shadow of Hanoi to destroy 78 French planes on Cat Bai and Gia Lam airfields. They also wiped out several fortified positions and cut route Colorado Nile 5, the French main supply line. Jip counted on those attacks, and they succeeded. In the south, in Cochin China, more than 1,000 enemy posts were either overrun or evacuated. Jip's warriors even attacked and sank French ships in Saigon's harbor and elsewhere. Even during the battle, Jip continued to send some of his units to places 200 and 300 kilometers away to launch surprise attacks on French installations. Having done so, they came back to Dien Bien Phu to resume their role in the annihilation of their enemy. Everywhere he looked, Jip saw the spirit of heroism. 43. His enemy, Jip noted, was in difficulty on all fronts, and while French troops and commanders floundered, Gyp's people's militia and guerrilla bands effectively exploited the enemy rear. This, combined with the action at Dien Bien Phu, effectively neutralized French control of the land. 44 Perhaps, thought Gyp, the new slogan handed down by the party's Central Committee was what had infused his people with fresh enthusiasm. He approved of the motto, dynamism, initiative, mobility, and rapidity of decision in the face of new situations. 45 Gyp's troops were in place and ready. For head-down, bloody frontal assaults and trench warfare, they were superb soldiers. General Davidson has described those men well. For what they had to do they were as good as any troops 20th century warfare has seen. 46. There was a marked contrast between the generals who planned and fought this great battle. Navarre wore spotless, BAME-led uniforms as he worked out of an air-conditioned office in Saigon. Connie pored over dispatches in his suite located in an imposing French-built structure in Hanoi. De Castries found himself in a dirty reinforced underground bunker but, true to his predilections, spruced up his surroundings as best he could, eating his meals with burnished silver utensils while seated at a table covered with a linen cloth. In contrast, Gyp oversaw the operation of his army while operating from his command post located in a cave near Tuanzhou. The differences in those men, Davidson writes, represented the amount of physical discomfort and suffering each contender was willing to suffer for victory. 47. The initial clash of ground soldiers came early on the morning of March 11 when French troops found themselves facing two detachments of Viet Minh who had infiltrated through the concertina wire of Gabriel under cover of darkness and dug themselves in. 58 of Gyp's soldiers died before the French ejected the remainder. This small action heartened the defenders. They were confident their lines would also hold against future attacks. They did not realize what lay in store for them. On March 13, 1954, at 5 p.m., Vietnamese artillery shells began crashing down on Him Lam Hill in the midst of the French fortifications at Dien Bien Phu. In the new age of atomic warfare, Gyp was reviving the use of siege tactics. 48. Gyp divided his siege into three phases, to destroy the airstrip in the northern subsector and capture the French strongpoints at Beatrice, Gabrielle, and Anne-Marie, to tighten encirclement of the French and to destroy the central subsector crowded around the main airstrip and the village, and to launch the final attack on whatever remained, including strongpoint Isabelle. Between 10 to 12 March, Gyp's guns shelled the airstrip for the first time, pockmarking it with craters and causing great dismay within the French camp as the defenders realized what was happening to their only exit. If it was destroyed, they would truly be trapped. Even the wounded could not be evacuated. 49 As Gyp said, by concentrating forces to achieve absolute superiority at point, we were certain to crush the enemy. 50 When the shelling began, General René Conny was at Dien Bien Phu on an inspection trip. He hurried to his plane and ordered the pilot to take off while there was still time. 51. The French were surprised from the start of the siege. As part of his deception plan, Gyp had earlier restricted his firing batteries from using any piece larger than a 75 mm howitzer. Only on March 13 did he order his larger 105 mm batteries to begin firing. He had played upon the defenders' vanity and had led them to believe what they desperately hoped was true. Now they began to pay pride's price, for his capability far exceeded French intelligence estimates. Ringing Dien Bien Phu were 144 field pieces, 30 75 mm pack howitzers, some 36 heavy weapons of other calibers, and, in the last few days of battle, between 12 and 16 Soviet 6-tube rocket launchers, known as Katyushas. Many of them were arduously positioned in casemates dug by tired men into hillsides facing the French, and then covered with several feet of dirt, leaving only a small hole through which the bore could fire. Special camouflaged covers hid even those openings save when the crews were working their tubes. Gyp chose wisely in the emplacement and use of his artillery weapons. His crews were not sufficiently trained nor his communication system sufficiently. advanced to allow him the luxury of using forward observers who would radio or telephone target coordinates far back behind the lines to waiting cannon cockers as Western armies did. Jap's men lacked technical proficiency for this kind of warfare. But they could, and did, learn to look down the barrel of their tubes to align them with far targets before firing. They performed with a vengeance what is technically known as gun target, line of sight fire. 52. Far from firing only 25,000 rounds, Viet Minh battery crews loaded and launched some 103,000 shells of 75 mm caliber or larger during the course of the battle. 53. Jap thus not only outwitted but outgunned the French, for their own artillery pieces larger than 57 mm never exceeded 60. Some 75% of French casualties came, not from infantry combat, but from artillery fire. 54. Jap was aware of these French problems as he worked out his plan of attack. He later described his attitude at the time with words drawn both from Sun Tzu and from his own tortured reasoning. We really knew the enemy and ourselves, mastered the laws of war and always firmly held the initiative. The French lacked neither material strength and weapons, nor talented generals. But their war being unjust, they did not and could not master the laws of war. 55. Most, probably all, great captains have waged unjust wars. Perhaps by definition, war itself is unjust, but certainly the French had no monopoly on unjust wars, despite Jap's constant reiteration of this charge. His men avoided artillery fire by digging trenches that steadily, inexorably moved closer to French defenders, tightening around their positions. Viet Minh soldiers even dug mine shafts under those strong points. In one, at the end of a 47-meter shaft, coolies placed nearly 3,000 pounds of TNT. 56. Many hilltops, Jap noted, were captured and recaptured over and again. Some were occupied by both sides simultaneously amid hand-to-hand fighting. 57. Jap began the first phase of his ground attack, continued from 13 to March 17, as soon as darkness fell on the first evening. At that point the French had about 6 days' supply of ammunition available. Heavy fighting caused the defenders nearly to run out by the second day. Viet Minh Canwoners raked enemy positions with a savage bombardment. Advancing under cover of their own artillery fire and despite heavy enemy resistance, Viet Minh soldiers captured Beatrice by midnight. Of its defenders, not one French officer survived. In only 15 hours, de Castries lost a good part of his artillery. Yet Jap paid a heavy price. His soldiers hung like sheaves on the wire surrounding the position. Attacks against Gabrielle and Anne-Marie were unsuccessful. During the following day, French defenders were reinforced when a paratroop battalion jumped in to bolster their ranks. The evening of March 14, Jap asked for a 4-hour impromptu truce to recover his dead. Both sides collected their casualties from the shattered wreckage of Beatrice Hill. The Viet Minh attacked again. Heavy fighting continued throughout the night on Gabrielle, and the next morning the French abandoned it. There were no hardened concrete defense positions anywhere in the French sector. Heavy shelling by Viet Minh guns made a shambles of French earthworks. Fall tells us that, as in the worst days of Verdun in World War I, enemy shells ground the whole top layer of soil into fine sand and caused trenches and bunkers to collapse. 58 stunned survivors fell back on Dien Bien Phu. The battle was already lost. Colonel Charles Birath, commander of artillery at the fortress, had earlier promised that he would be able to silence enemy guns quickly. That night the one-armed veteran went into his bunker, pulled the pin on a hand grenade, and committed suicide. An auxiliary battalion defended the northern sector of Anne-Marie, the 3D Thai battalion. For some time, Viet Minh artillery batteries had showered them with leaflet-filled shells, urging them to defect. Why, the propaganda demanded, should they sacrifice their lives for the French? These tribesmen watched as Beatrice fell, then Gabrielle. They realized they would share the same fate. Their morale plummeted and their terror increased as they became the target for intensive and murderous Viet Minh shelling. Members of the battalion began to desert as early as the night of March 15. Most of the remainder left for their homes or to defect to the Viet Minh during the night of March 17. The French and the few Thai who stood fast then abandoned that position and retreated to Hue Get. In this way phase 1 of the siege ended. 59. The cost to the Viet Minh had been heavy. In that first phase, Jap used many suicidal frontal assaults and French fire decimated those who attacked. So the defenders remained sanguine, calculating they could withstand whatever Jap threw against them. Having hunted his elusive troops for so long, they found it almost a pleasure now to have them arrayed in plain sight and in full formations against their bristling guns and defenses. The main concern of the French was that the airstrip had been out of action since March 15. Viet Minh moves against the second strip, far removed to the south, made it useless as well. From now on, supplies and reinforcements would have to come by airdrops. Those modern-day French poilus, like their brethren in earlier wars, almost expected some such massive disaster. The closure of the airstrip was but the working out before their eyes of the first rule of warfare: if something can go wrong, it will. As brave soldiers do, they hunkered down behind their defenses, checked magazine clips, fingered their weapons, and peered outward, waiting for the next Viet Minh attack. They gave rueful high marks to their enemy. At least he wasn't afraid to die and had shown that willingness time and again. Nervously they waited, knowing they were more than a match for Jap's soldiers. Things might even work out. In the heart of the battlefield, not everyone's morale was as high as that of the defenders at Dien Bien Phu. The French Chief of Staff, General Paul Ely, visited Washington and, on March 26, 1954, met with his American counterpart, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Arthur B. Radford. Also present was President Dwight Eisenhower and Secretary of State John Foster Dulles. Ely said that Dien Bien Phu might well fall to Jap's main force units. Although he asked for nothing save an assurance that American aid would continue, he warned that loss of the battle would have dangerous consequences for all Southeast Asia. Ely's alarum was enough to cause Eisenhower to declare gloomily on April 7, "You have a row of dominoes set up and you knock over the first one, and what will happen to the last one is the certainty that it will go over very quickly. The loss of Indochina will cause the fall of Southeast Asia like a set of dominoes." 1. Radford proposed to Eisenhower that the United States mount a rescue action, Operation Vulture, the use of B-29s from the Philippines and aircraft from carriers to knock out Jap's artillery. If that did not work, Radford said, they should consider the use of atomic weapons. When others learned of the proposal, a scorching debate ensued. Eisenhower was of two minds. He declared that he could conceive of no greater tragedy than for his country to become involved in another land war in Asia, yet he wanted to help the French. When the French government heard of Operation Vulture, it asked Eisenhower for an immediate air strike. The president rejected the request but left open the possibility of as-in, knowing the agonies of battlefield injuries and the cries of wounded men would resound within the French positions, adding still another pressure to the many faced by their beleaguered enemies. Those fit enough to march were taken away to isolated camps selected by Jap's staff officers. These prisoner-of-war camps were often not even enclosed, perimeters were simply arbitrarily announced. Without housing, captured soldiers often slept in the open until they could erect their own rude shelters. Their rice-based diet caused many prisoners to suffer from rampant vitamin deficiency diseases. They spoke later of enduring humiliation, arbitrary restrictions, and torture, all considered by the Viet Minh to be part of their re-education and foreshadowing later treatment given to American prisoners. After the fall of Dien Bien Phu, their Viet Minh guards forced prisoners, including the injured and the ill, to march 600 kilometers in 40 days under conditions which cost many lives. 8. For a time, French defenders at Isabelle considered fighting their way out of the trap into Upper Laos. They even had a code name for any such attempt: Operation Albatross. The number of Viet Minh units in the area made such a plan no more than another form of suicide, so they abandoned the idea and continued to defend their positions, although some 70 men did finally succeed in fighting their way out of the Viet Minh trap. 9. A possibly apocryphal story Jip later related about himself was printed in the Army Rundschau of the former Deutsche Demokratische Republik. He recalled a lull in the fighting that came one day, perhaps between the first two phases, perhaps between the last two. He did not specify the time. For years, Jip revealed, he was so busy with leadership of the army, surely an all-consuming lust, that he barely had time to devote himself to his second love of music. His favorite composers were Beethoven and Liszt. During that pause in the attack, singers, dancers, and musicians came to the forest, where Jip rested on a bed of leaves, nearby tables spread with war maps, and presented there a program of music for the general, his staff, and some men from adjacent units. 10. Whether Jip listened to Beethoven either then or at any other time is of little consequence. The notion that entertainers came to the Viet Minh camp is, however, worth considering, for such evidence makes those soldiers more human, less a faceless, unfeeling, undifferentiated horde, as they so often seem to have been portrayed then and later. In his writings Jip indicates the concern he and the party felt for the morale of each one of his troops. Each day, he claimed, thousands of letters and telegrams from all over the country came to the Dien Bien Phu front. Never had Vietnam been so anxious about her fighting sons, never had the relations between the rear and the front been so intimate. 11. It was fortunate for his cause that Jip was concerned about his men and the sacrifices they were making. Casualties on both sides had been heavy in every engagement, but the Viet Minh took the brunt of every clash, and their losses far exceeded those of the French. By the end of the second phase of the siege, Viet Minh losses probably reached 20,000 killed, wounded, or captured. That gruesome total was the approximate size of two of Jip's light infantry divisions. Jip recognized the awful state in which his men lived. As the French suffered, so did they, from fatigue, filth, and vermin, living like animals as they forced their trenches toward the enemy, endless labor without proper rest, inadequate diet, constant fear. Inevitably they were drenched from monsoon rains with no shelter or dry clothes, adrenaline coursing through their bodies as they rushed forward to pit their lives against the French in hand-to-hand combat, bereaved survivors mourning the loss of comrades. Week after week of such horrors sapped the bravery from the very marrow of their bones. Within the French perimeter, defenders listened to Viet Minh radio broadcasts from lower unit commanders informing their superiors that certain units refused any longer to obey orders. Prisoners captured by the French told how they had been made to advance by threats of being shot from behind by their own non-commissioned and commissioned officers if they lagged or faltered. 12. Jip's dry, turgid writing describes how serious the problem of morale became, the battle having lasted a very long time, more troops become fatigued and are worn and are faced with great nervous tension. Not able to avoid decimation. There appear negative rightist tendencies, whose manifestations are the fear of having many killed, the fear of suffering casualties, of facing up to fatigue, difficulties, privations. Such an admission is surprising and is an indication of just how serious the morale problem had become. 13. We found in our ranks, Jip wrote, signs of underestimation of the enemy. Particularly after the second phase of the campaign. It was then, he added, when attack and defense were equally fierce, that negative rightist thoughts cropped up to the detriment of the cause. When Jip learned the extent of his army's morale problem, he reported the situation to the Communist Party's political bureau. Members of the Politburo considered the matter and quickly advised Jip to rectify the problem. Jip related that in the heart of the battlefield he called for an intensive and extensive struggle against rightist passivity. Political cadres and commissars within all his units called meetings of their men. As the battle raged on. In the heart of the battlefield /203. These political officers led discussions about courage, bravery, right thinking, devotion to the cause, dedication. Men stood and offered self-criticism. They pointed at others as examples, both good and bad. All this, Jip admitted, was necessary for the heightening of revolutionary enthusiasm and the spirit of strict discipline. It began to work. Only through his men's rededication could Jip be sure of ensuring the total victory of the campaign. Fired by the oratory of their commissars and the bravery of their fellows, even the recalcitrant and reluctant began to feel new zeal. This ideological struggle was very successful, Jip sighed with relief. This was one of the greatest achievements in political work in our army's history and was the single factor which led the Dien Bien Phu campaign to complete victory. 14. One is almost driven to admire Jip's honesty and his willingness to admit the existence of such problems and to write of them in publications that eventually made their way to the West. What might have happened at Dien Bien Phu if Jip had been more of a soldier and less a politician? Reinforced by their political lessons and by other, fresh units ordered into line by Jip, the men of the Viet Minh army now stood paused, ready to resume the struggle. Jip's third phase of the siege ran from 1 to May 7. By this time the French held no more than 1 square kilometer of ground plus Isabelle to the south, and they were entirely exposed to Viet Minh firepower. Still they fought on, bolstered at 5:20 a.m. on May 6 by 94 paratroopers who volunteered to jump into their midst, only hours before the end. In these final days, Jip ordered no preliminary or covering barrages, perhaps because his troops were often less than 100 yards from the French. Viet Minh soldiers simply rushed toward their enemy. They demolished bunkers, blew gaps in the wire, and fought hand-to-hand with grenades and bayonets. Fighting continued on May 2, and that night the last French reinforcements, part of still another paratroop battalion, dropped onto the fortress. Each day the Viet Minh infantry pressed the attack while mortar rounds fell on French positions. One by one the French lost their positions and outposts, sometimes by being overrun, increasingly by abandonment as they ran out of ammunition. On May 7 about noon the 308th Division launched a massive attack and broke through the last French defenses into the center of the last pockets of resistance. The last hour had come. In his bunker, de Castries shouted into a radio microphone, "Our resistance is going to be overwhelmed. The Viets are within a few meters of the radio transmitter where I am speaking. I have given orders to carry out maximum destruction. We will not surrender. We will fight to the end. Vive la France." Moments later he was seized by Viet Minh soldiers who burst into the bunker. 15 at 5:30 p.m., the French hoisted the white flag of surrender. Isabelle held out until the early morning hours of May 8, but then it too surrendered. The battle had lasted for 55 days and 55 nights. 16 subdued de Castries and his staff were paraded before Jip. Jip enjoyed statistics, and so he told the results of his efforts in typical exaggerated fashion, given the fact that the French garrison at Dien Bien Phu never numbered much over 10,000 troops. On all fronts, we put out of action 112,000 enemy troops and brought down or destroyed on the ground 177 planes. At Dien Bien Phu, we put out of action 16,200 enemy troops, including 1 general, 16 colonels, 1,749 officers and warrant officers. 62 planes seized armaments, ammunition, and equipment. He had at last defeated the organized gangs of myrmidons who opposed him. For the remainder of his life, Jip would laugh at a small joke Ho Chi Minh made about the outcome of the battle. At Dien Bien Phu, Ho chuckled, Jip lost not a single tank or airplane. 17. The Chinese Communist government in Peking quickly claimed that it was responsible for the Vietnamese victory. Its senior military advisors to Jip, including General Lo Quai Po and others, were the ones, Peking proudly announced, who had guided him to victory. Those advisors had done all the planning. Jip simply took their ideas and put them into action. Jip and the Viet Minh government laughed off this claim. 18 Jip himself announced that the most important and most decisive factor in the victory was the adamant determination and very high spirit of struggle of our people and people's army. 19. The conflict at Dien Bien Phu exhausted both armies and sucked nearly dry Jap's supply resources. Victory went, not to the strongest side, but to the combatant with the most equanimity, the one whose internal difficulties were more successfully hidden from the other camp. In his public pronouncements, Jap proclaimed what he had achieved as inevitable. The French shouted their dismay to the whole world. Only 4% of the French force was destroyed in the siege of Dien Bien Phu, but psychologically it was the end. The 8-year war had cost them billions and, according to Bernard Fall, 172,000 dead, wounded, or missing. Vietnam was no longer worth the cost. 20. On the morning of May 8, just as the French at home were preparing to celebrate the 9th anniversary of the victorious end of World War II, news of the disaster in Indochina blazoned across the front pages of their newspapers. Reaction of the citizenry to this news was nearly unanimous. In Paris, a crowd attacked a motorcade of cabinet ministers on their way to the solemn anniversary celebrations and stoned the automobiles. All over the land, thousands of spontaneous meetings came together to shout demands for peace. The Lonil Bédault cabinet had earlier called for fighting to continue against the Viet Minh to the bitter end and had talked of internationalizing the Indochina War. It now found itself without support. Shouting deputies in the parliament gave a vote of no confidence, and the Lonil cabinet resigned a few days later. A new government would now represent France at the meetings in Geneva. 21. The victory at Dien Bien Phu was precisely what Ho Chi Minh needed for use at Geneva. Now he had total control of the north of Vietnam and effective. In Li IHP Li/205. Occupation of much of the remainder. Surely this would be recognized by the great powers, already assembled in Switzerland. With their concurrence, Ho would have the time necessary to help the North recuperate from its years of conflict. Jap would have opportunity to rebuild his army if a renewed effort became necessary to unify AFL Vietnam. 22. The new French Prime Minister was Pierre Mendès France, a radical socialist. For some time he had been convinced that the Lonil government had dragged its feet in Indochina and stalled at the Geneva meetings in hopes of persuading the United States to take a more active role in the war with the Viet Minh. Mendès France believed continuing the conflict would only further humiliate his country, and so he pledged an astonishing commitment. If he was not able to bring about peace with the Viet Minh government within 30 days, he would hand in his resignation. He kept his word, although it took him a few days longer than he had promised. Mendès France found negotiations with the other great powers at Geneva more difficult than he had envisioned. Present were Georges Bédault, a holdover from the Lonil cabinet, as the spokesman for the new Mendès France government, Zhou Enlai for the People's Republic of China, Vyacheslav Molotov, representative for the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, Anthony Eden, for Great Britain, and Walter Bedell Smith, standing in for Secretary of State John Foster Dulles of the United States. Pham Van Dong, Hoang Minh Giem, and Colonel Ta Quang Bu came on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Nguyen Quoc Dinh and Dr. Tran Van Du represented Bao Dai's state of Vietnam, comprising the land from southern Annam to the Siam Mau Peninsula. Laos and Cambodia also attended, the latter represented by its Foreign Minister Tep Phan and Defense Minister, General Nhic Tien Long. From the beginning, Dulles looked upon the conference at Geneva with grave suspicion. He knew that some sort of settlement was inevitable, and he shuddered at the thought of the military void in Southeast Asia that would be left when the French departed. He saw there a highly complicated and dangerous international situation, and wanted the United States to gain a firm foothold in the region and use Indochina as a main link in a cordon sanitaire he hoped eventually to stretch around the treacherous Chinese communists who now controlled their own vast land. In each silence around the table, U.S. representatives could hear the sounds of toppling dominoes. The American Secretary of State, on June 24, had already informed congressional leaders that the United States must assume more responsibility in that part of Asia. To ensure that freedom was kept alive there, he wanted to create a regional alliance, patterned on NATO in Europe. Yet the cards seemed stacked against the U.S. position in Geneva when Mendes France assumed control of the French government and Dulles began to look beyond the immediate situation to the years after the conferees departed for the airport and home. 206/Dien Bien Phu. 1946-1954. Dulles was not the only one with suspicions. Laos and Cambodia feared Vietnamese aggression and wanted assurance that they would not become targets of their neighbors' expansionist policies. Pham Van Dong argued on behalf of President Ho that, inasmuch as the Viet Minh effectively held most of their national territory, north and south, they should now fall heir to the whole of the country. Bao Dai's negotiator insisted that the state of Vietnam must remain inviolate, out of reach of the grasping hands of northern communists. With American encouragement, Bao Dai's government ultimately refused to be bound by the final agreement and so announced that position at the conference. Great Britain, then involved in a guerrilla conflict of its own with Chinese insurgents operating among the rural population of the Malay Peninsula, at first supported the American position, agreeing that it was in the best interests of the West to bar the road to Asian communism with a stout wall. Then Anthony Eden changed his mind. Vietnam was not Malaya and French colonies were not British ones. If Mendes France wanted a settlement, Eden was happy to accommodate him. Then the Soviets dropped a bombshell that immediately became suspect by all freedom-loving peoples. As the diplomats sat around the conference table, Molotov announced that his government believed the answer lay simply in granting independence to all the states of Indochina and pledging them to a position of neutrality between the Cold War competitions of East and West. Eden believed that to be a reasonable proposal and threw the weight of his country behind the Soviet initiative. China also accepted the suggestion. There was, however, a hitch that caused Pham Van Dong's pulse to race and his obstinacy to surface. Vietnam would be divided temporarily between Ho's government in the north and Bao Dai's state of Vietnam in the south. Nationwide elections would later be scheduled to end the division and determine whether Ho's or Bao Dai's government would rule over the whole of the land. Unable to persuade the only two countries, the USSR and China, who recognized his government, to abandon this position, Pham Van Dong was at the point of stalking from the conference. It took the combined efforts of Molotov, Zhou Enlai and Eden to convince him to accept the provision. Now came hard bargaining. Where should the line be drawn? Dong wanted it placed as far south as possible, while Bidault, who still dreamed of a continuing French influence and presence in Vietnam, insisted that it be drawn as far north as he could manage. It might be possible to retain French control in Cochin China. Under the right circumstances, even Tonkin might someday return to membership in the French Union. Consequently, Bidault hoped to push the date for elections as far into the future as he could so as to give his countrymen the chance to realize those possibilities, while Pham Van Dong wanted elections scheduled and held quickly. The Viet Minh delegation in Switzerland was not as successful as Jap had been at Dien Bien Phu. Even while the meetings in Geneva continued, Dulles began to carry out his plans to insert the United States into the midst of the problems of Indochina. He and his brother, Alan, who was head of the Central Intelligence Agency, met in Washington with Colonel Edward G. Lansdale, an Air Force officer on loan to the agency. Lansdale was only recently returned from a spectacular success in the Philippines, where he had stage-managed Ramon Magsaysay into the presidency of that country and successfully introduced counterinsurgency measures that neutralized the Hukbalahap communist-inspired rebellion there. Impressed with his exploits, the two brothers Dulles assigned Lansdale to duty in Vietnam. His orders called for him to do everything possible to strengthen the non-communist southern government and to weaken Ho's northern regime, including the use of covert paramilitary operations to sabotage physical installations and political/psychological black propaganda to disrupt northern support for Ho. Lansdale arrived in Saigon on June 1, 1954 and immediately began to assemble a team to work with him, which he named the Saigon Military Mission. 23. A few days later, at his chateau in Caen, France, Bao Dai selected Ngo Dinh Diem as his new premier for the state of Vietnam. Diem arrived in Saigon on June 26. Upon his arrival at Norodom Palace there, he found no supporters, No functioning bureaucracy, no government in place. On the next day he had a surprise visit from Lansdale, who encouraged him to begin his duties and to expect great help from the United States. On July 7, Diem formally assumed the duties of his office. The Accords, or the final declaration of the Geneva Conference, as they were officially known, were signed a few days later on July 21, 1954. They were, of course, a compromise that pleased no one. In Vietnam a ceasefire was to go into effect immediately. That codicil was signed by General Ta Quang Bu for the Viet Minh and General Henry Delteil for France. Laos and Cambodia were to become two independent but neutral kingdoms. Both France and Ho's government must pull their troops out of both countries. With a stroke of the pen, Vietnam was artificially divided in half along the 17th parallel, although the conferees were careful to stipulate that this should not in any way be interpreted as constituting a political or territorial boundary. That division was to be only temporary. The zones would be unified before July 1956 by free and democratic elections. France must withdraw its forces from the north, and the Viet Minh must leave the south within 300 days. During that time, civil populations also had the right to choose whether they wished to live in the north or south and had the right to free movement in either direction. New foreign troops were prohibited from entering upon Vietnamese soil. An international control commission composed of personnel from Poland, India, and Canada would monitor compliance with the accords. The United States refused to sign the agreement and urged the southern Vietnamese to withhold their signatures. Bao Dai consequently denounced the agreements. Walter Bedell Smith, on behalf of the United States, issued a unilateral declaration that his country would refrain from the threat or use of force to disturb the agreement, would view with grave concern any renewal of aggression as a violation of the accords and a serious threat to international peace and security, and would support the coming free elections to be supervised by the United Nations. 24. The victory at Dien Bien Phu brought Japan international reputation. Bernard Fall wrote, in Grand Strategy, the little Vietnamese history professor with his largely self-taught military science had totally outguessed the French generals and colonels with their general staff school diplomas. 25 Davidson writes that criticisms of General Giap are superficial and describes him as one with a sure grasp of the fundamentals of strategy, an officer who showed imagination, a man who merits praise and who deserves great credit. An amateur turned professional, Giap earned even higher marks as a logistician, Davidson says, because of his ability to keep his troops at Dien Bien Phu supplied under the worst possible conditions. That was an achievement of first rank. Yet, Davidson says, Giap accomplished an even greater one. It was in the field of organization, administration, and motivation that he excelled. In this area he was a genius. 26. Others have agreed. O'Neill writes, not only was Giap's strategy in accepting battle at Dien Bien Phu soundly based, but also his tactical control of the battle was of a high order. Particularly outstanding were his use of artillery to cut off French supplies from the air and his series of overlapping wave attacks that struck the French defenses first on one side and then the other. O'Neill gives the Vietnamese leader great credit for his use of the principles of flexibility and surprise. He was, O'Neill sums up, a skillful practitioner of strategy and tactics. 27. It is clear why Giap chose not to take his army on a victory parade into Hanoi immediately following his victory at Dien Bien Phu. It was not the time to let up on the French army lest its leaders perceive that the Viet Minh was nearly done in. Giap's divisions had suffered savage losses. Morale had fallen and near mutiny had set in during the clash at Dien Bien Phu. Giap needed time to instill his troops with even more political indoctrination, and this could best be done with them living under wartime discipline. So he did not order his men to stand down until the date of the actual ceasefire specified by the Geneva Accords August 1, 1954. During that summer, Giap continued his relentless pressure against the French. In the Central Highlands, in a series of ambushes, Giap's army inflicted severe casualties on the 3,000 men of Group Mobile 100. This enabled the Viet Minh to occupy several towns and plant quarters there before they withdrew north of the Ben Hai River in August. It was October 10, 1954 before Giap, with his 308th Division, spearhead of the People's Liberation Army, marched proudly into Hanoi. The first groups of Viet Minh Cotter have not arrived until October 3, delaying their entry for weeks out of fear of French reprisals. When the last French troops departed on October 9, it did not take long before the highest of the Viet Minh leaders came into the city, although Ho Chi Minh did not appear until October 17. Most of the 308th Division soldiers had not seen or heard from their families for 8 years, not since the night of December 19, 1946, when they whispered quick goodbyes and disappeared into the darkness, fleeing from the French. Now they exulted in their reunions with loved ones. 2 days after his return, Giap walked into the Hanoi power station to discuss technical problems of its operation with French engineers who still manned the installation. There was much to learn in the days of transition from French to Vietnamese rule. 28. The parley committed serious errors. Following recognition of North Vietnam as an independent state, Giap became Vice Prime Minister, while simultaneously filling the post of Minister of National Defense and Commander-in-Chief of the Army, as well as serving as a member of the Politburo. Until 1963, he was also President of the National Commission for Research. He had reached new heights of power and prestige. He was in command of an army of 350,000 men reinforced by a people's militia of 200,000. All Chinese communist advisors had gone home. In many ways his warrant was the equivalent of the American Secretary of Defense combined with that of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, with the added powers and authority held by a general in command of a field army. He had immense prestige and authority. But despite his years as a military man, he was still first a politician dedicated to communist doctrine. His life would be shaped as much by what happened in the halls of the Politburo as by victories on the field of battle. The Central Committee was important, but it met on average only twice a year. It set policy, but day-by-day implementation remained the responsibility of the Politburo, and it was Giap's membership and ranking there that gave him his real power. Those decision-makers joined in an interactive process, considering various demands and weighing limited resources and poor communications against existing priorities. Giap was in the midst of this Byzantine system. He was now the headquarters man, the Home Office head, and those who would follow his career would have to be aware of what occurred there. 1. 214/ After Giap's victory at Dien Bien Phu, an immediate respect grew for the North Vietnamese within the underdeveloped world. Asians and Africans, long the subject of Western colonial domination, cheered the French defeat, for it confirmed what they had long hoped, that Western powers could be overcome, that peoples awash in poverty and lacking modern technology could throw off the bonds that had so long chained them. Few in Asia or Africa felt much affinity for what Mao had achieved. He had, after all, only fought against other Chinese, and his country was so vast that not many could identify with it. North Vietnam was another matter. Giap had defeated a traditionally powerful, recognized Western nation, and he had accomplished this feat through fidelity to his cause, by outthinking his opponents, and by relying on the bravery of his soldiers. 2. It had been a physical battle, to be sure. Yet it had been more. The Vietnamese had drawn on the well springs of their spiritual and moral essence, and other peoples knew they also possessed those qualities in abundant measure. And so they honored Giap and Ho and Vietnam and drew strength from their example. For Giap, the end of the First Indochina War was a welcome sight. His hopes were high, and he had achieved great deeds. Among the population he was now regarded as a folk hero. His party had not gained all it hoped to receive at Geneva, but it had garnered much, and that was worth celebrating. He had also grown tired of the privations of life in the bush. Now he could return to a more settled and comfortable life with his wife, Dang Bich Ha. Perhaps the two of them could make a normal home for his teenage daughter, Hong An. He had served his country as a soldier, now duty called out to the politician in him, for there was much to be done to establish the Communist Party solidly in the north and to carry its programs into action. He was only 43, a young man to have accomplished so much, yet still at an age where he could plan on many more years of service. He may have contemplated that cheerful future on January 1, 1955, when he stood with Ho, Pham Van Dong, and other luminaries on a reviewing stand over 60 feet tall. It was the day of the official victory celebration, and before them stretched out a crowd of 200,000 people, many waving flags, flowers, and pictures of Ho, Lenin, Marx, and other communists. Both Ho and Jip spoke to the assembled throng. They knew by this time that outside forces were again poised to strike at their fledgling state, that there were those who were dedicated to making them fail. Ho, Jip, and other leaders of the new northern government faced a set of unexpected problems caused by the implacable enmity of the American government and by the activities of a freewheeling American intelligence agent. Colonel Edward G. Lansdale had been in Saigon since the previous summer, sent by Allen and John Foster Dulles with the approval of Eisenhower, to do what he could to strengthen Bao Dai's southern government and to weaken Ho Chi Minh's hold on the reins of power in the north. On June 7, 1954, the day after the new premier, Ngo Dinh Diem, arrived at Saigon's Tan Son Nhut airport, Lansdale, with incredible chutzpah, walked into Norodom Palace, introduced himself to Diem, and offered to help him run the country. Diem accepted. 3. Lansdale thus found his opening to fulfill one of the two responsibilities assigned him by his superiors, and in coming months he spent a great deal of time counseling Diem. Having begun a course of action to strengthen Diem's government, Lansdale now gathered a team of young men to help him destabilize communist rule in the north. In a disingenuous remark, Lansdale wrote, "I split my small team in two. One half engaged in refugee work in the north. The other half stayed with me to help with other endeavors." For Lansdale selected Lucien Nguyen, one of the first Americans to parachute into Indochina in 1944 and now firmly fixed on a CIA career, to head that part of the Saigon military mission team which would operate against Ho's regime in the north. Nguyen's task was to develop a paramilitary organization to be in position and ready for action when the French finally left the north and the Viet Minh took over in early October 1954. He was also to carry out systematic sabotage of North Vietnam's utility, transportation, and port facilities. Nguyen established a headquarters in Hanoi with a branch in Haiphong and set to work. 5. Nguyen's team, among other activities, scattered carefully crafted leaflets informing Tonkinese how to behave when the Viet Minh takeover of Hanoi occurred in early October. The finished product included items on property and money reform and called for a 3-day holiday for all workers to celebrate the event. Shopkeepers were instructed to take an inventory of their goods so that the new government would know what to confiscate. The leaflet was so well prepared that when local party officials saw copies, they assumed the broadside was authentic and insisted that shopkeepers obey its demands. Viet Minh currency fell to about half its previous value. Authorities saw through the trick, however, and denounced the leaflets in radio broadcasts. Some local officials were so suspicious that they were certain the radio denunciations were no more than a French propaganda trick. 6. The team also hired noted northern astrologers to predict imminent disasters certain to befall Viet Minh leaders and to forecast a long period of prosperous unity for those in the south. These predictions, set forth in a spurious almanac produced at SMM headquarters in Saigon, were smuggled deep into Viet Minh territory and sold there. 7. Nguyen then turned his attention to organizing a Vietnamese paramilitary group to use against the Viet Minh. Most of its members were drawn from the small number of remaining northern Dai Viets still alive after repeated earlier purges of their ranks by Jip and his police. 8. This group was armed with para 216 military materiel introduced by SMM into the north by clandestine air, sea, and land shipments. 9. When Viet Minh security forces tightened control over goods coming into Haiphong's airport, SMM simply chose an alternate sea route to transport its contraband. All told, about 8.5 tons of supplies were shipped for later use by Nguyen's Viet paramilitary units, including 14 radios, 300 carbines, 90,000 rounds of rifle ammunition, 50 pistols, 10,000 rounds of handgun ammunition, and 300 pounds of explosives. SMM delivered 2.5 tons to agents already in place and, with the help of the U.S. Navy, cached the remainder at operational sites along the Red River. The operational teams infiltrated into the north around mid-April 1955. 10. Nguyen and his sabotage team struck many targets and noted others for future assaults: power plants, coal mines, water systems, bridges, the telephone systems of Hanoi and Haiphong, and oil depots and harbor facilities at Haiphong. They had to be careful, however, because the United States maintained a very small consulate and a military assistance and advisory group detachment in the north, and, as Nguyen said, we couldn't do anything that would jeopardize them. We could have done a lot more if they hadn't been there. Time ran out before Nguyen and his team completed their work. They evacuated Hanoi on October 9, 1955 along with the last French troops. 11. Brigadier General Cao Pha, now Vice Director of the Institute for Military History in Hanoi, remembers those days and the efforts of the Saigon military mission. Its goals were ambitious, he said, but preparation and organization were not sound and the project was done in haste. Wagging his finger, he added, "We were, of course, prepared for just such attempts. The Americans," he said, "had to use as agents people willing to betray the interests of their own fatherland who were recruited from anti-communist parties and from former secret agents of the DXIM Bureau. They were betrayers and mercenaries with no ideals. They worked for money, so we had an easy job to capture them. These people quickly gave themselves up to us, or we found them out because our common people turned them in." Warming to his subject, Cao Pha recalled how quickly we discovered Nguyen's hidden weapons. A hasty job of hiding them had been done. The ones hidden around Haiphong and along the Red River were uncovered. Burying them was not very helpful for the South, but we were glad to add them to our arsenal. Then Cao Pha summed up. In brief, SMM acted in too great of haste. It relied incorrectly on betrayers to serve as agents, and its assessment of our people was incorrect. Lansdale and Nguyen wanted to sabotage things such as electric plants, but under communism our workers were masters of those factories, so were themselves concerned about the facility's safety. It was a constant in U.S. policy to destroy the Geneva Agreements from the first days and to the parley committed serious errors. 217. Place France in Vietnam with U.S. power. There were wicked schemes we had to face. The U.S. tried to empty the sea to catch fish. 12. As his team members worked in the north, Lansdale continued to meet with Ngo Dinh Diem and, with low-keyed, patient fervor, to offer suggestions. The South, he believed, must be made as strong as possible, and that would require, among other things, a larger population base. Lansdale wanted to encourage vast numbers of Northerners to move below the 17th parallel during the 300 days in which such relocation was allowed by the Geneva Accords. Diem had not much thought about the matter, was not interested in it, and expected no more than 10,000 refugees. Personnel at the American Agency for International Development calculated they might need tenting capable of housing about the same number. Red Cross people were laying in a supply of bandages to help a few thousand. French authorities, who had agreed to help transport those who wished to move, planned to provide for no more than 30,000, mostly landlords and businessmen. Lansdale found a persuasive argument to use with Diem. When the plebiscite comes between North and South, we have to have more people to vote on our side. It would give us a chance for the future. That was a speech Diem could understand, and he authorized an effort to persuade Northerners to abandon their homes for new lives in the South. 13. Viet Minh officials reacted angrily to Lansdale's scheme. An official history complained that under U.S. patronage, a plot was evolved for the amputation of one half of Vietnam. All kinds of deceitful maneuvers and means of corruption, the United States set up a puppet government comprising reactionary elements most hated by the Vietnamese people. U.S. advisors were the real masters of the country. Lansdale, for the secret police. 14. Lansdale's Saigon military mission went into overtime in its efforts to excite Northerners to relocate. 200,000 needed little convincing. They were dependents of members of French military auxiliary units who had to cast their lot with Diem. Others were convinced by black propaganda rumors of Chinese army units moving into Tonkin, while merchants and landlords decided to leave because Ho's government would confiscate all their belongings and property. A number came south because of the predictions of astrologers. And hundreds of thousands came, nearly 700,000 of them, because of Saigon military mission propaganda about the dire consequences that would befall Roman Catholics under Ho's new regime. 60% of the more than 1 million Northern Catholics made the journey. Throughout Catholic hamlets and villages of the Red River Basin, fervent believers listened when their priests thundered, "The Virgin Mary is moving south and we must go with her," or heard marketplace rumors that God is deserting the North. Fearing reprisals from Ho's government if they remained and unwilling to chance the loss of their faith if the Spirit of God was truly departing from their land, these people solemnly set their faces toward the south. 15. Refugee registration increased dramatically in the late summer of 1954 and continued on into the spring of 1955. As registrants flooded the port of Haiphong, the city became swamped with people unable to find shelter, food, or medicine. Several nations volunteered to help out in this great migration of 1954. The Kuomintang government on Formosa, Great Britain, the French, and private relief agencies all provided support for this dramatic version of an Oriental Dunkirk, as did the ships and men of the U.S. 7th Fleet. 16. Angered though he was by these departures, Nguyen ordered that men of his main force units should help those refugees whenever possible. Bui Tin, until recently the editor of Nan Dan, was then a major commanding the 14th Battalion of JIP's 304th Division and had fought at Dien Bien Phu. His unit was stationed in Nay An Province during the Great Migration, and Major Tin saw the plight of many of his countrymen as they entered upon the life of a refugee. They went by foot on the roads or by sea on small bamboo boats, Tin remembered. He tried to persuade some to stay, but they insisted on leaving, following the advice of their priests. On Highway 1 were thousands of people. Many cried, he said, for they were leaving their native soil. They said goodbye to us. Many felt contradictions between their religious and family feelings. Many were poor peasants with only a few clothes, a little rice, a sleeping mat. The countryside was poor. They had to leave quickly and were not prepared materially or spiritually. There were no cars, no trains. It was terrible. Tin related, the most important thing for many was to keep their crosses. Many knelt by the pillars of their houses and prayed. Some after walking south perhaps 200 meters returned to their homes to hug the trees and weep. Women carried babies on their backs. It was painful for us to see ill 80-year-old people trying to go. Most Christian people in Nay An lived near the seacoast. In parts of the province, villages sat totally deserted. Slogans convinced them to go, "God is leaving for the south." Tin and his fellows tried to help. At first they were afraid even to let us in their houses, for they believed the issue was one of communism versus Christianity. Our policy was not to disturb them, to look after their children, to wrap up their beds as luggage for their journey. We didn't carry guns, but were just there to help. Our soldiers were in tears to see their sorrow. Tin soldiers gave away their food, carried luggage, held children. Our soldiers carried some old people on their backs, 10 or more kilometers to the boats, before returning to their units. More than 1 million went south. 17. As refugees headed south, JIP was aware of the necessity of removing his forces from south of the 17th parallel, a provision of the Geneva Accords. What was he to do with those units? Jip had no intention of losing hard-won gains there. Although he ordered his main force units north, he sent instructions to the parley committed serious errors /219. Southerners who had fought with the Viet Minh to go underground, to cache their weapons, and to disguise their tunnel openings. They had operated in War Zone C and D, north and northeast of Saigon, in the Phuoc Thi area to the southeast of Saigon, and the Trans-Bacic region of the Siamau Peninsula. Those base areas should be preserved, Jip ordered, and so they stored weapons, ammunition, radio sets, and explosives in well-camouflaged tunnels. Jip knew the struggle in the south in the 2 years immediately ahead would be political rather than military. Then elections would reunite the country. Viet Minh contingents traveled north from ports at Cap Saint-Jacques and Qui Anh Han on Polish vessels. They used American Liberty ships given to the Soviets during World War II. Their rusty, trampish appearance suggested they had not been repainted since the day they left American shipyards. Bui Tin recalled that the name of one ship was the Belinsky. Ultimately, only about 70,000 came north. The remainder, the most valuable parts of Jip's guerrilla infrastructure, waited, in obedience to the orders of Vion Nguyen. When he needed them again, they would respond. 18. Ho Chi Minh knew his government faced enormous challenges, not only from U.S. covert action teams such as Lansdale's Saigon military mission, but also because of conditions in the north caused by long years of conflict. It was also time to put into practice the communist theories that guided the party, and so Ho immediately began to consider his priorities. In the misguided political changes which Ho implemented, Jip continued to figure prominently, and to maintain his unquestioning support of his leader. Because of his acquiescence, he therefore was responsible for many of the agonies suffered by his countrymen during these years. Since 1946, Ho, Jip, and the communist leadership of the Viet Minh had sought to eliminate notions they believed to be dangerous or offensive. Jip himself had led the way in eliminating rivals. Now the Politburo turned its attention to the eradication of ideas. Many had already been condemned as insidious and cancerous: individualism, liberalism, romanticism, the notion of natural rights, the tolerance of differences, any influence of French thought and culture. Now, with the French gone, Ho's government moved to eradicate other evils still pervasive in his society: private property, Confucianism, feudalism, absentee landlords. 19. All of them could be attacked through a single program that would at the same time put in place one of Ho's long-held dreams: land to the tillers. Ho chose Truong Chin, Jip's arch-rival, to head up this land reform program. He adopted Ho's slogan, land to the tillers, and promptly constituted agricultural reform tribunals in each community to identify those who were evil landlords so they could be stripped of their ill-gotten wealth. The result was widespread. The Parley Commie lead serious errors /221. Chaos throughout the north. Village harmony disappeared. Trust of others became dangerous. The situation became similar to that of medieval European manors visited by black and brown-robed Franciscan and Dominican monks of the Holy Inquisition, when to avoid punishment themselves, fathers denounced sons and daughters their mothers, where every hand was raised against all others. 20. Everywhere, lies and accusations poisoned community life. Those who tried to defend themselves from baseless accusations were singled out for harsh punishment, the least of which might be a sentence to a re-education camp. Truong Chin's minions sought to eliminate every vestige of the landowning class. He allowed landless peasants at the lowest levels of the social structure to exercise, for the first and last time in their miserable lives, great political power. Most of them were deeply in hock, owing generational debts, sometimes possessing nothing except the rags they wore. Those a little better off might possess as little as 1/9 of an acre and perhaps a few ducks. Such people were not a threat to the government. Both Ho and Truong Chin knew they could totally rely on such miserables to do what was necessary. It is quite possible that Ho delayed the start of his land to the tillers program until after the end of the Great Migration, so as not to startle additional thousands into moving south. When the time for moving allotted by the Geneva Accords expired, Truong Chin vigorously applied himself to agricultural reform. Peasants were informed that they were to uncover those within their midst who profited from the labor of others, who rented land or tools or sold seed, or even those who were sympathetic to such practices. Dissatisfied with results in the first months, Truong Chin intensified his efforts in 1956. Viet Minh cotters, who lived in every village and community, began the process. They singled out those to be condemned as landlords, persuading townsmen to be the actual accusers. O'Neill gives us a picture of community life in rural Vietnam during that time of terror. If a man had enjoyed a high moral reputation, then his daughter might have to denounce him for incest. A man who had been a patriotic supporter of the Viet Minh, whose sons had fought in the army, might be denounced by his wife for having signaled to a French aircraft. Those accused were assigned debts to be paid within days, virtual confiscation. Those hesitant to join in such kangaroo court proceedings were themselves denounced and condemned at trials with punishments ranging from imprisonment to death. O'Neill suggests that as many as 100,000 were executed during the rampant idiocy of the land reform campaign. 21. Fearful of being branded a reactionary landlord or, having fallen under the jealous eye of a neighbor, charged with having too many possessions, peasants produced only enough for their families to subsist, and agricultural production declined dramatically. Truong Chin's program destroyed morale throughout the north, damaging both the prestige of the Communist Party and agricultural production. It was nearly September 1956 before Ho considered the harm he had caused and decided to end it. On August 17, he wrote a public letter apologizing for errors and shortcomings in the program and promised that the wrongs would be set right. Now that Ho had spoken, his theme could be picked up by others. On August 24, Nhan Dan noted that many former patriots had been dishonored, humiliated, imprisoned, and even executed. Still the nation trembled, wondering what would happen next to complicate their lives further. In October, Ho suspended immediately the reform program and proclaimed a new rectification of errors campaign. He fired the Minister of Agriculture, Ho Viet Thang, dismissed Truong Chin from his job as head of the land reform program, and forced him to resign from his position as secretary of the Communist Party. In a move that might well have made Giap tremble with joy as he remembered his own earlier and humiliating self-denunciation, Chin also was made to confess publicly the mistakes he had made. Ho then assigned Giap to denounce Truong Chin and to bring order out of the chaos. This was justice indeed. Giap began his chore with a speech to the 10th Congress of the party's Central Committee, and in what must have been a glad moment, given his feud with Truong Chin, gave a blistering denunciation of the program. 22. He accused those responsible of having allowed too many deviations and executed too many honest people. They had acted indiscriminately and resorted to widespread terror. Unfortunately, they had treated rich peasants and landlords in the same manner, attacked tribal chieftains too strongly, and failed to respect freedom of faith and worship. Torture, Giap thundered, perhaps with tongue firmly placed in his cheek given his own past use of that technique, came to be regarded as a normal practice. 23. Articles in party newspapers and Giap's speech to the Congress were not enough for some. They were shaken by what had occurred, and their disaffection with the party grew too strong to restrain. Disorder broke out in several locations but was the worst in Nha Anh province, the birthplace both of Ho and of Vietnamese communism. In Quinh Lu district, during early November, farmers openly rioted. Giap sent his closest unit, the 32nd Division, to suppress the revolt. Peasants resisted their own people's army, and fierce, bloody fighting continued from 2 to November 20, 1956. This occurred about the time of the Hungarian uprising and the Suez Canal intervention. Both of those events received great play in America's news media, yet little, if anything, was reported in the United States about this sad resistance in Vietnam to government policies. Jip's ruthless units killed or wounded more than 1,000 peasants and deported over 6,000 more to work and re-education camps before he was able to re-establish party authority. To ensure passivity, Jip left the division in place until February 1957. He may have dis. The parley committed serious errors. 223. Approved of Truong China's leadership of the land reform program, but he was not about to allow peasants to assert themselves against his beloved party and government. There remained sufficient resentment throughout the North over the criminal land reform purges that as late as March 4, 1957 Jip still felt constrained to continue his condemnations of it. On that date, on the anniversary of the founding of the Communist Lao Dong Party, he once again called it to mind. Our movement had its ups and downs, he said, and progress had not always gone from one victory to another. Particularly in the land to the tiller activities, the party committed serious errors, which caused even greater difficulties. In good Marxist fashion, however, he declared that the party had correctly applied self-criticism and adopted measures to correct those mistakes. Now, he continued, the revolutionary leadership is an overwhelming success, and the errors and shortcomings were only temporary. 24. Some would not agree that party leadership was so successful, even after the terrors of land reform. Vuhac Bong, until recently director of the Foreign Affairs Bureau in Saigon, told an interviewer, frankly speaking, we are not very good at economic management. We made mistakes from the beginning. That is why the country still suffers from problems caused by our management. Having suffered greatly from war, we wanted to build our economy rapidly. Our thinking caused mistakes. For example, we collectivized everything. It was a mistake. 25. Despite Truong China's condemnation by Jip and the Politburo for his failures at land reform, he was still a powerful foe. Jip kept a weather eye on him at all times. Truong Chin still headed the pro-Chinese leadership faction, and he had scores to settle. Calling on all his accumulations, Truong Chin was able to weaken Jip's authority by reorganizing the Ministry of Defense into 3 separate branches, the General Staff, the Political Department, and the Logistical Department. Jip remained the nominal head, but his authority was in fact limited to the General Staff. Truong Chin placed one of his own men in charge of the Political Department, and the Logistical Department became autonomous. 26. While Jip's political infighting with Truong Chin kept him busy, he was also involved in reorganizing what was left to him of his military command structure as he attempted to turn the Vietnam People's Army into a modern fighting force. He ordered all officers and combatants in the name of the High Command of the Army to develop the heroic traditions of the Army, to actively carry out the plans for building our army and strengthening our national defense. Jip reminded his soldiers to maintain their spirit of enduring hardship and to strengthen their solidarity with the people. While he might give public lip service to the notion of using his soldiers in civic action projects, Jip must have fumed inwardly. He saw his units assigned to tasks ranging from rebuilding irrigation systems to operating factories. While military discipline ensured that they did their work efficiently, he continued to argue against this policy, for Jip was convinced that the best use of troops in peacetime was to improve their military skills. That could only come from drilling, from practice field exercises, and from study. 27. He did what he could. Jip's soldiers, even the best of his officers, had all begun their careers at the bottom ranks. Each was promoted for conscientious performance of duty or for valor in the face of the enemy. Unlike officers in Western armies, his officers had not moved from command to staff positions and back again, giving them broad-ranging knowledge and experience. They were technicians who knew only their own jobs. Now Jip established officer training schools near Hanoi at which Chinese advisors trained his men in staff functions and in infantry and artillery combat arts, including some use of combined arms tactics. For the first time, Jip's artillerymen received instruction in indirect, rather than direct, fire methods, and they practiced endlessly on ranges Jip ordered set up. He also established rifle ranges, insisting that his infantrymen improve their marksman skills, and he began efforts to standardize weapons and ammunition used by his infantry. Jip additionally worked to establish a small air force, sending prospective pilot candidates into China for their training and begging planes from Mao's inventory. Jip ordered the creation of a naval force, with a major headquarters at Vinh where its members trained in methods of coastal defense and learned how to operate small patrol boats. 28.